I am Lance, a traveler from another world who was reborn into the Earl's empire on the continent of Aeolos. In this land of dragons and magic, I am the second son of Count Brian. Tomorrow is my coming-of-age day, a major turning point in my life. I have spent my years here training hard to become a knight. Currently, I have reached the peak of the knight rank and am very close to becoming an elite knight. This is a rare achievement for someone my age. Because I am not the eldest son, I cannot inherit my father's title, but I have long since decided on a different path. Instead of serving the family at home or joining the Empire's army, I have chosen to become a pioneer knight. This means I will head to the dangerous frontiers to build my own territory and legacy. To prepare for this journey, I have spent years training a personal group of followers. My team includes 15 loyal warriors, led by 3 brothers named Will, Cole, and Hill, whom I rescued years ago. They have worked hard under my guidance and are now skilled knight attendants. Today, I visited the training grounds to speak with them. They officially took a solemn oath to become my guardian knights. They pledged their lives, swords, and shields to my cause, shifting their ultimate loyalty from my father's family to me personally. Knowing I have such dedicated followers gives me great confidence. The life of a pioneer is difficult and filled with unknown risks, but I am not afraid. With my current strength and a team I trust, I feel ready to face the challenges of the wild lands. I am eager to leave the safety of Storm Castle and finally begin my own adventure. On the night before I was to set out, I sat under a glowing sky filled with stars, enjoying a final moment of peace. My 2 trusted maids, the sisters Daisy and Ivy, were with me. Daisy is calm and steady, while Ivy is full of life and obsessed with the exotic foods we might find on the Windwhisperer Prairie. I promised her we would find all the magical delicacies she dreamed of as we build our new home. When I woke the next morning, everything changed. A strange interface called the Human Fireseed platform appeared in my mind. It seems I wasn't the only one from my old world to be sent away. This platform connects humans scattered across many different universes. It has a forum for news, a chat area, and a trading market. Reading through the forum, I realized how lucky I am. Some people were reborn as beggars, animals, or even trees. Others live in terrifying worlds with powerful cultivators who can destroy planets. Learning about these threats made me feel very small, but it also made me determined. I need to build strong defenses and gather resources carefully. The trading system is particularly interesting. I can buy items from other worlds, like cultivation methods or special foods, using trade points. However, these points are expensive. One of my world's magic crystals is only worth a single point. It will take a lot of wealth to buy the best items. After exploring the platform, I started my day with a luxurious breakfast prepared by Ivy. She used magical ingredients like dragon wheat and moon spring water to make a meal that was both delicious and energizing. Knowing that I have such loyal people by my side makes me feel ready for the future. With my new special ability and the support of my companions, I am ready to face my father and begin the journey to claim my own land. I went to the study to meet my father, Count Cohen. He is a powerful Earth Knight and the leader of our family. Although he is proud of my talent as an 18-year-old elite knight, I could tell he was a bit sad. Because I am the second son, I cannot inherit his title, and he offered to let me stay home to train in safety. However, I stood firm in my choice to become a pioneer knight. He respected my determination and gave me 2 space rings filled with resources and personal gifts to help me start my own territory. He told me that I was like a young eagle ready to fly, but reminded me that I could always come home if I failed. Next, I visited the family's massive magic herb garden to see my mother, Elaine. She is a magister, a very high-ranking mage, and she manages the mountain where we grow rare plants like sungrass. My mother has been incredibly kind, even training my maids, Daisy and Ivy, in magic and potion making so they can support me later. As I watched them harvest herbs, my mother explained the difficult process of gathering magical ingredients. She was proud of my strength, but clearly worried about the dangers I would face in the wild. We talked for a long time about my plans and my future. Before I left, she gave me another space ring and made me promise to return safely. Saying goodbye to my parents was emotional, but it was time to leave. With my father's resources, my mother's magical support, and the rings holding everything I need, I left the garden with Daisy and Ivy. My childhood in the castle is officially over, and my journey to the frontier has finally begun. I met my older brother, Obi, at the training ground before leaving. Even though he is the family heir, we have always been close. He gave me a space ring as a parting gift, and then I began the long journey to Silver Star City. We rode dragon-scale horses, which are incredibly fast and strong. As a noble, the city guards cleared the path for us, and I rewarded them with silver coins. From there, we used a teleportation array to travel over 20,000 kilometers to Sunset City, a vital fortress on the Empire's western border. Once we settled into a hotel, I checked the space rings my family had given me. I was shocked by their generosity. They provided 160,000 gold coins, 20,000 magic crystals, rare weapons, and sets of high-quality armor. This fortune is enough to make a high-ranking noble jealous. I gave 60,000 gold coins to my steward, Daisy, to manage our upcoming expenses. That night, I explored the human fireseed platform in my mind. The forum showed me that many people are struggling in their new lives. Some became wolves, trees, or beggars. I feel very lucky. I used the trading interface to find ways to strengthen my team. I found body-tempering pills sold by a user named Newbie Alchemist. I tested one on myself, and although I am already quite strong, I felt a slight improvement. I bought 100 pills for 1,000 trade points, which is roughly equal to 10,000 gold coins. It was a massive expense that made my heart ache, but I know it is a necessary investment for my men. I called my 12 attendants to my room and gave each of them a pill. They are just one step away from becoming true knights, and I am confident this medicine will help them reach that goal. These loyal followers are the foundation of my future territory, and I will do whatever it takes to ensure our success. After the Guardian Knights left, Lance took out the Elite Knight Awakening potion his father had given him. The time to become an Elite Knight had finally come. Feeling excited, Lance said to Daisy and Ivy, "I'm going to break through to the Elite Knight level now. Please make sure no one disturbs me. You can also study the magic knowledge my mother left for me. Ivy, go prepare our dinner. Make plenty so the Guardian Knights can eat their fill." Daisy and Ivy stepped outside the room. Becoming an Elite Knight meant that the seed of battle energy within a knight would grow into a swirling vortex. The total amount, quality, and recovery speed of the energy would greatly increase. It would be strong enough to be released outward, allowing the knight to coat weapons, armor, or even their fists and feet with energy for long periods. The strength of an Elite Knight far surpassed that of an ordinary one. Lance took out the Elite Knight Awakening potion and drank it in one gulp. He sat cross-legged and began practicing the knight's breathing technique. As the potion's powerful energy spread through his body, Lance's aura slowly grew stronger. Outside the room, Ivy said to Daisy, the curious little elf, "Sister, you stay here and keep watch. It's getting late. I'm going to prepare a big dinner for Brother Lance. Today is a good day. Let me think about what delicious dishes to make." After speaking, Ivy happily walked toward the kitchen on that floor of the hotel. Lance had rented the entire floor, which was specially designed for nobles. Each floor had its own kitchen and training room. Although not large, everything was elegant and well-made. This setup also protected the nobles' privacy, and the cost was 20 gold coins per day. Normally, no one dared to disturb them. Watching Ivy go to prepare dinner, Daisy gently shook her head, but said nothing. Although the two sisters were Lance's maids, he never treated them the way other nobles treated their servants. Since childhood, Lance had not only been kind to them, but also unusually considerate. He even asked his family to grant them the same dining privileges as him. Usually, after Ivy finished cooking, Lance would invite both sisters to eat with him. He also asked his mother to personally teach them magic. In daily life, Lance always treated them with respect. He never forced them to do anything improper. Unlike other nobles who often mistreated their maids, sometimes even cruelly, Lance's kindness earned the sisters not only loyalty, but also deep affection. Regis was one of the Guardian Knights. He was born into a poor family in a village near Silver Star City. He had 2 younger brothers and a younger sister, and his parents were ordinary laborers. He grew up listening to stories about knights. However, his parents' income was far from enough to support his dream of becoming one. Their family lived frugally, often struggling to have enough to eat. One day, While working with his father in Silver Star City, he happened to hear that the Bryan family was recruiting knight attendants. When he heard the news, the dream hidden deep in his heart burst out uncontrollably. He asked his father excitedly, "Can I become a knight squire?" Seeing his son's eager face, the father stayed silent and kept working harder, moving the goods. Watching his father like that, 10-year-old Regisai understood. Reality was always harsh, and disappointment showed clearly on his face. He didn't ask again and continued working hard. Dreams were still just dreams. That night, as he ate chicken, a dish they only had on special holidays, Regisai felt full and satisfied. He would never forget his father's slightly worried words that night. "Go and try. You'll never know unless you do." The next morning, he ate eggs, black bread, and a bowl of oatmeal. With his mother by his side, he joined a merchant caravan heading to the Bryan family estate. Surrounded by children his age, Regisai stood out in his faded, worn clothes. As the Squire trials began, there was a 10-kilometer race. He quickly fell far behind, but thinking of his father's words and his mother waiting outside, Regisai gritted his teeth and kept running. His mind grew blurry, but he ran forward purely by instinct. When he finally crossed the finish line, his pale face went blank as he fainted. Many others had already finished before him. He didn't know if he still had a chance. When he slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he saw a boy with golden hair and sky-blue eyes, Lance. The boy's noble grace showed naturally in his every move. "You're the first one to run until you fainted," Lance said. "But all the Squire spots are already taken." Hearing that from someone even younger than himself struck Regisai like thunder. He said nothing, his eyes empty. "But even though you failed," Lance continued, "your courage and determination have earned my respect. I can give you a place as my squire." Lance's words shone like a light, clearing the fog in Regisai's future. Regisai took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Now, a faint trace of battle energy flowed within him. Yes, after taking the body-refining pill, he had become a knight's attendant, just one step away from becoming a true knight. Regisai was very excited. As time slowly passed and night fell, the city of Sunset was brightly lit, filled with people busy with their lives. The three Will brothers had already returned, bringing back the information Lance had requested. Seeing that everyone around them had already reached the level of knight attendants, the brothers felt even more pressure. Inside the room, Lance opened his eyes, his bright blue gaze full of confidence. He had successfully advanced to the rank of elite knight. Pushing open the door, he saw Daisy sitting by the entrance, reading basic lessons for apothecaries. Lance smiled slightly and said, "I've advanced successfully. Come on, let's go eat." Daisy followed behind him, her light blue eyes shining with excitement. When they arrived at the dining hall on that floor, Ivy and the attendants were already waiting quietly for Lance and Daisy. The Guardian Knights had changed out of their armor, taken baths, and put on casual clothes, looking sharp and capable. In the center of the dining hall stood a large rectangular table. The magical lights on the ceiling gave off a soft white glow, creating a calm atmosphere. Unknown magical plants on both sides of the room released a faint, pleasant fragrance, and the table was filled with delicious food giving off an inviting aroma. At that moment, Ivy and the Guardian Knights stood quietly on both sides of the table, waiting for Lance to arrive. When they heard soft footsteps outside the door, they straightened up with renewed energy. Lance walked into the dining hall at a relaxed pace, drawing everyone's attention. Sensing their strength, he realized that all the Guardian Knights had reached the level of knight attendants. Lance was very pleased with the effect of the body-tempering pills. Though expensive, they worked extremely well. He walked to the main seat at the table. Seeing the eager looks in their eyes, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Lance focused his mind on the platform, recording the scene before him. The photo function was built into the platform. Photos could be shared on the forum or with friends to show daily life, and Lance had seen many interesting things there. Sitting in his chair, he glanced over his subordinates and said calmly, "Sit down, no need to be so formal. I called you here today for a good reason. You are all knight attendants now, and I have become an elite knight. I hope you can all reach the rank of knight soon." The attendants stood up and said loudly, "We will never disappoint your trust, my lord." Lance raised his hand, signaling them to sit down. He then took out 15 bottles of Night Awakening Potion and said, "These are Night Awakening Potions. They can help you break through and become true knights. Will, Cole, and Seal, you can take yours tonight. The rest of you should keep training for a while before using it." He handed the potions to Daisy, who stood up and distributed them to the knights present. Looking at his excited subordinates, Lance felt a sense of pride. Normally, a frontier knight who had just come of age would only have the strength of a newly promoted knight. Their squires were usually older, and only one or two might reach the level of a knight's attendant. Of course, things would be different with strong family support. Lance's current team could truly be called impressive. "Let's eat. Ivy's cooking is something you'll never forget," Lance said with a smile. Ivy, sitting nearby, blushed slightly and poured him a glass of moonlight grape wine from the Bryan family. This wine was quite expensive, made from special moonlight grapes grown by the Bryans. The grapes were harvested on the night of a full moon and fermented under moonlight, giving the wine a clear, silvery glow. Lance took a small sip. The taste was delicate and refreshing, with a gentle acidity. It carried hints of moonflower, white berries, and minerals, as if one could feel the calm of a forest with every sip. Even though Lance had tasted it many times before, he still found it wonderful each time. He picked up a piece of thunder rabbit meat with his chopsticks. The meat was bright red and full of flavor, like a mix between wild rabbit and venison, but without any gamey smell. The most interesting part was the faint electric energy within the meat, which lightly tingled the tongue and made the taste even sharper. As the feast went on, everyone gradually relaxed. They ate heartily, drank well, and enjoyed the evening together. Lance was also very pleased. Usually, he only dined with Daisy and her sister, but this was the first time he shared a meal with all of them. While eating, he chatted about some amusing experiences he had after becoming a knight. The Guardian Knights also talked about their lives before becoming knight apprentices and shared some of their past experiences, all expressing deep gratitude toward Lance. For example, Regisai said that before becoming a knight apprentice, he used to help his father carry goods for a merchant in Silver Star City. The pay wasn't high, but it was enough to support the family. However, with two younger brothers and a sister at home, they often didn't have enough to eat. After Lance gave him a chance to become an apprentice, he began receiving a monthly salary of 10 silver coins from the Bryan family, along with extra rewards for completing missions. His family's situation gradually improved, especially with Lance's occasional help. Whenever Lance hunted ordinary animals, he would let Regisai send the meat back home. Now, Regisai's family had become quite well known in their village. After all, having a knight apprentice in the family was something no one there had ever imagined. If he had the chance in the future, it was even possible for him to earn his own land. His family was proud of him, and his two younger brothers were determined to become knights like their brother. His sister admired him greatly and often told her friends, "Regisai is my brother," making her something of a local celebrity. Most of the others had stories similar to Regisai's. They had all received help from Lance in one way or another before becoming knight apprentices. Now, they were only one step away from becoming full knights. With the awakening potion Lance had given them, the path to knighthood was finally within reach. After dinner, they cleaned up the leftovers on the table. Once everything was tidy, Lance didn't leave but asked them to stay. He said calmly, "Let's talk about the frontier expedition. Everyone, speak freely." The atmosphere grew serious. None of them had brought their families along, since exploration was dangerous. Over the years, countless knights in the Empire had taken part in such expeditions. Many had even earned the title of Baron. As long as one held an exploration decree and successfully claimed a territory of at least 100 square kilometers outside the Empire, then defended it for a year, they could apply for an imperial inspection. If the inspection team approved, the Empire would grant them the title of Baron. However, exploration was never peaceful. It often came with great danger and the risk of losing one's life. The place Lance planned to develop was located in the Wind Whisper Plains. To the west lay the Forest of Beasts, to the south lived the Sea Folk, and across the grasslands roamed many native tribes. There were countless races: goblins, trolls, minotaurs, kobolds, centaurs, and many others. Some had come here after failing to survive in the Forest of Beasts, while others had settled on the plains for various reasons after leaving the Orc Empire. There were also pioneer knights from the Empire like Lance himself, who did not need to follow Imperial laws once outside Imperial lands. In short, the Wind Whisper Plains were home to many races, making the situation very complex. Every year, hundreds of knights from the Empire came to develop the plains, but few succeeded. Most lost their lives during the process. My lord, we need a large population and enough food. With only our current people, we can't manage the territory. We need warhorses. The plains are perfect for cavalry battles. It would be best to find flying units. Having them on the plains would give us a great advantage. We also need skilled people, farmers who can grow crops and craftsmen with useful skills. Carpenters, masons, and blacksmiths are essential for building houses and defenses. Too many people at the start would be hard to manage. We must also explore the surrounding forces and resources after development, draw maps, create income for the territory, and attract more free settlers. Lance listened carefully, filling in the gaps in their plans. He always took development seriously. He believed that working together and sharing ideas was the best way to find potential problems. All right, I understand what you've said. Assign guards to their posts, and let the others focus on training. Lance returned to his room to refine his plans for the next day. Lance sat on his bed, his mind entering the platform as he checked messages from his friends. New alchemy beginner. How was the body tempering pill? Did it help you? Human Destiny Alliance. It didn't have much effect on me. After replying, he opened the forum and browsed for a while, amused by what he saw. Lance posted a message titled Family, Who Understands? Just turned 18 and already have to go explore the world. Community of Human Destiny Family, Who Understands? I just became an adult today, and I already have to go out and explore. I'm still just an 18-year-old kid. I've crossed into this strict, class-divided fantasy world where elves and dragons exist. It's really dangerous. Luckily, my family has always protected me well, so I've only faced a little hardship growing up. Now, as a pioneer knight, I'm going to develop my own territory. I tell my subordinates that our future is full of hope, but honestly, I'm not confident at all. Please, brothers and sisters, give me some advice on how to develop my land. Attached picture, dreambanquet.jpg. Not long after posting, I saw some comments. Seems like many people are browsing the forum tonight. Qingyang Master. Cultivation is all about wealth, methods, companions, and land. It seems you already have most of these, friend. With your good background, only land is missing. The future looks bright. Thumbs up.jpg. Community of Human Destiny replied. Thank you for your guidance. Wolf King. Sir, can I have a bite of that rabbit in the picture? That bright red meat looks extraordinary. If you ever need more food, add me as a friend. I can sell it to you cheaply. I have plenty. Hungry.jpg. Community of Human Destiny replied. Friend request sent. I might need some later. Thanks. Grateful.jpg. Qin Shi Huang. You call that a little hardship? You've eaten what equals my year's taxes. Heartache.jpg. Community of Human Destiny replied. Not really. I just got lucky being born into a good family. Hihi.jpg. Cold Palace Xiaoing. Sir, do you need a companion? Please take care of me. Begging.jpg. Community of Human Destiny replied. Not for now. Heavenly Tree. I envy you for being able to explore. I crossed over as a tree and can't do anything. Crying.jpg. Community of Human Destiny replied. As long as you're alive, there's always hope. Keep going. Cheerup.jpg. New Alchemist. Sir, do you need any potions? Check your private messages. Lance replied to each comment one by one. The main reason he made this post was to meet new friends, show his face, and make himself known. This would be helpful for future trades. On the friends list, Lance noticed a few new names and felt happy. He wasn't alone anymore. New Alchemist. Do you need any potions, sir? Human Destiny Alliance. Not for now. I'll contact you when I do. New Alchemist. All right. I also have healing and antidote potions. If you ever need them, just let me know. Human Destiny Alliance. Okay. After browsing the forum for a while, Lance began his knight training. Reaching the level of an elite knight at 18 wasn't just because of his family's support. It was also due to his own hard work and talent. The night passed quietly as he trained. In the morning, a soft knock came at the door. Daisy entered with washing supplies. She skillfully helped Lance wash up, get dressed, and tidy his hair before following him to the dining room. Ivy had already prepared breakfast for him. After eating, Lance took them to the training hall, where the attendants were practicing. Sensing the energy of the three Will brothers, he realized they had reached the level of knights. Lance was pleased that his efforts hadn't been wasted. He believed that soon, he would have 12 more knights under his command. After chatting with them for a while, it was time to get to business. Following Will's lead, Lance and the others left the hotel, leading their horses toward the market. In the Heirs Empire, trading was a common practice. Some people sold themselves because they couldn't survive, hoping to meet a kind master. Others were captured when their lands were conquered and sold by enemy lords. There were also corrupt nobles who used illegal means to sell people into slavery. As property, these people had no rights at all. The market didn't only trade humans. There were goblins, trolls, beast folk, and sometimes even elves. The place was crowded and noisy, filled with nobles looking to buy and mercenaries bringing slaves to sell. Will led Lance to a particular shop. This was the task Lance had given him, to find a suitable trading partner. When the shop staff saw Will arrive, they quickly called for the manager, just as he had instructed them to do the day before. Seeing the clerk rush over in a panic, Nick knew a big deal was coming. From observing Will, he could tell that the person behind him planned to buy a large number of slaves. He was sure that whoever Will represented was very wealthy. "Greetings, my lord. What do you need?" "I'll do my best to meet your request," Nick said humbly. Lance's noble air was unmistakable. "How many slaves do you have here?" Lance asked calmly. "My lord, we have 1,426 human slaves, 664 adult men, 408 women, and 354 children," Nick replied. "We also have other races, goblins, beast folk, and demi-humans." "Take me to see the humans and demi-humans," Lance said after a moment of thought. Nick led Lance and his group toward the dungeon. The dungeon covered more than 40,000 square meters, spacious enough that the group didn't feel crowded. Rows of people were locked in cells, most with pale faces and eyes full of sadness. As Lance walked by, he stopped at a cell that held only one woman. Unlike the others, she didn't look weak or broken, just tired. Lance was curious. Nick explained, "My lord, she was once a knight. Her father was a baron of the Heirs Empire. He was killed in battle, and she was captured and sold here." Lance said nothing and continued toward the demi-human section. Demi-humans were born from humans and beast folk. They had human faces, but also some animal traits: fox ears, cat ears, wolf ears, and so on. They were popular in the market because of their unusual appearance. Many nobles liked people who looked different. Nick explained, "There are 256 demi-humans here, most brought from the Beastman Empire." Lance was pleased. These people would soon become his subjects. As for goblins, trolls, and beast folk, he wasn't interested. When the time came to expand his lands, he would simply capture them for labor. How much for all the humans and demi-humans? Lance's calm voice reached Nick's ears. Nick's eyes turned red with excitement. He had expected this to be a big deal, but not this big. Just from the commission alone, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life, marry a gentle wife, raise a few children, and never have to work again. There are a total of 1,426 humans, adult men for 50 silver coins each, women for 40, and children for 20. Those with special skills cost more: butchers for 1 gold coin, masons for 2, carpenters for 5, tailors for 8, and blacksmiths for 10. There are 10 butchers, 7 masons, 12 carpenters, 5 blacksmiths, and 8 tailors. The female knight is worth 1,500 gold coins, making a total of 2,173 gold coins. As for the demi-humans, the more attractive ones are 5 gold coins each, the others 1 gold coin. There are 56 of the first kind and 200 of the second, totaling 480 gold coins. Humans and demi-humans together come to 2,653 gold coins. Let's round it to 2,650. Nick quickly reported the numbers and values of the captives, speaking excitedly. "My lord, what do you think?" Lance replied calmly, "Not bad. A pleasant deal." Daisy stepped forward and, with a wave of her hand, dropped 2,650 gold coins onto the ground with a clatter. She said coolly to Nick, "Count them and make sure it's correct." Nick's heart pounded in rhythm with the sound of the falling coins, his eyes filled with greed. After counting quickly, He took out the corresponding ownership contracts. Bowing low, he handed them to Lance. "My lord, they now belong to you." Lance casually passed the contracts to Daisy and said in his usual calm tone, "Good. Release them all." Hearing this, Nick and the shop assistants immediately brought out all the humans and demi-humans. Soon, the spacious underground hall was filled with people. Lance and Nick were confident none of them would dare resist, and even if they did, it wouldn't matter. With the contracts in hand, a single thought could end any rebellion. Even without that, Lance's group could easily handle these unarmed people. Before long, everyone had been brought out. Lance stepped forward and said, "You now belong to me. As a frontier knight, I happen to need people. You are very lucky. Under my command, you have many chances to change from slaves to free people. Now, I'll give you one such chance. Those who have served as soldiers, step forward." Hearing Lance's words, the slaves became excited. As Lance had said, a frontier knight needed people. He couldn't have only slaves as his subjects. Several former soldiers immediately stepped forward, 76 in total, 50 humans and 26 demi-humans. Among them was a female knight. Lance turned to the group behind him and said, "Will, each of you choose 5 people. The female knight will not be assigned for now. Every team must include at least 1 demi-human. Daisy, Ivy, choose a few capable maids to help you with chores and separate the contracts of these people and the miners." Soon, Will and the others finished choosing, and Daisy handed over the contracts. Everyone looked toward Lance. Lance kept only the female knight's contract. In front of everyone, he used his energy to shatter the rest of the contracts. Those freed felt a sudden lightness in their minds and were overwhelmed with emotion. The other slaves, seeing this, felt their spirits rise again. Their new lord seemed generous and fair. Life under him might truly improve. As for the female knight, Lance decided not to deal with her yet. Although her strength as a beginner knight was nothing to him, she could still be dangerous to his guardian knights. With the contract's restriction, he believed she wouldn't act recklessly. Lance planned to keep her close for a while to observe her character and personality, and release her once the others had become knights. At that moment, Nick stepped forward and handed Lance a small bottle. "My lord, the female knight's power has been sealed. This is the antidote," Lance said calmly. "Daisy, take care of the female knight for now." Then he handed Will a space ring, one his elder brother, Obi, had given him. Inside were 200 sets of knight equipment. "Once we reach outside the city, distribute the gear," Lance instructed. Looking at the slaves' torn clothes and faint smell, Lance frowned slightly. These people would soon be his citizens, after all. Lance looked at Nick and said, "Clean these people up and give them fresh clothes. Prepare an extra set as well." Nick bowed his head and replied, "Sir, we can provide the cleaning service for free. Many buyers request it when purchasing slaves. We also have some clothes in stock. One set costs 50 copper coins. Sir, what do you think? There are 3,364 sets in total, worth 168,200 copper coins. Daisy, give him 17 gold coins, and also exchange some for silver and copper coins. Cole, Regis's team will stay here. The rest of you, come with Will and me to buy food and horses. Seer, I'll give you 500 gold coins. Take some people to buy tents, bedding, and other supplies." After leaving the market, Lance followed Will to the horse market, leading their horses along. It wasn't far, just a 5-minute walk. Since they had arranged it in advance, they bought 150 draft horses with wagons for carrying food and supplies, and another 100 war horses. Each draft horse with a wagon cost 8 gold coins, and each war horse cost 10 gold coins. Draft horses were used for hauling goods, each able to pull about 1 ton. Altogether, the purchase cost 2,200 gold coins. Lance then hired some workers to lead the horses to the grain market. He planned to buy enough food for 2,000 people for 2 months. Assuming one person ate 1 kilogram per day, they needed 120 tons of grain. Including salt and seasonings, the total cost was 200 gold coins. Ordinary people usually ate dark bread, which cost 1 copper coin per loaf. 3 loaves a day were enough, though it wasn't healthy to eat only that for long. Once the goods were loaded onto the wagons, Lance hired more workers to transport everything outside the city. They stopped about 5 kilometers west of Sunset City. Lance sent Will to bring the rest of the people from the market. There was still some time before nightfall. After all the work, Lance felt exhausted. Even though he had planned everything carefully, he realized that being a pioneer lord was not easy. By the time the sky darkened, everyone had arrived. Lance ordered them to light fires, cook dinner, and set up camp. They would continue their journey the next day. As night fell, Daisy and the servants handed out dark bread to the former slaves. Black bread was the main food for ordinary people. It was made from rye flour, barley flour, and bean flour, mixed with bran and coarse grains. The black bread eaten by most slaves was often mixed with things like sawdust, sand, or small stones to cut costs. But Lance gave them proper black bread. Besides that, he also cooked a large pot of oatmeal porridge with chopped radish and cabbage. Each person got a big bowl and could dip their bread in it. This meal was already better than what many commoners in the empire ate. The slaves hadn't eaten such a good meal in a long time and were deeply grateful. Compared to the slaves, the warriors and children ate even better. They had white bread, a bowl of meat soup, and some berries after the meal, enough to fill their stomachs. At that moment, Lance was having dinner with Daisy Ivy. Since buying the slaves, Lance had been thinking about many things. Being a lord was not easy. He felt that the population was still too small, and there were too few skilled people. Most of his orders were carried out by Daisy, and she was already overwhelmed. When the population grew, Daisy would be even busier, something neither of them wanted. As his personal maid, Lance didn't want Daisy to always be overworked. They lacked administrative talent. The Guardian Knights were good at training and fighting, but that was all they knew. Lance sighed to himself. There are still too few capable people. Nearly 2,000 people, and Daisy is already struggling. We'll have to take it slow. He asked Daisy to call Will over. He wanted to use the travel time to train the army. After a while, Will arrived and asked, "My lord, what can I do for you?" Lance asked, "What do you think of our current number of soldiers? Should we increase it?" Will replied, "It's indeed a bit low. Including us, there are only 90 men. Our line stretches for several hundred meters, and the soldiers have to patrol at night. We also have scouts ahead. If we run into bandits, it would take some time to gather everyone together. Of course, after advancing to a knight, my strength has greatly increased. I can cover 1,000 meters in just over 10 seconds. With your power, my lord, plus our group, it should be enough." Lance thought for a moment and agreed that Will had a point. With his current strength as an elite knight, Lance could use his battle energy to move faster than sound. After some thought, he shook his head slightly and said to Will, "Expand the army to 150 people. During this time, have them train harder. We must be ready for future wars." Will knelt on one knee. "I will fight for you, my lord. I'll carry out all your orders." Lance nodded slightly. "Good. You handle the patrols and night watch. Also, arrange the army expansion as soon as possible. Training must not be delayed. That's all, go ahead." "Yes, my lord." Lance stood up and looked toward the camp behind him. Bonfires flickered in the darkness. Since it was night, the group had gathered close together, covering about 500 meters, with tents set up near the fires. During the day, the line could stretch to about 1,500 meters. He looked at the sleeping soldiers and those on night duty. In his heart, Lance couldn't help but think, the road to expansion is long and difficult. As for the location of their new territory, Lance didn't have a specific place in mind. He continued southwest from Sunset City, hoping to find a suitable spot. Entering his tent, Lance focused his mind on the platform within his consciousness and checked the messages on his friend's list. "New Alchemist. I'm planning to make some body-tempering pills soon. If you need any, I'll give you a 20% discount." Lance didn't reply. He still had 80 body-tempering pills left. He had already given one to each of his 12 attendants. He also gave 4 each to Daisy and Ivy. Unlike knights, mages didn't train their bodies the same way. Before taking the pills, Daisy and Ivy's physical strength wasn't much greater than that of ordinary people. As for the remaining pills, Lance planned to reward the soldiers who performed well. "Wolf King, if you need meat, just contact me. 1 trade point for 20 tons. In Lance's world, 1 low-grade magic crystal was worth 1 trade point, which equaled 10 gold coins. A typical adult cow for daily consumption costs about 2 gold coins and weighs around 800 to 1,000 kilograms. If we consider 2 coins as equivalent to 1 ton, then 10 coins can buy 5 tons of meat. Spending 1 trading point to get 20 tons of meat is quite good. Since gold coins cannot be exchanged for trading points, the platform only recognizes items with extraordinary energy. In Lance's world, no one would foolishly trade gold coins for magic crystals. Items traded with magic crystals are usually magical resources, and most transactions involve powerful beings. Ordinary people, even if they have many gold coins, cannot exchange them for magic crystals without protection from nobles or strong forces, which could bring danger instead. Don't think that 1 trading point isn't valuable. Many people in the platform's world don't have access to extraordinary resources, so they can't convert such resources into trading points. They can only buy common items like food or weapons on the trading page to earn points. Lance knows that 1 spirit stone is worth 2 trading points. Compared to ordinary supplies, spirit stones are priceless treasures. If an ordinary person owns a spirit stone and wears it, they are unlikely to get sick in their lifetime and are likely to live a long life. Lance saw a post from the Wolf King, who mentioned that his world has some extraordinary resources. However, they are rare. He has only found 1 medicinal herb, probably because his territory is remote. The medicinal herb that greatly benefits ordinary creatures is estimated to be worth no more than 3 body-strengthening pills, roughly 20 trading points. It's clear that exchanging trading points for common supplies is not very cost-effective. In Lance's post, someone named Qin Shihuang said, "It's like paying taxes for a whole year." Though exaggerated, it shows how precious such resources are in worlds without extraordinary resources. Lance and his group mainly use magical ingredients brought from the Bryan family. Their stock isn't large. After some thought, Lance decided to exchange for 1 trading point since this is a human platform. Let's try 1 trading point first. 20 tons of meat could feed 2,000 people, with each person eating 1 kilogram per day, enough for 10 days. The Wolf King said, "What kind of meat does the boss need?" "Beef, lamb, venison, anything available on the plains. I have it all." Seeing the quick reply, Lance was somewhat satisfied. "Just beef." Then, the Wolf King was very excited. If he could make 20 more trades like this, he would gain a subordinate with the same strength as him, and his territory could become larger. He also hoped that his she-wolf leader could become stronger. And the only cost was animals found everywhere on the plains. Looking at the 20 tons of beef in the warehouse on the trading platform, Lance liked this feature. It was similar to the system space in the novels he had read before, but it was only 100 cubic meters in size, and each additional trading point expanded it by 1 cubic meter. He browsed the forum and looked at the post with the most likes by Qingyang Jinren. The post had already received 10,086 likes. After browsing the forum for a while, he noticed more and more people awakening. Lance exited the platform and began practicing the Knight's breathing technique. Knight training mainly involved practicing the breathing technique and combat skills. The breathing technique's purpose was to convert energy into internal fighting spirit, which could be absorbed from magic crystals. By breathing, he transformed the magic into fighting spirit, then strengthened his body through constant training to carry more fighting spirit. Since becoming a knight, Lance had been practicing the breathing technique every night instead of sleeping. His current strength was inseparable from his hard work. Night passed quickly in his training. After breakfast, Lance led everyone toward the distant mountain range. The Wind Whisper Plain was said to be blessed by the wind god, an endless land. The wind here was more than just weather. It was a tangible, audible, even spiritual presence. The plain itself was a canvas and a string for the wind to tell stories and play music. Looking out, the grass on the plain was long and hollow, like countless natural wind instruments. A gentle breeze caused ripples across the grass, creating a pure, ethereal harmony, as if the earth itself was breathing and singing. The terrain was vast and rolling hills, like green waves frozen by the wind. Standing high above, I can see endless grasslands with waves rolling in the wind. The sky is always changing, with clouds moving quickly, showing the invisible power of the wind. Eagles and hawks are common here. They glide on the wind, quietly hunting in the sky. It's never truly quiet here. The sound of the wind is always in the background, making people feel free but also lonely. Lance rides his horse, Shadow, and looks at this scene. Scattered trees and groups of animals add to the beauty. This is something Lance has never seen before. He relaxes and takes a few photos to remember this wonderful moment. But this place is not Lance's final destination. Although it's a good place to live, there aren't enough resources like wood and stone to build a territory. His real goal is the distant Monster Mountain range and the wind-whispering plains. He wants to find a big river near the monster forest. Will rides his horse quickly toward Lance from ahead. When he reaches Lance, he says, "Sir, about 15 kilometers ahead, I saw a group of goblins hunting horses. I plan to gather soldiers and deal with them all at once." Lance is happy. "Really? That's great. Go gather the fighters. Leave a few squads of guards and some new soldiers to keep order. I'll come see for myself. Daisy, you and the others follow slowly. I'll go ahead and check it out first." Goblins are evil creatures created by dark gods, meant to disturb the world. They are ugly, greedy, mean, and dirty. They worship chaos, violence, and plunder. All intelligent races dislike them, and Lance is no exception. As the first step in his expansion, he's a little excited. Will quickly gathers 50 soldiers. Lance follows behind, and they rush toward the target. About 10 minutes later, they arrive at the scene. On a small hill, more than 10 soldiers wait. From Lance's view, about 2 kilometers away on flat ground, he sees around 500 goblins forming a circle around 50 wild horses. He senses the situation and thinks, "Wow, there's even a big goblin here. Today really is a good day. Will, Cole, Sheer, there is a big goblin ahead." You three quickly defeat it, and the others follow behind to kill the remaining goblins. Go, yes. The three brothers will rode their dragon-scaled horses like arrows shot from a bow, rushing forward swiftly. In just 1 minute, they covered 2 kilometers on this flat ground. The brothers charged straight at the big goblin, and every goblin trying to block them was shot dead instantly. The goblins were very panicked by this sudden attack. The big goblin tried to organize others to fight back, but their discipline was poor. Soon, the brothers reached the big goblin. After a few strikes, Sheer pierced the big goblin's head with a shot. Seeing their leader die so quickly, the remaining goblins were terrified. They dropped their weapons and ran away without looking back. The battle was over quickly. In about 10 minutes, all the goblins were ruthlessly defeated. Lance rode his shadow phantom slowly toward the herd of horses. The magical aura from the shadow phantom made the horses afraid to move. The herd became restless, making way for him. A taller, more graceful horse appeared, walking slowly. It had pure white fur that looked very soft, with bright, clear blue eyes. Its blue hooves shimmered like sapphires. Its mane and tail looked more like swirling clouds, trailing colorful light as it moved. Looking at this horse, Lance remembered a book he had read before. He judged that it was a basic magic beast called a wind spirit horse. Lance took some photos with his device. It was truly a fine steed. It was like a dream horse for him. Lance decided that no matter the cost, he would tame this horse because it was as handsome as he was. The horse let out a soft neigh toward Lance. Its neigh sounded less like a horse and more like the wind howling, mixed with distant thunder and the ringing of silver bells. It was very pleasant to hear, and Lance was more satisfied the longer he looked. Lance showed a confident, elite knight aura to let the horse understand his strength. Then he said, "Without my help, your herd would suffer great losses. I saved your group. Follow me, and I promise you'll enjoy a good life." Then, Lance took out some wind element medicinal herbs from his space ring and offered them to the wind spirit horse. The wind spirit horse looked at the food full of wind energy in front of it, which constantly attracted it. After hesitating for a moment, it happily ate the food, looking very satisfied. "Smells so good." Through a lot of moral persuasion and gentle pressure, Lance finally managed to tame the wind spirit horse. After becoming a beginner-level magical beast, its intelligence greatly increased. The wind spirit horse could probably understand what Lance was saying. Lance jumped down from the shadow's back and mounted the wind spirit horse. He looked at the horse eagerly and said, "Run as fast as you can." The wind spirit horse didn't refuse. It ran forward, and Lance felt the wind rushing past him on both sides. Without using his energy shield, Lance enjoyed the feeling of freedom. As the wind spirit horse ran, its forehooves almost lifted off the ground, gliding over the grass tips. Lance recorded a video while feeling the movement. In just a second, they covered 100 meters. The wind spirit horse reached a small hill, and with a strong push of its hooves, a visible whirlwind platform appeared beneath it, and it started running in the air. Lance was so excited he couldn't speak. Although the horse only bounced in the air for about a minute, it was definitely running in the air. After running freely on the plains for a while, Lance returned to where Will and the others were. He handed Will a space ring and said, "Today is a good day. As our first battle in the expansion, we achieved great success. No one was hurt. I'm very pleased with all of you. Will, pick 10 people who performed well in the fight. Reward each with a body refining pill and teach them the knight's breathing technique. Also, go around and search for goblin tribes nearby. Just gather information, don't act rashly," Will excitedly replied. Understood. Lance's approval and praise were what their group of guardian knights always sought. After Will left, he arranged some matters and then rode away with some soldiers to search for goblin tribes outside the camp. Goblins usually live in tribes, so he hoped for good results. Not long after, a large force arrived here. Lance rode his wind spirit horse to Daisy and handed her a space ring filled with beef. "Just won a battle. I'm happy with our first fight in the expansion. Tell the others to prepare extra food. The soldiers should eat well, and the slaves can share some too. Also, arrange for the slaves to gather the spoils." Daisy looked at Lance's proud expression and smiled. "Yes, my lord. Your horse is really handsome, just like you." Lance agreed with Daisy's words. Daisy started organizing the collection of spoils and preparing meals. It was already noon. Lance rode his wind spirit horse back to its herd. Although they weren't as majestic as this wind spirit horse, they were still quite handsome compared to other horses. The herd of wind spirit horses wasn't suitable for carrying loads. They had a hint of wind element beast blood. They ran faster than ordinary war horses. Lance planned to wait for Will to return and arrange for these horses to join the army, so soldiers on the front line could ride them. Lance dismounted from the wind spirit horse, told it to take care of its herd, and headed toward the camp. As he walked, he thought about what to name the wind spirit horse. Since he's not good at naming, he needed to think carefully. The name should match its appearance and speed. At this moment, Shadow, walking heavily and feeling wronged, came over. The wind spirit horse lifted its head proudly and neighed at Shadow, as if challenging. Shadow looked even more upset, with big, watery eyes looking at Lance. Lance sensed trouble and quickly jumped onto Shadow's back, riding it back to the camp. But during the return, Shadow's steps were less steady than before. Having grown up with Shadow, Lance knew Shadow was jealous. He quickly took out a magic potion Shadow liked from his space ring and gently fed it to Shadow, soothing him softly. "Shadow, it's not what you think. We've known each other since we were little. Don't you understand me? Since the expansion, I've been busy with the battles. I haven't had time to play, let alone run freely like in the old days with the family. I want to live more freely. I don't want to restrict your nature and freedom because of me. After all, we're like brothers, so I found the wind spirit horse to help me get around. That way, you can have more time to do what you want. I think you should understand my good intentions." Lance listened to Lance's words and felt very touched. He knew that his master wouldn't ignore him just because he was a horse he had only known for a day, and he was acting so innocent and wronged, which was really inappropriate. He even felt a little ashamed inside. Fortunately, at this moment, Lance patted his head and said, "Go play. This place is suitable for you. Have fun, and if you encounter enemies you can't beat, come back and find me. I'll help you get revenge. Go ahead." Ying happily neighed twice, and then quickly left the camp to play. Lance let out a breath of relief. Luckily, Ying was simple-minded and was successfully convinced. Back at the tent Daisy had set up, he sank into the platform and turned his attention to the trading interface. He bought some wind element potions and spirit medicines to prepare for the wind spirit horse's future meals. Then he looked at the forum and posted a message. "Paid naming service. Human Destiny community family members. Who understands?" Today, on the way to explore, a group of goblins was hunting a herd of horses. I led my subordinates to charge and defeated the goblins. We saved the horse herd. I originally wanted to let the horses go because I already have enough horses and some free time. But it seems the leader of the herd might be grateful for being saved and insisted on following me, and I couldn't drive it away. So I kindly decided to keep them. These horses are wind spirit horses, very fast. I want to give their leader a nice name, but unfortunately, I am not very knowledgeable. so I spent 10 trading points to crowdsource a name. If you're interested, you can join in. Tonight, the person with the most likes will receive 10 trading points. Below are some pictures and videos of these horses. Battlefield.jpg Wind Spirit Horse Image.jpg Galloping on Horseback, an MV. After Lance finished editing the post, he published it on the forum. As for why he spent 10 trading points to name the horses, Lance thought about it a lot. First, he wanted more people to participate and get to know him, which would be beneficial in the future. Second, 10 trading points weren't much for a Count's son. It's just the value of a meal, or even less than what he spends on one meal. Finally, he thought that the Wind Spirit horse was worth it and decided to support other talented people as well. After all, since it is called the Human Spark platform, everyone should help each other. Lance left the forum, stepped out of the tent, and looked far away at the Wind Spirit horse. It was really perfect for his taste. A large pot was already set up in the camp, cooking lunch. Daisy, busy with her tasks, needed to speed up the process of finding administrative talent. He didn't want Daisy to delay her training because of these trivial matters. As for managing everything himself, Lance thought that was impossible. He only needed to oversee the big picture. He had never seen a noble manage small affairs. After inspecting the camp, Lance was very satisfied. Everything was well organized. Some slaves were collecting spoils, others were cooking, and some were cutting grass and feeding the horses. No one was idle. Lance was pleased with the slaves' condition. Having hope for life was a good thing. Lance was eating lunch prepared by Ivy when Will returned on horseback. "Sir, about 12 kilometers ahead, we found a goblin tribe. There are about 1,000 goblins, but I don't know how many are big goblins," Will reported. At this moment, Daisy came over and reported their recent gains to Lance. The spoils from this battle are as follows: 2 silver coins, 650 copper coins, and some rusty iron tools. Lance was silent about these spoils. They were very few. Maybe the goblins kept their wealth inside the tribe. Lance asked Daisy to organize the spoils. Finish eating, rest for half an hour, then gather the soldiers and set out. It's also a training exercise, Lance told Will. He went to the Wind Spirit horse, prepared the saddle and some equipment. This time, he planned to ride the Wind Spirit horse and go with Will to clear out the goblins. Goblins, known for being evil, were not very strong. But because of their strong reproductive ability, they were almost like dragons, no reproductive isolation. They would capture any other female creatures capable of giving birth to use as breeding stock. The reproduction speed of these creatures is very fast. They are born in 1 week, mature in 1 month, and all are goblins, making them hard to eliminate completely. Lance thinks that dealing with around 1,000 goblins should not be difficult for his current army. He plans to attack remotely, killing all goblins stronger than the big goblin leader, and use the rest for practice. Since becoming an elite knight, Lance is very confident in his strength. After Will finishes resting and gathers the army, Lance orders Daisy and her sister to lead most of the troops behind Will. He rides his Wind Spirit horse and follows the army. About 20 minutes later, they arrive at the goblin tribe observed by Will's team. The tribe looks somewhat organized, with some simple wooden houses visible. Without hesitation, Lance leads 120 soldiers to attack the goblin tribe. He charges ahead first. His Wind Spirit horse is extremely fast, and in an instant, he kills 5 goblins. The goblin tribe finally reacts. The camp becomes chaotic. Lance senses 2 big goblins coming out of the huts. He pulls out 2 long spears from his space ring and throws them at the 2 big goblins. The spears fly out quickly, and with 2 thuds, the big goblins die. Suddenly, Lance senses a fireball heading toward him. He channels his combat energy into his spear, and with a slight, the fireball disappears. The goblin shaman is desperate. His long-charged fireball spell cannot be resisted, even by a big goblin. But the human before him casually strikes, causing his proud magic to fail. Just as he considers fleeing, a long spear pierces his body and pins him to the ground. Seeing their leader so brave, the soldiers' morale boosts. They ride their horses and charge at the fleeing goblins. After killing the high-level goblins, Lance does not continue fighting. He focuses on the overall battle, preventing any accidental deaths among his soldiers. Will and the others do the same. Lance had instructed that this was mainly a training exercise for the newcomers to get used to fighting and see blood. With Lance and the 3 knights helping, They quickly wipe out the goblin tribe. This time, no one died in the war. However, some newly recruited soldiers were slightly injured, but it was not a big problem. After the war, Lance rode his wind spirit horse for a while, enjoying the beautiful scenery. He casually fed it a spiritual herb, and the horse happily ate it, making soft neighing sounds to please Lance. If Lance's initial use of the horse was out of necessity, after experiencing 2 battles, the wind spirit horse now sees him in a very different way. The owner not only has strong power, but is also very wealthy, often giving it high-level magical herbs. The horse's strength has also increased a bit. It is very happy with its current situation. Such magical herbs are usually too expensive for it to afford. Spiritual herbs and magical herbs are not fundamentally different. Both can be used to improve strength. Lance has also eaten some spiritual herbs while practicing his night breathing technique. The spiritual energy from the herbs can be converted into combat energy through breathing, often even more effective than magical herbs. Lance is now more excited about this human fireseed platform. He wonders if there will be cross-domain functions in the future. He wants to explore other worlds and experience different customs and cultures. Riding his wind spirit horse, Lance returned to the goblin tribe. The main force had already arrived. Daisy came forward to report the spoils of the battle. The spoils this time include 20 gold coins, 652 silver coins, and 20,236 copper coins, along with some iron equipment and miscellaneous items. Daisy's voice trembled slightly as she said, "Besides that, there are 54 human prisoners. What would Lord Lance like to do with them?" Lance replied calmly, "The spoils are good this time. For the new soldiers who joined the army, tear up their contracts in front of them, set up camp here tonight, and have a feast. As for the prisoners, if they want to follow us, let them. If they want to leave, let them go. Let them eat their fill, and as for how to choose, let them decide for themselves." Hearing about the human prisoners, Lance thought of many things. If they become goblin prisoners, most likely the males will be eaten. The females are probably tortured beyond recognition. This is one of the reasons Lance dislikes goblins. So, after defeating all the enemies, he plans to build a territory. Once it's established, he insists on bringing a group of goblins to work day and night until they are exhausted. Although he feels sorry for the prisoners, Lance has no good options. He can only ensure they are well fed. After saying this, Lance walks toward Will's location. At this moment, Will is training the soldiers. Lance asks, "How are the soldiers doing?" Will respectfully replies, "Sir, the veterans who used to be soldiers are doing well, but the new recruits are not yet skilled at riding. They haven't met your standards yet and need more practice." Lance takes out 50 body refining pills from his space ring and gives them to Will. "Good. I trust your training. Take your time. No need to rush. These 50 pills are for you. Give one to each guard knight, so they can become knights as soon as possible. For the rest, select the best performers and reward them." Will salutes and says, "Thank you for your trust, sir." One day, after experiencing 2 battles, Lance feels a bit tired. They haven't been traveling long, and he needs to find a place to establish a territory. Wandering around all the time is really uncomfortable. The main army is about 60 kilometers away from Sunset City. Looking at the faint outline of the mountains in the distance, Lance misses his days with the Bryan family. He thinks, life was so much better without doing anything, with a much higher quality of life. The road of expansion is heavy and long, Lance sighs. With nothing else to do, Lance rides his wind spirit horse around for a while before returning to his tent to practice cultivation. The campfire is lit, and everyone is cooking under Daisy's arrangement, each doing their own thing. Annie is a female knight. She used to live happily in the Orz Empire. Her father was a baron of the Orz Empire. She was an only child. Growing up in her father's love, she was well cared for, but she didn't become spoiled. She is very smart and knows she is the only heir to the barony. Her father's barony was earned through generations of effort and military achievements. Annie has been very sensible since she was young and has always been strict with herself. While learning how to manage her territory, she showed good talent and became a knight at the age of 20. Her hard work was driven by her desire to make her family stronger. She also had ambitions to advance her baron family to a viscount or even an earl family. However, her peaceful life was disrupted at a noble banquet held by the Orz Empire. Her father took her to a party hosted by a duke, hoping she would meet some nobles and prepare to inherit the baron title. Unexpectedly, the duke's second son, Fred, took a liking to her and wanted to make her his concubine. Fred was known as a spoiled young noble of the Orz Empire. Because he had no right to inherit the duke's title and lacked talent, he spent his days indulging in pleasures. Many nearby nobles disliked him, but since he was a duke's son, they had to pretend to be polite. Fred's family also faced criticism for his behavior, which damaged their reputation. Some believed it was bad for the family's honor. Others thought that as a duke's son, he should do as he pleased to show the family's strength. Fred's older brother clearly supported the first view. Fred thought that once his brother became the duke, he would be kicked out of the family because he was considered useless. He kept thinking about what to do next until Annie appeared, giving him a new plan. He learned that Annie was the only heir of her baron family. If he made her his concubine, the baron's land would belong to him. That land was far from his family, so he didn't worry about his brother. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was. But he was shocked when a small baron family dared to oppose him. He became very angry. During a war with the Beastman Empire, he secretly arranged for Annie's family to be placed in the most dangerous area. Later, Annie's father died in battle, and she was captured. She was a knight and a valuable. But gaining her loyalty was a problem. Most powerless nobles who bought slaves just looked at them and then left. They didn't want a very unstable element in their territory or army. After many twists and turns, she was sold to the Sunset City of the Ears Empire and was bought by Lance. In her understanding, only a noble like an earl or duke's heir could afford to buy so many slaves at once. Moreover, this person was highly valued by his family, like a baron who, despite having enough wealth, would still feel a bit pained to make such a purchase. After Lance bought her, she saw that soldiers and children immediately gained freedom, but she remained a. She was assigned to work under Daisy, and her cultivation was sealed. She knew Lance still didn't fully trust her, which was normal. After some time observing, she realized that this pioneering knight was wealthier than she thought. He casually bought a large number of slaves, 150 horses, and even provided better food for the slaves than for ordinary people. She understood that this knight was different from most nobles, and perhaps there would be a chance for revenge in the future. So, Daisy arranged tasks for her, and she did her best to complete them. Daisy also appreciated her abilities. At this moment, Annie was serving food to the slaves while thinking about her future. After finishing his meal, Lance returned to his tent, sank into the platform, and looked at his post titled, Paid Naming, Human Destiny Community. He read the top comment with the most likes. Juga Village Master, spring waves under the sad bridge are green, once a startled swan shadow. It originally referred to a beautiful woman, but can also describe a white horse, galloping swiftly like a startled wild goose, light and graceful, with a stunning figure, leaving a breathtaking beauty. Why not call it Startled Wild Goose? Lance read it twice. Startled Wild Goose, Startled Wild Goose. He was very pleased, finding it increasingly smooth to say. The Human Destiny community replied. Friend added, 10 trading points are ready. Thank you all for participating. Lance also saw some other good names below. Qin Shi Huang. I gathered my ministers to come up with this. How about Yunjin? Yun means the sky. Jin means a ferry crossing. It symbolizes a crossing over the sea of clouds, as if this horse is a messenger from the heavens, able to walk on clouds and lead people to fairyland. The name is ethereal and mysterious. Lance thought it was very good and decided he could use this name for other horses in the future. There are also some nice names, like Shooting Star, Sky Chaser, Floating Cloud, Snow Feather, and Night Shine, which all sound good. The comments later on are quite amusing. Wolf King, it hurts so much. I regret not studying Chinese well. This is worth 10 trading points. How much meat do I need to sell? Goblin King. Seeing those goblins lying on the ground, I was so scared my nerves tightened, and I started trembling. First Emperor Qin. Such a horse is like a dream horse. Why doesn't my world have such a handsome horse? Newbie Alchemist. The boss's horse is so cool. By the way, I want to promote something. Recently, a new Spirit Beast pill was released. If the boss needs it, I can give you a discount. If you need beginner-level pills, add me. Heavenly Tree Builder. I really envy those free-running horses. Lance smiled slightly as he looked at these funny comments. For Lance, exploring the road is boring. Lacking entertainment, he has developed a habit of finding fun on the platform after dinner every day. Lance was somewhat interested in the pet beast pill. From its name, it probably can improve the strength of his warhorses. He planned to ask the newbie alchemist about it. What's the specific effect of the pet beast pill? After waiting a while, he saw a reply. Newbie alchemist. The pet beast pill can enhance the strength of spirit beasts. Long-term use can refine their intelligence and bloodline. For ordinary beasts, it has the same effect as a body-refining pill for humans, with a significant boost. Do you need it, boss? Originally, it costs 5 trading points, but if you buy it, I can give you a 20% discount. Lance thought for a moment. His current horses totaled over 300. Besides the dragon scale horse and wind spirit horse, most are ordinary horses. His daily travel speed isn't fast, about 70 to 80 kilometers a day at best, but for Lance, it's still too slow. He plans to get more horses in the future and establish a trade alliance with Sunset City. If he can improve his horse's speed, it would be very beneficial for him. Human Destiny Community. I'll buy one first to see the effect. If it's good, I'll buy a lot. Initially, I want about 400 pills and also 100 body refining pills. Linian looked at Lance's reply and was greatly shocked. She learned from Lance's post that Lance is a pioneer lord. Seeing that Lance had acquired a group of horses today, she thought about how to get trading points from him. So she specially prepared some pet beast pills for Lance. For a big client like him, there aren't many trading platforms. Unexpectedly, Lance asked for 400 pet beast pills and 100 body refining pills. The 400 pet beast pills are worth 1,600 trading points, plus 800 trading points for the body refining pills. That totals 2,400 trading points, equal to 1,200 spirit stones. She quickly traded 3 pet beast pills to Lance. A rookie alchemist said, "Big boss, you'll be satisfied with the effect of these pet beast pills. I don't have many in stock right now, so it'll take about 2 days to make the pills you need." The global human community replied, "Okay, I can wait." Lance took the 3 pet beast pills and found Will and the others. Will was patrolling around the camp at that moment. Lance handed the 3 pet beast pills to Will, asking him to give them to his dragon-scaled horse and Cole, Hill's dragon-scaled horse, to see how they work tomorrow. Then Lance returned to his tent and started practicing the night breathing technique. Robert was a before Lance bought him. How he became is quite a strange story. Before becoming he was an ordinary free citizen of the Earl Empire. He lived on a baron's land, relying on his family's hunting skills. Compared to other ordinary free citizens without special skills, he was doing quite well. He thought his life would just pass like this: marry a wife, have a child, and teach his hunting skills to his son. Usually, in noble territories, all affairs of the land belonged to the granted noble. Nobles usually didn't interfere with hunting, giving hunters the right to hunt. This way, some meat would circulate in the local market, slightly improving the villagers' quality of life. But because the noble in his territory competed with another noble at an auction to buy an orc, spending a lot of money, he was caught and stripped of his free citizen status, sold as a. Robert had lost hope in this messed-up world and felt confused about his future life. That noble, who lost some gold coins by auctioning off the subhumans, actually sold his own people. Such reckless exploitation is hard to believe. Robert has nothing more to say. Fortunately, the kind Lance bought them. Watching those soldiers turn from slaves into free men on the spot, he couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. So, when Will was recruiting for the army, Robert eagerly signed up. He had experience hunting and riding horses. He performed much better than other new soldiers when fighting goblins and was rewarded with a night's breathing technique and a body-refining pill. Feeling a constant flow of strength inside him, he thought he could punch a cow to death. Robert was fascinated by this power, something he had never imagined before. Maybe one day he could become a real knight, and his family history would start with him. Thinking of this, he felt even more loyal to Lance. His new lord was much kinder than the last one. The next morning, Lance woke up, feeling the powerful fighting energy inside him. He was still a bit short of reaching the mid-level elite knight stage. Daisy entered the tent and skillfully served Lance. He then stepped out of the tent and headed toward Will's place. Lance watched as Will trained the soldiers and said, Go check on the dragon-scaled horse that was fed the pet beast pill last night. Will took Lance to the stables and found the dragon-scaled horse that had been fed the pill yesterday. At this moment, 3 dragon-scaled horses stood out sharply compared to the others nearby. The ordinary dragon-scaled horses were reddish-brown, tall, with some parts covered in loose dragon scales. The ones fed the pet beast pill were even redder, larger in size, and had denser dragon scales on their bodies. Lance asked Will to ride one and test its speed by running around outside. Will mounted his dragon-scaled horse and ran a lap before returning. He looked excited and said, "Sir, I feel like my horse's speed and stamina have improved a lot. Its speed now reaches 200 kilometers per hour, almost the same as a low-level magical beast." Lance felt that the effect of the pet beast pill was okay. After chatting with Will about training soldiers, he returned to his tent. He sank into his platform to reply to the new Alchemist. "The community of human destiny. The pet beast pill works fine. I hope you finish refining the pet beast pill and the body cleansing pill soon. I will give you 1,000 trading points as a deposit." The new Alchemist. "Big brother, I'll give you 100 pet beast pills and 50 body cleansing pills first. These were left over from previous refining. I stayed up all night refining pet beast pills last night. I hope you're satisfied, big brother." Lin Yun was very touched by Lance's trust. He hadn't received the pills yet, but had already given 1,000 trading points as a deposit. That was not a small amount. Lance looked at the extra pills in the trading warehouse and also approved of Lin Yun. Although Daisy and Ivy could also refine some potions to boost strength, they had only recently become alchemists, and Lance didn't have many magic herbs from his family. There weren't enough herbs for them to practice with. After breakfast, Lance gave all these pills to Will, asking him to distribute them, then headed to where the wind spirit horse was. Lance arrived in front of the wind spirit horse. He took some spiritual herbs from his space ring and fed them to the horse. Then he said to the wind spirit horse, "As my partner, you need a good name. Just like Shadow, I want to give you a nice name. I thought all night yesterday and used a lot of energy. How about Jinghong? It describes a white horse that is light and graceful with a stunning figure. Graceful like a flying swan, elegant like a swimming dragon." Once, Jinghong's shadow came to visit. What do you think? Although these words are often used to describe women, and Jinghong is a male horse, Lance didn't care about that. As long as the name sounded good. Jinghong lowered his head and thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He let out a cheerful neigh, which was at least better than the name Shadow. Luckily, it wasn't called Little White or something similar. After everything was ready, Lance rode Jinghong at the front of the team. Shadow happily followed, eating the spiritual herbs Lance casually fed him. He was very happy, just eating delicious herbs without doing anything. Unlike Jinghong, who was just a transportation tool for his owner. Thinking this, Shadow happily shouted at Lance and then rushed ahead to scout the way. Soon, he disappeared from sight. Lance felt a bit confused. After 12 days of rushing forward with the whole team, they were about 1,000 kilometers away from Sunset City. During these days, 150 soldiers showed initial progress after training with Will. Besides Will's 3 brothers, other Guardian Knights also broke through to become knights with the help of body-refining pills and night awakening potions. Lance received some pills from a new alchemist and handed them over to Will for distribution. Will gave each soldier 1 body-refining pill. All these soldiers were allowed by Lance to practice the night breathing technique, and now they had all become knight attendants. They prioritized giving 12 dragon scale horses 400 pet beast pills. These Guardian Knights' horses were close to becoming low-level magical beasts. Other ordinary horses each received 1 pill, which greatly increased their speed. Lance's trading points dropped from 39,000 to over 35,000. Besides spending 1,000 low-level magic crystals on Daisy and her sister for training, he also bought some spiritual herbs and magic potions on the trading platform. The biggest expense was buying pills from the new alchemist. He bought 200 body-refining pills for 1,800 trading points, and 400 pet beast pills for 1,600 trading points, totaling 2,400 trading points spent on pills. Lance didn't mind spending his trading points. Although he currently had no way to earn more, he believed he would in the future. Now, Lance's team was incredibly strong. He had 1 elite knight and 15 knights, which was quite impressive for a pioneer knight. Most barons didn't have as much strength as Lance. Even some lesser viscounts, after seeing his team, would feel inferior. During these days, Lance didn't buy many pills from the new alchemist on the platform. Instead, he bought several pieces of meat from the Wolf King. The Wolf King was very grateful. After others bought meat from him as well, he had earned over 10 trading points. He planned to save more to improve the strength of his alpha female wolf. Lance also has another friend, Tontian Jianmu. It seems that his world is lucky because spiritual energy is recovering, and he is one of the first to benefit from it. He consciously absorbs the scattered spiritual energy in the air. Now, he is close to reaching a level just before becoming extraordinary. During these 7 days of travel, Lance's army has destroyed 3 goblin tribes and 1 kobold tribe. What makes Lance sad is that some of the women he saved from the goblins, as well as those rescued from the other 3 goblin tribes, chose to end their lives. This makes Lance hate the goblins even more. There are also some prisoners in the kobold tribe, both men and women, totaling over 200 people. That kobold tribe is quite large. However, when faced with Lance's army, they were crushed. Most of these prisoners followed Lance to explore new lands, while a few refused and left. After Lance provided them with some food, he didn't pay them any more attention. He clearly saw the outline of distant mountains, and the surrounding terrain became less flat. Lance was thinking about what else his territory needed to develop when suddenly he heard the eerie cry of Shadow. Along with 2 sharp screams, Lance looked up. 2 huge eagles were chasing Shadow. Shadow was holding a magic potion in his mouth and desperately running toward Lance. He was running and making loud screeches, as if calling for help. Just as Lance was thinking about what his territory lacked, Shadow brought 2 eagles. Such good fortune made Lance secretly praise Shadow. He pretended to be very angry and shouted loudly so Shadow could hear. "How dare you? My mount is not something you can touch." Lance shot forward directly, and one of the eagle-like creatures swooped down toward Shadow. Shadow was filled with fear. This was the first time he felt his life was threatened. He couldn't fight back, and he couldn't run away. He had only seen a magic potion with no owner and wanted to bring it back to show his master. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he heard screams from afar. Seeing the huge body of the eagle, Shadow started to run. He hated that he was born with fewer legs. Just as he was about to be caught by the eagle, Shadow closed his eyes. He had already prepared himself for the fall from the sky. Suddenly, a strong wind blew past Shadow's ear, and Lance's voice reached his ear. He opened his eyes and looked at the giant eagle under Lance's foot. Tears finally fell from Shadow's eyes. He quickly walked toward Lance, feeling wronged, and kicked the giant eagle at Lance's feet twice. "Master, you almost didn't get to see your most loyal and handsome partner." Lance patted his head and comforted him. "It's okay. I will avenge you. As long as I am here, no one can hurt you." "That's what I said." Shadow was very moved and rubbed his head against Lance. Feeling the magic beast under his feet, its strength was probably close to the peak of the beginner level. The eagle in the sky was a bit smaller than the one below and also emitted a beastly aura. It was probably recently advanced. It released the aura of an elite knight, which made the eagle below tremble in fear. But at this moment, the eagle in the sky swooped down with Lance's momentum. Frowning slightly, "You dare to challenge me." He controlled his strength to knock out the eagle below, causing it to faint and fall from his head. He dodged slightly, casually grabbed the eagle's claw as it swooped down, threw it to the ground, and then punched it to faint again. Lance clapped his hands, his clothes slightly dirty. At this time, Will led his army on horseback and rushed over. Seeing the 2 fainted giant eagles on the ground, their eyes were filled with admiration for Lance. Lance said calmly, "Tie up these 2 eagles. They dared to bully Shadow. They will pay for it later. Be careful. These 2 eagles are magical beasts. Tie them up tightly." Looking at the 2 giant eagles on the ground, he hadn't paid close attention during the fight. He didn't expect them to look quite handsome. The larger one was about 6 meters long, and the smaller one over 5 meters. Their wingspan was about 10 meters. Their feathers were blue-black, like the stormy sky before a thunderstorm, with bright blue patterns on the edges and tips. The feathers on their chests were a lighter white, like light shining through clouds. Their beaks were hooked, shining with a golden luster, and their golden claws were huge and sharp. Really 2 handsome birds, Lance thought to himself. They were by Will and his team and carried back to the camp. At this moment, Shadow ran over to Lance, nuzzling his head against Lance's shoulder. It then handed him a magical potion that looked like grass from its mouth. Lance sensed strong lightning and wind element energies inside the potion. He didn't recognize what kind it was and decided to take it back to show Daisy and the others later. He casually took out some magical and spiritual herbs that Shadow liked from his space ring, along with 2 pet beast pills. Lance patted Shadow's head and said, "Go play. Just stay close to me. Do whatever you want." Lance was very pleased with the 2 eagle-like magical beasts Shadow brought back. He looked forward to it bringing back more. He returned to the camp and found Daisy. Daisy was busy arranging some matters for Annie. Lance didn't want to disturb her right away. After Annie left, Lance approached Daisy. He took out the grass-type magic potion Shadow had given him and asked, "Daisy, what kind of potion is this?" Daisy examined it carefully and said, "This is storm grass. It has strong lightning and wind element energies. It's the favorite food of the storm eagle." Lance suddenly understood. "Oh, so the 2 eagles we caught earlier are called storm eagles. Nice name." Daisy was very excited to hear this. "Master, did you catch 2 storm eagles? Their blood is one of the main ingredients used to make the Night Awakening potion. Your mother, Mage Ilii, taught us the recipe before." Lance was also surprised and pleased. "Great, I didn't expect they have such a big role. We should think of a way to persuade them. No, to tame them, so they willingly give us their blood. By the way, what do you think of Annie, the female knight?" Daisy told Lance about Annie's past experiences. Then she added, "Annie is sincere. She hasn't hidden anything from me. She handles her tasks very well and is very capable. She's now my right-hand person." Lance thought for a moment and said, "Tell her that as long as she does her job well, there will be a chance for revenge in the future. Also, her cultivation is still sealed. If you want to unseal it, go ahead. I leave her in your hands." After that, Lance discussed some territory affairs with Daisy before leaving. Lance headed toward the 2 storm eagles, determined to persuade and tame them. At this moment, the larger storm eagle had woken up. It realized it was and struggled, but couldn't break free. Thinking about what had happened earlier, it felt angry. That horse had stolen its magic potion while it was out hunting. Usually, it didn't even like to eat that potion. Looking at the group of humans guarding them nearby, it felt a deep sense of frustration. Recently, its wife was about to give birth. It had hoped to wait a little longer for the storm grass to grow. Once its wife had given birth, it planned to give her some of the storm grass to help her recover. But who would have thought that the hateful horse would steal it? It couldn't even fight the horse's owner. It had been stepped on in front of its wife. Wasn't the owner ashamed? The more it thought about it, the angrier it became. It flapped its wings hard, but the ropes were very strong. It didn't know who had tied it up, but it couldn't break free at all. It tried to use its wind and lightning elemental powers, but the ropes grew tighter and completely resisted its magic. Hearing the noise nearby and sensing that its wife was about to wake up, it stopped struggling. It didn't want to show its weakness in front of her. When its wife woke up, she let out a worried cry and sat up, barking at the eagle twice. She was already close to giving birth. After being knocked over by Lance, the process sped up. There was nothing she could do. She couldn't hold back anymore. Hearing the signals that she was about to give birth, he felt very worried. Fortunately, Lance acted carefully and didn't seriously hurt them. His wife was in labor now, and they were helpless. He didn't know what that powerful human would do to them. All he wanted was for his wife to give birth smoothly. Hearing footsteps approaching from nearby, he shivered in fear. The strong human was coming toward them. Lance arrived in front of the 2 storm eagles. Seeing the strange atmosphere, he sensed the situation. To his surprise, he found that the smaller storm eagle was laying eggs. Usually, eagle-like magical beasts only lay eggs when they are nurturing their young. Lance was overjoyed. Truly, it was a blessing from heaven. I should reward Shadow Spirit properly. I didn't expect Shadow Spirit to bring a team of empty cavalry when it went out. Although I was very happy inside, I pretended to look angry on the outside. I frowned and said some sad words to the large storm eagle. "You guys actually ambushed my favorite mount while I wasn't looking. It only saw a wild magic herb, but you wanted to kill it. If I weren't here, I might never see it again. It has grown up with me and is my best friend. I've never hit or scolded it. I feel so sad. But today, it almost got killed by you. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Hearing that Lance was going to kill them, he trembled in fear. He thought that if he just admitted his mistake and submitted, they could survive. But he didn't expect this human to want to kill them. He could die, but his wife and children could not die like this. He lowered his noble head and knelt in front of Lance, calling out softly. He conveyed his plea to Lance. I attacked your horse alone. My wife only acted because she saw I was hurt. Please spare my wife and children. Just kill me. I promise they won't seek revenge on you in the future. Seeing the situation, Lance felt confident and calm. Adult eagle creatures are always proud and difficult to tame. Now was a good time because the mother eagle was laying eggs, and Lance's strong power intimidated them. This gave Lance a good chance to tame them. After thinking for a moment, Lance's heart was already smiling. My beloved horse told me he didn't know that was a wild magic herb. He just grabbed it and was chased by you. As magical beasts, your cultivation is hard to come by. He told me that if there's a chance, he would spare your lives. I respect your courage. I can give you a chance to submit to me. Hearing Lance's words, they completely forgot about the time when Lance stepped on them and kicked them twice. Now, they only felt deep gratitude. If it weren't for what he said, they might have died today. He nodded excitedly and lowered his head, showing his willingness to submit. Lance was very pleased with what he just said. This not only made the storm eagle feel grateful to Shadow, but also helped remove the gap between them. It also made Lance appear kind and merciful. Even though his beloved horse almost lost its life, he was still willing to give the storm eagle a chance to submit because of Shadow's words. This gave the storm eagle a way out and eased the tension between them. As the biggest winner, Lance gained the submission of 2 storm eagles. Lance rated his own actions a 9 out of 10, just 1 point shy of perfection, worried he might become too proud. He carefully looked into the eyes of the storm eagle. He hadn't noticed before how beautiful they were. Their eyes were not ordinary bird eyes, but looked like 2 concentrated lightning balls. They emitted a bright blue glow, sharp and piercing, as if they could see through souls, full of ancient wisdom and great authority. He ordered the soldiers nearby to come and untie the 2 storm eagles. Lance stepped forward and said to the large storm eagle, "Fly around with me. Let me see your strength. Your wife and children will be taken care of." The storm eagle nodded, spread its wings, and signaled Lance to jump onto its back. Feeling Lance on board, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky, thoughtfully creating a wind element shield for Lance. Lance silently observed everything from the platform, thinking it would be good to come up with a nice name for the storm eagles. Calling them just Storm Eagle wasn't enough. In the sky, the storm eagle soared freely. It used all its speed, and the scene below kept changing. The sonic boom scared the animals on the ground, causing them to run in panic. Flying has always had a special attraction for humans. Lance was no exception. As an elite knight, he couldn't fly on his own body yet, so he could only glide using his fighting spirit for a short time. On the back of the storm eagle, his understanding of freedom deepened. This was something he hadn't experienced before with Jinghong. After about 5 minutes of flying, Lance estimated they were over 100 kilometers from the camp, almost as fast as he could run using his fighting spirit. Fortunately, these 2 storm eagles were only at the beginner level of magic beasts. If they had been at the intermediate level, Lance knew he wouldn't be able to defeat them. He signaled for the storm eagle to slow down. Looking at the large river ahead, it is about a few hundred meters wide. Many animals are drinking water by the river, and some predators in the water are hunting the animals that are drinking. Nature is about survival of the fittest. Continuing to fly forward for 100 kilometers, Lance sees the huge mountains and dense, tall forests. He is already imagining how he will develop this area once he becomes a lord. As a person from China, expanding territory is deeply part of his soul. Along the way, Lance also saw several groups from the sky: goblins, kobolds, centaurs, and many others. The seeds of war are quietly growing in Lance's heart. Riding his storm eagle to patrol his future land, Lance is very happy with this resource-rich and fertile land. His mind records everything he sees on the platform. After a while in the sky, Lance orders the storm eagle to return to the camp. He can't wait to start building his territory. There is only about 200 kilometers left, which will take a couple of days. Lance plans to establish his territory near a river close to the mountains. Although this means facing attacks from magical beasts inside the mountains, it also makes it easier to gather resources from the mountains. Moreover, the army in Lance's territory is quite strong. Usually, low-level magical beasts are not found on the mountain outskirts, let alone mid-level ones. Encountering a powerful low-level beast like the Storm Eagle is just good luck for Shadow. It's probably because the mother Storm Eagle is nearing her egg-laying period, so she and her mate flew out from deep within the mountains. They likely wanted to find a safe place for her to lay eggs, but Shadow was lucky enough to meet them. This gave Lance the chance to tame these two Storm Eagles, and he feels he should reward Shadow well. Speaking of Shadow, he just ran into her. Not far from the camp, in the sky above, Lance saw Shadow surrounded by a group of wild horses. What made Lance speechless was that Shadow was standing on a larger, taller wild horse than the others. It looked just like how Lance had stepped on the Storm Eagle before. Shadow was clearly feeling very pleased right now, looking at the Horse King beneath her. He never showed any sign of being a beast of magic from start to finish. Instead, he relied on his slightly stronger body to fight back and forth with this ordinary Horse King. After knocking the ordinary Horse King to the ground, he remembered the scene where his owner had saved him before. Feeling that something was still missing from the current scene, he stepped forward, lifted a leg gently, and lightly stepped on the ordinary Horse King. He slightly raised his head, snorted loudly, and looked at the surrounding herd of horses with admiration. Shadow greatly enjoyed this feeling. Bringing this herd of horses back home, his owner would surely reward him with tasty food. He happily decided to do so. Shadow retracted his hoof from the wild Horse King's body and was about to lead the herd back to the camp. Suddenly, he heard a scream he would never forget in his life. His forelegs started to run uncontrollably. While running, he loudly neighing, trying to send a cry for help to his owner. Storm Eagle didn't expect his shout to cause such a strong reaction in Shadow. He felt a bit guilty. Although Shadow was almost killed by him, he was pleading for mercy for them, trying to let Lance spare their lives. He decided that in the future, he must thank Shadow properly. It was Shadow who allowed his wife and children to survive. Lance rode Storm Eagle, flying low, and called out to Shadow, "Why do I hear the owner's voice?" Shadow opened his eyes, looking at Lance standing on Storm Eagle's back. He finally stopped. Shadow looked at Lance with big questioning eyes, sparkling with doubt. "Didn't you say you wanted to avenge me?" Lance sighed. "Shadow, as my longest-standing companion, don't you still know my personality? I feel sad that you look at me with doubt. Later, when I'm not around, what will you do? If you encounter a beast like the Storm Eagle again, what will you do? I tamed it to be your mount. I specifically told them that it was because you begged me that I decided not to kill them. Now, you are their benefactor. You don't need to fear them anymore. If you meet a beast you can't defeat, you can ask them for help. But what about you? You still don't trust me much. You look at me with suspicion, and that really hurts my feelings." Shadow was so touched. It turned out that everything the owner did was for me. I really am terrible. Last time, it was because of Jing Hong, and now, because of the Storm Eagle, I doubted Lance. I really shouldn't have. He then nudged Lance's head and apologized. Lance pretended to be sad on the outside, but inside he was very happy. Shadow was the best at fooling him. He patted Shadow's head and said, all right, I forgive you. I hope you won't think like that next time. You don't need to fear them anymore. Just get along well in the future." After explaining to Shadow, Lance returned to his tent to think of names for the two Storm Eagles. He logged into the platform and saw the forum page, editing a post. Paid naming service 2, Human Destiny Community. Dear friends, who understands? Today, I encountered a powerful beast hunting two Storm Eagles, and one of them was pregnant. As a just person, I couldn't allow such a thing to happen in front of me. So I saved them. Maybe they stayed because I saved them, or maybe they were charmed by my strength and refused to leave, saying they wanted to repay me. I have no way to refuse. I can't kill them, so I took them in. Now I want to give them two names. I want nice couple names. Sorry for my limited knowledge. If you're interested, you can exchange 20 trading points for two names. The most liked ones tonight will be chosen. StormEagle.jpg Overlooking View.jpg Flying.mp4 Lance looked at the finished post and then published it. At this time, the camp had finished preparing lunch. Ivy carried the prepared meal into Lance's tent. Daisy was also done and followed Ivy inside. Lance ate lunch with them and talked about the scenery he saw in the sky. He also mentioned plans to develop land near the mountain by the river. After Lance finished speaking, Ivy looked forward to it and said, "Big brother Lance, I haven't flown in the sky before. I want to know how it feels. Can I ride the Storm Eagle and fly around?" Lance naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request. He told them, "Once the mother eagle has finished raising her young, let her become your transportation. If you want to try it later, I can take you to talk to the male eagle." Ivy was about to agree, but was glared at by her sister. So she said, "Let's wait until the mother eagle finishes raising her young. I still need to help my sister manage the camp now. We will have plenty of time later." Lance, who had grown up with them, always agreed to their requests. Then Daisy asked about the details of the river area. Lance replied, "Beyond the river is flat, fertile land. About 100 kilometers ahead, you'll reach the mountains. Between the mountains and the river is where we plan to develop our territory." He added, "There are a few goblin tribes, kobold tribes, and centaur tribes I saw." He continued, "There may be other tribes as well. These issues are not a big problem. My army will teach them how to do things." He described the other side of the mountains as endless, with huge trees growing everywhere. He believed resources there would be abundant. When he was strong enough, he planned to create a magical herb garden for the family. Hearing Lance's words, the sisters felt excited about the land they would soon reach. Lance also talked with Daisy about future plans for their territory. "It's time to leave. We should reach there in a couple of days and start building the territory." Daisy took Ivy and left the tent to organize the team for the journey. Lance rode the swift hawk happily at the front of the group. As for the two storm eagles and the hatched eagle egg, their future plans are not mentioned here. Lance told Daisy to carefully keep the egg, while the two storm eagles followed him all the way forward. He arranged for Will to go to the river first and build a raft so they wouldn't waste time later. Riding on the swift bird, Lance's mind drifted into the platform, thinking about finding some fun during the boring journey. The platform was still not very advanced. It would be great if it had short videos like those from the previous world to give everyone more entertainment. He randomly browsed some posts on the forum and found that his favorite diary had been updated. Online update of Palace Intrigue Diary 75. Little Ing from the Cold Palace. Hello everyone. I am Little Ing. Today marks my 75th day in the Cold Palace. I can't imagine what I would be like without the human fire platform. Everything here is so hard to endure. Consort Way. Because I wore the same clothes as her, she sent me to the Cold Palace. Today, I heard some news. The Emperor is going to pardon everyone, and people in the Cold Palace will be released. I'm ready to leave this painful place. I hope my brothers and sisters can give me some ideas on how to escape this harsh palace life." Lance silently liked the post. It was one of the few diaries he was following. Just like with the novels he used to read, he was very curious about how this story would end. After browsing the forum, Lance withdrew his thoughts. Although the journey was boring, it didn't stop him from finding some fun. Riding the swift bird quickly forward, the wind howled in his ears. His future lay ahead on that fertile land. Night fell. The large army was only 30 kilometers from the river now. Lance planned to establish a territory between the mountains and the river. They could reach it after walking another 80 kilometers tomorrow. The camp was filled with firelight. Everyone gathered around, waiting to eat. Their expressions while chatting were very lively. They didn't look like slaves at all. They were very grateful for Lance's kindness. Not only did they eat well every day, but sometimes they even had extra meals. After days of traveling, no one felt tired. Instead, they looked forward to their future life even more. At this moment, a quietly whispered to the people gathered around the campfire, "Did you hear? Robert has become a knight squire. He was in the same cell with me when he was a. Since joining the Lord's army, his strength has improved rapidly, and now he is a knight squire. From now on, everyone will call him Sir." Everyone around was very surprised. Really? If I had known during the army expansion, I would have signed up too. I heard soldiers eat meat every day until they are full, and they get magic potions from the Lord's rewards. I envy those who were chosen. Hearing that makes me feel even worse. I also signed up to join the army, but I can't do much and am not very strong, so I wasn't selected. Sigh, that hurts, buddy. I heard that we will reach the new settlement tomorrow. I am really looking forward to it. With the Lord's generosity, there will probably be extra food tomorrow. I think we might get to eat meat then. Yes, I feel the same. The Lord is kind. Even before I became my life was never as good as it is now. I really wish I could be a lifelong servant of the Lord. Me too. I want to be a lifelong servant of the Lord. The slaves in the camp were chatting with each other. Inside Lance's tent, Daisy and Ivy were eating with him. Lance was stuffing meat into his mouth and gave Ivy a thumbs up, praising, "Ivy, your cooking is getting better and better. I can't imagine what I would do without you in the future." Ivy blushed from the praise and shyly said, "As long as Big Brother Lance likes it, I will cook for you every day. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I can learn to make it. Haha, having you is really my blessing. By the way, Daisy, I think we will reach the destination tomorrow afternoon. I plan to build a territory 50 kilometers from the riverbank, where the residents can live. How about we build a castle on the western side near the mountains? You and Ivy can live inside, and I want to build a dock by the river. We can't keep crossing with just rafts forever. We are not far from the sea, so we should develop shipbuilding. I'm also looking forward to the beautiful ocean view, but unfortunately, we lack enough skilled workers. No one knows how to build ships. We need to develop our population. Our numbers are too small, and our army is too weak. It will take time to grow gradually." Lance quickly told Daisy a lot about the future development of the territory. Daisy looked absent-mindedly at Lance's lively face, sitting quietly and listening. After Lance finished, she replied, "Yes, the population is indeed too small. All these plans require many talented people and a larger population to accomplish. I think we can capture more outsiders to do hard labor. Our villagers are wasting their strength on simple work." Lance nodded slightly and said, "Exactly. Next time, we'll pay more attention, try to keep some alive, and have them work as laborers." He still remembered those annoying goblins, who looked like they were made for hard work. Lance thought of a saying, "If you don't do it, goblins will." After dinner, the two sisters started practicing meditation. Lance's mind sank into the platform. He didn't forget about the names of the two storm eagles. He looked at the forum and found his own post. The most liked comment was from Juga Village Master. Juga Village Master. The male is called North Wind. The female is called Thunder. North Wind symbolizes the cold, penetrating wind, representing calmness, authority, and total control. Thunder refers to the fierce lightning and thunder, symbolizing destructive power and judgment. The combined meaning of North Wind and Thunder. Wind and thunder follow each other, sweeping across the sky. When North Wind rises, thunder will follow. The names are well matched and give a sense of dominance over the sky. Lance looked at Juga Village Master's comment, and it really touched his heart. A human community replied, "Really like these two names. 20 trade points sent. Thanks everyone for participating. Much appreciated." JPG Lance also checked the comments below and found many talented people. Qin Shi Huang, still gathering ministers to name them. The male is called Cloud Roar. The female is called Thunder Feather. Yun Xiao, roaring clouds, symbolizing the mighty force rolling and gathering in the storm. Thunder Feather, the feathers of lightning, representing the most urgent and sacred light at the storm's core. A grand display of storm power, combining strength and elegance. The imagery is vivid, blending softness and hardness. Lance silently liked his comment, and there was another comment that Lance also thought was very good. The talented star. The male is called Yongxian, and the female is called Guangyan. Yongxian refers to an endless storm vortex, symbolizing deep and eternal strength. Guangyan refers to the lightning streak across the sky, symbolizing brilliance and fleeting beauty. A perfect combination of eternity and moment, one representing the essence of the storm, the other the most stunning instant of the storm, filled with a sense of fate and deep meaning. This talented star really has something. Almost as good as me, Lance thought happily as he liked the comment. He continued scrolling through the comments and saw familiar friends. Wolf King, the strength of the boss is really impressive. The speed of the Storm Eagle in the video was too fast. If I had half his speed, I would have already dominated the plains. I really want to become the boss's mount. Heavenly Tree. Jealous of the boss. Now you can even fly, 1 to becoming the boss's mount. First Emperor. Everyone in the comment section is talented. At Heavenly Tree, how can a tree become a mount? It can't even move. I want to be the mount of the brain. 10086. Cold Palace Xiaoying. Does the boss need a pendant? Qingyang True Person. It seems your strength is extraordinary. Your speed is even faster than that of ordinary foundation-building cultivators. Newbie Alchemist. Does the boss need a pet beast pill? I'll buy a lot at a 30% discount for you. Lance saw these comments and couldn't help but smile. It felt like returning to the days before his crossing, a strange but pleasant feeling as if it was yesterday. He shook off his thoughts and began practicing the night breathing technique. The next morning, Lance opened his eyes, his bright blue eyes shining with energy. He woke up early today. Seeing Daisy and Ivy still practicing nearby, Lance didn't disturb them and went to the tent. Some of the slaves had already gotten up and were exercising, including some children. Lance didn't make any special arrangements for these children. He simply revoked their status, letting them eat well and sleep well. Most of the slaves hadn't done heavy work, as they spent most of their time traveling. During their camp setup, Daisy arranged for them to gather firewood, cut grass to feed the horses, clean the horses, and carry supplies. Because they had expanded the army before, they needed to build strength. Some slaves exercised during their rest, hoping to be chosen for the next military service. Joining the army had become the top choice for these slaves and children. Just having meat at every meal was already a great benefit. Lance also mentioned that soldiers received a salary every month, with the most common soldiers earning about 10 silver coins after taxes. They also had free food and accommodation, and the food was very good. Sometimes, they even received some beast meat, which was a basic benefit. Although in the Empire of Ears, ordinary workers could earn 25 to 30 copper coins a day, about 30 copper coins daily, totaling 900 copper coins a month, or 9 silver coins. These earnings did not include daily expenses. Buying clothes or other items required careful consideration. And this was before taxes. After paying taxes, many people became slaves. Lance looked at these motivated slaves and children and felt very satisfied. It showed that he, as a lord, was doing a good job. He strolled toward the place where the storm eagles were, watching the two eagles lying close together. Lance felt a bit speechless. In the early morning, were they so eager? He cleared his throat twice. Humph. Startled, they immediately separated. The disturbed storm eagles looked a little angry, but when they saw Lance, they calmed down. At this time, the mother eagle had laid 2 eggs. Lance nodded with satisfaction. The more, the better. He approached the male storm eagle and smiled as he said, "Since you are with me, you need a good name. Something easy to call, like Shadow and Swift. By the way, I also have some talent. You can be called North Wind, and your mate can be called Thunder. North Wind represents the cold, penetrating wind, symbolizing calm, authority, and absolute control. Thunder represents violent lightning and thunder, symbolizing destructive power and judgment. Wind and thunder together sweep across the sky. When North Wind rises, thunder will follow. The names are well matched, full of the dominance of the sky. In Shuofeng's eyes, a bright light flickered. When he heard the phrase, "When the North Wind rises, thunder will follow," he already believed in that name deep in his heart. He nodded happily and looked at his wife with anticipation. His wife, Lei Ting, also liked that phrase and agreed with the name. She nodded at Shuofeng to show her approval. Seeing that Shuofeng and Lei Ting accepted his talent, Lance felt very happy. He took out a few magic potions and fed them to them, then happily left. He also gave some magic potions to Yueying and Jinghong before returning to his tent. At this moment, Daisy was outside handling some tasks, while Ivy was preparing breakfast for Lance. Lance had nothing else to do, and he enjoyed this simple life very much. After breakfast, the main group started moving again. Soon, they reached near a river. Lance asked Will to prepare a wooden raft early. They found a place with gentle water flow, and everyone began crossing the river. The raft was about 10 meters long and wide. There were about 7 or 8 such rafts. Lance estimated they could carry a few hundred people at a time, and 2 or 3 trips would be enough. With horses and supplies, 5 or 6 trips would be sufficient. The crossing went smoothly without any accidents. Lance rode Shuofeng over the river, and the magical beast aura from Shuofeng kept the water creatures away. To speed up, Will ordered the soldiers to push the rafts into the water, and they moved very quickly. About an hour later, the entire main group reached the opposite bank of the river. They didn't stop and kept moving forward because they were close to their destination. Everyone was excited, finally having a place to rest. From the river to the mountains, the terrain kept rising. The path under their feet was no longer as flat as the Wind Whisper Plain, but that didn't dampen their enthusiasm for the journey. By the afternoon, they finally arrived at their destination, located between the mountains and the river. The land was relatively flat. There were some trees around. These trees, while not as tall or dense as those in the mountains, still reached over 20 meters high, with 2 or 3 people holding hands to embrace them. Occasionally, small animals can be seen playing in the trees. The birds on the trees saw Lance and a large group of people arriving. Their eyes were full of curiosity because they had never seen this kind of creature before. Lance looked at this place, which no one had ever stepped into before. He felt a sense of pride. These lands were waiting for him to explore. They belonged to him. Earlier, he had flown over this land on the Wind Spirit. To the east was a big river, and to the west were mountains that slightly rose near the Wind Whisper Plain. The mountains and rivers formed a shape like the number 8. The southern part was flat and good for living, while the rivers and mountains in the north were intertwined. From the sky, the whole territory looked like a chubby triangle. Lance was very happy with the location of his land. The east was surrounded by the river, and the west was surrounded by mountains. The land was very safe. It was still some time before sunset. The camp had been traveling since morning and was a bit tired. Everyone was resting. Lance found Daisy and said, "Come with me to look around the edges of the territory." He took Daisy's hand and led her to where the Wind Spirit was. Then, they jumped onto the Wind Spirit's back. From up high, they looked down at the land. Daisy had never seen the world like this before. She looked at Lance's side face, and her cheeks turned a little red. "Daisy, look. This is our land. The location is very good, but right now, we don't have enough people or skilled workers to develop it. Look at that goblin tribe below. They are living on my land without my permission. Tomorrow, I will catch them to work. We are also in need of slaves." Daisy smiled at Lance and said, "There will be more in the future." After flying in the sky with Lance for over an hour, Daisy had a better understanding of the land around the territory. The location was indeed very good. She needed to plan some staffing, like building docks by the river and a castle near the mountains. There was also urgent work to build the territory, such as creating farmland. All of this required a lot of workers, which Lance's territory currently lacked. There was so much to do. Daisy felt she would be busy for a while. Currently, Lance's territory has a population of just over 2,200 people. Excluding the 150 soldiers, Will, and others, the population is around 2,000. Including about 354 children and some of Lance's servants. Only about 1,600 people are able to work. We need to plan carefully for these people. This situation is very troublesome for Lance. He needs to hold a meeting to discuss it. Lance asked Ivy to prepare food and drinks and told Daisy to get ready for the meeting later. The meeting would be tonight. He wanted to hold the first meeting for his territory. He couldn't think of everything by himself. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. He found Will and asked him to inform all the knights to prepare for the meeting. The first meeting wasn't very formal. Since they didn't have a proper meeting place, everyone sat in a circle around a campfire to discuss. The people sitting nearby were the same group from the last banquet, 15 guardian knights, Daisy, and Ivy. Seeing everyone sitting upright and serious, Lance started the first meeting of the territory. Lance said to everyone, "This is the first meeting of our territory. First, we need a name for our land. Does anyone have ideas?" Seeing everyone silent, Lance knew his question was unnecessary. Luckily, he had gained some wisdom from browsing forums. "Since no one speaks, I will decide. How about calling it Morning Light Territory? Morning means early morning, and light means sunshine. Together, they represent the dawn, symbolizing hope and a new beginning. What do you think?" Everyone thought it was a good idea and nodded. The name Morning Light Territory sounded quite nice. Lance looked at everyone, satisfied. From now on, regardless of what the Eastern River and Western Mountain Range are called, the Eastern River will be called Morning Light River, and the Western Mountains will be called Morning Light Mountains. When his strength becomes stronger, there might be an Morning Light Empire or a Morning Light Continent. But for now, Lance was just thinking about it. Now, our first meeting of Morning Light Territory officially begins. Daisy, please tell us about the basic situation of the territory. Daisy nodded and said, "Excluding the people present, the territory now has a total population of 2,240. There are 1,984 humans and 256 subhumans. There were 1,456 men, 694 women, and 150 soldiers. Inside the territory, there were also 50,000 gold coins, 500,000 silver coins, and 50 million copper coins. All of these were given to Daisy by Lance earlier, who exchanged some silver and copper coins. These are common currencies in the Ears Empire and cannot be used elsewhere. As for how to carry so much money, space rings are not rare among nobles. For the Bryan family, it is even cheaper because they own a hollow stone mine. Hollow stones contain their own space inside. After simple magic processing, they can become space rings. Lance's space ring has a capacity of 5,000 cubic units, a gift from his mother. Lance looked at everyone with some anticipation and asked, "Do you have anything to say?" Will said, "Our population is still too small. We need to build the territory and defend against enemies around us. I suggest we focus our troops on clearing out enemies within 100 kilometers of the territory to make it safer. That way, we can free some soldiers to help build the land." Reggie agreed. "I also support Will's idea. We should buy many slaves from Sunset City. I want to bring my family to live in the territory. It takes about 10 days to make the round trip." Paul said, "Yes, I also want to bring my family here. We need to set up the Dawn Trade Guild to handle trade, constantly bringing people and supplies into the territory." Cole added, "Everyone's ideas are good. Right now, our top priority is to get more people to build the land. We should establish a special construction team to build roads and houses." Abby said, "This is a good time to plant crops. We need to develop farmland and be self-sufficient in food. We should set up an agricultural department to manage this. We can also dig a river from Dawn River to irrigate the fields." Everyone shared their ideas. Lance listened carefully, thinking each point was very important. He also recognized that they really needed more people and talent. After a moment of thought, Lance said, "First, clear the dangers within 100 kilometers of the territory. Enslave as many of the local tribes as possible. Also, expand the army to 200 soldiers. Will, I will have Shufeng help you to quickly make the territory safe." Will responded, "Yes, Reggie, Cole, Paul, you three follow Will first." After completing the task, mainly led by Reggie, "Take our family crest to Sunset City to buy slaves and some supplies needed for the territory. Discuss with Daisy if you need anything. To prevent any accidents, I will have Shufeng accompany you." Reggie and the others replied, "Yes." Daisy organized the territory's personnel. Departments like engineering and agriculture need to set up frameworks in advance so that the residents can work more efficiently. Also, those children should learn more skills. Let them follow the army to learn basic combat skills. For example, practicing with swords and spears, riding horses, and learning a craft from artisans. When there are more people in the future, I plan to build a school in the territory to train them." Daisy nodded and said, "Understood, Lord. By the way, some female residents also want to join the army. What do you think?" Lance stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Female soldiers are rare on this continent because they are slightly disadvantaged compared to men, but there are powerful female armies too. His Bryan family has an all-female army, the Rose Legion. The soldiers are elite and have made many contributions to the family. That's fine. I don't oppose women joining the army, but some standards need to be set. You can discuss with Annie and start recruiting 50 for training to see how it goes." Daisy listened to Lance and said, "Okay, I will set the standards. By the way, check if those children have mage talents. Currently, only you and Ivy are mages in the territory, which is too few. We want the territory to develop stronger, and mages are essential. The training of mages needs to be accelerated." Lance looked at Daisy and Ivy, suddenly realizing that there are almost no mages in the territory, which is unacceptable. Mages are much more important than knights, and are also rarer. Their talents already limit most people. As long as a knight is not someone with no talent for cultivation at all, and is willing to spend resources, their strength will definitely improve. This can be compared to cultivators in the immortal world. Magicians are like cultivators with spiritual roots. Such people are very rare among ordinary humans. Of course, at higher levels, there are ways to defy the heavens and change one's fate, allowing ordinary people to have strong cultivation talent. The role of magicians needs no explanation. Whether it is making potions or forging extraordinary weapons, They all require magic. During large-scale wars, magicians are much more powerful than knights. A big spell cast by a magician can kill many enemies at once. After saying these things, Lance took these people to eat. Ivy had prepared food and drinks in advance, kept warm with magic. Ivy made dishes from magical beast meat brought from her family and brewed wine with magic herbs. Although Lance and her two sisters eat every day, and Will, the guardian knight, often shares some magical beast meat and fine wine, nothing tastes as good as Ivy's cooking. Opportunities to enjoy her food are rare. After everyone ate happily, they left to prepare for the next day. Lance, Daisy, and Ivy returned to their tents. That night, Lance drank a bit too much. He didn't use his aura to dispel the drunkenness and fell asleep hugging Daisy in a daze. Inside the tent, although Lance was already asleep, Daisy was not. She was very alert and had never been so clear-headed before. Her face was flushed, but she still didn't let go of Lance's hand holding her. Ivy watched her sister's awkward state, smiled kindly, and also felt a bit envious. After a while, Daisy began practicing meditation. Staring at Lance's face so close, his breath on her face made her feel slightly enchanted. Unable to resist, she kissed Lance's cheek. When she found no reaction, she kissed his lips again. Still no response, but Daisy was already very satisfied. She looked at Lance's handsome face absent-mindedly and, at some point, fell asleep. Unable to hold back a wild roar, I made a strange animal sound that lasted for a while before calming down. It's been a long time since I slept so well. Sometimes, taking a break is good. There's a saying about balancing work and rest. At this moment, Daisy and Ivy were no longer in the tent. Only their faint sense remained. My consciousness sank into the platform, and I found the new Alchemist. Human Destiny Community. I need 200 body refining pills and 400 beast taming pills. This is a deposit of 1,200. Then I contacted the Wolf King. Human Destiny Community. Bring me 100 tons of meat, lamb, beef, or venison, any kind. Here are 5 trade points. The Wolf King responded immediately. Wolf King, thanks for your support, Big Boss. I bow to you. Lance didn't reply, feeling a bit speechless. The Wolf King was becoming more and more playful, but he was also quite entertaining on the forum. Then he saw a message from Tongtian Jinmu. Tongtian Jinmu, Big Boss, as you know, my world experienced a spiritual energy revival. Yesterday, I entered the extraordinary realm. I now feel incredibly powerful. I can swing my branches to attack. But that's not the most important thing. The most exciting part is that my tree has borne fruit. These fruits are rich in spiritual energy and can improve the cultivation and talent of some people and beasts. I wonder if you need any. I have over 100 fruits here, just 10 trade points each. Human Destiny Community. Sell me as many as you have. I'm just short of some snacks. Tongtian Jinmu. There are 115 fruits in total. You only need to pay 1,100 trade points, and I'll give you the rest to try out. Human Destiny Community. Transferred 1,100 trade points. Tongtian Jinmu. Big Boss, I've sent the fruits to you. Please accept them. Thank you very much for your support. Tongtian Jinmu was very excited. This big boss from the Human Destiny Community was very powerful. He had underestimated him. Seeing the 1,100 trade points added to his account, he felt like he was dreaming. He knew how valuable trade points were. He suspected that without the fruits, he might not be worth so much. Lance withdrew his thoughts. Daisy had already entered the tent and was helping him organize things. Once everything was ready, Lance raised his hand and placed the 21 newly traded fruits on the table. These fruits are shaped like mangoes, about the size of an apple, with a pure jade color that is clear and shiny, making them look very tempting. He casually named them jade fruits. He picked one and took a bite. The spiritual energy inside was quite rich, and the juice was plentiful and slightly sweet. They tasted good and had a refreshing feeling that could help wake you up. It was definitely worth 10 trading points. These are jade fruits. They taste good. You can give them to Ivy when she's craving something. Daisy looked at the jade fruits silently, then carefully stored them away. She noticed Lance often took out things she hadn't seen before. These items contain energy more advanced than magic or elemental power, which is very helpful for cultivation. Although she was curious, she didn't ask Lance about them. She knew he would tell her when he wanted to. After finishing the breakfast Ivy prepared, Lance went to where Shuafeng was. This time, he didn't see the couple cuddling together. Right now, Thunder was laying eggs. This was her third egg. Shuafeng stood quietly nearby, guarding Thunder. He took out a jade fruit and offered it to Shuafeng. Shuafeng took it in his mouth, but didn't eat it. Instead, he walked over to Thunder and put the fruit into her mouth. Lance watched silently. He wondered, "You fed Thunder, so what am I supposed to feed her later?" He took out another jade fruit and offered it to Shuafeng. Unexpectedly, Shuafeng put it into Thunder's mouth again. Thunder squinted happily and rubbed her head against Shuafeng. Shuafeng looked proud. "Huh, using my fruit to please your wife." Seeing Shuafeng enjoying himself, Lance couldn't hold back his laughter. Lance then took out another fruit and loudly said to Shuafeng, "Eat this one yourself, or don't eat any more in the future." In the end, Shuafeng ate the jade fruit. What did he do wrong? His wife was giving birth to their child. Eating one more fruit wasn't a big deal. Honestly, this owner was pretty good. Since he followed him, he ate magic potions every day and didn't need to hunt himself. Every mealtime, someone would bring the food he wanted to eat. He just carried him around and occasionally flew a little. Life was so much more comfortable than before. He now just wants to stay by his wife's side and watch his child peacefully hatch. Lance looked at Shufeng and said, "Shufeng, I have a task for you. Help will clear out the alien creatures within a 100-kilometer radius of the Dawn territory. Just look for those aliens in the sky. When you find them, take Will with you. The rest is up to Will. Also, keep an eye out for any problems." Shufeng nodded. 100 kilometers is not a big challenge for him. He can see clearly for hundreds of kilometers from high above. He can fly to the top of the camp and look around, then lead the way when needed. Eagles have sharp eyesight. Ordinary eagles can see mice digging holes several kilometers away from hundreds of meters up. And storm eagles are even better. Lance and Shufeng found Will, who was busy choosing new soldiers inside the camp. The slaves were all eager to sign up, hoping to get a chance to join the army. Once Will gathered the troops, he started the patrols with Shufeng. Will brought 130 people, leaving 20 to watch the camp and train new soldiers. Daisy was busy dividing the population. Skilled workers like carpenters, blacksmiths, and tailors were singled out to assign jobs. Lance's army had hunted many animals along the way and collected some pelts, which could be used by tailors to make clothing. As for carpenters, they would be very useful later. Daisy planned to form engineering and farming teams to clear trees and weeds around the territory. Daisy was recruiting members for these teams, and many signed up because Lance had given permission. She had just torn up the contracts in front of them. Now, they only had one identity: free people of Dawn territory. Workers in the engineering team would be paid 40 copper coins a day. The same for those in the farming team. Daisy arranged for them to cut wood, level the land, and plan where to build homes and roads. Lance thought for a moment. Although he bought some iron tools when he arrived, it was not enough for such a large population. Although he could buy tools from the market, it is better for the long-term development of the territory to train his own blacksmiths for self-sufficiency. He focused his mind on the platform and spent 20 trading points to buy a large number of metal tools, including hoes, hammers, shovels, saws, and more. He gave these tools to Daisy, asking her to make good use of them. Daisy looked at the tools and smiled at Lance. These tools arrived just in time. With them, the workers' efficiency will improve a lot. That's good, as it will speed up building the territory. Lance watched Daisy busy working and decided not to disturb her anymore. Since he had nothing else to do, he returned to his tent and started practicing. Dales is the leader of a goblin team. Today, it was his turn to lead the goblins to hunt outside the cave. He was leading 20 goblins hunting a group of deer, about 10 or so in total. The goblins were thin and small, about 1 meter tall, with hyena-like heads and black skin. Dales, the team leader, was only 1.2 meters tall. They were quietly hiding on the ground, waiting along the deer's usual path. Dales looked at the deer and thought to himself, "Today is a good day. We just left the cave and already found over 10 deer." This was enough for their tribe of more than 200 people to eat well for several days. He was imagining bringing all these deer back to the cave when a mother goblin looked at him with admiration. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from afar, startling the deer and causing them to scatter. Dales watched as all the deer ran away. He was very angry, but when he saw a large group of people approaching from the distance, he knew they were doomed. Will looked at Dales, who was kneeling on the ground, and coldly said, "Tell me where your tribe is, and I might give you a chance to live." Hearing this, Dales immediately replied, "Sir, I will take you to our tribe. It's very close, only about 5 kilometers away. Our tribe has over 200 goblins, but we are not very strong. Please spare us, and we can help you find mineral deposits. We goblins are born miners and can keenly detect mineral veins," Will said calmly. "Get up quickly and lead the way. I value my time." Dales immediately stood up and ran ahead to show the way. After about 10 minutes, Dales led Will to his tribe. "Give you 10 minutes to call everyone out. If they don't come out, there's no point in waiting." Will's stern voice reached Dales. Dales panicked and said, "Sir, please wait. I'll make them all come out right away." He quickly ran into the mine and found the tribe leader. At this moment, the tribe leader had already learned from the outside lookouts that Dales had been captured by a large group of people. Seeing Dales come before him, he asked nervously, "What happened outside?" Dales hurriedly replied, "Leader, it's too late. I was captured by a group of strong humans. We can't resist them. He only gave us 10 minutes. If we don't leave the mine within 10 minutes, they will kill us," Dales urged. "Leader, please organize the tribe to leave quickly." The tribe leader immediately gathered the goblin-headed people and led them out of the mine. Looking at the more than 200 goblin-headed people in front of him, Will felt pretty good. He asked Dales, "How many of you are there? What resources do you have here?" Dales answered, "Sir, there are 265 of us. We migrated here because we couldn't survive in the mountains. There is a rich iron mine here." Upon hearing about the rich iron mine, Will smiled slightly and said, "You're quite capable. Our Lord once said, 'Those who adapt to the times are the true heroes.' I am pleased with your actions. Paul, lead a team to take them back. The rest of you, continue following me." Seeing that these people didn't randomly kill his tribe, Dales finally relaxed. Paul frowned and said to Robert nearby, "Robert, ride back quickly to the territory and ask Lady Daisy to send 30 draft horses for the carts." "We're too slow," Robert replied. "Yes." He then urged his horse to return to Dawnlight territory. The chieftain of the goblin team whispered to Dars and a few goblin squad leaders, "There are only 5 of them, and now one has left. Should we encourage our people to escape while we can?" The other goblin squad leaders agreed, saying, "Yes, they only have 4 left. We can definitely escape. If they catch us, our ending will be terrible, slaves working until we die, and we won't even have enough to eat." Suddenly, Dars shouted loudly, "Sir, I want to report that these goblins are planning to take advantage of your small numbers to escape." A gust of wind rushed past, followed by a few muffled sounds. Not long after Dars spoke, the chieftain and the goblin squad leaders who had just discussed escaping were pierced into the ground by long spears. The goblins around them screamed and ran away, but no one dared to escape. Paul rode his horse to stand in front of Dars and said, "You did well. No wonder Captain Will praised you. Knowing when to act is wise. Clearly, you are a brave person. Actually, I heard everything they said. I was just waiting to see how you would respond when Captain Will praised you. I'm quite satisfied with your performance. From now on, your goblin tribe will be under your control." As a guardian knight, Paul had already reached the knight level, so he understood what they were saying. Dars broke out in cold sweat and nervously said, "Thank you, sir, for your recognition." Luckily, he hadn't spoken nonsense just now. Otherwise, he might have been nailed to the ground with them. They only allowed these 5 people to take them back, clearly looking down on them, thinking they couldn't cause any trouble. Feeling the disdain from those 5, and seeing that one person was sent back, Dars realized it was just a test of their strength, and he had only spoken to gauge their power. If they can't even handle the goblin chieftain, he would secretly run away among the crowd. After all, he didn't want to be a working his whole life until death. But the strength on the other side was beyond his imagination. Just after he finished speaking, the chieftain and the goblin squad leaders were already pinned to the ground. He decided he must not think about escaping anymore, or he wouldn't know how he died. Fortunately, he thought his current situation wasn't bad, even better than before. He had gained the favor of 2 powerful leaders, and now the goblins were under his control. This made Darcel determined to please these strong humans. Seeing how even the soldiers were like this, he couldn't imagine how powerful Lord Weir's strength was. About an hour later, Paul saw a team pulling carts approaching. The goblins were loaded onto the wagons, and they quickly returned to the camp. Darcel sat in the wagon, watching the strong horses pulling them effortlessly and quickly. He felt even more amazed. To save a few hours, they called a group of horses to pull them back. He could only say that this territory's strength was unfathomable. He must be careful with his words and actions. Soon, the wagon stopped. Hearing people outside calling them to get off, Darcel immediately got out of the wagon, organized the goblins to stand together, and waited quietly for their orders. Darcel was nervous and anxious. He didn't know where his fate was headed. Paul arrived outside Lance's tent and called out, "Lord, we captured a group of goblins. I don't know how to deal with them." Lance heard Paul's voice outside, finished his training, and was not angry about being disturbed. He had said before that if he didn't explicitly say he was in seclusion, anyone who came with problems could find him to solve them. He went outside the tent, looked at Paul, and said, "Let these foreigners do the work." Paul replied, "These goblins are small, with an average adult height of about 1 meter. They can't do heavy work, but they are very experienced in finding mineral veins. We found them at a nearby iron mine. They said the deposit there is very rich. Lady Daisy asked me to see if you have better plans for them." Hearing Paul's words, Lance thought for a moment. This was the question he had always wondered about, whether his territory should accept other different races. Since awakening the platform, he learned that besides his world, there are many other worlds. Lance felt that as he grew stronger, there might be wars that cross boundaries between worlds. Many worlds even don't have humans. If that happens, should he kill them all? This idea clearly conflicts with his beliefs. Also, some of his friends, although they were humans in their past lives, are not human now. The races on the platform are very diverse. Lance remembered that some had become goblins, but his territory would never accept goblin residents. That doesn't mean Lance is racist. Goblins are naturally evil. No matter what, evil gods will always tempt you to fall. However, races like the dog-headed people, who have a talent for finding mineral veins, are needed by humans. But only if they haven't done anything bad to humans before. Lance thought for a moment and said to Paul, "What do you think of the dog-headed people?" Paul replied, "They are timid and cunning, but when faced with real strength, they behave very obediently. And their talent for finding mineral veins could bring huge benefits to the territory. They could be good as slaves." "Oh, sir. Among them, there's a particularly interesting dog-headed person who gained Captain Will's praise. I also think highly of him, so I want him to manage the current dog-headed tribe." "Oh, the dog-headed person you trust makes me curious. Tell me what interesting things happened." Paul told Lance about Dars. Lance said, "That's quite interesting. Such a smart dog-headed person is rare. Let's go see them." Dars led the dog-headed tribe, waiting by the territory for their fate to unfold. Seeing the soldiers suddenly become serious, Dars knew that the critical moment for his tribe was near. He started to feel nervous and worried, afraid that if the humans got angry, they might kill everyone. He had heard that some human nobles are unpredictable. He lowered his head, afraid to look at the figures approaching from afar. "Lift your head," a light, teasing voice reached Dales's ears. Without hesitation, he quickly looked up. He saw the powerful Paul standing respectfully behind the young man in front of him. He knew this person would decide the fate of their goblin tribe. Humbly, Dales said, "Greetings, sir. We don't know how we can serve you, but our goblin tribe is very hard-working. We can help you with anything. We will search for mineral veins. I have sharp hearing and a good sense of smell, so I can find useful things for you." Lance listened with interest as the goblin spoke. "You're quite impressive. What's your name?" Hearing that he was impressive, Dales relaxed a little, but still felt nervous. "Sir, my name is Dales. I am now in charge of the goblin tribe," Lance said. Dales, right? I heard some things about you from Paul, my knight captain, Will, and he both think highly of you. So I decided to meet you. You are indeed very capable. I can give you a chance, and your goblin tribe a chance to survive in my territory." Hearing the young man's words, Dales finally relaxed. He just wanted to stay alive, but now he had a better choice. He knelt and bowed his head, saying, "Thank you, sir, for giving us this chance. I am willing to lead the goblin tribe and serve you." Lance looked at Dales kneeling and said with a smile, "You're quite interesting. Stand up. You don't need to bow to me anymore. I'm not that proud." Dales stood up and looked at the young man. He felt happy. He and his tribe had survived. He softly asked Lance, Do you have any plans for us, sir? Lance didn't pay much attention to his words. He took a pill from the platform and handed it to Dales. Dales's heart tensed again. Could this be some kind of control poison? But he had no way out now. He swallowed it in one gulp. After taking the pill, he felt energy spreading inside him, making his body stronger. He was instantly excited. He quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your reward, your lordship. The tasks you assign are the most important to us, the Goblin tribe. Whatever you command, that is where we must go." Seeing the goblin's eager expression, Lance thought to himself, "If only you could speak more. Everyone likes to hear praise." Lance replied calmly, "Regarding your arrangements, Robert, you should take him to find Daisy first." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of hooves came from afar. Rexy was riding a goblin back to the territory. Looking at the goblin being whipped off the cart by Rexy, with the whip cracking loudly on their bodies. For the Goblin tribe, their army has always been under Lance's control. Lance dislikes them, so the army makes sure they don't live peacefully. If the territory wasn't short of workers right now, Rexy and his group would have already wiped them all out. At this moment, one goblin took the chance of the chaos to escape outside. Rexy couldn't tolerate such shame. He saw the Lord watching nearby. Furious, Rexy rushed forward and broke the goblin's leg. He grabbed it and threw it forcefully in front of the other goblins, then whipped it to death. He loudly warned the goblins, "Anyone who tries to run again will face the same fate." The goblins around were shocked by what they saw, their hearts filled with fear. But none of them dared to try escaping again. Lance watched Rexy's actions and was very pleased. These goblins are about the same height as the dog-headed people, thin and bony, hunched over. They have green skin, long pointed ears, flat noses, and wide mouths that reach their ears. Their small, crimson eyes flicker with greed, cruelty, and foolishness. They almost always look greedy, sneaky, or pained, rarely showing other emotions. After intimidating the goblins, Rexy respectfully approached Lance and said, "My lord, there are 452 goblins in total. They were found 50 kilometers south. Captain will ask the Storm Eagle to notify Lady Daisy, so she arranged for carts to bring them back. Some goblins were unruly on the way, and I had to kill them." Lance looked at Reggie and said, "Good job. The goblins arrived just in time. I've decided to send these goblins to the newly discovered iron mine to do some mining. Send 15 servants to stay there with enough supplies, and rotate them every 2 days. Make the arrangements. Dales, assign 50 kobolds to supervise the soldiers. The remaining kobolds, I will have the soldiers protect you as you go to the eastern mountains to find more ore." Reggie replied, "Yes, my lord. I will arrange it right away." Dales looked at the goblin that Reggie had just killed and felt a cold chill. He was glad he was not a goblin. He quickly said, "My lord, I will take care of it right now." Soon after, Robert led a small team of 15 servants, 50 kobolds, and several carts of supplies and goblins toward the iron mine. Lance thought for a moment, and then said to Paul behind him, "Paul, take Dales and the kobolds to find Daisy. Have her arrange a place for the kobolds to live. Also, ask Daisy to assign some tasks to the kobold tribe. And make sure the blacksmiths prepare everything needed before smelting iron. When the territory finds enough iron ore in 2 days, we will start official work. As for finding more ore, we can wait. The territory currently lacks enough people." Paul received the orders and took the kobolds away. Lance looked at Reggie and said, "Keep following the main force and clear the area within 100 kilometers of Dawnlight territory as soon as possible." After watching Reggie and the others leave, Lance thought for a moment. He decided to let the kobolds integrate and see how it goes. After finishing these tasks, Lance returned to his tent and began practicing his cultivation. Dawnlight territory. Daisy watched her rapidly growing territory and couldn't help but smile. All the construction was arranged by her. Seeing some buildings gradually taking shape from nothing, Daisy felt a strange sense of achievement. Her knowledge from the Bryan family finally had a place to be used. Thinking about helping Lance, Daisy's cold face lit up with a happy smile. She took out the jade fruit Lance had given her and took a bite. She found the fruit quite to her taste. The green jade fruit has no seeds, and the whole fruit can be eaten. It is juicy and delicious. It would be great if it had seeds. She wants to plant a green jade orchard so she can enjoy it every day. Hearing footsteps behind her, She turned around and saw Annie coming over. At this time, Annie had regained her knightly skills. After observing for a few days, she realized that Lance was very strong. His guard knights are even stronger than she is. There are 15 knights, and most barons don't have such strong backing as Lance does. She remembered what Daisy had told her before. There would be a chance for revenge someday. This rekindled her fighting spirit. She had observed Lance. He is a powerful and kind lord. Since he said something, it's likely to be true and unlikely to go wrong. Hate had always affected Annie. The Duke's second son tricked and killed her father, taking her land. This is a deep, unending hatred. She looked forward to the day she could personally kill that beast. In Lance's territory, she saw hope. Dawn's territory was like a rising sun. Now, her main goal is to fully support Daisy and improve her status in the land, so she might have a chance for revenge in the future. Annie said to Daisy, "Lady Daisy, I've recruited 50 women soldiers as you asked. I don't know what to do next." Daisy looked at Annie and said calmly, "Start basic training for them. When Captain Will returns, discuss it with him. I don't know much about training soldiers. Captain Will is the expert. By the way, as a knight, have you trained women soldiers before?" Annie looked sad and replied, "In my father's land, I did train a group of women soldiers, but they all died in the fight against the monsters." Daisy looked at Annie and said, "I will ask the Lord to let you lead this group of women soldiers. Whether it works or not depends on what the Lord thinks. For now, go train those women soldiers a little." Daisy felt sorry for Annie's situation, but everything in the land should follow Lance's will. After talking to Annie, Daisy went to patrol the territory. Paul found Daisy and saw her organizing some workers to level the land on the west side. They are planning to build a road to Dawn River. Right now, they don't have enough gravel to pave it, but they are marking out the route and clearing away weeds and trees. After Daisy finished organizing, Paul took Dars to meet her. He bowed and said, "Lady Daisy, this is Dars, the leader of the Goblin tribe. The Lord asked me to see if there is anything they can help with." Lance's knights respect Daisy a lot. When she was with the Bryan family, she managed all their affairs, and Lance trusts her very much. In fact, Daisy is like Lance's main manager. Many of these knights got help from Lance through Daisy. Daisy looked at Paul with curiosity and asked, "Aren't these goblins made into slaves?" Paul explained, "These goblins have a talent for finding mineral deposits. The Lord didn't make them slaves. When they grow in number, the Lord will send soldiers to protect them as they search the Dawn Mountains for minerals." Hearing this, Daisy understood that since they weren't slaves, they are free people of the land. After thinking for a moment, she told Paul and Dars, "Let these goblins help the workers clear the debris from the road to Dawn River." Paul and Dars headed toward the engineering team. Listening to their conversation, Dars realized that the young man was the lord of this territory. On the way to the engineering team, Dars couldn't help but ask Paul, "Brother Paul, who was that young man just now?" Paul patiently explained, "His name is Daisy. He's one of the most trusted people of the Lord. He grew up with the Lord and now manages all the territory's affairs." Hearing this, Dars understood Daisy's power and status. He was someone the Goblin tribe couldn't afford to offend. After leading the Goblin tribe to report to the engineering team, Paul left. Time passed quickly, and it was almost dark. During the southern sweep, we'll return to Dawn territory with a large group of different races. At this time, the tribes within a 100-kilometer radius on the southern ground of the territory had all been cleared by Will. The races he brought back included only goblins and kobolds. There were over 1,000 goblins, but fewer kobolds, only about 100, found in a single cave. These races were all very weak, none reaching the level of extraordinary power. Extraordinary is a term Lance saw on the platform. Anyone called extraordinary is definitely much stronger than an ordinary person. Being able to improve oneself through practicing and using spiritual energy, magic power, fighting spirit, and elements is called being extraordinary. It's easy to make these races submit with force, and it doesn't take much time. The most time-consuming part is finding races like kobolds that don't live on the surface. But transporting them back to Dawn territory takes a lot of time. Will thought that by tomorrow, he would clear out the area 100 kilometers north of Dawn territory. For a long time, no foreign races would be seen around the territory. This way, the focus of Dawn territory's development could shift to building and growth. At that time, he would need to train the soldiers well. Although their strength had increased a lot with the help of body-refining pills, Will was still not very satisfied with the current army because it was built very recently and still had many problems. Once the territory's soldiers increase in number, these problems will become more obvious. For example, some new soldiers can't control their horses well, and their formations are not neat. It will take a long time to develop these habits. The army also lacks long-range weapons like bows and arrows. Although the guard knights can use them, they rarely do. But when a large-scale war happens, long-range weapons will be essential. A day in Dawn territory was busy and fulfilling. The villagers, though tired, felt productive. At this moment, they were receiving their wages. The wages from the engineering and agriculture departments were 40 copper coins per day. Everyone was lining up to collect their wages. A pile of copper coins was placed on a table at the front, and Daisy was having her maid distribute the coins. People in line started chatting. Today, I cut down 12 trees. I'm exhausted, but at least the food is good. Currently, wages are being paid, and I heard it's 40 copper coins per day. This is much higher than the average salary in the Empire. Yes, in the past, I earned only 20 copper coins a day working hard in the Empire, and that didn't include meals. I also had a break at noon. This life is like my dream come true. I am grateful to the Lord. I plan to work for the Dawn territory all my life. When I have children, I will let them join the army. I heard that in the future, only work in the engineering and farming departments will include meals. Since we are few now, we can work there, but I wonder what will happen when more people come. I heard that today the army brought back many goblins and kobolds. The kobolds are still working with us, but I don't know where the goblins went. Lady Daisy has built a general store in the center of the territory. People who want to buy things can go take a look. Dales listened to the people around him talking about various things and looked at the 20 copper coins in his hand. Because the kobold tribe arrived later, their wages were only 20 coins. But Dales was very happy because these coins represented the recognition of their status by the Dawn territory. Slaves do not receive wages. Our kobolds are not treated like goblins, who are often scolded or beaten. Dales followed the smooth road to the general store in the territory center. There were already many people in line. Dales stood at the back of the line, waiting for the people in front to leave. After a while, the people in front finally left. Dales looked at the beautiful human maid in front and asked, "Do you have anything for sale here?" The human maid replied kindly, "Dear customer, hello. We mainly sell food, drinks, and clothes here. Black bread costs 1 copper coin each. Oat wine is 1 copper coin per bowl, or 5 copper coins per jug. White bread costs 20 copper coins each. A piece of clothing costs 50 copper coins. Beef is 1 silver coin per pound, and a bag of salt costs 2 silver coins. That's all we sell now, but more products will be available in the future," Dales said. "Give me 2 black breads and a jug of oat wine." The human maid thoughtfully replied, "All right, sir. This time, I'll give you the wine jug for free. Next time you come, a wooden bowl will cost 1 copper coin, and a wine jug will cost 2 copper coins." Dales took out 8 copper coins and handed them to the maid, saying, "And give me a wooden bowl, please." He left the general store with 2 black loaves of bread and a jar of oat beer. Dales found this way of trading quite strange. When he used to live in the mine, everyone ate together. The strong ate more, and the weaker ate less. He took a small bite of the black bread, tasting the wheat flavor. It was a new food for him and tasted very good. In his old tribe, they only ate washed roots and wild vegetables. They only ate meat when they hunted animals. Holding a wooden bowl, he poured some oat beer and ate a piece of bread with each sip. He finished 1 black loaf quickly, still feeling hungry, so he ate the second one. Only then did he feel full. After being given a pill by the Lord during the day, he noticed his strength and appetite had both increased a lot. Dales felt his life was pretty good now. As long as he worked hard, he could eat enough and save some money. He slowly walked to the place where the goblin people lived. The Dawn leader was still building, and many people had no houses. The territory provided tents for them. He arrived and saw people distributing tents. He approached and talked with one of them, then was assigned a tent. Inside his tent was small, with only a blanket and a pillow, but it was much more comfortable than the place he used to sleep in the cave. After lying down for a little while, he heard Paul loudly say outside, "All goblin people, come out." Dale stepped out of his tent and saw Paul leading over 200 new goblin arrivals. He knew they had been captured, just like his own tribe. When all the goblin people had come out, everyone gathered quietly, waiting for Paul to speak. Seeing most of them gathered, Paul loudly asked, "Where is Dales?" Dales walked over and said, "Brother Paul, I am here." Paul nodded at him and then led Dales in front of all the goblin people. He said loudly, "From now on, Dales will be your leader. No matter what your previous status was, chieftain or captain, your only identity now is a citizen of Dawn. Dales is highly valued by our Lord and has been appointed to manage the goblin tribe. If you have any issues, you can go to him for help. If Dales cannot solve the problem, report it to the higher authorities. Of course, if Dales does anything wrong, you can also report him to the territory. That's all I have to say. Do you have any questions?" Seeing that the goblins had no questions, Paul pointed to the new goblin and said to Dales, "They are new here and haven't eaten yet. Today's first meal is free for everyone in the territory. After that, you will need to pay for your food. As a manager, you don't need to do the chores. Just work with Lady Daisy to manage the goblin tribe. For meals, you can go to the newly built cafeteria in the territory for free. You will also receive a fixed monthly salary. Some underage goblins don't need to work and can eat in the cafeteria. This is a benefit the territory provides for the children. First, organize them. Later, I will take you to the cafeteria." After arriving at the cafeteria, Paul let the goblins start eating. Dale said he had just eaten, so he didn't join them. He then took Dales outside the cafeteria. He said to him, "Our Lord is very optimistic about you. He hopes you can manage the goblin tribe well and avoid any problems. Later, I will teach you the knight's breathing technique." Dales excitedly replied, "I will definitely live up to the Lord's expectations." Paul smiled and said, "You'd better do that." At night, inside Lance's tent, Daisy had just finished her work and returned. Seeing the uneaten food, she sat beside Lance. Lance finished his training and looked at Daisy and Ivy, saying, "Eat now. You've worked hard." "It's not hard. I'm glad I could help you," Daisy smiled. Lance asked Daisy, "Did you encounter any difficult problems? Tell me about the development of the territory." Daisy thought for a moment. "There aren't any major issues. The territory is developing well. We are currently building the Lord's Hall. Centered around the Lord's Hall, 4 main roads are being built in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The residents live in the lower right corner, and the carpenters, blacksmiths, and tailors are in the upper right corner. Commercial areas are on both sides of East Avenue. I built a grocery store there so the residents can buy food and clothing. As for the western part of the territory, it is where the army is stationed. I also built a dining hall in the residential area to provide free meals for children. The construction of schools should be prioritized so that children have something to do." Talking about the territory, Daisy suddenly said a lot. Lance listened carefully to Daisy's words. She did very well, because building a territory doesn't happen overnight. As it develops, problems will arise. We just need to solve these problems specifically when they come up. Lance only needs to make big-picture decisions. Morningstar territory, 100 kilometers south, has been cleared by Will. Tomorrow, they will start clearing the north. Once they finish, we'll have the soldiers help with building the territory. That way, it will go faster. Daisy nodded. Yes, those soldiers are much stronger than ordinary people. They continued talking about issues in the territory's development. Daisy asked why the dog-headed people were made citizens. Lance shared his thoughts. When our territory becomes stronger, we will encounter many different races. The territory needs to expand and grow its population. Some races have very strong talents. For example, the dog-headed people are excellent at finding mineral deposits. They are born miners. Elves, for instance, have long lifespans and are natural magicians. Winged people can fly naturally. Giants are tall and strong, with innate great strength. These groups have talents that humans lack, and that's what we need. I have a feeling that the future won't be peaceful. The dog-headed people are just my test subjects to see if mixing races causes any big problems. In the future, our territory will have not only dog-headed people but other races too. Daisy nodded, understanding Lance's idea. It was indeed very meaningful. After a while, Ivy also talked about the development of the agriculture department. They cleared a large area on the east side of the territory to grow rye, barley, wheat, and some vegetables. However, animals often appear around the area, so people need to watch over them. When talking about animals, Lance thought about developing animal husbandry. He shared this idea with Daisy and Ivy and asked them to handle the arrangements. They discussed many things until dinner was finished, and then Lance's mind sank into the platform. Looking at the 200 body refining pills and 400 pet beast pills traded by the new Alchemist, Lance paid the remaining 2,000 trading points. His total trading points now are about 33,000. Lance doesn't mind spending these points. They are meant to be used. As he becomes stronger, he will earn more trading points in the future. He browsed the forum and found some posts about territory development to learn how others build their territories. Seeing Daisy and Ivy enter their cultivation states, Lance also calmed down and started practicing himself. With the few useful cultivation resources he bought on the platform over the past days, Lance feels he's getting closer to the mid-level elite knight stage. The next day, Lance fed the North Wind, Thunder, Shock, and Shadow after breakfast, then rode Shock to patrol the territory. At this time, Will had gathered 100 soldiers and was preparing to head north toward Dawnlight territory. Yesterday, about 1,000 goblins were divided, with around 400 sent to the iron mine area. The remaining goblins were kept in Dawnlight territory and were locked up. Regsy and Paul led 20 soldiers and 50 goblins toward the Dawnlight Mountains, searching for stones and mineral veins for the territory. During territory construction, the demand for stones is very high, not only for paving roads with crushed stones, but also for building structures. Daisy mentioned this to Lance last night, which is why Regsy and Paul are working today. Inside the territory, everyone was working enthusiastically, full of energy, hoping to finish building the territory quickly. This is their own home. Daisy promised that once the residential area is completed, each resident can get a free house. This greatly motivated the villagers. Not only do they get paid, but they also get free houses. It's like a dream come true. The territory was very clean, with no one littering, because anyone caught doing so had been severely punished by Lance before. Knowing that Lord Master values cleanliness, they wouldn't seek trouble. If Lord Master were in a bad mood, he might harm them, and there would be no way to reason with him. Everything in the territory is developing well, and Lance is very pleased. He uses his platform to record interesting things and continues to patrol his land. At noon, Reggie and Paul, along with soldiers and goblin-like creatures, approached the mountains. The road had become steep, making it hard for horses to travel. Reggie looked at the distant mountain peaks reaching into the clouds, unable to see the top. He ordered the troops to dismount and rest. They decided to set up camp here and start exploring the mountains step by step. This place would become a forward base for the territory's expansion into the mountains. He ordered the soldiers to check for any dangers around. Reggie and Paul, along with Dars, headed deeper into the mountains. Paul asked Dars, "How do your goblin-like people find mineral veins?" "I've always wondered," Dars replied. "Our goblin-like people have a very sharp sense of smell. The scent of buried minerals can spread outside the soil over time. We can smell those scents, but we are very weak. When faced with strong beasts or magical creatures, we have no chance to fight back. So, our ancestors looked for special minerals to make weapons to protect our tribe. Now, these minerals are part of our bloodline." Paul listened to Dars and felt a bit sorry for them. He knew that among orcs, goblin-like creatures have no status. Their weak bodies mean they lack strong power and are often used as cannon fodder in battles. The goblin-like creatures reproduce quickly, with a single group giving birth to 6 or 7 young. It takes only a short time for them to grow from babies to adults. This is one reason they are used as cannon fodder and why they haven't been wiped out. Unknowingly, they had already gone 5 kilometers into the mountains. Along the way, they cleared a path. The mountain was full of weeds and huge trees. These trees were much taller than those in the territory, some over 20 meters, others more than 50 meters tall. They only cleared the weeds blocking the path and avoided the trees while walking. A group of people are holding a few live rabbits. They heard earlier that their territory might develop livestock farming. The rabbits they hold contain a hint of beast blood. Eating these rabbits regularly can improve a person's health. They want to take them back to breed. There are also wild animals attacking them. One is a huge snake, over 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket. Seeing the giant snake gradually stop moving, Dars finally relaxes. When the giant snake appeared, Dars was very scared. It looked like it could swallow a dog-headed person in one bite. Watching Rexy draw his sword and send out a sword energy, the snake's head and body separated. At the same time, Dars gained a clear understanding of their strength. For their dog-headed people, the mountain range is a forbidden area. Such a giant snake is probably too strong for 20 dog-headed people to defeat. But Rexy easily ended its life with a single sword. Rexy smiled happily and said, "This snake's meat is good. It's close to becoming a beginner-level beast. It contains some magic and elemental energy. We'll eat it at noon." Paul looked confused and asked, "Shouldn't that be strange? How can a creature close to becoming a beast appear near the mountains? Normal wild animals find it very hard to become beasts. Even if they eat many animals, without the right magic resources, they won't have such strength," Rexy explained. He added, "Yes, I overlooked that. I'll go look around. You stay here and wait for a while, Dars." After saying that, Rexy was about to leave. Suddenly, Dars excitedly said, "Big brother Paul, I smell the scent of a coal mine in the wind." Hearing this, Rexy and Paul stopped their search for magic herbs. Developing at dawn is more important. Dars sniffed again and found that the giant snake's body emitted a strong coal mine smell. "Brothers, the strongest coal smell is on that giant snake," Dars said. Hearing this, Paul and Rexy got excited. Not only did they find coal, but they might also find some magic herbs. They followed the scent of the giant snake and moved forward. Soon, about 3 or 4 kilometers ahead on the left, there were hardly any trees left. The area ahead was all rocky mountain terrain. Looking at the faint black exposed on the ground ahead, Rexy, Paul, and Dales were very happy. They had not only found a good place to quarry stones, but also discovered a coal mine, and maybe even some magic potions. Suddenly, Dales said, "Brothers, I smell a strong coal mine scent, mixed with a smell like that of the giant snake we saw before. The snake's smell is very strong, even stronger than the coal mines." At this moment, Rexy and Paul calmed down. With their sharp eyesight, they saw many snakes lying on the rocks nearby, basking in the sun. Some of these snakes were even stronger than the giant snake they had just hunted. They also sensed a strong magical energy around them. Paul looked serious and said, "These snake groups probably have a leader at the level of a magical beast. Otherwise, it's impossible to have so many strong snakes together." Rexy and Paul nodded with serious expressions and said, "Before we know how strong the enemy is, we shouldn't act rashly." Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Dales also became nervous. He knew very well how strong his brothers were. Since Paul taught him the knight's breathing technique last night, his body still couldn't hold fighting energy. But the body-refining pill given by the Lord had greatly increased his strength. He was now much stronger than other goblin heads, and he had grown taller, now over 1.3 meters. He knew his 2 older brothers had already become knights, capable of fighting hundreds of enemies alone. But now, even they found the situation difficult, which was beyond what Dales could imagine. Dales lowered his voice and suggested, "Should we go back and ask the Lord for help?" Rexy and Paul listened to Dales and fell into thought. That was indeed the best option now. Their strength was not enough. Rexy thought for a moment and said, "Paul, we don't know what kind of enemies we're facing. We need to work harder on our training. Since we started exploring, I feel like I've been slacking off. We haven't faced any strong enemies for a while." Paul nodded as he listened and said, "That's true. Usually, it's just small fights. Now, we might be up against a magical beast we can't handle. As a guardian knight for adults, I must not always trouble the grown-ups to handle everything. If we do, our existence would lose its meaning." Rexy sighed, saying, "The adults are much more talented in training than we are. Let's try to follow their example while we can still see their figures. We should go back and tell the other guardian knights about this, so they won't slack off in their training." "Yes, let's report to the adults," Paul agreed with Rexy. The 3 of them quietly left the rocky mountain where they had been, heading to the place where they had previously slain the giant snake. Dars took the knocked-out rabbit from the ground. Rexy and Paul carried the giant snake and left the mountain range, walking toward the camp. Soon, they arrived back at the camp. Dars was already exhausted and panting. Seeing his 2 older brothers acting so calmly, he knew they had slowed down on purpose to take care of him. He was very touched by the rabbits hanging from their waists. At the same time, he wished to be stronger and hoped one day he could fight alongside his brothers. The camp now looked quite organized. The weeds around had been cleared, and the land was leveled. Regsy and Paul put down the giant snake and called the soldiers over to handle it. Regsy said, "I'll take these rabbits back first. Paul, you stay here and guard the camp." Paul nodded. Regsy rode his dragon-scale horse quickly away from the camp, heading toward Dawnlight. He and his horse sped toward the territory, covering less than 50 kilometers in under an hour, arriving at Dawnlight. Regsy handed the dozen or so rabbits to a soldier to deliver to Ivy. After giving instructions, he went to Lance's tent, but Lance was not inside. He approached a patrolling soldier and asked, "Have you seen the Lord around here?" Although Lance was nearby, making the territory safe, Will had arranged for new soldiers to patrol, both for security and training. The soldier replied, "The Lord was just inspecting the residents in the village area." Having learned where Lance was, Regsy headed toward the village. Lance saw Regsy walking toward him from afar, riding a swift horse heading in Regsy's direction. Looking at Lance, Regsy saluted. Lance said to Regsy, "Regsy, I remember this morning you and Paul took Dars to the Dawn Mountains to look for stones and minerals for the territory. Why are you back so early? Did something happen?" Regsy nodded and replied, "Yes, sir. Paul and I explored about 10 kilometers into the mountains and found a good place for quarrying stones. There is also a coal mine there, but that area is home to a group of snakes. I saw several giant snakes, and their strength is close to that of magical beasts. Paul, and I think there might be snake monsters and magic herbs in that area. We're not sure how strong they are, so I came back to report to you." Hearing this, Lance was in a good mood and said, "You and Paul are doing well. If you rush into action without knowing the enemy's strength, it could lead to unnecessary sacrifices. This is what I don't want to see, and it's what I've been teaching you." "I'm very pleased that you came back to report." Regsy smiled and said, "Thank you, sir. That's because you taught us well. Haha. Enough joking. I'm bored now, so let's go see that area together," Lance said with a smile. Lance jumped down from the swift horse, patted its head, and told it to go play freely. The horse happily ran off. Then he whistled, and soon Shadow came trotting over, nudging Lance with its head. Lance jumped on his Shadow's back. "All right, Shadow, it's been a while since I took you out to play. Today I have time." "Regsy, let's go," Regsy said. "Sir, should we also move those goblins over? We could dig for minerals right there." Lance replied, "That's a good idea. I overlooked that. Have the patrol soldiers bring the wagons and supplies to move the goblins there, so we won't have to make multiple trips. Go and arrange that. I'll wait for you at the military camp." Regsy responded, "Yes, sir," and quickly went to organize everything. Lance rode Shadow slowly toward the eastern part of the territory. As for why he chose to ride Shadow instead of the swift horse, Lance thought that he usually rode the swift hawk in his territory in crowded places. When it came to scenes involving war, he preferred riding the Shadow Phantom. After all, the swift hawk is a fast and handsome creature. The Shadow Phantom is tall, majestic, and imposing. It's more suitable for serious situations. Lance believed that riding different horses for different occasions was the best choice. He waited a little while at the territory's military camp, and Regsy arranged the goblins. Regsy also rode his mount and came to Lance's side, saying, "My lord, let's go ahead first. We can leave marks on the way. Transporting these supplies and goblins takes some time." Lance nodded. "That's true. Let's go now. You lead the way." Regsy led the way, with Lance riding the Shadow Phantom behind him. The two dragon-scaled horses quickly headed toward the Dawn Mountain range. This time, they moved even faster because they had already traveled this route twice. Regsy was more familiar with the way to Dawn Mountain range. After 40 minutes, Lance and Regsy reached the forward camp. Seeing Regsy bringing the Lord here, the soldiers and goblins became serious. Paul stepped forward and said, "Greetings, my lord. We are having lunch. Would you like to try some? The meat of this giant snake contains strong magic energy, and it tastes pretty good." Lance smiled. "I haven't had lunch yet, so I'll join you. Tell me more about that rocky area." Lance thought the giant snake meat was really tasty and had a good texture. He also drank a bowl of soup, savoring the lingering flavor of the meat. It would be even better if Ivy handled it later. Lance ate and talked with Regsy and Paul. Dars looked a bit out of place and didn't dare to speak up. For Dars, Lance was very mysterious. He was afraid of saying the wrong thing and upsetting him, which would be disastrous. Lance heard Paul say that Dars was the one who smelled the coal mine, which led them to the rocky area where the giant snake's scent was strongest. Seeing Dars looking a bit nervous, Lance took out 2 body refinement pills and handed them to him with a smile. Dars, right? Not bad. You've earned the praise of my 2 guardian knights. You're doing well. This is your reward. I hope you will lead the dog-headed people to achieve even greater accomplishments for the Dawn. Dales excitedly took the 2 body-strengthening pills, knowing how much they could boost his power. Just one had already transformed him completely. With 2, he wondered how strong he would become. He was sure that, in the territory of the Lord before him, he would be the strongest dog-headed person. Dales quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord. My people, and I will not disappoint your expectations." Lance nodded and said, "In my territory, as long as you make achievements, you will be rewarded. Even reaching the night level is not difficult. I still have 5 bottles of Night Awakening potions. I look forward to seeing who will get them. When the army reaches night strength, there will be 20 of them. For ordinary villagers, only joining the army can get the Night Awakening potion. Imagine how powerful that army will be." Dales, are you interested in joining the army? The dog-headed people have many advantages. Their keen sense of smell and hearing can be very useful in special situations. Lance shared his thoughts. Hearing Lance's words, Dales couldn't help but feel excited. "My lord, I am willing to join the army and serve the territory." Lance smiled slightly. "Good. When you return, go report to Will. Next time we recruit soldiers, I will include the dog-headed people too." Dales blushed and said, "Thank you, my lord." He didn't know what else to say. He was already captivated by the Lord's charm. He wanted to follow the Lord forever. Not only did he have a chance to advance beyond the ordinary, but he also saw hope for his people. All of this could be decided by the Lord's words. Lance became a bit more serious. "All right, it's time to get to work. Regsy, Paul, take me to that area. I want to see what kind of strength this magic serpent has to dare claim my land." Regsy and Paul led Lance to that area. Lance carefully examined this area, which is entirely made up of rocks. The area forms a roughly circular zone with a radius of about 15 kilometers, surrounded by dense woods. This is very unusual. Looking at the damaged trees around, Lance thought that these giant snakes are surprisingly clever. They even expand their territory. This is not normal. Lance is sure that the lord behind these giant snakes must be a powerful and intelligent magical serpent. He just doesn't know how strong it is. How can he lure out that giant snake? Lance became interested. After some thought, he decided to send Reggie and Paul to kill some ordinary giant snakes first. He wanted to see how these snakes would react when their territory is invaded, whether they would scatter or fight back in an organized way. The weaker ones would be killed first, and the stronger ones would come out. While thinking this, Lance said to Reggie and Paul, "You two go and kill some of the ordinary giant snakes first. See how they react. I will stay nearby to support you." "Don't worry," Reggie and Paul responded. Yes, they were very excited. Since becoming knights, they hadn't fought with all their strength before. Usually, when sparring with other guardian knights, they held back too much and couldn't fight fully. Hearing that Lance would support them, they knew this was their chance. Reggie and Paul rushed out and started attacking the snake group fiercely. The snakes quickly realized their territory was being invaded. Their hissing sounds spread across the entire area. Reggie and Paul felt tense, but not afraid. In fact, they were a bit excited. Their lord was watching from nearby, so they wanted to show off their skills this time. Lance watched quietly as Reggie and Paul fought the giant snakes. He also wanted to see how strong they were. This was a good opportunity. He wasn't worried about the endless snake swarm. Even if more ordinary giant snakes came, as long as they didn't run out of stamina, they probably wouldn't get seriously hurt. Lance looked at the mountain of snakes and recorded the scene on his platform. This was definitely a big mess for the snakes. After being promoted to knight, an ordinary knight's punch has a strength of about 5 tons. They can run 100 meters in just 1 to 3 seconds on flat ground. This is without using combat energy. With it, the power becomes even more impressive. For ordinary people, this is beyond reach. But for Regsy and Paul, as the protectors of Lance, they are much stronger than other regular knights. At this moment, Regsy and Paul are full of fighting desire. These ordinary giant snakes can't even get close to them. They are eager to see how powerful the monsters they will face next are. Paul casually swings a sword energy, which cuts through a snake. Its head and body are separated, but the body keeps moving. However, the sword energy doesn't disappear with the snake's death. It continues to sweep forward. Wherever it passes, no snake survives. Rexy and Paul stand back to back, each taking on one side. Around them, the bodies of the snakes are piled up, almost forming a small mountain. The snake group now senses how strong these two are and no longer dares to rush forward. Instead, they hiss loudly, as if begging for help. Seeing their actions, Rexy and Paul realize the real enemies are coming. The ground trembles, and louder hissing sounds reach their ears. At the center of their territory, a huge black hole, 3 giant snakes crawl out. Feeling the strong monster aura from them, Rexy and Paul become serious. The 3 giant snakes are very large. The 2 on the sides are smaller than the middle one, but still over 20 meters long and about 1 meter wide. The middle snake is even bigger, over 30 meters long and about 1.5 meters wide. Looking at these 3 huge snakes, cold sweat appears on Rexy and Paul's foreheads. On the continent of Ioros, monsters of the same level are generally stronger than humans. This strength varies depending on their bloodline. For example, comparing dragons and humans of the same level, only extraordinary talents can kill a dragon at that level. Such people are very rare. In general, dragons are much stronger than humans at the same level. They tend to overpower humans, and even if they are one major realm below, many can still defeat humans by surpassing their own level. Fortunately, Lance's calm voice sounded nearby. The big snake in the middle has reached the strength of a low-level magical beast. You don't need to worry. I'll help you deal with it. The 2 small magical beasts are about the same level as you. This is a rare chance to see your weaknesses. Cherish it. Before he finished speaking, he arrived first. Seeing Lance rush straight toward the big snake in the middle and start fighting, he pulled himself out of the battle. Rexy and Paul quickly followed, rushing toward the other 2 small snakes. Lance was also excited. He noticed that these 3 snakes were standing in a straight line, which was unusual. For example, when Lance, Rexy, and Paul walk together, unless Lance asks for it, Rexy and Paul usually stand behind Lance, not beside him. This kind of arrangement is common among magical beasts, which tend to follow this rule even more strictly than humans. All 3 snakes appeared at the same time. Lance guessed there might be a more powerful snake behind them, possibly the true leader of this snake group. Lance didn't immediately kill the snake in front of him, which was about the strength of a mid-level knight. Instead, he fought it back and forth. At the same time, he kept an eye on Rexy and Paul. They were his 2 main generals, and he couldn't let them fall easily. Fortunately, they were gaining the upper hand in the fight against the snake. Lance dodged a fireball the snake gathered, but was hit by the snake's tail and flew backward, crashing into the ground and kicking up dust. He quickly charged out of the dust and smashed his fist into the snake's head. Its huge body fell to the ground, causing the ground to shake. Lance was having a lot of fun. Playing the fool and then surprising the enemy was really exciting. He didn't want the powerful leader watching from behind to run away because he was too strong. That would be a loss. Lance planned to wait until Rexy and Paul nearly defeated the other 2 snakes, then pretend to be about to kill the snake in front of him at the right moment. I acted out a scene where I appeared to be at my weakest. I didn't believe the enemy leader would stay calm and not attack. As soon as it made a move, Lance would unleash all his firepower. First, he would quickly defeat the enemy in front and then block the magic snake leader's escape route. Thinking about how scared it looked made Lance feel very amused. He then took a hit from the magic snake's tail and was knocked back again, kicking up dust. When Lance reappeared, his clothes were torn, his face was pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked pained, which made everyone feel sad. At this moment, Rexy and Paul looked at Lance with some surprise, but didn't show much. They thought, let the Lord have his fun. They knew Lance's strength. An elite knight is comparable to a mid-level magical beast, so he shouldn't look so battered. Now, they couldn't even beat the cold wind. Thinking back to how the cold wind had once stepped on the Lord's foot, they silently mourned the magic snake. But as long as the Lord was happy, that was enough. As the battle went on, Rexy and Paul were injured to different degrees. The magic snakes mainly attacked with their tails, headbutts, and occasional fireballs. After tail swipes, they sometimes shot fireballs, making it hard to defend. Both of them got hurt and used up a lot of their fighting energy. Fortunately, they had figured out the giant snake's fighting style. Thanks to their more agile bodies, the giant snake was already at its limit and looked like it couldn't hold on much longer. Lance noticed Rexy and Paul preparing to unleash their ultimate moves. They gathered their fighting energy into their swords, ready to cut down the magic snake with a powerful attack. He also prepared to charge up and do the same, aiming to kill the mid-level magic beast in front of him. But just then, 3 huge fireballs suddenly shot toward Lance and the others from the center of the area. At the same time, the ground trembled. A much larger magic snake, over 50 meters long and 3 meters wide, crawled onto the battlefield from the center. If Rexy and Paul tried to gather their energy for a final, they would be hit by the incoming fireballs and likely suffer serious injuries. However, Lance had already expected this and knew he wouldn't let the fireballs fly over him. When he sensed the 3 fireballs, his internal energy quickly gathered on his sword. He then changed his attack direction and swung 3 large sword waves toward the fireballs. Next, Lance went all out with his attack, no longer holding back. The elite knight's aura exploded, and with a casual wave, he cut down a mid-level magical serpent among the low-level monsters. He then quickly blocked the entrance to the area's center. With a loud bang, the huge sword waves split the 3 fireballs in half, changing their flight paths and causing them to crash onto the ground with a loud noise. The sword waves continued forward, smashing through a line of large rocks before gradually dissipating. Rexy and Paul, sensing danger, hesitated whether to abandon their attack on the giant snake in front of them when they saw the fireballs coming. But after seeing the fireballs split apart by the Lord's sword energy, they no longer hesitated. They gathered more energy on their swords and swung at the giant snake ahead. The separation of its head and body meant certain death for them. As Lance and his companions defeated their opponents one by one, only some ordinary giant snakes and the snake leader, who had just reached the battlefield's edge, remained. The ordinary snakes trembled but did not run away, because their leader was nearby. While fighting, the snakes watched from the side, afraid to attack Lance and his team. They couldn't help much, and some were even killed by the aftereffects of the battle. The stage where the fireball was split and the 3 magical snakes were slain lasted only about 3 breaths. At this moment, the snake leader's mind was blank, and its body continued to crawl forward due to inertia. It had been secretly observing everything since the start of the battle, watching its subordinates and the enemies fight back and forth. It wanted to take this rare opportunity to see how strong its subordinates really were, since they hadn't fought with full strength since becoming magical beasts. It saw that their strength was decent but still slightly weaker than the humans on the other side, especially the human who wasn't wearing armor. Thinking to itself, the snake leader planned that when its subordinates were about to be defeated, it would make a dramatic move, using a divine weapon to kill the enemies. Showing off his strong power makes his followers more loyal and unites the entire group. At that time, everyone in the group would agree with him, and no one would dare oppose him. This kind of result makes him feel proud of being the smartest snake in the group. But now he is confused. Why were the 3 fireballs he secretly prepared for a surprise attack easily handled by a human who looks almost finished? He was the weakest among the 3, so how did the humans suddenly become so powerful? Seeing his 3 trusted subordinates defeated, the leader of the magic snake is very angry. He spent a lot of resources to raise them. Now they are gone, and all his previous efforts seem wasted. Before he could get angry, he sensed the strong aura from the young man without armor. It was a pressure he only felt from mid-level magical beasts deep in the mountains. He had planned to grow quietly for a while and then move deeper into the mountains to steal better resources. But now, with that powerful enemy blocking his way, he knows everything is over. That shameful human actually hid his true strength. It's so frustrating. If I had more time, I could also become a mid-level magical beast. I hate this. This was the last thought of the magic snake leader before he died. As a beginner-level magical beast, he was no match for Lance. Watching the magic snake leader's head and body separate, Lance was very pleased with his work. Try to kill the remaining giant snakes that are still alive, Lance ordered Rexy and Paul. The 3 quickly started clearing out the snake nest. Lance had no interest in capturing the beginner-level magic snake leader. Not only had they slaughtered its entire group, but they also killed all its subordinates. If he captured it, the snake would surely be unhappy, and if it caused trouble later, it would be a loss. This was different from capturing Jinghong and Shuofeng, who willingly followed him without any force. As for this giant snake attacking them secretly from a dark corner, Lance found it very shameful. The magic snake leader was too cunning and didn't deserve his noble and honest knight spirit. Moreover, riding the magic snake usually scared the villagers led by Chensi, so it didn't look very impressive or commanding. It wasn't as handsome as Jinghong, nor could it fly like Thunderstorm. Staying with it would be very unstable and dangerous, so Lance wouldn't take that risk. After clearing the snake group in this area, Lance put all the snake meat into his space ring. He planned to give this meat to the soldiers in the army to help them train faster. Seeing Regzi and Paul looking messy and tired, Lance smiled and said, "Good job. You still have a lot of room to improve. Luckily, you didn't rush into action this time. If you had, I might have had to bury you. Go back and tell the other Guardian Knights about this. Don't always rush forward without thinking. You might not come back." He took out 4 green jade fruits, giving 2 to each of Regzi and Paul. Regzi and Paul took the fruits. Regzi scratched his head and smiled foolishly, saying, "It's all thanks to your guidance, sir. If it weren't for you, we might have been killed here. Fortunately, your strength is strong. We'll tell them about this experience and advise them to be more careful next time." Paul ate one of the jade fruits quickly, making popping sounds as he said, Exactly. If they hadn't gone back to report to Lance, the 4 magic snakes, 2 beginner level, 1 intermediate level, and 1 at the perfect stage, wouldn't have known how they died. Seeing Lance's torn clothes and dust on his face, the 2 of them agreed with what he said. Thinking about how Lance fought the magic snake, they realized he was actually luring out the hidden leader of the magic snakes. Lance had already discovered it, pretending to be weak to lower the snake leader's guard, then captured it. Everything was happening according to Lance's plan, and they admired him even more. After tending to his wounds and fixing his appearance, Lance, Regzi, and Paul headed toward the big hole in the center of the area. Lance said excitedly, "We managed to raise 4 magic beasts, one of which is almost a mid-level magic beast. I wonder what good things are hidden inside." Regzi and Paul also became excited when they heard Lance's words. The 3 of them entered the large cave, which had been expanded by the magic snakes. It was about 10 meters wide and 5 or 6 meters high, and it was very dark inside. But this didn't bother the 3 of them. After reaching the night level in cultivation, their eyesight greatly improved, so seeing in the dark was not difficult. Regzi and Paul led the way at the front, while Lance followed behind. They walked deeper into the cave, and from time to time, small snakes jumped out. Regzi and Paul quickly killed them and stored them in their space rings. There were many branches in the underground cave, but Lance could feel the increasing strength of the magic energy. He guided Regzi and Paul toward the direction where the magic was strongest. After walking for a while, they finally reached the end and saw a huge open square before them. Lance and the others looked very happy as they gazed at the magic spring in the center of the square. Lance laughed loudly. "Haha, I didn't expect there to be a magic spring here. This is truly a blessing from heaven. No wonder 4 magic snakes were born here. It's a real lucky find for me." Lance approached the magic spring. As he looked at the continuously emitting magical water, he couldn't find the right words to describe his feelings at that moment. "Congratulations, sir, on obtaining such a precious treasure," Regzi and Paul said excitedly. The magic spring is a special place where natural energy from the Earth's veins flows to the surface. As the name suggests, Earth veins are the channels of energy within the land. These Earth veins carry huge flows of energy, rich in magic, life force, and elemental power. Looking at the clear, transparent water in the pool, it was full of magic. This spring water has many uses. It can speed up cultivation, serve as a solvent for potions to enhance their effects, and help heal wounds and restore magic power. In short, it has many uses. As long as the Earth's energy doesn't run out, the spring water will continue to flow endlessly. Looking at the shining magic crystals in the water, these are formed when the magic energy becomes so dense that it turns from liquid into solid. That's how magic crystals are created. There are also magic crystal mines. Even within the Bryan family, Lance knew that there was only one visible magic spring, and it was brought here at great cost from elsewhere. As for how to move the magic spring, Lance still doesn't know. He hasn't thought much about it, and will figure it out once he becomes stronger. Lance looked at Regsy and Paul seriously and said, "The magic spring is very important for the territory. For now, I will only tell Daisy, Ivy, and the other guardian knights. Others will keep this secret for now. The magic here is very rich. I plan to turn this place into a training sanctuary. Daisy and Ivy will set up formations here to gather all the magic power in this square. By then, the magic will be even stronger. You, the guardian knights, along with the soldiers, should take turns guarding here to prevent any accidents. As for mining stone and coal, continue as usual, but be careful to avoid the underground tunnels above. Keep the terrain intact while mining. Maybe someday, this place will become a training sanctuary." Lance quickly told Regsy and Paul many important things to watch out for. Regsy and Paul nodded and said, "Sir, we will be careful. As for whether there are more places to explore underground, Lance plans to leave that to Regsy and Paul. He doesn't want to stay here longer." He took a wooden bucket from his space ring, filled it with magic spring water, and then left with Regsy and Paul. Back on the surface, Lance still felt uneasy. That was a magic spring after all. He told Regsy and Paul, "Bring the goblins and dog-headed people here. It's best to start work early." The three of them left the area and headed toward the camp outside the Morning Sun mountain range. On the way, Lance kept smiling, thinking how lucky he was. Such a big opportunity, and he was the one to find it. Maybe he's the chosen one, haha. Soon, they arrived at the camp and saw a group of goblins being guarded. The transport team had already arrived, ready to start work. Lance mounted the Shadow Phantom and prepared to return to the Morning Sun territory. Before leaving, he told Regsy and Paul, "This is your responsibility now. We will not let you down, sir." Lance quickly rode the Shadow Phantom back to the Morning Sun territory. It was already around 4 p.m., but it was still early. With the appearance of the magic spring, Lance began to think about the area filled entirely with rocks. He considered building a training sanctuary there, creating a potion garden, or even constructing his castle on top of it. Lance hasn't decided exactly how to use the magic spring yet. Currently, the Dawn territory is still in the early stages of construction, developing quickly but also facing many problems. For now, he decided to set aside the magic spring and use it to help the guard knights and the sisters Daisy and Ivy train. That should be safe and reliable. He thought about what the territory might need in the future and then made plans. Lance told Yuang to go and have fun freely. He walked along the eastern main road of Dawn territory. It's called a main road, but it's really just a muddy path cleared of weeds and trees. When it rains, it will be very muddy and difficult to walk. Lance felt helpless about this. The newly built Dawn territory needs a long time to fix some of its problems. He headed toward his tent, watching the busy construction workers. Most of them are humans, with some goblins and other races mixed in. Everyone seems hopeful about the future of Dawn territory. Back in his tent, Lance's mind sank into the platform. He checked the forum posts. Lance often looks at his friends' list on the forum to see what his friends are doing, just like in his old social circle. He saw a post from the Wolf King. It said he earned some trading points by buying meat. His alpha female wolf has become much stronger. The Wolf King plans to lead his wolves to attack the wild boars near their area, to expand their territory and get more resources. More resources mean more trading points. Lance silently liked the post and left a quick comment. "Human Destiny Community. Keep it up. Thumbs up. JPG. He then looked at a post from a new alchemist. It was an apology post. She said she earned many trading points by trading pills. She used those points to buy a lot of spirit stones and resources. She won't be making pills for a few days and plans to break through to the mid-stage of chi refining. She asked those in need of pills to wait a few days." Lance replied, "Congratulations on reaching the mid-stage of chi refining. Thumbs up. JPG. There is also a post about Qin Shi Huang. It describes that his world is now approaching winter. Several neighboring countries around Qin have calmed down and stopped their aggressive thoughts of war. However, northern nomadic tribes often attack Qin's borders, stealing resources and people from the border areas. He has already used some trade points to buy extraordinary resources to secretly train a special elite force. His plan is to build up strength and then destroy the surrounding countries. Once ready, He will head north quickly and launch a surprise attack on the Xiongnu. Lance liked this post. He bought his iron tools from Qin Shihuan. After browsing the forum, he found that the area where the true Sun Taoist is located is currently involved in a major battle between good and evil, causing suffering for many people. The Qingyang sect, where the true Sun Taoist belongs, is a righteous sect. Recently, they have been assigned by the Righteous Alliance to guard a region and fight against evil cultivators. Lian Xiaoying, who is in the Cold Palace, has recently left the palace thanks to advice from online friends. She is now starting to build a business alliance with some resources funded by her online supporters. Lance also provided her with some bronze and gold. After becoming extraordinary, Tong Tian Jianmu's ambitions grew bigger. He earned his first fortune from the green jade fruit from Lance. He plans to buy more extraordinary resources to reward nearby animals. Using the divine tree as his identity, he wants them to act as his spies and help him seize resources nearby. From the animals, he learned that humans exist in this world, which makes him very cautious. As for Zhuge Qiufu, he is the prime minister of a dynasty and has recently been suspected by the emperor. His life is not easy. Fortunately, most of the civil officials are his students, so the emperor cannot do much to him. He has been diligently serving the country. During his 15 years in office, the country's strength has increased several times. He is now considering rebellion if the emperor continues to make small moves against him. Seeing how his friends on the forum have been doing lately, Lance feels like it was just yesterday, and it all seems unreal. This also makes him less confused about the future and gives him a rough idea of his direction. He is not the only one who has traveled through time. He does not feel lonely. He looks forward to meeting these friends someday. Lance edited a post to remind his friends not to stop striving just because life is comfortable now. They should stay alert and prepared. Shocking. 50-meter giant snake. Humanity's shared destiny family members. Who understands? Today I am feeling bored. I took my subordinates to go for a walk in the forest. Suddenly, a giant snake over 10 meters long appeared and opened its big mouth, capable of swallowing a person whole. Fortunately, my subordinates are quite capable. They quickly injured the snake, causing it to flee. We chased after it, and it couldn't escape easily. This startled me quite a bit. I couldn't tolerate it. I led my subordinates to find its lair, and we discovered a snake nest. Inside, there was a giant snake over 50 meters long. That scared me a lot. Luckily, my subordinates are strong. Despite being injured, they managed to kill the leader of the snake nest. In its cave, we found a magical spring, similar to a spiritual spring. I don't know what it's useful for. Sigh, this world is really dangerous. Even a simple walk in the woods can be risky. Snake nest.jpg 50-meter giant snake.jpg magical spring.jpg. Looking at the edited post, Lance sent it out. After uploading his edited post titled, Shocking, 50-meter giant snake, Lance continued browsing the forum. He found some interesting posts, which made him feel happy. Outside the tent, Will's calm voice was heard. Master, I have something to report. Lance exited the platform, stepped out of the tent, and smiled at Will. Go ahead. What is it? Master, I led the army to sweep about 100 kilometers north of Dawn, and we brought back over 1,000 goblins. But I also found traces of other humans 100 kilometers away. I saw a group of female soldiers catching a flock of sheep. They noticed me too. Since I didn't know who they were, I didn't act rashly. We'll explain what happened. Lance immediately frowned and said displeased, How dare they hunt my sheep within my designated territory? Who gave them such courage? It's probably the frontier knights who recently arrived. They better pray that their strength is greater than ours. Will, gather the troops, and let's charge. Will didn't know the limits of the other side, but Lance understood that if they didn't attack, it was understandable. If it were Lance, he wouldn't act first either. This time, the main goal was to test the strength of the opponent. If their strength was greater than his, Lance would admit defeat, although that seemed unlikely. However, if the opponent's family was stronger than his, Lance would have to back down and find another place to expand. But this would also mean that the grudge between them was settled. Lance, who now had a platform, just wanted to develop steadily, gather resources, build defenses, and wait for the right moment to become king. Once he became stronger, he would definitely seek to regain his dignity. If the opponent's strength was not enough, then sorry, Lance's army would teach them a lesson. Invading a noble's territory is a serious matter, but not necessarily a big one. As for whether Lance would kill the opponent completely, there was no need. Everyone was a human explorer knight. They had the duty to expand the empire behind them, and this was protected by all imperial laws. If they were killed by alien tribes, that was understandable. Practice makes perfect. But if they were killed by fellow humans from the same faction, whether from the Ears Empire behind Lance or other empires on the continent, there would be bounties issued. This would make it difficult for anyone to move freely in human territories. In history, the Ears Empire once had a prince who did something similar, but he was eventually exposed. The Imperial Knight Order personally arrested the prince, paraded him publicly, brought him back to the imperial capital, and finally executed him in front of everyone, removing him from the royal family tree. Explorer Knights aim to find more land suitable for human survival. It is an honorable but dangerous task. If they are betrayed by fellow humans, it would be disheartening for all Explorer Knights, and such behavior is not tolerated by the entire human alliance. When Will heard Lance's words and sensed his anger, he immediately began preparing to gather his troops. Will also felt angry. This was right at their doorstep. If the enemy started expanding here, conflicts would only increase in the future. A bed is no place for others to snore. Iris was a pioneer knight from the Ors Empire. Her father was a viscount of the Ors Empire, but her explorer license was not inherited from her family. As a noble, she had 2 brothers and 3 sisters. Raised with elite education, she understood early on that without inheritance rights, she would only serve as a tool for family alliances. Her 3 older sisters were the same. Unable to resist, they married people they didn't like. This was the sadness of being noble. Her father arranged a marriage for her before she turned 18, making her a concubine to a count. He hoped she would use her connection to the count to get a development permit for her second brother. But the count was an 80-year-old man. Iris could never like him. Iris didn't plan to accept her fate. From the moment she awakened her magic talent, she trained day and night. She knew her family wouldn't provide her with a development permit, as only counts and dukes could issue them, and there was a limit each year. However, there are other ways to get a development permit besides counts and dukes. Iris earned her permit by ranking first at the Ors Empire Magic Academy. Yes, Iris was a talented mage, reaching the level of a mage before she was an adult. She was quite a genius. Being a development knight was just a title. Both knights and mages could hold it. So, she proudly became a development knight of the Ors Empire. When her father learned she had become a development knight, he was furious and said to her, "Why not accept the family's plan and become a count's concubine? That's an opportunity many would kill for. The family won't provide any resources for you. From now on, you're no longer part of our family. You've been erased from the family tree. Be careful." She didn't understand her father. She had become a development knight through her own efforts, earning her permit. Wasn't that something to be proud of? Her father's words left her feeling cold. Maybe leaving her family was a relief. She was finally free from that cold, imprisoning place. Using potion making, she earned her first fortune and began her journey of exploration. To escape her family, she traveled to the southernmost part of the empire, crossing the vast Wind Whisper Plain. The journey was full of dangers. Only she knew how hard it was. If not for her mentor's life-saving tricks, she might have fallen early on her path of discovery. Iris did not really want to become a pioneer knight, nor did she know how to manage a territory. She only wanted to prove to her father that even if she was not the count's concubine, she could still have a good future. She succeeded in becoming an honorable pioneer knight, but she also failed. Her original team of nearly 1,000 people is now reduced to just over 200. After crossing a large river, they finally escaped from the goblins' pursuit. They dared not stop and kept moving forward. They encountered a few goblin tribes, but luckily, no powerful goblins appeared. They defeated all the ugly goblins. Iris dislikes goblins very much. They traveled hundreds of kilometers over several months. At this point, her team's morale was very low. Iris decided to establish her own territory nearby. She let the female soldiers hunt for food nearby, preparing to settle down and develop slowly. One day, she would prove to her father that she was not inferior. It was almost evening. Iris was inside her own tent, planning how to develop her future territory. The more she thought about it, the more she felt her land could not grow strong. She had no support from her family. The money she earned from selling potions was almost gone after buying slaves and supplies. Because the area was deserted and uninhabited, even if she had money, she couldn't buy the needed supplies. She could only go to a big city to buy them, but the city was too far away. She felt very troubled. After a long journey, her team lacked everything. In this wild countryside, she couldn't think of any way to get supplies. She could only go east to the distant Sunset City to work as a potion maker for a while to earn enough money. But if she left, what would happen to her territory? Besides herself, the only other magic user was Balin, who had recently become a knight. The other female soldiers were not very strong. Could they really survive in this vast wilderness for a while? She only brought some ordinary maids from her family, which she had bought with many gold coins. Balin was her maid and had grown up with her. Although they were in a master-servant relationship, they were like sisters. Recently, Balin took a Night Awakening potion. This was a potion that Elise had spent a long time helping the magic school brew. Only one bottle remained. Fortunately, Balin successfully advanced to become a knight. It's also lucky that she has a familiar person who has been with her since childhood. This made Elise feel less lonely on her journey of exploration. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to keep going. At this moment, Balin, whom she had arranged to lead the female soldiers, was out hunting in the wild to bring food to the territory. They were almost back. The female soldiers were former maids and some bought slaves. Their strength was not very high. If they left the territory now, Elise didn't know what they would do. If she left, would Balin be able to manage the territory well? What if she encountered danger on the way and couldn't return? What if she came back to find the territory and Balin gone? How painful would that be? What was the point of her leaving? The more Elise thought about it, the more afraid she became. She didn't know what to do. She was just a girl who had just turned an adult. She had nothing behind her. Tears slid down her cheeks. She sniffled slightly, but didn't cry out loud. She remembered that when she was a child, her father would always hold her and comfort her when she cried, buying her treats and toys to cheer her up. She could also lie in her father's arms and cry without worries. But now, everything had changed. Her kind and gentle father was no longer here. She couldn't cry freely anymore. Wiping away her tears, she tidied her face and calmed her emotions. She was now an adult and couldn't let Balin see her like this. After a while, familiar and quick footsteps sounded outside the tent. Elise knew Balin had returned. "Lady Elise, I have something to report." Seeing Balin's serious and anxious tone, Elise felt a bit nervous. She knew something must have happened to make Balin so flustered and rush into her tent. Balin took a deep breath and said, "Sir, while I was hunting, I saw other humans. There were about 100 of them, escorting a large group of goblins. Their soldiers are very skilled. Each one rides a horse and carries standard weapons. I peeked at their leader, but I was spotted. Their leader is very strong, definitely not weaker than me. Although I don't know why he hasn't attacked me. I feel like we've entered the territory of another powerful explorer. Now, I don't know what we should do." Watching Balin speak quickly, Erlis also felt unsure. "We couldn't fight them, and we couldn't run away." Suddenly, a loud, clear eagle cry echoed in the sky. Erlis and Balin hurried out of the tent, looking up at the storm eagle in the sky, feeling its powerful presence. They realized they were no match for it. The ground trembled, and distant hoofbeats sounded, stirring up dust and darkening the surroundings. Soon, the entire territory was surrounded by soldiers. The slaves inside the territory trembled, afraid to make any noise that might attract attention. Seeing the elite soldiers and warhorses, Erlis was so nervous she didn't know what to say. The scene became very quiet. She sensed the deadly aura from the soldiers. More than 10 of them radiated a strength not weaker than hers and Balin. Their combined power was greater than her father's entire force. She was stunned, her face pale and weak. Balin beside her looked the same. Suddenly, another loud eagle cry sounded. The storm eagle slowly descended in front of them, its wings stirring dust everywhere. A young man jumped down from the back of the storm eagle. He had a unique presence, with long, golden hair like the sun and bright blue eyes like the sky. He was tall, but not bulky, with handsome features and a pale face that seemed cold as ice. He gave off an aura that kept others at a distance. Erlis looked at this scene, feeling overwhelmed and unsure of what to do. The young man in front of her, with a cold face, said calmly, "Honored Explorer Knight, you have invaded my territory. I suggest you leave immediately, right now, before the morning light river surrounds my land. If you refuse my advice, I will follow the Explorer Knight's law and spare only your life. As for others, my army will teach you the price of disobedience." Hearing his cold words, Iris thought about leaving now. If she refused, he might kill everyone except her. He was forcing her to leave his land, but where could she go? She had just escaped from the ogre's chase. Her team was already discouraged, and supplies were running low. Could she really survive? Thinking of her father's words before she left and the journey she had been through, a wave of sadness filled her heart. Tears welled up in her eyes. In the end, she couldn't hold back and started crying. Wow! Lance watched the scene in front of him, feeling helpless. He had only threatened the other person a little, and now she was crying. Was the mindset of the Explorer Knights so fragile now? Continuing to cry like this wasn't good. What would the soldiers around him think? Had he lost face? It was his first time seeing such a situation. He didn't know how to handle it. He couldn't just kill her, after all. Lance wasn't that kind of person and wouldn't do such a thing. What would the soldiers think? Their lord had made a girl cry, and he wasn't satisfied, so he killed her. Looking at the woman crying loudly in front of him, Lance carefully examined her. She was about 1.7 meters tall, dressed appropriately, not too luxurious, not too plain. Her long, light brown hair flowed like a waterfall, naturally curly and well-kept, giving her a unique charm. Her skin was white and smooth, like jade, flawless and carefully sculpted, with a touch of beauty. Her appearance was like a delicate porcelain doll, three-dimensional and deep. Flawless. Lance watched her continue crying without taking any action. If crying could solve the problem, then what was the point of his existence? Belen finally reacted and stepped forward to comfort Iris, saying, "My lady, don't cry anymore. Someone is watching us." Hearing Belen's words, Iris cried even louder. She hugged Belen tightly, burying her face in her chest, her body trembling with sobs. Lance watched this scene, unsure of what to do. He simply paced back and forth, observing the camp's condition. He noticed that this camp was much worse than his previous one. The slaves' clothes were torn, and their yellowish faces showed they were malnourished. He also noticed that among the people here, only two seemed strong, one knight and one mage. The rest of the humans looked weak and thin. He wondered how she managed to build this camp. She seemed like a naive, innocent girl who didn't know much. After a while, Iris finally calmed down. She rubbed her slightly swollen eyes and wiped away her tears. She looked at Lance, feeling nervous and unsure of what to say because his presence was so strong. She had only felt such power when her father was angry. But Lance was different from her father. He radiated confidence, as if everything was under his control. "Have you cried enough?" The man's calm voice reached her ears. She instinctively nodded and replied, "Yes." Lance continued softly, "Find a quiet place where we can talk properly." Inside Iris's tent, there were only 4 people: Lance, Will, Iris, and Belen. Will and Belen stood behind Lance and Iris, respectively. Lance and Iris sat facing each other. The scene was quiet. No one spoke first. They were waiting for the other to start. Iris didn't know what to say, and Lance felt a bit awkward. Feeling uncomfortable, Lance was the first to speak. He asked calmly, "What is your name?" The girl across from him replied softly, "Iris. Iris, how old are you? Where are you from? What do you do?" "I just turned an adult. I come from the Oris Empire and recently became a pioneering knight." Lance thought she was talking nonsense and quickly stated his purpose for coming. "The place you're exploring is within my territory. I can't accept that. I give you 2 choices now. First, leave my territory immediately. Second, give up your role as a pioneer knight and submit your subordinates to my domain." Seeing how decisive the young man in front of her was, Iris had no other options. Her supplies were almost gone. She didn't know where she could go after leaving here, nor if she could survive in this wild area with her people. Tears welled up in her eyes again. At this moment, Belen, standing behind her, said, "Honored Pioneer Knight, we are exhausted from traveling, and our team is feeling very discouraged. Besides, it's almost night, and it's not safe to travel. Could we rest here for a while?" Lance noticed that the situation on the other side was not right. If he said he wouldn't agree, Iris would start crying in the next second. Since the goal of this visit had already been achieved, it was better to let them rest for a bit. The other side's strength wasn't enough to cause trouble. He calmly threatened Iris, "I'll give you 1 day. Rest and repair yourselves quickly, then leave my territory. Otherwise, you don't want your entire team to perish, do you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Iris started crying again. Lance turned away, ignoring her, and said to Will behind him, "Will, let's go." Lance and Will left Iris's tent. Hearing the crying inside, Lance commented, "The quality of pioneer knights nowadays is really declining. If they had even half my strength and intelligence, they wouldn't be in this state." Will nodded in agreement. He mounted Sif, the wind steed, and ordered the army to return to Dawn Fortress. Looking up at the sky, Lance reflected on this experience. It wasn't bad. He had expected the other side to have some strength, since every pioneer knight usually has a background. But to his surprise, they turned out to be so weak. Next time, he would just send Will. Lance no longer wanted to deal with these matters. Back at the territory, it was already getting dark. The busy villagers finished their day's work. Some villagers gathered together, chatting. For Dawn Fortress, there were no entertainment options at night. They enjoyed talking about what happened during the day and sharing past experiences. This was their favorite activity. I arrived outside my tent and heard Daisy and Ivy talking about the land's development. I lifted the tent flap and went inside. Seeing the dinner already prepared, I felt calm. It's nice to have someone waiting to eat together. When they saw I was back, both sisters were very happy. I ate and talked about what happened today. Luckily, I defended myself well. I used a sword energy to save Rexy and Paul. The snake leader was completely stunned. I didn't expect I was hiding my strength. She tried to run, but I blocked her escape and finally defeated her. Do you know what I found in her nest? Yes, there is a magic spring there. Seeing their surprised and happy expressions, I enjoyed their admiration. Daisy and Ivy were very excited when they heard about the magic spring on the land. As mages, they knew how powerful a magic spring could be. When they were with the Bryan family, they often trained near the spring, allowed by Mage Ely. Training next to the spring made progress very fast because the magic water was pure and easy to absorb, speeding up their training. The spring water could also be used to water magic potions, making them grow faster and better. It could be used as a solvent for potions too. For mages, it was very valuable. I smiled and said, "You two will manage the use of the magic spring. For now, I only want my guardian knights and you to know about it. It will be part of our Dawnland's strength." The sisters were touched by my trust, as they always had been since they were young. Daisy and Ivy talked more with me about the land's progress. The first batch of iron ore had been brought back from the Goblin tribe's den. There was quite a lot, and the blacksmiths had already started working to make iron tools for Dawnland. The tailors were also preparing clothes from the wool and animal skins from the sheep that the army had recently brought back. Animal husbandry and farming were getting on track. The animals were mainly caught wild by the army. They used the manure as fertilizer, and their produced animal milk has been processed and is now being sold in small amounts at grocery stores. Everything at Dawn Leader is developing well, and Lance, Daisy, and Ivy all feel a sense of achievement. After finishing their meal, everyone began practicing various skills. They immersed their consciousness into the platform and looked at their post titled, "Shocking 50-meter giant snake." They read the comments below. Wolf King. "Oh my goodness, what kind of monster is this? Can any creature really grow this big? This snake could probably swallow several wolves at once. I need to work hard. No wonder the boss is so powerful, defeating such a mighty snake. I truly admire you, Heaven-Reaching Tree. I envy the boss every day. I recently caught a snake as a subordinate, but it's only 5 or 6 meters long. Compared to the snake the boss defeated, it's tiny. Respect 1, Qin Shi Huang. I wonder if the boss can sell me some magic snake meat at a good price. I'm tired of fancy delicacies and want to try some extraordinary creatures." Wolf King, at Qin Shi Huang. "What fancy delicacies are you talking about? The meat of this magic snake is the real delicacy. Heaven-Reaching Tree." "Exactly, Cold Palace Xiaoying. Did I just get goosebumps seeing those dense snake swarms? My fear of tight spaces." Zhuge Village Fool, at Cold Palace Xiaoying. "If it were gold instead of snakes, it wouldn't bother you. But these are piles of money. No, even money can't buy what they are. Qingyang True Man, you truly envy me." This magic spring seems to be comparable to a spiritual spring. Legendary Mage Gwen. I wonder if the boss is selling magic spring water. I want to cooperate with the boss long-term. Lance noticed his friends were having fun, so he posted a pinned comment. Human Destiny Community. Friends in my contact list. Please check the messages I sent you about 50-meter magic snake meat and magic spring water. I'm feeling happy today. I'm offering 100 kilograms of snake meat and 3 bottles of spring water for free. Not much, but it's a small gesture from me. For those who haven't reached the extraordinary level yet, be careful not to eat too much at once, or it might cause problems. Lance sent 100 kilograms of magical snake meat to each friend on his list, offering some support to those who haven't yet reached the extraordinary level. For the 50-meter giant magical snake leader, this meat was nothing special, totaling less than a ton. Looking at the pinned comment, responses quickly appeared. Wolf King, thanks for the 100 kilograms of magical snake meat, Big Boss. I worship you. Heavenly Tree Builder, envious of the Big Boss, worship too. Cold Palace Showing. Suddenly, snakes don't seem so scary anymore. Worship 3, Juga Village Fool. Worship 4, First Emperor Qin. Fortunately, I have a friend of the Big Boss. Worship 10,086, Legendary Mage Gwen. Can I have a friend slot, please? Lance accepted Gwen's friend request. Community of Human Destiny. Do you need magic spring water, Gwen? Yes, Big Boss. I just became a mage and am determined to become a legendary mage. I urgently need resources to improve my strength. I want to spend 1 trading point to buy 10 bottles of magic spring water. What do you think of this price? I'll buy 100 bottles first. Lance thought for a moment and felt it was okay, so he agreed. Community of Human Destiny. All right, the price is fair. Lance gained 10 trading points, the first he had earned from trading. Although few, Magic Springs would continuously produce magic spring water, which meant endless trading points. Lance was happy. He had found a steady way to earn trading points. He left the platform and began practicing the night breathing technique. Lance's morning was going smoothly, but Elise felt uncertain about the future, unsure of which path to take next. At this moment, inside Elise's tent, the lights were bright. Elise and Bellin sat facing each other, discussing what to do tomorrow. Bellin nervously said, Lady Elise, we no longer have enough supplies to continue exploring. I don't know what to do next. Elise was also very discouraged. She didn't know what to do either. If they kept exploring, they would likely face more risks. But should they just give up? I still want to prove to my father that his choice was wrong. But what should I do now? I really have no options left. Should I go back and admit my mistake to my father and accept my fate? No, I will never give in that easily. She remembered what the young, handsome pioneer knight had said. I give you 2 choices. 1. Leave my territory immediately. 2. Give up your identity as a pioneer knight and serve under my rule with your followers. Since the first option is not possible, I will choose the second. Thinking of his subordinate's strong presence, the powerful storm eagle, and the aura he exuded, which was similar to her father's, she felt hopeful. As a medic, she believed she would be treated well in his territory. When she became stronger, she would prove to her father that she was right. This thought kept flooding her mind, making it hard to hold back. The next morning, most of the alien tribes within 100 kilometers of Dawn had been cleared by will. These tribes mainly included Goblins and Kobolds. The Kobolds were accepted as free citizens of Dawn, while the Goblins were assigned to work in the iron mine and stone quarry. The population of the territory now mainly consisted of humans, subhumans, and Kobolds. Humans were the largest group, with over 2,200 people. Next were Kobolds, with more than 900. Subhumans remained about the same as at the start, around 250. In total, the population was about 3,300. Lance planned to set up a special department to manage the population, registering each citizen and recording their information, such as occupation, skill level, and abilities. This way, when needed, they could be called upon directly, greatly improving the efficiency of projects and speeding up the territory's development. Recently, the army had little to do, so we'll arrange for them to train, patrol, and guard the area. As for asking soldiers to help build the territory, Lance thought about it and decided against it. In the mining area, after sending another goblin there, Lance assigned a guard knight to oversee the work, accompanied by 30 soldiers. The magic spring is the most important part of the territory. Lance sent 4 guard knights and 70 soldiers there. Now, only 100 soldiers remain, not counting the newly recruited female soldiers. Under Will's arrangement, these soldiers continue to train. Lance gave Will the magic snake meat he obtained last time and the potions from the novice alchemist. Will uses them to improve the soldiers' strength, and Lance specifically asked him to take good care of the new female soldiers. Lance has never led female soldiers before. These are the first women in the territory, so he naturally wants to treat them well. In the beginning, he will give them extra resources, and once they become stronger, he will treat everyone equally. The territory's development is now on the right track. All that remains is to wait for time to make everything new and better. Lance thinks it is time to start setting up the Dawnlight Chamber of Commerce. Building the Chamber of Commerce is necessary. Through it, Lance hopes to bring more people and supplies to Dawnlight. In the future, as Dawnlight grows stronger, it might even bring magical resources. At first, the chamber will trade common goods that can be bought with gold coins. Later, it can open channels for magical resources using potions made by Daisy and Ivy. There are plans to establish an auction to gather intelligence and rare magical items, but these will only happen when Dawnlight is strong enough. Lance is troubled about who should manage the Dawnlight Chamber of Commerce. Daisy is the most suitable person in his mind. However, she needs to oversee the development of Dawnlight, which makes her a key part of the territory. As for Ivy, Lance hasn't considered her for this role. Her personality isn't suitable for being the leader. The guard knights are even less likely, as they have never learned how to manage such things. Suddenly, Lance thought of someone else, Annie. Annie is the female knight Lance bought. She has been working with Daisy and is now assigned to train the new female soldiers. Daisy mentioned that Annie used to manage her father's barony in the Orst Empire. She seems like a good candidate, especially since she might be the only suitable person in the territory. This is one of Lance's worries. Dawnlight is short of talent. But where can he find talented people? Most people have not received an education because the cost of studying is too high for ordinary families to afford. Only wealthy merchants send their children to local schools, but after they finish, they usually serve their lords. This makes it hard for Lance, as he feels that Dawn territory will lack talented people for a long time. This is one of the problems faced by every pioneering knight. Although asking their family for help could solve these issues well, Lance chose not to do that. His family has already given him many resources, and he doesn't want to trouble the Bryan family further. Otherwise, what is the point of his efforts? After thinking for a while, Lance decided to start by training those children. The school should also be built soon, but who will be the teachers? The more Lance thought about it, the more confused he became. So he decided not to think about it anymore and leave it to Daisy. It will be her. Outside the tent, Will's voice came. "My lord." Lance stepped out and looked at Will with some confusion. "Will, is there something wrong?" Will said. "It's about the knight from yesterday. I just checked her camp again and found they haven't left." He continued, after asking around. "I learned that the knight wants to give up her knight status and join our territory. She also said she is an alchemist and can bring many benefits to our land. Because of the 2 options you gave yesterday, she clearly chose the second. So I didn't chase them away. They are now on their way to Dawn territory." Listening to Will, Lance fell into thought. Although pioneering knights can give up their status, few people do because gaining this status is very costly. Lance would not give up this status. It is the easiest way for him to enter the noble system. In this world, without noble status, it's very hard to move forward. Besides the path of pioneering knights, only through the Empire's favor can one become a noble. But to get the Empire's favor, most of the time, one must contribute significantly, either through military achievements or by making great contributions to the Empire. Why would Iris give up becoming a pioneering knight? Lance didn't understand and couldn't comprehend. After thinking for a while, Lance said to Will, "When she arrives at the territory, bring her to see me. Leave the rest to Daisy to arrange." "Yes," Will left with the order. Lance was also curious about what made a pioneer knight give up their identity. Lance had no reason to refuse a potion maker's offer of loyalty. He was considering how to assign her a role, but since the territory currently lacked magic potions, it wouldn't be good for her to craft potions there. She seemed to be a crying magician, so he wondered what kind of job to give her. Lance thought about it and decided to let her be the vice president of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce for now. He was planning to build the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, and they were short of people. He also wanted to buy some magical ingredients for potion making in Sunset City. Since potion makers go to buy magical resources, they probably won't be tricked, and Lance felt this was a good plan. He happily made the decision. Not long after, we'll return with Iris. Lance stepped out of the tent and saw the shy Iris. He smiled and asked, "Why did you give up your identity as a pioneer knight?" Iris softly replied, "I became a pioneer knight to escape my family's control and to take charge of my own destiny. My noble father arranged a marriage for me to become a count's concubine. I didn't want to be the wife of someone I didn't like, especially since the count was an old man. So I worked hard to get a pioneer license from the Magic Academy. I wanted to prove to my father that even without becoming a count's concubine, I could achieve just as much, but my father didn't understand me. I also realized that expanding my territory was difficult. I really like your territory, so I decided to give up my pioneer knight status and join yours. I look forward to becoming stronger in the future and returning to my family to show them I made the right choice." Hearing Iris's words, Lance felt sorry for her and was also glad that in this strict world, he was born into the Bryan noble family. He nodded slightly and said to Iris, "Your choice is the best decision. You will be glad you made it in the future. I promise you will have a chance to prove yourself to your family. By the way, my territory is short of people. I want you to become the vice president of our Dawn Chamber of Commerce in the Dawn Territory. Do you have any thoughts?" Iris heard Lance's words, her cheeks slightly red and a bit shy as she said, "Can I do it? But I don't have much experience." Lance replied, "It's okay to learn slowly. Your main task this time is to go to Sunset City in the east and buy some magic potions for making alchemy for the territory. No one is more suitable for this than you." Hearing the affirmation from the person in front of her, she hesitated a little and said, "All right, Lord. I will do my best to complete the task you assigned to me." Lance nodded slightly and said to Will, "Take Iris to find Daisy and have her arrange everything." Will took Iris to find Daisy, and Lance returned to his tent. He planned to write 2 letters to his father and mother to have the Merchant Guild send them to the Bryan family. Iris followed behind Will and shyly asked, "Big brother Will, what is our Lord's name?" Will glanced back, seeing another girl captivated by the Lord's charm. He had seen many such expressions since he was young. No wonder. Who wouldn't love such an adult? Will thought, "If I were a girl, I would like the Lord too." The Lord's name is Lance Bryan. He is the second son of Count Cohen, the head of the Bryan family in the Ears Empire. He just recently came of age. Now he is at the elite knight level and is the most talented person in the Bryan family. He's quite famous as a genius even within the Ears Empire. Becoming a Sky Knight in the future is inevitable, and even legendary knights have a chance to glimpse it. By the way, the Lord doesn't have a fiancé yet. Hearing Will's words, Iris's cheeks blushed. She didn't expect Lance to be so impressive, handsome, talented, and with a strong background. Thinking of her own family, she couldn't help but feel inferior. For Iris, who was just beginning to understand love, Lance undoubtedly held a deep attraction for her. "Who is Daisy?" "Oh, you mean Lady Daisy. She is the Lord's maid, but you must not look down on her just because she's a maid. Lady Daisy has been with the Lord since they were young, taking care of him and handling all his daily affairs. The Lord trusts Lady Daisy more than anyone else. Currently, everything in the territory is managed by Lady Daisy. By the way, Lady Daisy and her sister Ivy are also magicians like you. They are also alchemists. I believe you will have common topics to talk about in the future." Listening to Will, Iris felt more insecure. She thought her magic talent was pretty good, but now she realized it might not be the case. At the same time, Iris also felt that her decision this time was correct. She believed she would have a chance to prove to her father that her choice was right. She rekindled her fighting spirit, encouraged herself, and decided to work her training to become stronger as soon as possible. In Lance's tent, he was writing a letter to his father, Count Cohen. The letter expressed gratitude for the family's support and described the current situation of the territory. He mentioned that the expansion was going smoothly and that he missed his family. He wondered how his younger brother and sister had been doing recently. He also wrote a short letter to his mother, Ilai, saying he was safe and sharing some recent events. He wished her to stay forever young and beautiful. After finishing these 2 letters, Lance prepared to organize the members who would go to Sunset City. He remembered that some of his guardian knights wanted to bring their families to live in Morning Dawn. Lance supported this idea. He also covered their travel expenses. Their families would have extra care, a yard near the Lord's Hall, and a shop in the future commercial area. Lance was never stingy with these guardian knights. Only when their worries were fully resolved could they serve Lance wholeheartedly. This was Lance's usual principle, and it was one of the reasons why those knights loved, loyal, and respected him so much. As for the members going this time, and the supplies needed, Lance and Daisy and Will needed to discuss it. They planned to leave tomorrow. After finishing the letters, Lance's mind sank into the platform, where he saw messages from his friends. Wolf King, boss, the 100 kilograms of magic snake meat you sent is really a great tonic. My wolf pack strength has improved a lot. I also broke through to the extraordinary level. I just wiped out the pig tribe around me. This is a gift from me to you. Please accept it. Human Destiny community, it's good that the meat helps you. I accept your kindness. Looking at the Wolf King sending him 50 tons of warthog meat, Lance felt quite happy. Although he hadn't officially accepted any followers, the Wolf King had been calling himself Lance's #1 follower on the forum. Lance didn't say much, just implicitly accepted it. Having a follower who enjoys having fun is quite nice. He also checked the message from Tongtian Jianmu, who thanked him again. The magic snake meat greatly improved his strength and that of his subordinates. As for Tongtian Jianmu, a big tree that always argues on the forum with the Wolf King about who is Lance's top follower, Lance also enjoys watching the fun. He looks forward to the day when a person, a tree, and a wolf meet. Other friends also thanked him one by one, especially Lung Gong Xiaoying, who had just formed a business alliance. The magic snake meat was especially helpful to her. After replying to all these friends, Lance left the forum. It's best to act quickly, so Lance decided to go talk to Daisy and Will about the personnel and supplies needed for tomorrow. Outside the tent, he whistled. Soon, Jinghong ran over happily, rubbing his head against Lance. For Jinghong, these days have been very comfortable. This is the life. No worries about the safety of the tribe. His tribe is well taken care of. He no longer has to wander aimlessly on the Wind Whisper Plain, constantly worried about his life. Although Jinghong has become a magical beast, there are still many dangers on the Wind Whisper Plain. If he's not careful, his entire tribe could fall into disaster. He doesn't want to end up wandering alone in the world. Now, he gets delicious medicinal herbs every day, and when his owner has free time, he even teases the little mare. Lance looked at the handsome Jinghong and smiled contentedly. He gently patted his head and then jumped onto his back. They rode slowly toward Daisy's place. Along the way, every villager they saw looked at them with admiration, as if saying that only a handsome horse can match a handsome lord. Lance enjoyed the villagers' enthusiastic admiration. As for Yuying, she has recently become bolder. No one knows why, but she keeps running into the Morning Sun mountain range and occasionally brings back some medicinal herbs to help the family. Lance told him to take it easy, so he wouldn't miss his perfect master if he encountered danger later. Shuofeng had been staying close to Leitang. Now, Leitang had laid 4 eggs and was still producing more. Soon, the Dawn leader would have a new team of air cavalry. Seeing Daisy busy in the distance, Lance rode over when she was free. He jumped off the majestic horse and smiled at Daisy. How are you? Are you free now? Daisy smiled slightly. I'm fine. Just some small tasks. By the way, what brings you here? Can't I come to see you just because I want to? Of course you can. You're my lord, after all. Do whatever you like. Lance cleared his throat and said, Actually, I have something to tell you. I plan to create the Dawn Commerce Guild, and we'll go to Sunset City tomorrow. I thought about having Annie as the guild leader and Iris as the deputy to buy slaves and supplies in Sunset City. What do you think? Daisy thought for a moment. Yes, we do need to buy some slaves and supplies. Annie is quite capable, so I think it's a good idea. Iris used to be a noble and learned new things quickly. She was also a pharmacist, which would be very useful when buying magical resources. As expected of my landlady, with her careful planning, everything is under control. I will prepare a shopping list later. I need to think carefully. As for the other personnel, you should ask Will to arrange it. Lance nodded. Thank you, Daisy. Daisy shook her head slightly. It's my duty. No need to thank me. But you should focus on improving your strength. Your power is the true strength of the territory. They talked a bit more. The Dawn mountain range had already received shipments of stone and gravel. Daisy planned to focus on completing the road from Dawn to Dawn River first, making future transportation easier. The dock also needed to be built quickly, but unfortunately, there were no shipbuilders in Dawn. Lance felt a little regretful. After all, who doesn't dream of becoming a pirate king someday? He had heard that the endless ocean in the south, the Star Sea, was full of resources and strange magical beasts. The temptation was too great for Lance to resist. After talking with Daisy, I jumped onto the back of the swift horse and slowly headed toward the military camp. Everything in the territory was thriving under Daisy's careful management. When I arrived at the camp, I saw Darz's transporting carts full of stones and coal with the army. Now, after taking 3 body-enhancing pills, Darz's has grown to 1.6 meters and is still getting taller. He is very happy with his current state, more than ever before. It turns out that even a goblin can become so strong. Other goblins respect him when they see him. Although Darz's lives in the mountains, he manages the entire goblin tribe. All the goblins in the Dawnlight leader's territory know his name. Darz's doesn't care much about fame. He understands deeply that only when he is strong can he truly be powerful. In the future, the goblin tribe will have more say compared to other races besides humans. His strength comes entirely from the Lord. All he needs to do is follow the Lord's orders and complete his tasks. Next time there is a recruitment, he hopes to lead a team of goblins. That would be the start of the goblins' glory. Lance approached Will, who was training with soldiers. Seeing Lance, Will stopped training and respectfully asked, "Does the master need something?" Lance smiled slightly and said, "Tomorrow, I plan to send the Dawnlight Merchant Guild to Sunset City, with Annie as the president and Iris as the vice president. We will need some soldiers to accompany them, and some guardian knights want to bring their families to live in the territory. I've decided to send Cole, Rexy, and Paul to Sunset City to deliver some letters to my family, and also to select 30 soldiers to follow them." Will nodded and said, "Yes, sir. These are small matters. I will arrange everything. You don't need to come personally next time. Just send someone to inform us." Lance smiled and said, "I just have some free time, so I came to see how the soldiers are doing." Will added, "Today, when Paul was returning with supplies from the mountains, he told me about his experiences there. I feel that our recent training has been a bit slack. I plan to increase the training for these soldiers and guardian knights." Lance nodded slightly. "It's been a long time since we trained together. Since I'm here now, let's practice together. If you have any questions, just ask, and I'll see if I can help." Will was very happy. With an elite knight like Lance teaching him, many of his training doubts could be solved. After about 2 hours, everyone benefited greatly and was quietly reflecting on what they had just learned. Looking at these guardian knights, Lance was quite satisfied. After guiding the guardian knights staying at Dawnlight's command, Lance returned to his tent and began practicing. Night fell. Inside Lance's tent, Daisy had already handed him the list of items needed for the trip to Sunset City for trade. Lance looked over it. The main items were slaves, food, and daily supplies for the villagers. There were also some seeds and magical resources. They planned to buy at least 3,000 slaves and bring back as many as possible. They also wanted to buy some skilled workers. Seeing this, Lance decided to buy all of them. After careful consideration, Lance felt that the number of people they planned to buy was still too small. Thinking for a moment, Lance said to Daisy, "We can buy more slaves. Don't worry about managing them on the road. We can hire some mercenaries to help with management, since the trip will take quite a while, about 20 days or so." Daisy nodded and said, "Okay, but the trip might be a bit long. Dawnlight's territory currently lacked people, both soldiers and ordinary villagers, very much." Lance sighed. We must open up trade routes between Dawnlight and Sunset City. That way, more merchants will come to Dawnlight, bringing us more supplies. But right now, our population is too small. Dawnlight is over 1,000 kilometers from Sunset City. For Lance's guardian knights, riding dragon-scaled horses at full speed, they could reach it in a day. If Lance rides the north wind, the trip would be much faster. Within 2 hours, they could arrive at Sunset City. But for ordinary people, 1,000 kilometers is a long journey, especially with the dangers on the Wind Whisper Plains, which further slows the team. Lance fed a pet beast pill to an ordinary horse in the team. Ahead, Will cleared some dangers and planned the route. The Wind Whisper Plains are quite flat. The villagers took turns resting on the wagons, traveling with stops and starts, managing to cover about 100 kilometers each day. For horses pulling cargo, 70 kilometers a day is already very fast. Most ordinary horses carrying goods usually travel between 30 and 50 kilometers a day, similar to what an average person can walk. Roads might make travel a bit quicker. Lance plans to give Annie some space rings so she can store supplies inside. Later, in Sunset City, they will buy more wagons mainly for resting. When they have enough money, Lance wants to buy large magic airships to transport people and supplies or build a teleportation array for easier travel. Magic airships are very expensive. Even now, buying one would be a big expense for Lance. They are also money-consuming, needing magic crystals to operate. Lance can't afford that now. Plus, magic airships aren't easy to buy. They are strategic resources of the Empire, requiring military achievements and noble titles to obtain. The Bryan family owns a few, but they rarely use them, only during wars or important events. As for teleportation arrays, they require at least a mage of a certain level to set up, since they need special diagrams and rare magic materials. All of these are controlled by the Mage Association. To build a teleportation array, you need their approval and to pay some fees. The association then sends people to help set it up. For the newly established Dawnlight territory, these are still far away. After discussing with Daisy for a while, Lance felt it was enough. He refreshed the forum and then began practicing cultivation. The next morning, Lance looked at everyone dressed lightly. Annie, the president of Dawnlight Commerce, Vice President Iris, along with 3 guardian knights, Rexy, Paul, and Cole, plus 30 accompanying soldiers. With such a strong team, Lance believed there would be no problems. Yesterday, we'll arrange the personnel transfer. Paul and Reggie have returned from the Morning Dawn Mountains. Most of these soldiers have taken 2 to 3 body refinement pills, and their warhorses have each taken 3 beast taming pills. They are a highly skilled and loyal group. As for Will still has many body refinement pills and beast taming pills and doesn't use them all to strengthen the army. Lance prefers a gradual process. Only soldiers who perform well and show loyalty, earning battlefield achievements, will be given these pills by Will. This is the kind of army Lance and Will want. One that is not only strong but also disciplined and loyal. An army with only power is not enough. Lance handed 2 letters to Reggie. Deliver these to my father and mother. Also, bring the families of the Guardian Knights and inform my father. Since they are my father's subjects, I believe he won't make things difficult for you over such small matters. Reggie respectfully nodded. I will personally deliver these letters to the Lord's parents. Lance thought for a moment and then gave Reggie his family crest of Count Brian. This is the crest of the Brian family. With this, I believe your group will face fewer problems. To be extra sure, I will often send Shuofeng to visit you. If you have anything to say, write it down and give it to Shuofeng to bring back to me. That's all I have to say. This mission mainly involves Annie, to help the Morning Dawn Chamber of Commerce gain more experience. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, discuss them with my Guardian Knights. I hope there won't be any issues in Sunset City. Annie respectfully replied, I will definitely live up to your expectations, Lord. Annie was a bit excited. She knew this was a test from Lance. If she did well, she would become the president of the Morning Dawn Chamber of Commerce. She still bears a deep grudge that she hasn't avenged. She must complete this task perfectly and avoid any mistakes. Otherwise, losing her position as president means she might never have another chance to enter the core of the territory's power. Only by successfully completing the task Lance gave her can she gain more of his attention. This is the first step on her path of revenge. Thinking about what the Duke's son did to her family, she kept dreaming of revenge. Looking at the people around her, she knew that this was only a small part of Dawn's strength. Even this small part was stronger than her father's territory was in the past, so she believed she still had a chance to get revenge someday. As the group headed toward Sunset City, Lance looked away. This was indeed her way of testing Annie's abilities, and her first step in training talent for her territory. The team heading to Sunset City had already set out, and her territory was developing quickly. During this time, Lance planned to set up a registration office to record all the residents. Daisy would handle this task. Lance thought it would be better to keep the military and civilian registrations separate for convenience. In her view, the early army of the territory was the most important and would receive the best treatment. Regular soldiers earned 1 silver coin a day, and during wartime, their pay would increase several times, with food and lodging provided. Most residents wanted to join the army, but the territory still needed labor for development. Will was carefully selecting the best candidates for the army, and Lance didn't plan to increase the army size for now. Once the Dawn Merchant Guild returned with a large number of workers, Lance would consider expanding the army. Inside her tent, Lance thought that after the Dawn Merchant Guild returned, she would select recruits from the first batch of residents. She believed it was best to first establish a militia, and future soldiers would have to be chosen from this group. The militia would handle simple training and patrols around the territory. She wondered how this idea sounded and if there were any improvements to be made. Lance thought a militia was very necessary. It would free real soldiers from managing minor affairs, giving them more time to train. It would also allow residents interested in joining the army to experience military life early, so they could adapt quickly when they officially joined. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Lance left her tent and headed straight to the military camp to find Will. Will was currently practicing the night breathing technique. Lance coughed slightly, and Will opened his eyes upon hearing her arrival. Seeing Will about to salute, Lance waved his hand and said, "Will, I mainly came to discuss whether it is possible to build a militia team for Dawn's territory." Will thought for a moment after hearing the word militia team and replied, "Sir, the idea of establishing a militia team is indeed very good. Recently, the army has nothing much to do except rotating to the iron mine area and the quarry, so they can train the militia team. But how many residents should we recruit? How should their wages be calculated?" Lance's mind went blank when he heard Will mention the population issue. The population is still too small. He needs people to build a militia team, so he needs to talk to Daisy about it. This will slow down the development of the territory. Watching Lance deep in thought, Will didn't disturb him and waited quietly for his response. After pondering for a while, Lance asked Will, "How many soldiers do we currently have in the army?" Will quickly answered, "Sir, a total of 284 people, including 15 guard knights, 200 male soldiers, and 68 female soldiers. There is also Dars, a dog-headed soldier, among them, with 16 soldiers reaching knight level." Lance asked suspiciously, "Who is the other knight?" "I don't remember any leaving the army," Will explained. "Sir, it's Baron, a subordinate of Iris. Iris asked her 17 female soldiers to join the army, and I agreed. Now she's training those female soldiers." Lance suddenly remembered the person standing behind Iris in her tent, but he didn't know her name. "Oh, so it's her. I remember now. The total army is 284 people. Next time we expand, we'll increase it directly to 500. As for the militia team, let's first form a team of 400 people. When we expand again, we will select from the militia. The personnel ratio now is 8-2, with 80% humans and subhumans, and 20% dog-headed people. Their wages are a bit lower than ordinary residents, about 20 copper coins per day, but they will be provided with food and accommodation. This way, we can ensure that most residents in the militia team genuinely want to join the army, rather than just because of the higher wages. Those militia groups will receive basic military training, patrol the territory regularly, and help with daily chores. This way, we can free up some of the army. The leader of the militia will be rotated among you, the Guardian Knights." Will nodded and said, "Your idea is very practical, sir." Lance smiled happily. The idea of forming militia groups was just a sudden thought of his. Whether it would work depends on how things develop later. Lance also thought about some matters related to household registration. He continued speaking to Will. "By the way, Will, I plan to register and record information for each villager. Simple villagers will be registered by Daisy, and soldiers in the army will be registered by you. Soldiers need to record their strength level and skills. This will also help me understand the general situation of the territory and its overall strength in the future." Will nodded and said, "That's very necessary. It will make personnel management more efficient." After discussing the militia idea with Will, Lance also talked about some matters at the quarry. "By the way, Will, have you been to the magic spring?" Will replied, "Yes, I went there once. The magic energy near the spring is extremely dense. When I trained nearby, I felt my progress was greatly accelerated. Now, we take turns guarding there. I believe it won't be long before we reach the knight's intermediate level. Unfortunately, That magic energy keeps spreading outward. If we could contain it, the concentration inside could reach a higher level. Then, training would be even faster. Also, the magic spring water collected daily is stored there. When needed, you can go get some, or just tell me. Lance also felt a bit regretful. He had asked Daisy and Ivy if they could set up a magic gathering formation, but they said they didn't know how yet. Although Lance's mother, Ilii, had a magic circle in her magic book related to this, learning it would take some time. They would have to wait until Daisy and Ivy learned it before they could set it up. Lance said, "You don't need to worry about that. Daisy and Ivy are already learning about the magic circles. I believe they will learn quickly, and then your training speed will improve even more." Lance remembered that there were very few magicians in the territory. Last time, he had Daisy test the children in the territory. Out of more than 400 children, only 3 had magical talent. Now, Daisy and Ivy are taking some time to teach them. Lance sighed, feeling that the number of magicians was too low. After talking with Will, Lance left the military camp to find Daisy and discuss the militia team. He arrived at the Lord's Hall in the Dawnlight territory. Looking at this large building, although it is still somewhat simple, it already shows a sense of authority. At the door, 2 half-human maidservants with white fox ears and tails stood guard. Lance couldn't help but want to reach out and touch them. After all, no boy can resist animal-eared girls. But Lance held back, knowing that as the Lord, his image was important. He couldn't let small things like this tarnish his reputation. The 2 maidservants at the door bowed slightly and saluted Lance when they saw him. Everyone in the territory knew Lance. He often rode his magnificent steed, the Divine Swift, to patrol Dawnlight. The residents had a deep impression of him. They described him as handsome, brave, kind, and strong. These were the praises from the people. Lance was happy to accept these compliments. He nodded and said, "One of you, take me to see Daisy." The Lord's Hall, which would serve as the administrative office in the future, was quite large, about 40,000 square meters. It also left plenty of space for expansion, to be built upon when needed. The maid led the way, with Lance following behind, observing the entire hall. The roads inside the hall were paved with small stones, unlike some muddy paths outside. Flowers and lush green plants lined the sides, and occasionally, small birds chirped happily. Lance thought the scenery was quite nice. Soon, they arrived outside Daisy's office. Lance told the maid to go back to her work. At that moment, Daisy was sitting and writing something. Lance waited until she finished before walking in. He cleared his throat a little and entered the room. Daisy looked up at Lance's cough and smiled slightly, saying, "I wonder what my lord has come to see me about." Lance felt a bit awkward. He remembered his last answer was, "Can I come to see you if there's nothing wrong?" But clearly, every time Lance came during the day, he had a reason. Lance smiled and said, "I just missed you a little and came by to handle a small matter." Daisy smiled even more happily and asked, "I wonder what small matter has brought you here personally, my lord." Lance touched his nose. "I discussed with Will about forming a militia. We plan to recruit from within the militia when expanding the army. First, we want to establish a militia of 400 people. Will that slow down the development of the territory?" Daisy thought for a moment after hearing Lance's words. Yes, it will slow down the territory's growth. The current population is just over 3,300. Excluding the army and some children, only about 2,300 people can work. If we recruit 400 more for the militia, only about 1,900 people will be left to work. Almost 1/6 fewer workers, but it's not a big problem. The main structure of the territory is already in place. It just takes more time. Plus, the militia can work together during their free time. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Lance nodded and said, "Then let's hold the recruitment tonight after the villagers finish their work. Also, let's register and record all the villagers' information so that future work can be more efficient. I've already asked Will to handle the military arrangements. You just need to take care of this part." Daisy nodded. "Okay, I will do my best to organize these tasks, whether it's the militia or registering all the villagers. All of this will greatly benefit the future development of the territory. But your strength, my lord, is what truly makes the territory strong." Lance smiled and said, "All right, I will go practice now." After saying goodbye to Daisy, Lance went outside the territory hall and whistled. Soon, Jinghong flew over quickly, still acting lively and happy. It rubbed its head against Lance's, and Lance patted its head a few times. Lance jumped onto Jinghong's back, ready to go to the magic spring to practice. Although he could use magic crystals for training, since he got the magic spring, he mostly drank its water to improve. The magic in the spring's water is easier to absorb than in magic crystals, and it turns into fighting energy when the knight uses breathing techniques. This way, he uses less magic crystal and trains faster. Sitting on Jinghong's back, watching the scenery rush past, Lance relaxed his mind. He didn't use his fighting energy shield and let the strong wind hit him. He enjoyed this feeling. Jinghong ran freely, like a shooting star across the sky. To other animals, Jinghong appeared in the distance in the blink of an eye, leaving only the wind behind as proof of its passing. After about 5 minutes, Lance arrived at the mountain camp 50 kilometers from Dawn's territory. He saw a road leading into the mountains. Riding Jinghong, he followed the road forward, with few people around. To speed up the transportation of ore, Lance gave some space rings to the soldiers. They just put the mined ore into the rings. Once the rings were full, soldiers could ride horses back and forth to deliver the ore. Transporting the ore didn't take much time. Most of the time was spent mining. Soon, he reached the quarry, where some goblins and soldiers were whipping goblins with whips. They were telling them to work harder, asking if they hadn't eaten, or if they wanted to die. Lance didn't feel any pity for the goblins. He remembered that some villagers in his territory still hadn't recovered mentally, which might take a long time to heal. He also thought about how many humans on this continent are suffering from goblin abuse. Lance's hatred for goblins grew even stronger. They arrived near the cave in the central area, which was guarded by soldiers led by Malvin. This was one of his guardian knights. After a brief greeting, Lance rode his swift horse toward the magic spring. The horse was a bit uncomfortable in the dark environment, but it still followed Lance's lead and moved forward. At the magic spring, Roman, Zach, and Yak, 3 guardian knights, were practicing beside the spring. When they sensed Lance's arrival, they tried to stand up and salute. Lance interrupted, saying, "Keep practicing. I am here to train as well." Lance arrived beside the magic spring and looked at the large pool in front of him, about 100 square meters in size and 5 or 6 meters deep. It was filled with water from the magic spring, accumulated over time. Lance took a bowl from his space ring, filled it with spring water, and handed it to the swift horse, indicating it to drink. The horse felt refreshed in this magic-rich place and looked at its owner's offered bowl. It sensed the strong magic inside, tilted its head, and opened its mouth. Worried it might spill, it signaled its owner to pour the water directly. Lance smiled and used his aura to control the bowl, pouring the spring water into the horse's mouth. The horse felt its magic increase and showed a happy expression, which Lance could clearly see. After feeding it a few more bowls, Lance began his own training. The horse also started practicing nearby. 2 days later, Annie and her group hurried into Sunset City, looking up at the huge city wall about 50 meters high. Annie couldn't help but sigh. When will our Dawncrest clan have such a big wall? Next to her, Reggie chuckled. That's only a matter of time. Under the leadership of our Lord, Dawncrest will become even larger and more prosperous than Sunset City. Paul and Cole strongly agreed, saying, "Yes, you'll see. Our Lord's strength will become clear soon. Dawncrest will definitely be more prosperous than Sunset City." Elise looked at Reggie and the others. They seemed to have blind admiration for Lance, as if everything could be easily solved by him. Thinking back to when she first met Lance, Elise felt that if Lance said it, it might really be possible. They watched the busy city gates, with people coming and going, flowing in and out, including members of different races, like goblins who are slaves, short goblin-like creatures, and dwarves. There are also tall, not very attractive trolls, and occasionally a few elves, along with various magical beasts. From the city gate, Annie could see that Sunset City was quite busy and lively. She said to everyone, "Let's go into the city and find a hotel to stay at first." Everyone nodded, dismounted, and led their horses into the city. Passing by the city guards, they paid 35 copper coins and entered the city. The main road in Sunset City is 50 meters wide, running through the entire city, and is paved with stone slabs. Regsy led the way to the hotel they visited last time when Lance was here. After arranging the horses, everyone checked into the hotel, renting out a whole floor. Regsy said to everyone, The Lord has asked me to go back to the Bryan family. I also need to bring all my brothers' families here. I will say goodbye to you now." Paul was quite envious. "Why didn't the Lord send me back to my family? I'm definitely more handsome than you. I was planning to boast about it to my old friends." "Ah, what a shame." Cole also looked a bit jealous and said, "Yeah, why didn't the Lord choose me, the most handsome of us three, to go back? I have some good friends. Now that I've become a knight, I should go see them." "Ah, what a big regret." Regsy laughed and said, "You guys are talking nonsense. Do you have any self-awareness? I am definitely the most handsome of us three. Otherwise, why would the Lord choose me and not you? Are you doubting the Lord's decision? Also, look at yourselves. After so many years, have you trained properly? Have you done what the Lord asked? As for what you want to do, I will help you complete it." Paul and Cole looked a bit speechless after hearing Regsy. Paul said, slightly annoyed, "Play and joke around, but don't joke about the Lord." Cole angrily said, "All right, Regsy, how dare you pressure us with the Lord? When we return to Dawnshade, get ready for a knight's duel with me and Paul." Annie and Iris watched the three joking and arguing, feeling a bit envious of their friendship, something they had never experienced before. On the path of growth, we always lose some things. For example, friendship, something that, for those born into noble families, is considered a luxury. The two of them have been surrounded by peers who respect them deeply, afraid to offend them in any way. Regsy left the main group with 5 soldiers and headed toward the teleportation array. After paying 12 gold coins, they waited for others who needed to be teleported to Silver Star City. Soon, the teleportation array activated. A bright light appeared in the teleportation hall of Silver Star City. Regsy only felt a flash before he was transported over 20,000 kilometers away. Although he had experienced this many times, each time felt different, magical, and unreal. Looking at the pale faces of the 5 soldiers around him, he knew this was their first time using a teleportation array. They felt dizzy and nauseous, which was quite uncomfortable. This was unavoidable. Fortunately, Regsy had many experiences and was a knight, so he managed to stay calm. He only felt a little discomfort in his head, but it was not serious. Seeing how uncomfortable the soldiers looked, Regsy took out 10 bottles of magic spring water from his space ring. He fed them to the soldiers and their horses. After a while, they started to recover, though they still felt a bit unwell. Luckily, they could move normally again. Regsy said to the soldiers, "This is normal. First time is like this, and it's unavoidable. After a few more trips, you'll be just like me." "No problem at all." One soldier asked Regsy, "Sir, have you teleported many times before?" Regsy sighed slightly and said, "Not many times, but when I was with the Bryan family, I often traveled with the Lord to different places. I've seen many beautiful sights. Back then, I was just an unknown knight's assistant, but I was lucky enough to see grand scenes with the Lord. That made my life extraordinary from then on. As the first group of soldiers from Dawnlight, I believe you will also have your own exciting stories in the future." After speaking, Regsy remembered the first time he met Lance, when he learned that all the knight's assistant positions were already filled. His heart had already died, and his dream of becoming a knight was beginning to fade at that moment. But Lance appeared like a shining light in front of him, smiling and saying, "I can offer you a position as a knight's squire." From then on, Reggie found his direction, which was to follow Lance. After the soldiers and horses had a short rest, Reggie told the soldiers to mount their horses and prepare to head to the storm fortress. One soldier asked confusedly, "Sir, isn't it forbidden to ride horses inside the city?" Reggie laughed loudly. "That depends on whose territory it is. This is the Bryan family's land, and our Lord's name includes Bryan." "Young man, your mind seems a bit slow. That's not good if it continues." The soldier awkwardly scratched his head and said shyly, "Sir, I haven't seen much yet. Once I see more, I'll understand." Reggie replied with a smile, "Haha, you're right. The more you see, the more you'll understand." As they led the soldiers out of the teleportation hall, I stopped them, looking at the soldiers' cold faces. "Riding horses inside Silver Star City is not allowed. Don't you know?" Reggie felt embarrassed now. He had to take out the Bryan family badge given to him by the Lord. He wore the badge on his chest, which showed he was part of the Bryan family. He took out the badge and pinned it to his chest. The soldier immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Sir, it was my mistake for not recognizing you. Please forgive me, Reggie smiled and said. It's a small matter. It's also my fault for not showing my identity earlier. Riding slowly through the streets of Silver Star City, everything here felt so familiar. The soldier who had asked questions earlier rode up to Reggie and said, Sir, there are so many people watching. I feel a bit nervous. Reggie smiled and said, This is nothing. The more you see, the less nervous you'll be. There will be many opportunities in the future. Reggie felt no nervousness at all. Instead, he was enjoying the glory of being a lord. Confidently, he left Silver Star City and galloped toward the Storm Fortress. Soon, they arrived at their destination. They entered the Storm Fortress without anyone stopping them. Skillfully arranging the horses, Reggie led the soldiers to the training ground for knights. He was about to leave to find Lord Lance's father, Count Cohen. A familiar voice came from behind him. Are you Reggie? Reggie knew it was time to do what Paul and Cole had always wanted. He couldn't help but smile. He turned around and looked at his old friend. A slightly surprised expression appeared on his face. Oh, Uli, it's been a while. I knew that voice sounded familiar. Uli circled around Reggie, studying him carefully with a curious look, and asked, Weren't you with Lord Lance on an expedition? Why are you back? Reggie smiled. I'm here on some matters for my lord. You little guy, I bet you were hoping I wouldn't come back? Uli also smiled. No way. I'm curious how Lord Lance's expedition went, and how much you've improved. Let's spar later. Hearing this, Reggie's eyes lit up, and he showed a mysterious smile. The Lord's expedition was very successful. I'm just here to share good news. As for my strength, you'll see when we spar. Uli looked at his old friend, full of fighting spirit. All right, you haven't been gone long, but your attitude has grown bold. Let's see how much you've improved. Let's go. We'll settle this at the training ground. Uli headed toward the training ground, and Reggie had no reason to refuse. By now, Uli had cleared a space, and many knights and squires gathered around, watching the lively scene. The two were surrounded in a circle, and the knights talked among themselves. Isn't that Uli? Who's he going to duel now? And who is the person opposite him? You're new here, right? You don't know Reggie? He's one of Lord Lance's protectors. Didn't he go on an expedition with Lord Lance? Why is he back now? I remember when they dueled before, Uli always had the upper hand over Reggie. I wonder how this duel will turn out. I'm really looking forward to it. Seeing the crowd gather, Uli made a gesture inviting Reggie to a knightly duel. Reggie also made a gesture to accept the duel invitation. Uli started to take things seriously. Seeing Uli become serious, Reggie knew he couldn't be careless anymore. Using all his strength to defeat Uli was the best way to show respect. The duel began. With a loud bang, the duel was over. What just happened? How did Uli suddenly fall to the ground? Did you see what happened? I felt a knightly aura coming from Reggie. Yes, I felt it too. It was so quick. He already became a knight. I remember we were about the same strength before. Why am I not a knight? It's so unfair. Reggie walked over to Uli, who was lying on the ground thinking deeply. He didn't disturb him. After a while, Uli got up. He brushed off the dust and said angrily, You should have told me you became a knight earlier. I think you just wanted to embarrass me. Good job, Reggie. When I become a knight, I will get my revenge. Reggie smiled and said, You didn't ask me, so don't be discouraged. My current strength is thanks to Lord Lance's training. Your talent is only a little bit worse than mine. If you work harder, you can still catch up. Uli angrily said, You shameless guy? Who did you learn from? You weren't like this before. Reggie sighed and said, Sigh. The higher you go, the colder it gets. Uli felt a bit jealous that Reggie had become Lord Lance's loyal knight. As the most talented member of the Bryan family, he reached the rank of full knight at 17. That made him one of the top geniuses in the Ears Empire. And Lord Lance was very friendly to them. He often visited the training grounds to give guidance, and everyone respected him. Uli thought that if he could follow such a person, it would be worth it for his whole life. Then Uli remembered something. Since Reggie became a knight, what about the other loyal knights? He knew that among those loyal knights, Reggie was not the top one. Uli asked Reggie, Since you became a knight, I think the others must have become knights too. Reggie angrily said, What do you mean? I became a knight. Am I not good enough? Once you become a knight, I will make sure you understand that you can never regain your lost pride. But you're not wrong. All the guardian knights have become true guardian knights. Reggie left the knight apprentice training ground. leaving behind only stories of the guardian knights. He arrived at the Count's office, where he had been before. This time, he was allowed inside, unlike before when he was waiting outside for Lance. After explaining his purpose to the knight guarding the door, he watched one of the knights go inside to report. Rexy waited quietly outside for Count Cohen's call. Inside the study, Count Cohen was working on some documents. Only a true head of the Bryan family would understand how much pressure he was under. Why not let others handle it? Because most of the matters are very secret. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Cohen stretched lazily and said, "Come in." The knight who entered said, "My lord, someone outside wants to see you. He is Lance's guardian knight." "Oh? Let him come in." Hearing that it was Lance's guardian knight, Cohen became interested. His son had gone out not long ago, and now someone was sent back so soon. He wondered what was going on. Rexy stepped into the study. He was careful not to look around because the person in front of him was a real count, and he also had the strength of a land knight. Rexy saluted and said, "Greetings, Lord Count." A calm voice reached Rexy's ears. "Yes, get up. I believe your name is Rexy, right? Lance asked me to give you a servant's position. I didn't expect you to grow up so quickly. Good, you have become a knight. Is there something you need to tell me this time?" Rexy felt a lot of pressure. The count in front of him was very intimidating. He took out 2 letters respectfully and said, "Yes, Lord Count. Lance asked me to give you and Lady Mother 2 letters. Before he could react, the 2 letters in his hand disappeared. Count Cohen looked at the 2 letters. One was addressed to his father, and the other was for his mother. Cohen opened the letter he had received, mainly to thank his family for their support. His strength had already reached the level of an elite knight. All the guardian knights had also become knights. The territory was in a good location, and development was going well. This time, he was mainly going to Sunset City to buy slaves, deliver a letter, and visit the family of the guardian knights. After reading his own letter, Cohen was very pleased with Lance's progress, especially since Lance had just become an elite knight, thanks to the potion Cohen provided. He also thought the territory was developing quite well. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. His son truly had his own style, reminiscent of Cohen himself in the past. After finishing his own letter, Cohen was deeply attracted to a letter titled, "Letter to Mother." He also wanted to know what information it contained and how it differed from his own letter. Once this idea came to him, he couldn't hold back. Although it might not be proper, who could say for sure? He then opened the letter, which roughly said, "Dear Mother, you are forever young and beautiful. Thank you for the resources you provided. Dear Mother, you are forever young and beautiful. Daisy and Ivy are my capable helpers. Thank you for your nurturing. Dear Mother, you are forever young and beautiful. I have discovered a magic spring. Dear Mother, you are forever young and beautiful, but there is no way to block magic power. Dear Mother, you are forever young and beautiful." Cohen frowned, and a vein on his forehead bulged. He became a little angry. Why didn't she praise me for being handsome? Why didn't she tell me about the magic spring? Is she afraid I might steal it from her? She always praises her own letter, but mine gets no mention. Cohen took a deep breath, trying not to think about it. But the more he tried, the more he couldn't stop thinking about it. It's so frustrating. Why didn't she praise me at all? Not even once. This made Rexy, who was below, feel very bitter. Seeing the aura of the Earth Knight, Rexy felt he couldn't hold on much longer. Fortunately, it didn't last long before Cohen spoke. "I understand now. Lance is doing quite well. Wait a moment. I will also write a letter to him and give him some instructions. Later, you can give the other letter to the mother of Lance. Remember, I haven't read the letter to Mother." Then Cohen quickly wrote a letter and handed it to Rexy. "By the way, give him this too." He took out a space ring and handed it to Rexy. "All the family members of the Guardian Knights should take these. All right, you can leave now." Rexy walked out of the study in a daze. After closing the door, he let out a sigh. He knew that Lord Count had seen the letter written to Lady Mother. No, Lord Count said he hadn't seen that letter. He hurriedly left and headed to the potion garden. It was too oppressive and frightening there. He rode his horse to the back mountain. After explaining his purpose to the guards, he waited a moment and was taken to meet Lord Lance's mother. He handed her the letter and waited nearby. He heard laughter, and the Countess seemed quite happy. But why was Lord Count angry? This would be a problem that troubled Rexy for a lifetime. After a while, Rexy had another letter and a space ring in his hands. "Give these to my dear son." Hearing the Countess's words, Rexy said, "I will deliver them myself." Rexy left the potion garden and rode to the training ground for servants. He watched the soldiers practicing with the knights from the Bryan family, but didn't disturb them. He also wanted to say goodbye to some friends. After saying farewell, he took some carriages borrowed from the Bryan family and left Storm Fortress. He headed home. As the saying goes, near home, fears grow stronger. That's how Rexy felt now. Seeing the familiar village, Rexy hadn't been back in a long time because he didn't know what risks the expansion might bring. Before the expansion, he didn't return home to avoid worrying his family. From afar, he saw his two younger brothers helping their father chop firewood. Rexy smiled happily. His brothers are 15 and 14 years old. In the room, his sister's voice came. "Mother, when will Big Brother come back? I miss him. I haven't ridden a horse in a long time." His mother replied irritably, "You're a girl. Why don't you learn embroidery or something? And you still want to ride horses? Your older brother hasn't returned for a long time. Your father, and I miss him very much. He is the pride of our whole family." Rexy couldn't help but cry when he heard this. They say men have tears but don't easily shed them, only when they are truly sad. The soldier nearby, who liked to ask questions, saw Rexy crying and loudly asked, "Sir, what happened? Why are you crying?" His loud voice naturally attracted the attention of the two brothers chopping wood. They looked over when they heard it. Suddenly, they were excited and shouted, "Father, mother, sister, and Big Brother are back. Come out and see. Big Brother is back, but he seems to be crying." Rexy felt like his heart was breaking. He wanted to punch the soldier who asked the question, but when he saw his two brothers rushing over, he held back. He would remember this and deal with him later. He quickly turned around, dried his tears with his energy, and adjusted his expression smoothly, everything flowing naturally, in one quick motion. Rexy glared fiercely at the soldier, then turned with a smile and looked at his brothers running toward him. The two brothers ran over and hugged Rexy excitedly, saying, "Big Brother, we missed you so much." "Exactly. Mom and sister talk about you every day, wondering when you'll come back." Rexy looked at his two brothers and felt very happy. "Mike, Daniel, you've both grown taller. This time I came back to take you to live in Dawn territory with the Dawn leader. It's a land developed by Lord Lance." Mike, full of admiration, said, "Really? Big Brother, Lord Lance has become a pioneering knight and has his own land? Lord Lance is so amazing." Daniel, excited, asked, "Big Brother, can we also join Lord Lance's army and become knights someday?" Rexy laughed and said, "Lord Lance has always been very powerful. If you want to, I believe he won't refuse your loyalty. But once you're in the army, I will make sure Brother will treat you equally. You want to become a knight, you need to work hard, just like I did. Now I am a knight because of my own efforts." Mike and Daniel happily asked, "Big Brother, are you really a knight now?" Rexy smiled and nodded without saying a word. Seeing that their big brother agreed, the two younger brothers looked at Rexy with admiration. After all, he was a knight. They had grown up listening to stories about knights and dreamed of becoming one. Now, their older brother was a real knight. Seeing their admiration, Rexy felt proud. All of this was the honor given to him by Lord Lance. "Big Brother," Rexy looked up at the excited scream and saw his 10-year-old sister, Millie, running toward him. He crouched down and opened his arms. Rexy picked up Millie. Millie cried and said, "Big Brother, I miss you so much." Rexy smiled and comforted her. "All right, don't cry. Millie, you're growing up now, and crying isn't pretty. I miss you too. Let's go home and see everyone. I haven't seen our parents in a long time. I miss them." Rexy carried Millie and his two brothers toward home, where he saw his mother and father waiting for them from afar. Seeing their son return, Rexy's mother was crying happily, and his father looked very pleased. "Father, mother, I'm back," his father happily said. "Good, good. You've grown strong out there." "Well done." His mother sniffled and said, "It's good you're back." "It's really good." Rexy told his parents the purpose of his visit. "Mother, don't cry anymore. From now on, you can see me every day. I came back to bring you to live in Dawn territory, a land developed by Lord Lance. In the future, my younger brother and sister will have better opportunities, and you two can enjoy a good life too." His mother slightly complained, "You're such a kid. You went to develop new land without telling us." Next to them, Daniel excitedly said. Mother, big brother is now a knight. I will definitely become a knight like him someday. Mike nodded and said, Exactly, exactly. Hearing Mike and Daniel talk, Regsy's parents and Millie felt very excited. Millie cheered loudly. Yay? My big brother is now a knight. Regsy smiled slightly and said, Father, Mother, let's leave now. I still need to pick up the other guardian knights' families. You can say goodbye to the others if you want. His father shook his head and replied, Since you still have things to do, I'll just talk to the village chief. It won't take long. As his parents went to pack their things, Millie jumped out of Regsy's arms and looked at him with hopeful eyes, saying, Big brother, can you let me ride a horse? Of course. Regsy picked up his sister and put her on his horse, letting it walk slowly with Millie, making sure she wouldn't fall. He then looked at Mike and Daniel, who were watching with envy. He signaled to the soldier who loved asking questions and another soldier to bring out the horses, inviting his two younger brothers to ride. His brothers and sister liked riding horses because, in their village, there were no horses at all. Before, when Regsy was with the Bryan family, he often rode horses home, which made everyone jealous. Their village was about 20 kilometers from Silver Star City, which is not far, but for ordinary people, it would take most of the day to walk there. After riding horses with Millie, Mike, and Daniel from their home to Silver Star City, they realized how close the city really was. Riding horses was also a sign of being a knight, and his two brothers loved riding. Regsy often gave them chances to ride. As for why his sister Millie also liked riding, it was probably because she felt very happy when riding. Kids don't resist these things very much. The simple soldier who loved asking questions came over to Regsy, looking a bit sad. He said, Honestly, I envy you. You have parents, brothers, and sisters. Sigh. Unlike me, I'm all alone. Regsy didn't know what to say. He felt very happy himself. But these soldiers had been bought as slaves by Lord Lance, and most of their experiences weren't very good. He also felt that he was immersed in the happiness of a happy family and overlooked the feelings of these soldiers. Regsy thought for a moment and said, Let the past go. What's important is now. Our present will lead to a good future, and maybe you will also build a happy family someday. Learn from the past, and do not regret it. Look forward to what is to come. This is what the Lord once said, meaning I understand that past mistakes cannot be undone, and there is no need to dwell on them. Instead, we should focus on doing well in the future so that regrets do not happen again. The Lord is truly talented. At such a young age, he already has such wisdom. The Lord is right. The past is gone, and all we can do is try to make the future less full of regrets. Regsy looked at the soldiers around him, who seemed in good spirits, and joked, Haha, the truly lost are not far away. Seeing the present as the past, and the past as the present. A curious soldier asked, Sir, what does that mean? Regsy smiled and said, Haha, I don't really know. Maybe you should ask the Lord yourself sometime. Believe me, the Lord would be happy to explain it to you. That's what he said. Regsy didn't forget how awkward he looked earlier, almost caught by his family. After his parents finished packing, Regsy had them all get into the carriage borrowed from the Bryan family. He was ready to pick up the families of the other guardian knights. Sunset City, inside the hotel where the Morning Dawn Trade Association is stationed. Annie was thinking about how to find skilled workers. The last time, she bought one at a shop in the market, not far from the hotel. The shop owner's name seemed to be Nick, and the prices were reasonable. Annie knew this because she was once one of the slaves herself. Fate is truly unpredictable. Not long ago, she was and now she has become someone who buys slaves. She looked at Iris beside her and said, As for purchasing magical resources, the Lord has entrusted that to you. You can check the nearby shops and then visit the Mage Association. Iris nodded. She was very good at this. Previously, when she was in the Orz Empire, she often brewed potions to improve her strength and fill her small treasury. She was quite familiar with the prices of potion-related magic drugs. Annie thought for a moment and took Cole and Paul to the market. She roughly remembered the direction of the market. Soon, Annie arrived at Nick's shop. The guard at the shop saw a customer and immediately approached. Sir, are you interested in buying slaves? We have very good quality slaves here. They are very healthy, checked by priests, and free of diseases. We guarantee you'll be satisfied. Cole nodded. Yes, we are here to buy slaves, but in larger numbers. Please call your manager. Nick, The shopkeeper was surprised. So, you are a regular customer, sir. Please wait a moment. I will go call manager Nick. Before long, Nick came out from inside. Seeing Cole and Paul, he remembered that this was the noble who bought all his human and subhuman subordinates not long ago. Nick was very excited, knowing that a big deal was coming. He respectfully said to Cole, I wonder if the last batch of slaves satisfied you, sir. Annie approached Cole and said calmly, Long time no see, Nick. Nick looked at the woman in front of him, both unfamiliar and familiar, with some confusion. He hesitated slightly. Sir, have we met somewhere before? I don't seem to remember. At this moment, Annie was dressed in fine clothes, beautifully styled, and exuded a subtle noble air. Compared to her time in the dungeon, she looked like a different person. It was understandable that Nick didn't recognize her. Annie sneered, Oh, you don't remember me so soon? I remember you personally brought me meals in the dungeon. Hearing Annie's words, Nick suddenly remembered everything. He was terrified, almost losing his soul. This was a female knight, clearly already under the command of that noble. Looking at her stance, it seemed she was still favored by that noble. Fortunately, during the time she was he hadn't done anything inappropriate and had taken good care of her. Nick knelt trembling on the ground and said, My lord, I am just a messenger. I don't have the power to imprison you. I am also being forced. Please, spare my life. Nick was very scared. For a common person like him, the lives of nobles were insignificant. Even if he was killed now, the nobles behind him probably wouldn't help him. At most, they would ask for some compensation. Annie sighed, thinking that this world is truly ruled by nobles. Without noble status, going outside is very dangerous. It's really hard to move freely. Looking at Nick, who was begging on his knees, Annie said calmly, Get up. I know you're just a messenger. I'm not here to kill you. In fact, I have a big deal for you. Nick quickly stood up and thanked her. Thank you, my lord, for not killing me. Do you want to buy slaves? I will give you the best price. Annie nodded and showed her identity to scare Nick, which would help with future deals. How many human and subhuman slaves do you have here? Annie asked softly. Nick hurriedly replied, My lord, recently, we received a new batch of slaves. Because my performance was good, we got 2,651 humans and 671 subhumans. Annie frowned. The number was a bit low, but she could buy more from other shops. She thought about it. Besides humans and subhumans, she wanted more skilled workers this time. She must handle this well. After thinking for a moment, Annie said to Nick, I want all of these people. Make me a list later. By the way, you've lived here for a long time. You probably know other shops nearby well. I can give you a big reward. As long as you help me find a skilled worker, I will give you 10 silver coins. When Nick heard this, his eyes sparkled with gold. Now he had bought all the people, his performance improved, and he earned a good commission. Plus, finding a skilled worker would get him 10 silver coins. 10 silver coins, not including the commission, is half a month's salary for him. And this was just for one person. Based on his knowledge of the surrounding shops, Nick's face turned red, and he started to breathe heavily out of frustration. Yes, sir. I will give you a list shortly. Rest assured, I know the market very well, and I will help you find more skilled workers. Oh, by the way, sir, just yesterday we received more than 10 elves during restocking. I haven't announced it publicly yet, but I wonder if you're interested. Hearing the word, elves, and the number, more than 10, Annie thought of the goblin and half-human tribes within the territory. She guessed that the Lord probably wanted more diverse groups within the territory. If she brought all these elves back, the Lord would surely be happy. When people hear elves, they usually think of perfection. On the continent of Eloros, elves are immortal beings with very long lifespans. They do not age and always look youthful and beautiful, graceful and elegant. Most elves are tall and slender, moving lightly like the wind. Their pointed ears are their most noticeable feature. They are natural magic users, very attuned to magic, with a unique understanding of it, which makes them powerful. Soon, Nick took out a piece of paper with a list of human and half-human slaves. Annie looked at it. Most of the skilled slaves listed were blacksmiths, carpenters, and bricklayers. She frowned slightly, thinking that these skills were already available within the Dawn territory. Although not many, she wanted to do better for this task. She remembered that when she was helping Daisy manage the territory, she knew that many talents were missing. For example, the shipyard that was about to be built lacked shipbuilders, and there was a shortage of skilled builders. The buildings within the territory were not very attractive. Although Lady Daisy had some knowledge in these areas, it was limited to the Lord's Hall, the Lord's Fortress, and the military camp. Buildings related to the Lord, like some houses, dining halls, and general stores, were quite simple. In the future, they also needed to build a large academy, and the Lord naturally wanted the territory to look better. Total, the adult needs 2,402 gold coins and 40 silver coins, but they only need to pay 2,400 gold coins. Annie looked at the list, did some quick calculations, and found no problem. Then she said to Nick, "Take me to see those elves." "I'm very interested." Nick knew this was exciting and became eager. He said, "Yes, ma'am. Please follow me." Annie and her group followed Nick to the dungeon. Seeing the familiar environment, Annie remembered spending some time here and felt a bit nostalgic. They went to the deepest part of the dungeon. It was quite large, with about a dozen elves inside, and it didn't feel crowded. Nick explained, "Ma'am, these are wood elves. They are not very old compared to other elves." The wood elves inside the dungeon saw visitors and gathered around, some trembling with fear. They already knew their future would be very sad, so they couldn't help feeling scared. Looking at the elves, Annie saw they were tall, with flawless white skin and mysterious green tattoos. Some of the patterns were vines, some leaves, and others animal claws. They had forest green eyes, and their hair colors varied: brown, off-white, and golden. Their perfect features and pointed ears were very attractive. Even Annie couldn't help but praise, as expected of wood elves, "They are so beautiful. How much do these elves cost?" Nick was very excited. "Ma'am, there are 18 wood elves, each costing 300 gold coins. That makes a total of 5,400 gold coins." Annie took out 7,800 gold coins from her space ring and placed them on the ground. "This is 7,800 gold coins." Nick looked at the large pile of coins, never having seen so much money before. After a while, he calmed down and began counting the coins carefully. Once finished, Nick asked the clerk to bring the contracts and handed them to Annie. He respectfully said, "Ma'am, these elves and the other humans and subhumans now belong to you." At this moment, Annie felt very happy. She had gained a group of elves, and she believed the Lord would be very pleased. Annie smiled slightly at Nick and said, "By the way, don't forget about the talent I need. Focus on finding people who can build ships and understand architecture. If you find either of these two types of talent, I will give you 1 gold coin. For other rare talents, I will give you coins based on the situation. These slaves will be kept here for now. I am giving you only 1 day, so I hope you cherish this rare opportunity." Nick, full of determination, replied, "Don't worry, ma'am. I am confident in this area." Annie planned to visit other shops to buy more slaves and supplies. The Lord had given her 30,000 gold coins. She wanted to buy as many slaves as possible, naturally hoping to get more. The group left Nick's shop and headed to other stores. In the Sunset City Magic Resource District, Elise looked at the huge Sunset Potion Pavilion and went inside. This time, Elise mainly bought magical beasts related to brewing source energy potions and energy-gathering potions. The source energy potion can stabilize and continuously restore the drinker's energy within half an hour until it is fully replenished. It is gentle and has no side effects, making it the best choice for knights during long journeys, continuous battles, and recovery afterward. The energy-gathering potion is a common training aid for knights. When consumed, it can increase the energy density in the air around them for 4 to 6 hours. This helps knights absorb energy more easily and speeds up the conversion into combat energy, improving their training progress. The main ingredients for the source energy potion are earth vein ginseng, calmness flower, elemental soil, and the blood of the moonshadow deer. Earth vein ginseng is a plant that absorbs energy from deep within the earth, similar to regular ginseng. However, its roots are longer, with a main root that appears pale gold, like flowing golden threads. The rich energy contained in earth vein ginseng acts as the heart of the source energy potion, providing a stable and long-lasting energy source. As a key magical ingredient in the source energy potion, it has been successfully cultivated on a large scale. It costs only 50 gold coins to buy 1 plant, which can be used to make about 20 bottles of source energy potion. The calmness flower's name hints at one of its main functions, calming the mind. The calming flower, combined with the rich energy of the earth pulse gold root, makes it easier for knights to absorb, ensuring the stability of its medicinal properties. Because the calming flower can soothe restless energy and emotions, it is widely used as an auxiliary material in many medicines. Almost every lord cultivates some, and it is not expensive. 3 flowers can be bought for 10 gold coins. As for the earth element and the blood of the moonshadow deer, they can be replaced with other materials and are not valuable. For example, moonshadow deer blood can be substituted with magical spring water. The cost to produce 20 bottles of Aura Source Potion is about 60 gold coins, while 1 bottle sells for 20 gold coins. Selling 20 bottles earns 400 gold coins. Therefore, most alchemists are wealthy. Making some potions can bring them wealth that ordinary people cannot reach in a lifetime. Of course, becoming an alchemist is not easy. It is based on being a mage first. Additionally, early-stage training requires a large investment of effort. Without strong financial support, it is impossible to succeed. The main ingredients for the energy-gathering potion are starflower, calming flower, and elemental crystal powder. Starflower can use star power to create small, high-energy zones around it, which can naturally and slowly gather magical energy from the surroundings. Because of this feature, potions made with starflower as a main ingredient can speed up the absorption of nearby energy. Its value is higher than that of the earth pulse gold root, but not by much. As a common ingredient for energy-gathering potions, it has been widely cultivated through large-scale farming. The Bryan family's alchemy garden has extensively cultivated earth pulse gold root, calming flower, and starflower. Elise's main task this time is to buy these 2 types of magical herbs and auxiliary materials. She entered the Sunset Potion Pavilion, which is known as the largest place in Sunset City to buy potions and magical herbs. Most people coming and going are dressed very elegantly, some even radiating the aura of mages and knights. There are even some with a more powerful presence, but these auras do not carry oppressive pressure. They only reveal their strength. Ordinary people rarely come here. Most are subordinates following behind or staff of the Sunset Potion Pavilion. Iris also emitted her own aura, showing her identity as a mage. Soon, a dedicated staff member came to ask her questions. Your Excellency, are you here to buy potions or magic elixirs? As the largest potion shop in Sunset City, we guarantee the quality of our products. The potion shop buys magical resources, but the prices are slightly lower than market rates. Most mercenaries and adventurers sell their magical resources outside. Iris said, I'm here to buy magic elixirs. I need materials related to source of fighting spirit potions and energy-gathering potions. The staff made a welcoming gesture and said, please follow me. I'll show you the area where we sell those materials. I'm sure you'll find what you need. Iris followed the staff to the section that sells materials for these 2 types of potions. Looking at the many different materials, Iris didn't show much reaction. As a potion maker, she knew that potion recipes are often not fixed. Most potion ingredients can be replaced with similar materials that have the same effect. This is part of the charm of potion making. Skilled potion makers usually have a lot of knowledge about potion formulas and magical materials. They are like walking encyclopedias. They enjoy studying the properties of magical materials and finding substitutes for ingredients in recipes. High-level magic potions can be made by processing several lower-level potions to achieve the same effect as a high-level potion. This has led to many different formulas for the same potion, with the most common one becoming the standard, which greatly reduces the cost. Iris herself isn't that advanced yet and only knows some common formulas. She told the staff, I need 50 pieces of earth vein golden ginseng, 50 starry flowers, 300 calm flowers, some elemental crystals, elemental soil, and also some blood from moonshadow deer. These are the magical resources needed for her potion formulas, and they are also the most common magical resources. For example, moonshadow deer blood is used as a solvent in potions, helping to better activate the source of fighting spirit potion, even better than magic spring water. Actually, moonshadow deer blood isn't strictly necessary as a solvent. Mountain spring water can also be used for that. However, the overall effect won't be as good, and the price will be lower. Some dishonest merchants like to trick people who don't know much about potions by selling low-quality ingredients. The biggest victims are mercenaries and adventurers. After waiting a little while, the staff member brought out a space ring. Sir, this contains the materials you need. The total is 6,510 gold coins. You only need to pay 6,500 gold coins, or if you use magic crystals, just 600 low-level magic crystals. Elise took out the materials from her space ring and found the quality acceptable and the quantity correct. The price was about what she expected. She put the magic resources back into her space ring and nodded. She took out 6,500 gold coins from her space ring and placed them on the ground, then returned the magic resource space ring to the staff. Once the staff confirmed everything was correct, the deal was done. As for why she didn't use 600 low-level magic crystals for the trade, this might save 50 crystals. There are reasons. First, Elise doesn't have many low-level magic crystals, and Lance didn't give her any this time. Second, even if she had enough crystals, she wouldn't be foolish enough to use them to exchange for gold coins. Although the Or's Empire's exchange rate is 110 between magic crystals and gold, gold is just gold. It has no other use besides trading and has no value outside the Or's Empire. However, it might be useful for international traders and organizations doing business with the Or's Empire. Magic crystals, on the other hand, are universally used across the Aros continent. They are not only basic materials for cultivation, but also a standard energy unit. For example, the energy to power magic airships comes from magic crystals as consumables, and weapons like magic crystal cannons are also driven by them. In other aspects related to magic, most things also require magic crystals. Alchemists, blacksmiths, and alchemists all use them. Many valuable magical resources must be purchased with magic crystals, like the Night Awakening Potion. Although it costs 1,000 gold coins, no one would sell it to you even if you offered that much. You can only buy it with 100 low-level magic crystals, which is the accepted rule. Most people and organizations store magic crystals as strategic resources. A group's strength is not measured by gold coins, but by the number of magic crystals they have. In short, magic crystals have many uses. Once you leave the common world, you'll find yourself needing them at some point. For example, the magic crystals used in the Lance's trading point on the human fireseed platform are similar to spiritual stones in the cultivation world, serving as a universal currency for extraordinary beings. Iris bought the magical materials needed for refining and then returned to the hotel where the main army was stationed. Nothing unusual happened on the way, and the security in Sunset City remains quite good. One day later, Rexy has already brought all the family members of the Guardian Knights to Silver Star City. There are 34 people, plus Rexy's family, totaling 39. He asked the nearby patrol soldiers to return the Bryan family's carriage. Rexy took out the already diluted magic spring water from his space ring and gave each person a bottle. He led everyone to the teleportation hall, telling them to drink the diluted magic spring water he provided. He also warned them that using the teleportation array might make them feel a bit uncomfortable, but not to worry. They walked toward the teleportation array, and after paying 51 gold coins, Rexy activated the teleportation. A dazzling light appeared in the teleportation hall of Sunset City. Seeing the pale faces of everyone, some even vomited, so Rexy told them to rest for a while. The curious soldier happily said, "Sir, although teleportation still makes me feel very uncomfortable, it's much better than yesterday." Rexy smiled and replied, "Of course. I wouldn't lie to you. After a few more times, you'll hardly feel it." The soldier sighed and said, "It costs 1 gold coin per trip, plus 1 gold coin for my war horse, so I don't have that much money." Rexy chuckled and said, "You're quite the beauty. Isn't this a public-funded trip? There will be plenty of chances in the future. Once the morning light becomes stronger, there will be teleportation arrays. Then I will take you through the teleportation array every day until you feel sick." The soldier awkwardly smiled, scratched his head, and said nothing more. After finishing their repairs, Reggie and the others left the teleportation hall. As they stepped outside, they saw someone vomiting. "Who invented this teleportation array? I've used it so many times, but I still feel dizzy every time," an old servant nearby said. "Young master, your situation is quite rare. It's like seasickness or car sickness. You are simply sensitive to teleportation. I can't take it anymore," the young master said while vomiting. Reggie chuckled. He had heard before that some people get seasick or car sick, but it was rare. This was his first time seeing someone react like that. The young master heard Reggie's laugh and turned to look at him. Seeing that Reggie's clothes didn't look like those of a noble, he felt even worse. Being sick from teleportation at home was bad enough, but now a commoner was mocking him. This made him very angry. He loudly said to Reggie, "What are you laughing at? A commoner dares to mock a noble. Who gave you the courage? I want you to apologize." The old servant beside him exuded a knightly aura and pressed down on Reggie and the others. Reggie felt a bit helpless. He had taken off his armor and stored it in his space ring to travel faster, but now this happened. He knew he wouldn't apologize. As Lance's guardian knight, they represented Lance's reputation outside. Without Lance's permission, they didn't need to apologize to anyone. Lance had told them before that when outside, they shouldn't panic or be timid. As his guardians, they should be brave and face challenges head-on. If they encountered something they couldn't handle, they should directly mention their family name. If that didn't work, it was okay to compensate or apologize later. If the other side refused compensation or apology and was even stronger or wanted to fight, they had to be prepared. Lance had solemnly promised them that he would take good care of their families and help them seek revenge if possible. Seeing the person behind them seem uncomfortable under the nightly pressure, Reggie slightly frowned. He released a stronger aura than the old servant and pressed forward to confront the opponent. The old servant sensed a stronger, more aggressive aura from the other person and nervously said to the young master, "Young master, the person across is a knight." The young master continued, "So what if he's a knight? If you don't apologize to me today, I will report you to the Noble Alliance. A commoner daring to mock a noble will face punishment. The Noble Alliance is a group formed by all nobles with titles and their descendants, led by several dukes. Its main purpose is to facilitate communication among nobles and protect their rights. When a noble's reputation or life is threatened, they can ask the Alliance for help, regardless of who is at fault. If the other person is not a noble, they will receive the appropriate judgment. This is recognized by the Empire's laws and must be followed by everyone in the Ears Empire." Reggie didn't want to say much. He took out the Bryan family crest given by Lance from his space ring and pinned it to his chest. He brushed the dust off his clothes. Throughout this, Reggie didn't say a word. He saw the badge on the other's chest. It belonged to a viscount. The young master across immediately stepped forward to apologize when he saw Reggie's action, saying, "Big brother, my little brother's eyes just went blind for a moment. I usually wouldn't act like this. It's mainly because I've been mocked by people around me since I was young, especially about teleportation arrays. Plus, I wasn't feeling well earlier and heard laughter, which made me say those harsh words." The young master then took out a large box from his space ring and handed it to Reggie. "Big brother, my family specializes in making potions. This is a small token of apology. I hope you accept it." Reggie shook his head and said, "No need for an apology. I didn't mean to mock you earlier. I was just curious when I saw someone fainting from teleportation for the first time." Reggie didn't accept the young master's gift. His earlier laughter was indeed inappropriate and might have embarrassed him. He was only asking himself to apologize and didn't order the old servant to kill him. In such cases, a noble killing a commoner wouldn't be punished. It was clear that the other person's character was quite good, unlike some nobles who treat human lives as worthless. Watching the young master across from him cry and beg, he said, "Big brother, please accept it. If you don't, I will feel uneasy." Since it had come to this, Reggie had no choice but to accept, or else the other person might think he hadn't forgiven him. He looked inside the gift box and saw a piece of earth-vein golden ginseng. Reggie was quite pleased. Seeing that Reggie finally accepted his gift, the young master breathed a sigh of relief. The matter was finally settled. "Big brother, my name is Roar Fuller. I come from the Fuller family in the north of the Empire. I don't know your name." Reggie saw that the other person wanted to make friends, so he didn't refuse. Reggie said seriously, "My name is Reggie. I come from the Count of Bryan family. I am the second son of Count Cohen, one of Lord Lance Bryan's guardian knights." Roar was very surprised, his mouth opening wide. After a while, he finally calmed down and said in disbelief, "Big brother, you are actually Lord Lance's guardian knight." Seeing Roar's shock, Reggie seemed to know what Lord Lance looked like. He asked with interest, "How? Do you know my lord?" Reggie wasn't surprised. Lord Lance's fame was quite well known in the Empire, but he was usually low-key. Roar excitedly said, "Of course I know him. Lord Lance is a well-known genius in the Empire. At just 17, he reached the peak of knighthood, and he was the champion of the last Noble Alliance competition. I was in the audience and had the chance to see Lord Lance's style." Hearing Roar's words, Rexy felt very happy. As Lord Lance's guardian knight, he constantly felt the honor that came with it. He smiled at Roar and said, "I was brought out to see the world by Lord Lance. I was also in the audience. I didn't expect you to be there too." Roar happily said, "Big brother, we are really destined. I wonder if Lord Lance is now staying with the Bryan family or has become a proud pioneer." Rexy said seriously, "Becoming a pioneer knight is an honor. Lord Lance naturally chose this path. Recently, he has established a large territory west of Sunset City. I came back because Lord Lance arranged for me to do some things." Roar is very excited right now. His goal in coming to Sunset City is to open a trade route for his family in the western part of the Empire. Although he could buy shops directly in Sunset City to complete his family's tasks, the competition there is very fierce. As the most prosperous city in the west of the Ears Empire, many counts and even dukes have established their influence there. His father is only a viscount, so he cannot compete with those powerful forces. But now, a great opportunity has appeared before him. He feels that fate is on his side this time. This land was established by Lord Lance, a truly outstanding person. The future of this territory will definitely be bright. Since it's a newly established territory, there probably aren't many outside forces involved yet. Now that he has learned this news, he believes Lord Lance will not refuse their family's business alliance. If he can succeed in this, his achievements will boost his status and influence in the family. He becomes serious and says to Rexy, "Big brother Rexy, I must tell you honestly, I came to Sunset City to open a trade route for my family. But I feel that my situation here isn't very good. I just learned from my brother's words that Lord Lance has recently established this territory. I believe that with Lord Lance's extraordinary talent, the territory will be very prosperous in the future. So, I plan to set up a shop in Lord Lance's territory to help its development." Rexy listens carefully to Roar's words. After thinking for a moment, he says, "The Dawn territory is indeed still unknown. It seems the Lord is also interested in attracting business alliances. The territory also needs people. We came to Sunset City mainly to buy slaves and supplies. I can take you to Dawn territory, but whether it works depends on the Lord's decision." Hearing Rexy's words, Roar's heart is filled with joy. "Doesn't this mean I have a good chance now?" He excitedly says, "Thank you, big brother. I will definitely seize this opportunity." Rexy nods and says, "All right, if you want to go, follow me. We will leave for Dawn territory in a day or two." Roll, leading a merchant caravan, followed Rexy and his group to the hotel where the main army was staying. After saying goodbye to Rexy, Roll immediately booked a floor and quickly went to his room. He asked his old servant to take out paper and a pen from his space ring and began writing his masterpiece, "A Letter to My Father." The main idea of the letter was that upon arriving in Sunset City, he met a kind older brother. They talked happily, and he discovered that this older brother was Lord Lance's guardian knight. Lord Lance is a very talented person from Count Bryan's family and a famous genius in the Empire. You should have heard of his name, father. I talked with my good older brother for a while and learned that Lord Lance had just established a new territory on the west side of Sunset City. That area is still unoccupied by any merchant guild. My good older brother and I hit it off immediately. We had a great conversation. He is willing to take me to Lord Lance's new territory. I hope you will support me. Please prepare the supplies needed for the early development of the territory and some items for the knights. As the territory grows stronger, our merchant guild will also become more powerful. Then, the trade routes in the west of the Empire will be opened." Roll wrote the letter very smoothly, flowing naturally from start to finish. He emphasized his good older brother, praised Lance, and expressed confidence that the family's merchant guild would become very strong in the future. He immediately handed the letter to his old servant, telling him to ride his magical beast and use the teleportation array to return to the family and deliver the letter to his father. He also specifically warned him not to mention the scene when he met Rexy, but to say that he had a very good relationship with Rexy. The old servant understood his young master's meaning. He was worried that mentioning Rexy might cause dissatisfaction within the family. He almost offended a noble family and feared that others might be sent to replace him and take credit. As someone who had watched Roll grow up, the old servant naturally hoped for his success. He took the letter and quickly left the hotel, rushing toward the teleportation array. Roll let out a breath, his mind filled with dreams of the future. He thought about what to say when he met Lord Lance at Dawn Territory. He sighed happily, feeling proud of his cleverness and luck, and grateful for his older brother Rexy. If Rexy hadn't been so considerate and not argued over that matter, he might have lost this precious opportunity. Fortunately, I am smart and quick-witted enough to turn a dangerous situation into a good one. I believe that once my father finds out about this, he will see me in a new light. Then, my mother and sister will also have a better life within the family. Roll thought about what had happened. If Rexy wasn't a kind person, he might have offended Lord Lance. But luckily, Rexy is a good person. I got this valuable opportunity because I felt mocked, and because of Rexy's good character, along with my own intelligence and sincerity. All three are essential. But the most important thing is that Rexy is a good person. Roll truly feels that the goddess of fate has blessed him by letting him meet Rexy. Without overthinking, Roll decided to go upstairs to thank Rexy properly. He must treat his big brother to a nice meal. When he reached upstairs, he told the guard soldier about his visit. The soldier informed him that Rexy was training in the training room. This soldier was the same one who had been with Rexy earlier. He had just been replaced on duty and pointed Roll toward the training room. Roll thanked the soldier and headed toward the training room. As soon as he arrived, he heard Rexy's voice. He stopped in his tracks, hearing his name, and decided to listen in secretly. Rexy was inside the training room, practicing with the soldiers. He knocked down a curious soldier with a punch and laughed. "You're not good enough. You still need more practice." The curious soldier scratched his head. "Sir, did the Lord really win the championship at the Noble League competition? Is it true? Is he really that strong?" Rexy snorted impatiently. He punched him again. "Humph, if you doubt me, fine. But if you dare doubt the Lord, then it must be true. There's no way it's fake." The curious soldier looked embarrassed. "Sorry, sir. Please don't hit so hard. It hurts. I just want to know what the scene was like at the Noble League competition and how the Lord defeated his opponents. Sir, since you were there, can you tell me what the scene was like?" Looking around, the soldiers all gathered closer, leaning in to listen. Rexy's mind drifted back to memories. That was 2 years ago. The Noble Alliance tournament is held every 3 years, and only those under 18 can participate. At that time, the Lord was 16 and had already become a mid-level knight. Most of the participants were almost 18, but some of their skills were still lower than the adults. Even the children of dukes were only a step above the common knights, reaching high-level knight status. The arena was full of important people, including a duke. I was sitting in the back watching the match. Most of the Lord's opponents couldn't last a single move against him. Whenever he defeated an opponent, the female nobles in the audience would cheer loudly. Many of these women were from noble families and very beautiful, shouting enthusiastically for the Lord. In the final match, the Lord fought the Duke's son, who was a high-level knight. All his opponents were quickly defeated by him. When the Lord and the Duke's son appeared on stage, the crowd screamed. The winner would be the champion. The Lord won. But do you know how he did it? Rexy smiled slightly, looking at the curious soldiers, and spoke slowly. After the cheers died down, the atmosphere grew tense. We knights on guard were all eager to see the Lord win. As the referee announced the start, the duel began. Everyone in the audience fell silent, afraid to miss any detail. As both sides prepared, the battle was about to begin. Guess what happened next? Rexy paused again and asked the soldiers around him. "Stop, stop, stop. Not this again. Sir, I really beg you." Rexy cleared his throat. Humph. As both sides gathered their strength, the fight was about to start. Two people rushed toward each other like two streaks of light. With a loud bang, dust flew everywhere, making it hard to see what was happening on the stage. After the two collided, no more sounds of fighting could be heard. In the front row, the nobles all stood up, including the Duke. They looked surprised and amazed. Then, the Duke clapped his hands, and the nobles sitting nearby also started to applaud. At that time, I didn't have my current strength and didn't understand what was happening. I thought the Lord had lost, especially since the Duke was the first to clap. As the dust slowly settled, I could vaguely see someone holding a sword against the other person's neck. When the dust cleared and the applause died down, the winner's face was revealed. Yes, I saw it clearly. The Lord was holding a sword against the Duke's son's neck. Yes, you heard right. The Lord defeated the Duke's son, who was a higher rank than him, with just one move. Suddenly, the crowd below erupted with screams and applause. I was the loudest, shouting and clapping. The Lord even glanced in my direction. This was what happened during the Noble Alliance competition. From then on, the Lord's name became well known. That's all I have to say about this. After hearing the story, the soldiers paused for a moment, then started to clap as well. Even Rexy, Cole, and Paul were caught up in the atmosphere and joined in the applause. It was as if I saw Lance's extraordinary grace from back then. As the applause gradually stopped, everyone noticed something strange. There was another round of applause outside the door. Rexy shouted, "Who's outside?" Roll was confused. After hearing the story, he felt like he was back in the audience, sitting in the stands. When the applause started again, he instinctively clapped along. The person was caught and immediately went into the training room, awkwardly saying, "I was just lost and thought outside the door. Sorry about that. I was also on the field at the time." Lord Lance indeed defeated the Duke's son in one move. Listening to your applause, I instinctively clapped too, as if I was back there in the audience, seeing Lord Lance's extraordinary presence. As he spoke, Roar began to recall the scene. Everyone heard his words and realized he was Roar. They also felt very proud. Even this noble couldn't help but applaud, showing how charming and powerful their leader was. Rexy smiled at everyone and said, "This is my good brother I met today. His name is Roar, the son of a viscount. He wants to develop in our Morning Sun territory. He has good judgment, so he's Roar. I saw him in the audience during the duel years ago. Yes, coming to develop in our Morning Sun territory is a good choice. His name sounds so much like Lord Will, Cole, and Hill." The crowd's discussion was heard by Roar, and even he, who was thick-skinned, blushed a little. Roar said to everyone, "I'm very grateful that Brother Rexy gave me the chance to come to Morning Sunday. Now it's almost lunchtime. I want to invite everyone to eat to thank you." Rexy smiled and said, "No need for that. I appreciate your kindness. But later, we need to go with the president to the market to transport slaves. We might leave tomorrow. There will be plenty of opportunities in Morning Sunday." Hearing this, Roar said, "That's a bit unfortunate today, but I promise that once I arrive in Morning Sun, I will have a chance to thank you properly. By the way, my trading team has about 100 people. We can help with some chores." Rexy smiled and said, "You really know how to make yourself useful. Come with us later." Everyone also smiled happily. They had a very good first impression of Roar. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside. Everyone looked toward the door. It's Annie. They knew it was time to get serious. Annie looked at everyone and said, "It's time to get to work. By the way, who is this?" Rexy smiled and said, "President, this is my good brother I met today. He's the son of a viscount. They are planning to expand trade routes in the western part of the empire. He intends to join us at Dawn's Edge to develop, and later, he wants to help us transport slaves." Annie said to Roar, "Dawn's Edge definitely needs outside traders. I believe your choice is right." Roar replied to Annie, "Of course. That's Lord Lance's territory, and I trust my decision too." Annie asked with interest, "Oh, do you know our lord?" Rexy smiled and said, "Yes, he knows our lord well." He repeated the details about the Noble Alliance competition, and Annie was very surprised. She didn't expect Lance to have such an exciting story. She also felt confident about the future, thinking her choice was correct. Annie told Roar, "Go organize everything now. We're leaving soon. There are about 6,000 slaves." Roar was shocked, so many. It seems Lord Lance's territory is developing quickly. It's a good time for more people. Everyone smiled, but didn't say anything. Annie and her group arrived at Nick's shop. Nick was already waiting outside. When he saw Annie's group, he hurried to greet them. Nick respectfully said, "My lady, the slaves are waiting. I've finished the tasks you gave me." Hearing this, Annie was pleased and said, "Oh, take me to see the slaves." Nick led them to several cells in the dungeon and explained, "My lady, these are the people you need. There are 148 in total. Among them, 42 are construction workers, 32 shipbuilders, 26 stone masons, 22 teachers, 12 dairy farmers, 7 beekeepers, and 7 bakers. The construction workers cost 7 gold coins each, the shipbuilders 9 coins, the stone masons 7 coins each, the teachers 15 coins each, the dairy farmers 6 coins each, the beekeepers 5 coins each, and the bakers 5 coins each. The total is 1,236 gold coins. What do you think, my lady? Annie was very pleased with Nick's collection. Looking at these people, she believed Lord Lance and Lady Daisy would be very satisfied. He took out 1,400 gold coins from his space ring and smiled at Nick, saying, "Good job. This is 1,400 gold coins. The rest is yours." Nick's eyes reddened again. This noble really doesn't see people as just money. His commission was 164 gold coins, and he didn't even know how he would spend so much money in the future. Fortunately, after a few previous experiences, Nick quickly calmed down. He respectfully handed over the contracts to Annie. Annie counted the contracts, found no issues, and decided to release the previous slaves and the new ones, preparing to transport them outside the city. Earlier, Annie had spent over 2,000 gold coins at nearby shops to buy 2,012 human slaves and 549 subhuman slaves, all stored here. Annie ordered Nick, release all the slaves. Prepare to send them outside the city. Remember, the elves need special treatment, so no one notices. Nick immediately arranged for people to transport them. In total, they bought 4,811 human slaves, 1,220 subhuman slaves, and 18 elves, spending 9,852 gold coins. The price for 18 elves alone was 5,400 gold coins. Annie sighed at how valuable elves are. These people eat simple black bread costing about 2 gold coins for 3 each day. Nick, who received a huge sum of 164 gold coins, was clearly excited. With the help of soldiers and Roar, the slaves were transported in batches to a spot not far outside Sunset City. This attracted many onlookers, but they didn't pay much attention. The noble families who bought so many slaves had seen large groups before. Over 6,000 people is no small number, standing closely packed together. Fortunately, Annie had already bought tents, food, water, and horses a day earlier. She bought 500 horses at 8 gold coins each, spending 4,000 gold coins. Including other supplies, the total was over 4,500 gold coins. The long procession of over 6,000 people would stretch out a lot. Relying on 30 soldiers and over 100 of Roar's men might not be enough to manage them all. Thinking of what Lance had said earlier, Annie considered hiring some mercenaries to help manage the slaves. She planned to visit the mercenary guild later to hire a mercenary group for this task, which she thought was very necessary. Near Sunset City, all the slaves were moved out, and night was approaching. Annie planned to stay here overnight and leave early the next morning. The journey would take about 20 days. She asked Regsy to bring Iris and the families of the Guardian Knights. Annie also told Cole to take her to the mercenary guild, as she planned to depart tomorrow and needed to hire some mercenaries quickly. The mercenary guild is a safe place for all mercenaries. It acts as a neutral bridge between employers and fighters. Mercenaries do not serve any country or deity. They only follow contracts and seek rewards. Their goal is to gain wealth and fame, unlike knights or soldiers who swear loyalty. In theory, mercenaries are only loyal to themselves and their current contract. They are free fighters who choose their missions. This freedom makes them very attractive in a strict world like Eoros, where social ranks are important. The guild was founded by a legendary knight and a legendary mage who believed in freedom. Anyone can join the mercenary guild. When it was first created, many people joined. Over time, the guild has become one of the most powerful groups on the continent, similar to the Mage Association. Their branches and powerful members are scattered across the land like shining stars. No kingdom or empire dares to refuse the guild's presence because offending them would mean offending all mercenaries on the continent. Mercenaries have a complex relationship with local nobles. They are needed but also cautious. During wars, empires rely on mercenaries for strength but worry about losing control over them. Although they need to be careful with nobles, mercenaries are also valuable business partners. Most tasks in the guild are issued by merchants, making them a vital part of prosperity and safety. The ranking and promotion system within the guild motivate many mercenaries. A mercenary's rank affects their reputation, pay, and the difficulty of missions they can accept. The ranks from lowest to highest are Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Epic, and Legend. The Bronze mercenaries are new recruits who have just registered. They are the foundation of the guild, mainly taking on delivery jobs and small chores. After meeting the promotion requirements, they can advance to become Silver soldiers. At this stage, mercenaries have completed several missions and are more experienced. They can handle simple tasks without much trouble, as long as nothing unexpected happens. Beyond Silver level, there are certain strength requirements to advance further, needing to become knights or mages. With the guild's help, Silver mercenaries who complete the golden promotion tasks can obtain rare resources, like the Knight's Awakening Potion. This is highly sought after by ordinary people and disliked by many nobles. Under pressure from various forces, the guild has chosen to bow to authority. Each branch must have the local leader's approval to recruit mercenaries in their area. However, the guild also has a minimum recruitment number that the local leader must accept. Once a mercenary reaches Silver level, they can form their own small team, which is common among Bronze mercenaries. Most tasks are too big for a single mercenary, so individual Bronze mercenaries rarely get such missions. Only at Gold level can mercenaries form a team to take on larger, more complex tasks. Sunset City, the most prosperous city in the western part of the Ears Empire, has a grand mercenary guild that covers a large area. There are always merchants coming to post jobs, mercenaries accepting tasks, and submitting completed work. Corey and Annie entered the Sunset City Mercenary Guild. Even as night approached, the place was still bustling with people. Annie went to the front desk, where many clerks worked. These clerks had sweet smiles, but were sharp inside. They were responsible for registering missions, rating, paying, and managing information, specialized training from the guild. The clerk looked at Annie and smiled, saying, "Welcome, ma'am. How can I assist you today?" Annie replied, "I want to post a mission." The clerk asked, "What type of mission is it? How many people are needed? How long do you expect it to take? And what is the highest level of mercenary allowed to take this mission?" Annie thought for a moment and said, "This task involves escorting over 6,000 slaves across the Wind Whisper Plain to my lord's territory. At least 100 people are needed. The mission will last about 20 days, and the strongest mercenaries should be at the Gold level." The clerk was surprised. This was a big task. The process for posting a mission at the Mercenary Guild starts with registering the task at the counter. Then, the clerk rates the mission and posts it in the mission hall, where mercenaries can choose and accept it. After rating the mission, the person who posts it must pay a deposit of 20% of the total reward. The remaining 80% is paid to the mercenaries after the task is completed. This 20% deposit is the guild's commission. The clerk who rates the mission can earn a 1% commission from this fee. "Sir, based on what you've said, we understand this task carries some risk, but you only need to pay the reward. Everything else is handled by the mercenaries. This mission is rated as a blue level, with a minimum payment of 200 gold coins. How much do you wish to pay? We will rank all missions based on the amount offered and their level. Higher-paying missions will be displayed prominently in the mission hall to attract more mercenaries. In the Mercenary Guild, mission levels are classified as white, green, blue, purple, red, and black. White-level missions are mainly for beginner mercenaries, usually simple tasks like delivering goods or miscellaneous chores. Green-level missions require a silver mercenary team and are generally safe. Blue-level missions indicate moderate difficulty and may involve some danger to life. Purple and higher levels are usually for mercenary promotions. For example, silver mercenaries aiming to become gold need to reach the knight level. Most ordinary people cannot condense a combat energy seed without knight breathing techniques. The guild arranges special promotion missions for silver mercenaries. Completing these allows them to exchange gold coins for knight breathing techniques and awakening potions. Annie thought for a moment and said, "I am willing to pay 500 gold coins for this mission." The clerk wrote down a task sheet and handed it to Annie. Mission: transport 6,000 slaves to the newly opened territory description. The task requires crossing a windswept plain, which is home to many different races and wild beasts, making it quite dangerous. Time: depart tomorrow morning. Location: near the west city gate of Sunset City. Requirements: the Golden Mercenary Group, with at least 100 members. Reward: 500 gold coins plus all loot obtained. Masha is a ranger in the Rose mercenary group. This time, she is in the mission hall, watching for valuable tasks. The Rose mercenary group is made up of women. The leader is Alice, a member of the Golden Mercenaries and the only one in the group with knight-level strength. Masha sighed, thinking about a recent mission. During a mission rated as A, Green, level bandit suppression, they unexpectedly encountered a group of elite orc warriors on the run, losing nearly a third of their core members. Not only was the pay cut significantly, but the compensation fund was almost drained. Now, the Rose mercenary group desperately needs a big, well-paying mission to get through this tough time and boost the morale of the members. Otherwise, the entire group might disband. During a battle with the orc army, a orc soldier stabbed her in the back with a spear. She felt death approaching and couldn't escape. Just as the spear was about to pierce her heart, a former good sister stepped in and blocked the attack with her body. Before dying, her sister whispered, "You must live well. Please take care of my family as best as you can." Masha promised she would take care of her family, but the situation of the Rose mercenary group was terrible now. She didn't know what her future would hold after the group disbanded, or if she could fulfill her sister's last wish. There was no time to think. She watched as the clerk brought a pile of mission notices into the hall. The atmosphere around grew tense. Masha also felt nervous. Whoever got the mission first would win. After all the tasks were pasted, she looked down from above and saw the third task. Transport 6,000 slaves to the newly opened territory. She quickly read the task description. Martha was excited and immediately ran out of the task hall, heading toward the nearby Rose mercenary group base. She directly found the leader, Alice, who was anxiously listening and quickly spoke. "Leader Alice, I found an interesting task, transporting 6,000 slaves to the new territory. But it only requires 100 people too. The person who can buy 6,000 slaves must be a big figure. Their strength must be good, and they probably need talent, which is why they posted this task. Leader Alice, go take that task quickly. I'm afraid someone else will grab it if I wait too long." Hearing Martha's words, Alice also became nervous, worried that someone else might take the task. She pulled Martha and headed straight to the task hall. Seeing the task Martha mentioned, she didn't hesitate and tore it off immediately. Not long after she tore it off, several gold-ranked mercenaries entered the hall. When they saw the task sheet in Alice's hand, they sighed and left. The highest level of mercenaries needed for this task can only be accepted by mercenaries of the corresponding level. Seeing the task sheet in her hand, just as Martha said, Alice felt lucky that she trusted Martha enough. She also felt glad that she was quick. She saw a few knights just now, and if she had arrived 10 seconds later, she might have missed the opportunity to join the Rose mercenary group. Looking at the reward of 500 gold coins, her previous sadness eased a bit. As long as she completed this task, she could recover her losses. There would be plenty of extra wealth left over. The Rose mercenary group was entrusted to Alice by her mother. Her biggest wish was to grow and strengthen the group, and Alice inherited her mother's legacy. The person who posted this task might be new to the mercenary guild, but just from the name of the task, you could tell their identity and wealth. The newly opened territory indicates that the person is a pioneering knight. Since there is no war in the kingdom now, only pioneering knights can open new territories. As for 6,000 slaves, that shows the other side's background must be very powerful. Moreover, she was highly valued by her family, and being able to purchase so many slaves at once was something only a noble of high rank could do. She guessed that the person who posted this task was probably a count's descendant. Even she could tell, so it was obvious that someone like Martha, who often took on missions in the mission hall, would understand even better. Alice took out a gold coin from her space ring and handed it to Martha. This was the reward for discovering the task, and it was also a rule of the Rose mercenary group. Martha naturally accepted it. Alice said to Martha, "Let's gather the members quickly. The mission starts tomorrow morning. It's almost dark now, so we need to prepare fast." They returned to the Rose mercenary group's base, and Martha went to call everyone. Soon, all 115 members had gathered, including over 20 new recruits. The mercenary group needed at least 100 people. Seeing that everyone was present, Alice smiled with relief. She slowly looked over each person, her voice clear and firm as she addressed everyone. "Sisters, I just received a mission. It's a major task rated as blue level. When they heard it was a blue level mission, many looked a bit worried, but no one said anything. They trusted that Alice wouldn't lead them into danger. Alice explained the details of the mission, and the crowd was shocked. She raised her hand to signal for silence, then lowered it to calm everyone down. She continued, "A blue rating means there is some risk, but also opportunity. We are capable of completing this task. We are the Rose Mercenary Group. Our banner has flown over steep snowy mountains and across barren deserts. We have celebrated victories and tasted the bitterness of failure, even losing comrades who fought alongside us." When she mentioned the fallen friends, many in the team looked a little sad, but then their eyes shone even brighter with determination. The reason the rose can bloom among thorns is because it is strong enough. Last time, fate dealt us a heavy, but we did not fall. Today, we stand here to use our swords and shields, our courage and wisdom, to win back our glory and future. Remember our motto: never give up, roses always bloom. Alice drew her sword and pointed it toward the sky. All the team members, whether old or new, shouted loudly, as if trying to release all their frustration and sadness from the past days. The Rose Mercenary Group, a team that had just gone through tough times and carried scars, held hope and felt heavy pressure. They took firm steps toward the west city gate of Sunset City, heading toward unknown challenges and opportunities. Their future, like clouds drifting over the wind whisper plain, was full of uncertainties. But at least, at this moment, the rose carved on their sword sheaths and banners seemed to glow with unyielding life. At night, 1 kilometer outside the west city gate of Sunset City, Annie returned to the temporary camp, watching Roar giving instructions to his caravan to set up tents and start cooking. Regsy was glad to have met Roar. Without him, their small team of just 30 soldiers, who knew nothing, wouldn't know how to handle these chores. He could manage like he did during marches, but 30 soldiers were too few. Assigning 200 people to each soldier was frightening to think about. They could only wait for President Annie to return to make arrangements. As for Iris, she had no talent for management. Regsy smiled and said, "We really owe you this time, little brother. Our team is too small. Without your help, I don't know how long it would take." Paul agreed, "Exactly. It's tough for us fighters to manage all this." Cole came over and smiled. "I heard you complaining from far away. When the big brother gets back, I'll tell him to teach you guys how to do this. Though I'm not very good at it either." Regsy scolded jokingly, "You dare to use brother will to scare us? Wait until I and Paul challenge you to a knight's duel." Paul nodded. "Yeah, we wonder if you can beat both of us." Cole awkwardly said, I was just joking. I saw the mood was a bit dull, so I wanted to liven things up. President Annie has issued a recruitment task. Soon, mercenaries will arrive." At this moment, Roar spoke up, asking, "Do you know who Brother Will is?" Regsy smiled and said, "Brother Will is the best among our 15 Guardian Knights and is most valued by Lord Lance. He is the leader of our Guardian Knights. Cole is his second brother, and Hill is also one of the knights. These 3 brothers are all very talented. Your name is Roar, right?" What a coincidence. Roar was very surprised. He had only asked about Will, but he didn't expect to learn that there are 15 Guardian Knights. He knew that the first 3 were all at the knight level, so he wondered if all 15 Guardian Knights were true knights. 15 knights. That could rival his own family. Just as he was about to say something, about 100 people on horseback arrived from afar. Regsy and the others, radiating knightly aura, went to meet them. Roar followed behind. Soon, they met. Regsy looked at the all-female group and asked loudly, "Who are you?" Alice looked at the 3 knights in front of her and felt a stir in her heart. As expected, Martha and her guesses were correct. They emitted a much stronger aura than herself. Alice said, "We are a mercenary group on a mission, here to help transport slaves." At this moment, Annie heard the noise outside and came over. Annie was in a good mood. She didn't expect that shortly after the mission was posted, the mercenary group would arrive. Calmly, Annie said, "Your mercenary group is quite efficient. I believe you won't lose out on this deal. Your main task is to manage these slaves, take care of them during travel, and handle camp duties. Do you understand?" When Alice and the members of Rose's mercenary group heard Annie, who held a higher position, giving orders, they felt unhappy. Their first impression of Annie was quite poor. In the past, when they carried out missions, The team leader would let them organize the group's movement. Deciding when to rest and when to travel was their responsibility. Alice understood the situation. After accepting the task, she knew it was because the other side was short of people to hire them. She hadn't expected they would only be asked to do some chores. Watching the three knights across from her emit a slight feeling of pressure, she knew the situation was very unfavorable for them. She immediately said, "We will follow your instructions." After hearing the leader's words, Annie pointed to the slaves who were setting up camp and said, "You can go help now." She didn't want to know what the others were thinking. She had heard about mercenaries before. The idea of longing for freedom was quite funny. There was no such thing as true freedom. She gave the others a warning to show she was not easy to bully. She even didn't want to have any dealings with them. Mercenaries are known to be opposed to nobles. She had to make sure these mercenaries obeyed. She tried to avoid any problems on the way, as this mission couldn't afford any mistakes. Alice nodded and took the Rose mercenary group to help with the work. With the mercenaries' help, the camp was built faster. Soon, it was finished and everyone started cooking. Annie's attitude toward the slaves was learned from Lance. She knew these slaves would become the residents of Dawn's leadership in the future. They were given black bread, a bowl of oatmeal, and a bowl of meat soup to eat until they were full. Those who weren't full could ask for more food. The slaves were naturally grateful and didn't cause any trouble. At this moment, Roar was eating with Rexy, some soldiers, and the families of the guarding knights. They ate better than the slaves: white bread, roasted meat, and vegetables. Rexy's sister, Millie, sat on Rexy's lap and pointed at the beef Roar was roasting, saying, "Big brother, I want to eat that beef." Rexy smiled and said, "You've already eaten a lot of meat. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? If you do, I won't be able to carry you." Millie pouted and said, "I don't care. It's so delicious. I just want to eat it." Roar handed the roasted beef to Millie and smiled. "My sister is so cute." "Thank you, Brother Roar," Millie said happily, and Rexy laughed loudly. At this moment, a soldier came with 3 people to Roar's side. Seeing it was his butler, Roar quickly asked, "Butler, how is everything going?" The old servant, also the butler, handed Roar a space ring and said, "Young master, everything is smooth." Rexy asked doubtfully, "What do you mean everything is going smoothly?" Roar replied, "Haha, we're heading to Brothers Dawn territory. I asked my father to prepare some goods to sell there." Rexy gave Roar a thumbs up. "You're the best, little brother. You really have good judgment." Roar smiled and continued asking Rexy about some things related to Dawn territory. At this moment, the Rose mercenary group was gathered together after their night shift, discussing something. A core group of the Rose mercenary group sat around a campfire, eating. Masha complained, "Captain Alice, these nobles really don't treat us mercenaries well. They just make us do all the chores." Everyone agreed. "Exactly. We thought they had few people, but it turns out they just have fewer workers. We're doing too much for such small tasks." And that noblewoman just now, she looked down on us completely. Her expression made me feel so frustrated, like she thinks she's so high and mighty. Why do these nobles have so many gold coins easily? We don't know how many missions we need to complete to earn that much. Alice looked seriously at everyone and said, "I want everyone to be careful with their words. The 3 soldiers who faced us earlier were true knights, even stronger than me. Also, since the Rose mercenary group accepted this mission, we must do our best. The reward is 500 gold coins. I hope that in the coming days, I won't hear such comments again. Do you all understand what I mean?" Feeling Alice's authority, everyone quickly nodded. Although Alice also disliked the noblewoman, she knew that their opponents were very strong. They weren't a match for the Rose mercenary group. Only by obeying them could they complete this mission better. Not far from the soldiers' tents, a group of wood elves sat around a campfire, whispering and discussing something. One wood elf whispered, "Big Sister Eileen, since they are less alert now, should we run away tonight? I heard that elves captured by humans to be slaves often have very sad endings. I am afraid that we might end up the same way." Eileen is the older sister of these wood elves. They all come from the same elf tribe and have lived happily for a long time. However, human hunters found them. After that, they traveled through different places using teleportation portals and were eventually sold to Sunset City for various reasons. Eileen shook her head worriedly and said, "Where can we run to now? We are already in the human kingdom. I don't know how far it is to the Forest of Elves. Can we really go back? These humans treat us quite well. If we try to escape now and get caught again, will we still receive such good treatment? A group of wood elves heard Eileen's words and all lowered their heads, looking sad. Not far away, Annie heard Eileen and smiled. She valued this elf highly, worth 300 gold coins each. 18 elves are worth more than all her other slaves combined. She definitely won't let them escape. Rexy, Paul, and Cole are always watching over this group of elves. Annie returned to her tent and saw Iris practicing her skills, so she didn't disturb her. Over the past few days, Annie had talked a lot with Iris. Both of them had similar experiences, which made them the best sisters. Annie also started practicing her own skills. The long night slowly ended, and the sun rose from the horizon. A new day began. It took 2 days to travel to Sunset City, and another 2 days to buy slaves and supplies. They had already left Dawnlight territory 4 days ago. It would take about 20 days to return to Dawnlight territory. The journey felt very long. At noon, a group of people had already left Sunset City more than 20 kilometers away. The area around them became less populated, and nature's presence grew stronger. Annie ordered everyone to set up camp and rest a while before continuing their journey. Everyone started to get busy. Suddenly, a loud eagle cry came from the sky. It was long and clear, echoing through the air. The people of Dawnlight territory heard the eagle cry and felt very happy. They knew this was Shuafeng coming. But others were not so happy. They became anxious. Roar immediately said nervously to Rexy, "Big brother, that sound in the sky seems to be a storm eagle. Its voice is so loud. It might already be a beast." The butler nearby also became uneasy. Alice, who was patrolling behind, rode her horse to the front. Clearly, they all recognized the storm eagle. Rexy smiled and said, "Why panic? It's just a storm eagle. We've seen it before." Roar continued anxiously, "Big brother, you're really brave. A storm eagle that becomes a beast is the king of the sky. We don't have the strength to defeat it. It's already unbeatable in the sky, and its attack power is very strong. Even knights can't withstand its claws when it dives." Seeing Roar and Alice looking so worried, Rexy decided not to tease them anymore. He cleared his throat and said, "This is our lord's mount. Its name is North Wind." After saying that, Rexy whistled, responding to the storm eagle in the sky. A black dot appeared in the distant sky and kept growing larger. Soon, it descended slowly to the front of the team. North Wind's huge wings kicked up a cloud of dust. Everyone was amazed by the size of the storm eagle, marveling at its speed and size. Feeling its powerful aura, it was almost a mid-level beast. Could a knight really defeat it? In his mind, Roar's words echoed. "This is our lord's mount." Rexy approached North Wind, handed over 2 space rings and 2 letters, and said seriously, "These were given by his parents. You must deliver them personally to the Lord. Be very careful not to make any mistakes." "Wait a moment, sister, and might have something to give to the Lord." North Wind nodded, put the items into its space ring, and waited a moment. Then Anne arrived and handed North Wind a letter, saying, "This is for the Lord." North Wind nodded, stored the letter in its space ring, tilted its head, and softly called twice. Rexy said, "Nothing else. You can go back now." North Wind nodded, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky. A loud eagle cry echoed again. Before long, its figure disappeared into the sky. North Wind comes quickly and leaves just as fast. Rexy returned to the group, watching everyone still in shock. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "This is nothing special. Our Lord's magical beasts are many, including 2 storm eagles. By the way, there's also a very handsome white horse. When you see it, you'll know." Roar was surprised and asked, "Are these all arranged by the Lord's family?" Rexy shook his head and said, "I wish our family could give us each a storm eagle. These were tamed by the Lord himself." Roar couldn't believe it and said, "Has Lord Lance already reached the level of elite knight?" Rexy smiled and said, "You're pretty sharp." After the storm eagle flew away, everyone took a while to calm down. Thinking about its huge body and incredible speed, Roar was truly amazed. Flying magical beasts are only tamed by very strong people. His family only has some ordinary flying mounts. The aura from the storm eagle had already been close to that of a mid-level magical beast, which is the same level as his father. And bigger beasts are usually stronger than humans, not to mention sky kings like the storm eagle. Most elite knights don't fly. Only at the Grand Knight level can they support long flights with their strong bodies and enough fighting spirit. That's how they can tame flying magical beasts. What shocked him even more was what Regzi said. Lance had already become an elite knight. If he remembered correctly, based on Lance's age and what Regzi said earlier, Lance had just recently come of age and become a knight. He was only 18, yet already an elite knight. Even the Duke's son, before turning 18, was only at the high knight level. What kind of genius is that? And before he even had the ability to fly, he had already tamed 2 storm eagles with his strength. He was grateful to have met Regzi and to have this valuable opportunity. According to Roar's guess, the strength of the entire Dawnlight territory might already surpass most barons with poor backgrounds, almost matching his own family, or even exceeding it. Roar was also very excited. Building the first mercenary guild outside the Dawn realm, which has great potential, made him feel very hopeful about his future. The appearance of the Storm Eagle also greatly intimidated the Rose mercenary group. They no longer spoke badly about Annie. They dared not show any dissatisfaction with Annie's arrangements. Even while working, they became more diligent and serious than usual. Alice was also very scared and shocked. No wonder Annie seemed to look down on them. Not only did the nobles look down on the mercenaries, but they also had confidence in their own strength. Alice thought about this. Her mother had entrusted her with the Rose mercenary group, hoping she could make it stronger. She had been working toward this goal. After seeing the Storm Eagle, she realized that the Rose mercenary group was too weak. If the Storm Eagle attacked them, none of them could escape. They would have to stand still and wait for death. She also overheard Regzi and Roll's conversation, learning that the lord behind them was an elite knight, a pioneer knight. He became an elite knight not long after turning 18. Alice, now 23, had only recently become a knight using her mother's resources. She couldn't believe how strong the other's talent was. Could she really lead the Rose mercenary group to become stronger under the pressure of the nobles? When they reached the Golden Mercenaries, they could apply to the Mercenary Guild to set up branches in some noble territories. They also needed to share the benefits with the local nobles, and only after their approval could they establish a branch there. Usually, the head of a Mercenary Guild branch had strength comparable to the local noble. This helped in sharing benefits fairly. Most nobles wouldn't refuse the Mercenary Guild's presence. Although nobles naturally disliked mercenaries, having a mercenary branch brought many advantages to the territory. These mercenaries longed for freedom. They often caused trouble within the territory, and once they joined the guild, they were no longer considered subjects of the local nobles. They would gain protection from the guild. If mercenaries broke local laws, they could be punished, even with the death penalty. However, the local noble laws do not allow for actions against mercenaries. This is because the Mercenary Guild gave up many benefits and negotiated with major powers for a long time before signing the agreement. Every noble should follow the relevant laws, which are also written into the laws of the Ears Empire. The Mercenary Guild has many benefits. It provides a platform that helps local residents become stronger. It promotes the prosperity of the local economy, which can greatly increase the territory's tax revenue. Mercenaries live dangerous lives, and they are very generous with their money. Whenever they have a lot of gold, most of it is spent quickly. They often use money to relax when feeling stressed. This is something every mercenary does. They also spend money to improve their strength. When doing missions, their weapons and armor often get damaged. Buying new equipment costs a lot of money, especially for mercenaries of gold rank or higher. They spend freely to become stronger. This was one of the problems the Rose mercenary group faced before. Most of their rewards from missions were directly given to the mercenaries. A small part was kept as shared property for the group, especially when facing big losses. If the group doesn't have enough money to pay for compensation, it risks disbanding. The Mercenary Guild not only helps boost the local economy, but also plays a role when the territory is in danger. Local nobles have the authority to assign mercenaries to certain tasks, like defending specific areas. The existence of the Mercenary Guild is essentially a force that gathers resources and information. Its presence greatly promotes the development of the territory. Even the powerful Sunset City of the Duke's domain has a branch of the Mercenary Guild. This shows how important the Mercenary Guild is. At this moment, an idea appeared in Alice's mind. The Dawn territory is a newly established land. Could she apply to set up a branch of the mercenary guild there, called the Rose Mercenary Association? Alice couldn't help but think about this idea, considering how feasible it was. If it succeeded, she believed her Rose Mercenary group would become even stronger, and it might be possible to advance to a Platinum Mercenary group in the future. However, I am just a member of the Golden Mercenary group and do not know if the other side will be interested. Looking at the leader of this team, it seems she does not like mercenaries. It appears that she considers mercenaries to be unimportant to her territory. Does this mean that her lord also shares this view? Alice is unsure whether establishing the Rose Mercenary Association within Dawn territory will succeed. She can only hope that the leader of the other side will allow mercenaries to exist in his land. In Dawn territory, a cry of an eagle echoes from the sky, and the north wind has returned. It circles in the sky a few times, but receives no response. It knows that Lance is not in Dawn territory at this moment. The north wind slowly lands inside the camp. Will is training soldiers, unaware of what has happened as he watches the wind descend. He walks over to the wind and asks, "Is there something the Lord wants to tell me?" The north wind shakes its head and raises its sharp eagle claw, revealing 3 space rings. Using the power of wind elements, it shows 2 of the rings to Will. At the same time, it takes out 3 letters from its own space ring, which float in front of Will like the rings. Will sees the name Lance on the letters and realizes they are meant for him. He quickly understands what the north wind means. These items are to be given to Lance, but he does not know where Lance is. The north wind calls softly, and Will says to it, "You can give these to me. I will go to the Lord's place shortly." The north wind immediately shakes its head. Although it could directly give these to Will for him to deliver, it hasn't seen Lance for several days. Even though there are staff serving Lance and Thunder, life is better than before, but they haven't had magic potions for a long time. If it gives these items to Will, what will he exchange for the magic potions? It collects the 2 space rings and the 3 letters, fans its wings, and signals Will to jump onto its back. Will is eager to get the magic potions. Seeing the north wind's attitude, Will realizes it won't give him the items directly, and he understands its little intentions. So he smiles at the wind and says, "All right, I'll take you to see the Lord now." He jumped onto the back of the north wind and pointed in the direction of the mountain range. This was the first time Will rode the north wind. He felt the scenery around him rush past quickly and was a little jealous of its speed. After about 3 minutes, the north wind brought Will to the center of the quarry, where he saw the guard knight Zack standing outside. Will smiled and said to Zack, "The north wind brought back some things for the master. I came here to deliver them." Zack smiled and said, "Brother Will, just go straight in." The north wind folded its wings and, like a large black chicken, followed Will into the cave. Will felt no discomfort in the dark environment. The north wind was very happy because it was about to see its owner. As they went deeper, the magic around them grew stronger. After walking for a while, Will saw a bright light ahead. The north wind bypassed Will and ran toward the light. They crossed a tunnel and arrived at a huge square, which had been built up by the guard knights. The ground was quite flat, and the square was not dark. Many places inside were filled with magic crystal lamps that emitted white light. Making magic crystal lamps was simple. Any mage could do it. They used the magic from low-level magic crystals to produce light, covered it with glass, and adjusted the brightness based on the magic output. A low-level magic crystal could last about a year at maximum power. Feeling the strong magic here, the north wind felt very happy. The north wind saw Lance sitting in the middle of the square, along with some guard knights, Jinghong and Yueying. Yueying had a big bowl in front of him, and he was drinking the water inside, feeling the magic in it. The north wind immediately went over and called out to Yueying twice, trying to ask if it could have a sip. It had not drunk water for a while and was very thirsty. Yueying nodded at the north wind, and it happily lowered its head to drink. In just one sip, the north wind loved this water and wanted to take some back for Thunder to try. It also looked at Jinghong, who was sleeping soundly nearby, with an empty big bowl in front of him, clearly having drunk a lot. The cold wind felt a bit downhearted. These past few days, he had flown along the road from the Morning Sun Guild to Sunset City every morning. He worked so hard outside, and seeing the 2 horses enjoying themselves made him feel unfair. Lance heard the cold wind's voice and immediately opened his eyes. Seeing how he looked, Lance felt a little speechless. It was as if he had never tasted good food before, but it seemed this was his first time in this place. At this moment, Will came over, bowed, and said with a smile, "Sir, the cold wind has brought back 2 space rings and 3 letters. He also wants to deliver them personally to you, so I brought him here." Lance nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, it seems they are already on their way back to Morning Sunday. Rexy has also handed the letter to my parents. They returned so quickly. It looks like this trip was quite successful." Will also smiled and said, "It seems to be just as you expected." Lance approached the cold wind, who was still drinking water, seemingly unaware of Lance's arrival. Lance smiled and took out 2 large wooden barrels from his space ring, filled with magical spring water. He also took out some magic potions and placed them on the ground. "All right, you can come here anytime in the future. When the magic spring water runs out, just come again. Hand me the items, and later, take Will back." Hearing his master's words, the cold wind turned around, looked at the 2 large barrels of magic spring water and the pile of magic potions on the ground. He was overjoyed, lowered his head, rubbed against Lance, and then stored all the items into his space ring. His happiness was obvious. From now on, he could come anytime he wanted. Looking at the water in the fountain in the square's center, he decided to drink only that water in the future. He handed the ring and the letters to Lance, then waited for Lance's instructions. Looking at the items floating before him, 3 letters and 2 space rings. 1 letter was from Annie to him. The other 2 were replies from his parents, and it seemed the 2 space rings were also gifts from them. He first opened Annie's letter and read it slowly. As he read, he smiled and looked at Will. "Unexpectedly, Annie really surprised me this time. Not only did he buy over 6,000 slaves, but many of them were talented, especially those who could build ships and understand architecture. That was really impressive. He also didn't expect her to buy 18 wooden elves. Although it cost 5,400 gold coins, I happened to need people skilled in growing magical herbs. That was a very good deal." Lance was very pleased with Annie's performance. As the leader of the Dawn Commerce Guild, she was doing a great job. Annie's letter also mentioned some things about Roar and the mercenaries. Roar's arrival at Dawn territory was a small surprise for Lance. He planned to wait a bit for the territory to develop and then visit Sunset City and his family. He wanted to persuade some merchants, especially his own family's guild, to set up branches in Dawn territory. This would bring more goods to the area and improve the lives of the residents. It would also help the territory grow its economy and increase tax revenue. Roar's arrival was definitely a good thing for Dawn territory. As for the mercenaries Annie mentioned later, it seemed they didn't have a very good attitude toward her. Annie also shared her own feelings about the mercenaries, which might be why their attitude was so unfriendly. Lance frowned. His attitude toward mercenaries was actually similar to Annie's. But once the territory becomes stronger, the mercenary guild will play an important role in its development. He didn't blame Annie at all. As a noble, it's natural to dislike mercenaries to some extent. Many disputes in territories involved mercenaries. They had greater strength than ordinary people and valued their freedom. When they saw something they didn't like, they would act directly. For example, if they saw thugs harassing honest women, mercenaries would step in and kill them. If you think about it, that's good. Who doesn't like justice and punishing evil? But if you look at it differently, thugs and hooligans are also residents of the territory, while mercenaries are not. Once they become mercenaries, they are protected by the mercenary guild, which is like an outside force invading the territory. This makes nobles feel they can't fully control their land. Nobles tend to be very controlling and selfish. Everything in the territory belongs to them. Even bad people are considered part of their property. Although you could legally execute the mercenary for killing someone in your territory, it was actually a good deed. You can influence your people's thoughts, or choose not to care about them. This is the main conflict between nobles and mercenaries. Nobles want control, while mercenaries seek freedom. However, establishing a mercenary guild has many benefits for the territory. This makes nobles feel conflicted. They dislike mercenaries, but still want a mercenary guild. Overall, the benefits of having a mercenary guild outweigh the disadvantages. He shook his head, no longer thinking about these things. He handed the letter to Will and said, "You can read it too. After you finish, give it to Daisy. Also, Those soldiers are always training in the camp. It's not good. The Dawn Chamber of Commerce doesn't have many people. Lead some soldiers to check on them, so nothing goes wrong with the mercenaries. Also, transport some key technical experts first, especially elves, shipbuilders, and those working on new buildings. Will looked at the letter, nodded, and replied, I understand, sir. I'll make arrangements right away. After saying this, Will left the magic spring with Shuangfeng and headed to the Dawn territory. After Will left, Lance opened the letter his father had given him. It said that Duke Anthony's youngest daughter, Anna, would turn 40 days later. Since Duke Anthony just turned 100 years old, they planned to hold a banquet in the imperial capital. The Bryan family was invited, and the letter was delivered by Anna, Duke Anthony's youngest daughter. Anna specifically mentioned Lance and hoped he would attend her birthday party. After reading his father's letter, Lance felt a headache. His father hadn't explicitly said whether he should go, but Lance knew he had to attend this time. His father knew he was busy with his new territory and might not have time, but still wrote him a letter that seemed a little angry, as if implying that if he didn't go, he wouldn't have his son. As for Anna, she was Duke Anthony's most beloved daughter, and everything was arranged to favor her. Duke Anthony was the Duke Lance sat below during the noble competition, and Sunset City was part of his territory. During the Noble Alliance competition, Anna was also present, sitting next to Duke Anthony. She met Lance at that time. Lance had defeated his older brother Cohen, whom Anna admired greatly. After Lance's victory, Anna developed strange feelings for him. Plus, Lance was very handsome, strong, and talented. Over the next 2 years, Anna often visited the Bryan family to see Lance. Even a fool could see she liked him. Although Anna was very beautiful and the daughter of a duke, Lance found it very frustrating. He couldn't hit her or scold her, so he just let her come to him. At that time, Lance was focused on practicing and had no thoughts of falling in love. He also already had Daisy and Ivy, 2 sisters, and his family hadn't clearly shown they accepted Anna. So, he clearly refused Anna. He only remembered that day in the Bryan family garden when Anna tearfully said, "What do you dislike about me? I can change. Even if you don't like me now, I will make you like me. I won't give up. I just want to marry someone I like. Otherwise, my father will marry me to someone I don't like." After saying this, Anna left. But as he predicted, she didn't give up her feelings for him. Every now and then, she would come to the Bryan family to see him, even befriending Daisy and Ivy. Both Daisy and Ivy's older sisters also got involved. Lance didn't know how to handle this situation, so he just let it develop naturally. Sigh, indeed, the hardest thing to resist is a beauty's affection, Lance thought. Although his father didn't mention the details of the upcoming banquet, Lance had a rough idea of what it was about. It seemed he had to attend this banquet. For both Anna and himself, there had to be an outcome. He sighed again and opened the letter his mother had given him. Every word showed her concern for him, unlike his father, who always just scolded him. He took out the space ring his father gave him. Lance was stunned. Inside was a large puppet at the night level and 10 high-grade magic crystals. Wow, it seems I must attend this banquet. This is 10 high-level magic crystals, equal to 100,000 low-level magic crystals, which is 100,000 trading points, more than what was given before. I looked again at what my mother gave me. 10,000 low-level magic crystals, 100 mid-level magic crystals, and some magic-related items. There was also a recording stone that contained a magic circle for sealing and gathering magic energy. Lance's mood instantly improved. Although I know my family is very rich, I realize I still underestimated them. 100,000 low-level magic crystals is a big amount. If converted to gold coins, it's about 1 million coins, enough for a family of 5 to live for a year. But I can't think of it just like that. The lives of commoners and nobles are different. As a count's family, we naturally control many magic crystal mines. I've never seen a magic crystal mine myself. I don't know how much a mine can produce, but it must be a lot. These 10 high-level magic crystals are used to power the Great Knight puppet, a guarantee from my father. If something dangerous happens in the territory while I'm away, and the Great Knight puppet can't handle it, then I wouldn't be able to solve it either. It seems my father has already blocked my escape route from the start. I must attend this banquet. Now I have an extra 120,000 trading points. Lance feels like he's already rich enough to rival a country. Suddenly, a voice rang in my mind, startling me. Since the number of awakenings has exceeded 20,000, to help the fireseed survive and grow better, the human fireseed platform has been upgraded to version 2.0, Spark of Fire. Lance was shocked. I haven't checked the forum in a while. Are there really so many new awakenings recently? I immediately logged into the platform and saw it had completely changed. It shifted from a forum format to short videos. It's similar to the short video apps I used on Blue Star. Friends are now followers and fans. I can post videos, which can be liked and commented on, and I can also give tips and save favorites. I can even create a shop on my personal page and add products to sell. You can even start live streaming. 666. It's no longer just ordinary. Isn't this like a popular app on Blue Star? Lance casually created a shop called Spark. He added a few barrels of magic spring water and set the price at 1 transaction point for 2 liters. He took a quick photo of the magic crystals his parents gave him and converted it into transaction points. Seeing his wallet had 153,256 transaction points, Lance took a screenshot. Then he made a short video with 2 pictures and added a message thanking his parents for their support. He posted it online. Soon after, some others also shared videos, mostly surprised by the platform's upgrade. Not long later, he saw his account's backend flooded with activity. His followers suddenly increased by over 2,000. Looking at the comments below his video, wow, it's no longer just ordinary. Is this picture edited? How could there be so many transaction points? It seems the platform doesn't have a photo editing feature, so this is probably real. Wow, that's Brother Gouet. Rich brother, be me 50 to prove your strength. Wolf King, jealous of someone from a good family. With such parents, I worship you. Tontian Jinmu, worship 1. Worship 10,086. Lance felt like he was back to a carefree life on Blue Star, lying in bed after work, leisurely browsing short videos. This feeling was so unreal compared to his current situation, but it was real. He didn't need to study the platform anymore. It was basically like a popular app on Blue Star, just missing some features, but the main functions were there. Looking at his friends list, he saw Wolf King had just started a live stream. Curious, Lance clicked in. Maybe because the platform had just upgraded, few people were streaming, but many had come to Wolf King's room. Over 2,000 viewers. The view in the live stream was Wolf King's perspective. He couldn't see what Wolf King looked like. Wolf King excitedly said, "Brothers and sisters, this live streaming feature is amazing. I see a transparent screen in front of me. Your messages are displayed on it, and I tested it. Others can't see what I type, only I can, and I haven't made any sound. As long as I think about what to say in my mind, it appears in the live stream. This is truly amazing. I really love it." As the view shifted, the Wolf King stood on a higher spot, looking at the vast grassland in front of him, filled with many animals. "Brothers and sisters, today I have an important task. I want to unite this grassland so my group can have more places to live and more food. Once I defeat those lions, I will control this grassland. That lion group is strong, and their leader is almost a super being. But against me, they are much weaker. With my leader's help, I have already become a super being. Good question, my friend. Who is my leader? Some might have seen it. It's the human community with 150,000 in savings." Hearing this, Lance felt strangely embarrassed. He saw a gift interface ready to send a gift, with each trade point worth 10,000 diamonds. Lance immediately spent 10 trade points to buy 10 rockets worth 10,000 diamonds each. Watching the special effects in his view, he thought they looked very nice. Suddenly, the Wolf King's view shifted higher, then suddenly dropped, as if he was excited and jumping up. In the live stream, loud excited voices came through. "Thanks to my leader for sending 10 rockets." "Thank you, leader. You're so powerful." Lance looked at the comments in the chat. 666. Is this the leader's strength? Sending 10 trade points at once. Does the leader need followers? Boss is so generous. Does the big boss need accessories? And so on. It made Lance feel very happy. He sent another 10 red envelopes worth 10,000 diamonds each. He finally understood why those big streamers used to be so eager to send gifts. Spending money to buy emotional value feels pretty good. 666. I got 156 diamonds. The big boss is so powerful. There's nothing in the big boss's red envelopes. Ouch, it hurts so much. I didn't get a single red envelope. Can anyone understand how I feel? Thanks for the red envelopes, big boss. After a while, as the view moved quickly again, the Wolf King led his pack to the lion group's habitat. With a wolf howl from the Wolf King, the battle began. Brothers and sisters, I am about to launch an attack to defeat those lions and take over the entire grassland. Behind the Wolf King, groups of wolves appeared, moving toward the lion pride. Roar! A lion larger than an average male lion stepped out from the lion group. As the Wolf King's view quickly shifted, everyone could see that the two sides had met. In an instant, the lion leader was killed by the Wolf King's sharp claws. The Wolf King's calm voice came from the live stream. Small lion pride. Handle it. Everyone, do you eat lion meat? I plan to give you 1 ton of lion meat. The Wolf King then caught a few lions using his space ability and stored them away. At the same time, a gift bag appeared on the live stream, containing 1 ton of lion meat. Each person could take up to 1 kilogram. First come, first served. Brothers and sisters, this gift bag has a disassembly function. The parts you get are random, the Wolf King said with a sly smile. Lance felt a bit speechless. He exited the live stream and watched some videos again. He left the platform and looked at the magic spring. Lance felt everything was too unreal. Shaking his head, he decided to stop practicing. His mood was not suitable for training now. He walked over to Jinghong, who was lying on the ground snoring loudly. Lance decided to record a short video. He patted Jinghong's head. Still groggy, Jinghong stood up, yawned, and rubbed his head against Lance's hand. Lance smiled slightly. Take me back to the territory. He wanted to go back and relax. His emotions had been quite intense today, and it was not a good time to train. He decided to set a schedule for internet use so he wouldn't neglect his training. Lance turned on the live streaming feature, curious to try the platform's streaming function. It seemed interesting. He jumped onto Jinghong's back, and Jinghong slowly headed toward the cave entrance. Lance looked at the comments on the screen, feeling quite new and curious. Just like the Wolf King said, a transparent comment bar appeared in front of him. He could freely adjust its size and position, and also change the font color and size. Of course, he could also block the comments, but Lance didn't do that. He wanted to see what the viewers were saying. But why is the screen so dark? Wow, amazing. I just grabbed 15-20 diamonds in the Wolf King's live stream. You're so powerful. Do you still give out lucky bags? Please help the kids, big brother. I don't have special resources in this world, and my background isn't good. I used to have no way to earn trading points. Now, with the platform's live streaming feature, I see hope. As long as I gather 10,000 diamonds, I can change my fate. Waiting for a lucky bag. I came here for a reason. I like and support you. Waiting for a lucky bag 1. Likes 10,086. Lance watched the comments and found them interesting. The comments floated past quickly. With Lance's strength, the speed of the comments wasn't fast. He could see everything clearly. Most people asked him to give out lucky bags, just as the comments said. Many people still haven't found special resources, and their backgrounds aren't good. They don't have many ways to earn trading points. Lance thought to himself, my friends, I see many comments asking me to give out lucky bags. Most people's backgrounds aren't very good, but I'm lucky. I was born into a Count's family, and my family supports me a lot. Since everyone wants me to give out lucky bags, I won't be stingy. The platform created this feature to help weaker groups survive better. In my live stream, I will give out 10 lucky bags of 10,000 diamonds every 10 minutes. It's not much, but it's my small way of showing kindness. Lance then sent out 10 lucky bags of 10,000 diamonds. To participate, you just need to follow him. The offer lasts for 10 minutes. Wow, big brother, you're really amazing. I'm so touched. Thanks for the lucky bag. When I get stronger, I'll definitely support your shop more. Who wouldn't love such a big brother? I'll be your loyal fan from now on. I'll see who dares to criticize you in the future. Tontian Jinmu. Boss is live. As your #1 little brother, I have to support you. I also sent a big red envelope with 10,000 diamonds. Everyone, show your support for the boss, Wolf King. Huh, you are the top boss's most trusted follower. Clearly, I am the real boss, right? I sent 2 red envelopes with 10,000 diamonds each. Everyone, show your respect to the boss loudly on the public chat. Lance saw everyone in the chat praising the boss, and he felt very happy. As Jinghong left the cave, the outside world became more colorful. Looking at Zack and some soldiers nearby, who saluted Lance respectfully, Lance nodded and headed toward the mine. He also said, family members, this is my territory's mine. It mainly extracts stones and coal. I will put the coal on the shop later, so if you need it, you can buy some. Wow, the boss is really impressive. He already has a territory. So amazing. There are goblins and dog-headed people here. The goblins seem ugly and are working as slaves mining coal in the boss's mine. The dog-headed people seem to be supervisors. Goblin King. In my world, goblins are already miserable. Seeing that they are still suffering in the boss's world makes me feel more balanced. Jinghong left the mine along the road and ran toward Dawn Leader. The scenery behind him quickly faded away. These trees are so tall, I can't see the top. Is this the extraordinary world? I really want to be part of it. What happened? Why is the screen blurry? And there's such a loud wind. Wolf King. No wonder he's the boss. Even his mount is at the extraordinary level. Watching this speed, it's much faster than mine. I realize I'm not even as good as the boss's mount. Heaven-reaching tree. 666. The boss always reveals his strength unintentionally. I want to ride the boss's mount. Lance looked at the comments on the screen and smiled without speaking. A strong wind blew fiercely against his face, and he enjoyed the feeling. About 3 minutes later, he returned to Dawn Leader's camp. Lance said with a smile, "Family members, I have arrived at my territory 50 kilometers away. The military camp is ahead." It's only been 2 or 3 minutes, and I've already traveled 50 kilometers. That's almost at the speed of sound. Is this the power of the extraordinary? It's truly inspiring. Lance watched as Will was gathering troops and supplies, preparing to lead the army to meet the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. He said to Will, "I'm also planning to go see the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. It's been a while since I left the territory. You all go ahead quickly. I will ride the north wind and leave first." Will nodded and continued gathering the army. Lance rode his horse to the Lord's Hall to find Daisy. Daisy was still busy, handling something. Lance glanced at the chat comments. The boss's horse is really handsome. Is this the stunning steed named by the boss after spending 10 trading points? Definitely worth it. Thanks for the red envelope. I grabbed 38 diamonds. Happy. So unlucky today, I opened 23 big lucky bags worth 10,000 diamonds each, but didn't get a single one. Lance looked at the comments and replied, "Family members, I have some matters to handle soon. I will send out 10 more trading points and then end the stream. There is a 10-second countdown. Get ready." After sending out the lucky bags, Lance ended the stream. Daisy was inside her room blinking at Lance, as if asking if something was wrong. Lance smiled and walked in, saying, "Daisy, I plan to go out for a while and then come back. I mainly want to give you something." He then handed Daisy the Great Knight puppet and 5 high-level magic crystals, which he had exchanged from 50,000 trading points on the platform. Daisy was surprised. "My lord, this is such a wonderful surprise." Hearing her, Lance sighed. "Sigh. This was given to me by my father. I am supposed to attend Anna's coming-of-age ceremony and Count Anthony's 100th birthday celebration in 40 days. Daisy was happy when she heard about Anna. Is Anna going to be an adult? That's great. I don't understand why you're sighing." Lance shook his head and said, "You should know what it means when a noblewoman turns 18. If nothing special happens, I think Anna will come to live with us in Dawn territory. I can't refuse that." Daisy was even more excited. "Isn't that a good thing? Anna is kind, beautiful, and the Duke's favorite daughter. The most important thing is that she really likes you. We both know her well, and I've always wondered why you, as an adult, keep resisting her." Lance sighed and said, "Daisy, you're overthinking this. I don't mean to reject Anna. After all, any man would like her." Daisy continued to ask, "Then why didn't you accept Anna before?" Seeing Daisy's curiosity, Lance explained, "Because Anna is the Duke's most loved daughter. Marrying her would mean aligning with Duke Anthony's faction. From my father's letter, I learned that I must attend this banquet, which shows that the Bryan family has already chosen a side. Now, the King of the Ears Empire is in poor health, and several princes are watching closely. Duke Anthony's sister gave birth to the second prince, clearly indicating their family supports him. I don't know what benefits Duke Anthony has given the Bryan family to make them support the second prince." Lance looked out the window into the distance, and Daisy sighed behind him. Noble marriages are often complicated. Behind them are many people's interests. Even though Anna is Duke Anthony's favorite daughter, he wouldn't let her choose her own partner. As the son of my father, I feel the same. As part of the family that raised me, I must do what I can for the family when needed. And right now, my family needs me. The only reason we are connected through marriage is that Anna happens to like me. As for why I haven't accepted Anna, first, my father never clearly told me I could. Second, I was deeply immersed in practicing my skills at the time, as you know. Of course, the main reason is that my father didn't give the go-ahead, so I couldn't represent my family and accept Anna. This would make my family unhappy with me, even if I am considered a genius by you. What good is a genius who hasn't grown up yet? I have long realized this, which is why I chose to work hard and become a pioneering knight, leaving my family behind. I want to control my own destiny. But clearly, I don't have that ability now. Everything I have depends on my family's support. What is meant to happen will happen. A person's position determines how they see things. For example, slaves don't care about such matters. My subjects are happy just because I married the Duke's daughter. You wonder why I seem to like Anna but never accept her, and why I have to be part of political marriage alliances like everyone else. Fortunately, Anna cares deeply for me, and I feel the same about her. That is the most fortunate thing for both of us. Daisy was surprised and touched when she heard Lance speak. She didn't expect him to explain so much to her. This helped her understand many things. She now knows why the Count always praises Lance as his most talented son and calls him very clever. Daisy stayed with Lance. She knew his character and intelligence, but there were many things she didn't understand. This also revealed another side of Lance, and she felt more sympathy for him. Lance was only 16 at the time, but already understood so much. She remembered how she used to follow Lance's mother, carefree and learning without worries. She used to wonder why Lance was so obsessed with practicing, but now she understood. Daisy knew she couldn't see Lance's thoughts from her position, but luckily, Lance explained them to her. She decided to manage her territory well so Lance wouldn't have worries. Seeing Daisy silent, Lance smiled and said, "It's nothing serious, just that attending the banquet might be a bit troublesome this time. But it's not a big deal. Talking about these things is still too far for us. The royal affairs involve the entire empire, but luckily, I still have the Bryan family and Duke Anthony's family in front of me. That's all I have to say. When I'm away from the territory, I'll leave it in your hands. Now, I'm going outside for a walk." Watching Lance leave the room, Daisy also looked at the great knight puppet and fell into deep thought. Lance went to Shuo Feng's place and couldn't help but feel that this world is truly a harsh place. Commoners oppress slaves, nobles oppress commoners, and even higher nobles exist above them. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on these thoughts. Only by becoming stronger can one avoid fear of such injustices. He arrived at Shuo Feng's residence. Currently, Thunder has laid 9 eggs, which is the typical number for a single nest of eagle-like magical beasts. Perhaps because Lance often feeds it magic potions, Thunder is still inclined to lay more eggs. Lance was happy. More offspring means more blessings. He was also waiting for Thunder to give birth to a team of Sky Knights. Lance stayed outside quietly, observing Shuo Feng feeding Thunder the magic potion Lance had brought from the cave outside. Thunder happily nuzzled Shuo Feng's head. Shuo Feng's heart was filled with joy. He took out a wooden bucket from his space ring, filled with magical spring water. He softly called out twice, and Lance understood what he meant. "This is something I worked hard to find outside. Feel free to drink. I still have more here." Cough, cough. Lance couldn't help but cough twice. Shuo Feng was startled and looked at Lance with a resentful gaze, softly calling out twice. "Why do you always come secretly without making any sound or showing any presence? It makes me feel so awkward." Seeing Shuo Feng's resentful look, Lance confidently explained, "I noticed there's less magic spring water given to you, and I haven't given Thunder its share either." He then took out 2 more wooden buckets of magic spring water and some magic potions, placing them in front of Thunder. Thunder looked at Shuo Feng with suspicion, as if questioning whether all this effort to find the water was worth it. Shuo Feng awkwardly called out twice, but didn't respond. Seeing Shuo Feng in a difficult spot, Lance decided to give him a way out. He said calmly, "All of these were discovered by Shuo Feng. Just focus on breeding well. I need to step out with Shuo Feng for a bit." Thunder then withdrew its gaze and happily called out twice to Shuo Feng. Shuo Feng proudly lifted his head. Lance interrupted their exchange. He spoke to the cold wind, saying, "All right, take me to the Dawnlight Guild. We have plenty of time later." The cold wind nodded, as there was no reason to refuse. Life now was much more comfortable than before. He used the platform to take a short animated picture of the cold wind and thunder, then left with the wind, jumping onto its back. A loud cry pierced the sky, and the cold wind took off. As for why it always yells before flying or landing, Lance didn't know and didn't ask. He just thought it was the natural behavior of a storm eagle. In the sky, Lance stood on the cold wind's back. Looking down from above, he remembered some old poems. He took a short animated picture and then posted a video on his account. There were two animations, one of the cold wind and thunder together, and another of the recent shot with a caption, riding the wind like a bird, banishing demons across the land. We shall reach the highest peak, overlooking all the mountains. Lance was very happy with his work. After giving it a thumbs up, he logged out of the platform and enjoyed the scenery on his journey. Meanwhile, on the way back to Dawnlight territory, Annie was riding her horse slowly, thinking about how the Dawnlight Guild should develop in the future. She was considering how to make the Lord more satisfied. She must do well as the guild leader so she could have more opportunities later. Seeing that it was getting late, Annie ordered the team to set up camp. Such a long line of people would take a long time to reach Dawnlight territory. She wondered how Dawnlight would develop once she returned. She was really looking forward to the future of Dawnlight. Alice came from the back of the group and approached Annie. She reported, "Ma'am, the team is settled. Now we just need to start a fire and cook." Annie didn't feel anything unusual about the mercenary group's changed attitude. After seeing the Storm Eagle, everyone except the Dawnlight people was probably stunned. Especially those who had spoken ill of Annie before. Now they dared not feel superior anymore. They all obediently lowered their pride and carefully did what Annie assigned. At that moment, Rexy rode his horse quickly from the back of the group. Frowning, Annie said to Rexy, "The main force is 10 kilometers behind us. There are about 1,000 people, and I sense the presence of some elite knights among them. Some of them have a strong aura, comparable to ours. They are all masked, clearly coming for us. They are not soldiers. Judging by their steps and posture, they look more like mercenaries." Hearing Rexy's words, Annie immediately became anxious. She didn't know what to do. Her side only had 3 guard knights, one mage named Iris, and herself as a knight. Even with Roar's butler and Ailey's, there were only 7 people who could fight. She didn't consider the 30 soldiers and over 100 members of the Rose mercenary group. As a knight herself, she knew well the big difference between knights and ordinary people. Moreover, the enemy had over 1,000 mercenaries. The gap in strength was too large. There was no time to think. This was a war with no hope of winning. Annie quickly ordered, "Rexy, assign 1 guard knight immediately to move the families and skilled personnel of those guards to safety. Have them ride the soldiers' horses and move quickly forward. As for the elves, leave them for now. Notify all troops to gather at the rear." Annie turned her head and stared at Ailey's, unsure of what she would choose. Ailey's looked back at Annie, understanding the seriousness of the situation. She immediately declared, "I will honor the mercenary contract. Even if I die in battle, the Rose mercenary group will not retreat. I will go now to gather the members of the Rose mercenary group at the rear." After speaking, Ailey's rode off immediately to gather her team. Rexy also quickly found Cole and said anxiously, "Cole, hurry and bring our families and some skilled personnel back to Dawnlight. There are 8 knights and over 1,000 mercenaries heading straight for us." Cole frowned and said, "I want to stay and fight. As a guard knight, I can't run away. Those people include my family, Paul's family, and the families of other brothers within the territory. We need a knight leader for them to survive in the Wind Whisper Plains. Paul and I both have family members there. We can't leave, and we might not die, right?" Paul anxiously said, "This time, I really beg you. Please take those people and go. You don't want to see your brothers' families get hurt, do you? We will try to hold them back for you. Hurry up. Right now, it's just the 3 of us. Rexy and I have decided to let you go. Don't hesitate." Cole also knew there was no better choice now. After saluting Rexy and Paul with a knight's gesture, he quickly arranged for the team to move. Luckily, those people were close to their position. Roar, who was nearby, looked a bit anxious and asked, "Brother Rexy, is this situation very serious?" Rexy nodded helplessly. "Little brother, I won't lie to you. Behind us, there are 8 knights and over 1,000 mercenaries. We might not make it this time. I won't stop you. You can still leave now. Seeing Roar lost in thought, Rexy didn't say anything and took Paul to the back of the team. Roar was deep in thought. This choice was either to die or to lose the chance to go to Dawnlight territory. He had worked hard to get this opportunity. Could he really lose it just like that? Roar felt very unwilling. Roar didn't know what to choose. He asked his butler nearby, "Butler, do you think we should leave?" The butler looked at Roar, caught in a dilemma. He shook his head slightly and said, "Young master, this isn't a question for me. You should ask your own heart. I will always stand in front of you. Unless someone steps over my body, I will never let anything happen to you." Roar whispered softly, "Ask my heart? Do I want to leave?" Thinking about his relationship with Rexy, although it was short, he had never felt so satisfied before. Rexy and those soldiers treated him very sincerely. No matter what he asked, they answered without reservation. He could feel their sincerity. Besides the sincerity he felt from the butler, he rarely experienced such feelings in his family before. This was very different from the backstabbing atmosphere he was used to in his family. He really liked this feeling. Unlike the loyal honesty of the butler, Roar's relationship with Rexy and the others was equal, based on friendship. Roar sighed and said, "Since fate has led me to meet these friends, I don't want to leave." At this moment, the butler asked, "Even if it means death?" Roar nodded firmly and said, "Yes, even if it means death. Death is scary, but there are some things I value more than my own life." Seeing his young master like this, the butler smiled happily. He knew his young master had grown up. "I hope the goddess of fate will bless me again," Roar said, then led the butler toward Rexy. At the same time, Annie and Iris had reached the back of the camp. Rexy and Paul had gathered the troops, and all the mercenaries of the Rose mercenary group were present. Annie looked at Iris with a serious and cold expression and said, "You should know what will happen next. If you're scared, I allow you to lead your Rose mercenary group away now. Otherwise, if something happens that affects morale, don't say I didn't warn you." Iris frowned and replied, "I will keep my promise. I will stand with you. You should know that after completing the mission, the publisher or relevant people need to report it to the mercenary guild. If no one does, the guild will think we killed the employer. Then, whether we survive will be a problem. This is why we mercenaries take our contracts very seriously." Annie was very pleased with Iris's answer, but also thought about possible problems. She asked, "Can you guarantee that the mercenaries in the Rose mercenary group won't run away at the last moment?" Hearing Annie's question, Iris frowned and fell silent. Annie shook her head, knowing the answer, and didn't ask further. Suddenly, the sound of hooves came from behind. Annie looked back and saw Roar riding a magical beast, bringing his butler and some people from his caravan. This surprised Annie a little. It seemed that the son of the Viscount was quite clever. Even though he managed to escape from the mercenaries chasing him earlier, can he truly avoid Lord Lance's investigation? Don't underestimate the power of a Count's heir. Annie thought that if her group died and Cole went back to tell Lance everything, Lance would surely be angry. He would want to investigate this matter thoroughly. When he finds out that Roar abandoned them and ran away, she wondered if the Lord would punish him. Even if Lance shows kindness and doesn't kill him, Roar's future won't be easy. Once this incident reaches his family, they might fear offending Count Brian and could also make things difficult for him. Annie hadn't thought about escaping. She didn't know where she could go. Her only goal now was to seek revenge. If she ran away, she wasn't sure if Lance would forgive her, and she might lose her chance for revenge altogether. She just hoped Lance would see her loyalty. In the future, when Chintzy's strength grew stronger, Lance would avenge her. Rexy looked at Roar and the butler approaching him. He patted Roar on the shoulder and laughed loudly. "Haha, little brother, I knew I was right about you. If you make it back alive this time, I will personally recommend you to the Lord." Roar also smiled and said, "Thank you, big brother." Suddenly, the sound of hooves came from afar. Everyone stopped talking, and the atmosphere grew serious. A group of masked mercenaries arrived, followed by many foot soldiers. Why are they definitely mercenaries? Because they didn't look like soldiers, but their strides showed they had some skill. In the Empire of Ears, besides large armies of soldiers, these could only be mercenary groups. This was one reason nobles disliked mercenaries. They acted without contracts and did whatever they wanted. Soon, 8 people with a knightly aura on horseback led the way, followed by a large group of mercenaries. One of the leaders, riding ahead, smiled and said, "Since you've bought so many slaves, You must be quite wealthy. We don't like killing. Rexy took out the family crest of the Bryan family and coldly said to him, Do you know what happens if you offend a count's family? Leave now, and I will pretend nothing has happened. Although it was getting dark, the 8 knights could still see that Rexy was holding an authentic count's family crest. The leader, knowing that the opponent had a strong background, perhaps backed by a powerful Viscount family, still believed that their group of 8 mercenaries could stand against them. They were not as strong as a true Viscount family, but with the mercenary guild's protection, they thought they could avoid serious trouble. However, they did not expect that the opponent was actually backed by a count's family. The leader's eyes turned cold, and he said to everyone behind him, You all saw that, right? If we don't kill them today, we will be the ones who die in the future. Everyone, prepare for battle. Destroy them all. Just as the fight was about to start, a voice of surrender came from the Rose mercenary group. The leader of the mercenaries looked at the speaker with interest. At this moment, Alice was shocked. She looked at Marcia and loudly asked, Why? Marcia hesitated and looked away, feeling guilty. I just want to stay alive. What's wrong with that? The leader from the other side said with interest. Oh, someone is surrendering. Come out now and join us. Yes, you just want to stay alive, and there's nothing wrong with that. Marcia immediately walked over. Seeing her walk away without being attacked, the Rose mercenary group became restless. Some of them followed Marcia, and in the end, about 50 people went with her. Alice fell silent, watching some elderly people among them. She couldn't understand why her friends, who had once faced life and death with her, would abandon the Rose mercenary group to survive. Marcia said to Alice, Captain Alice, come over too. These nobles should all be dead. They have looked down on us mercenaries for a long time, but now they will be killed by us. Look at how many slaves they bought. In the end, these people will be exploited by them forever. Alice did not speak or move forward. She only felt that the person in front of her, Martha, seemed a bit unfamiliar. She couldn't understand why Martha would say such things. The leader across from them also smiled and said, Yes, these nobles should all die. I will give you mercenaries one more chance. In 30 seconds, I will attack. When that time comes, I will kill everyone I see. 29, 28, 27. Listening to the countdown of their lives, those who were going to leave had already left. No one surrendered anymore. The atmosphere grew tense. Everyone was ready to fight, even though they knew the chances of winning were small. 3, 2, 1. Very good. I respect your courage. I will do my best to kill you all. Only then can I show my respect for you. All team members, prepare to attack. The voice of the leader on the other side became serious. Even in the face of death, he was not afraid. They had earned his respect. As for those who surrendered, he sneered inwardly. Did they think surrendering would save them? War was about to begin. At that moment, a loud sound came from the sky. Cry. A loud, sharp sound, accompanied by wind and lightning elements, swept toward the enemy. Normal mercenaries and horses, who hadn't reached knight level, were all damaged. The mercenaries lay on the ground, clutching their heads and rolling in pain. The horses also lost their balance and fell. Even the 8 knights in front looked pale and weak with fear. Any side only found the sound a bit harsh, but mostly they felt surprised, because they had heard this sound before, during noon. It was the cry of the storm eagle. They knew they had survived. As the storm eagle slowly landed, a figure jumped down from its back. Even in the dim environment, his powerful aura was undeniable. He took a few steps forward and stopped. His calm voice reached everyone's ears. Oh, you want to kill me too? Do you think you can? His words were full of disdain, as if he didn't see the others as a threat. But this voice gave the people in Dawn's team a strong sense of security. They knew their lord had arrived. Suddenly, the figure in front of them disappeared. Everyone looked ahead, waiting. At this moment, the leader across was being held up by Lance with one hand around his neck, struggling fiercely. Tell me, do you deserve this? Lance asked. The opponent didn't answer. Soon, he gasped his last breath. Lance casually tossed him aside like trash. He took out his long sword from his space ring and slowly approached the remaining 7 knights. The enemies were too intimidated by Lance's powerful presence, and combined with the sonic attack from the Storm Eagle, their internal energy was in chaos, leaving them no chance to fight back. Lance cut off one knight's head with his sword and moved toward the next. The remaining knights were terrified. They tried to resist a little, but they were quickly beheaded one after another. Lance was angry but also relieved that he had come here on a whim to check on these people and to intimidate the mercenaries Annie mentioned in her letter. He had arrived early and watched from above as some mercenaries followed the team. He didn't attack immediately, wanting to see how Annie and the mercenaries would react to this situation, and he was pleased with the result. He was angry that these mercenaries dared to target him. If he hadn't come here today on a whim, his subordinates might have been killed, especially Rexy and Paul, who had been his loyal knights for a long time. They shared a deep bond, and if they had died because of this, Lance would have felt guilty. He also thought about the families of the other knights. He couldn't imagine how he would explain if something happened to them. He blamed himself for being too anxious, rushing Annie to bring back as many slaves as possible. Because of that, the soldiers and knights he assigned weren't enough, nearly causing this tragedy. He was grateful that the platform had been upgraded, preventing him from focusing solely on cultivation, and Annie's letter prompted him to come here. He took a deep breath, feeling glad he had come. Some of the people led by Morning Dawn had also seen Lance fight for the first time and were deeply impressed, especially Alice and Roar. Seeing the man turn around and speak calmly, Lance ordered, "Rexy, Paul, organize the spoils. All the mercenaries are to be taken as slaves and sent back to work with the goblins. Will has already taken soldiers on the road, and they will arrive within 2 days. Shuafeng, go ahead and bring back Cole and his team. Others can disperse and do as they please." Rexy and Paul stepped forward respectfully and said, "Yes, Lord." Afterward, they took the soldiers to gather the spoils, and everyone else felt the strong pressure. Roar immediately led his caravan forward to help, while the Rose mercenary group returned to the camp to stand guard. Only Annie remained on the field. Lance approached Annie and said, "You did very well this time. When you go back, you'll receive the reward you deserve." Annie excitedly replied, "Thank you, Lord." Lance nodded and then went to the front of the camp, took out a tent from his space ring, and set it up. Once inside, he did not come out again. At this moment, the north wind called twice in the sky. Cole heard the sound and immediately stopped his team from moving forward. He whistled in response, and the north wind called twice toward the camp. Cole exclaimed happily, "The Lord has arrived. It seems everything has been resolved. I hope the camp hasn't suffered too much damage." Cole and his team hurried back toward the camp. Being the only guardian knight around felt a bit strange. Soon, the camp began to organize and rest in an orderly manner. Lance's arrival had quickly and efficiently dealt with the mercenaries, especially the scene where he defeated 8 knights. His silhouette was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. At the back of the camp, Rexy casually killed a few restless mercenaries. His knightly aura suppressed them, making them settle down. All their weapons and armor were taken away, and anyone resisting was killed on the spot. At this moment, Roar approached Rexy and Paul excitedly and said, "Brothers, Lord Lance is truly powerful." Those knights were cut down like vegetables. It was so exciting to watch. Rexy and Paul also felt very good. They had thought they might die this time, but the Lord arrived just in time, like a divine weapon, and defeated the enemies. Rexy whispered, "Brother Roar, the Lord might be a little angry this time. You don't know? The Lord usually doesn't like to kill humans. Someone once offended a noble, and the noble only gave a harsh lesson without killing him directly. In my memory, the noble rarely kills humans. When they do, it's usually for very serious crimes." Paul agreed, saying, "Yes, look at these mercenaries. Other nobles might order them all to be executed, but the noble let them become slaves and survive. Still, their future won't be easy. They made a bad choice by crossing the wrong person and doing wrong things. But better to stay alive than die." Listening to Raygosi and Paul, Roar sighed, "Lord Lance is truly kind. Usually, mercenaries who do such things to nobles would be executed. My family couldn't tolerate such events." Raygosi said, "Don't worry, little brother. It's late now. Tomorrow, I will personally introduce you to the noble. You should prepare well." Roar was very happy and said, "Thank you, big brother. I'm a bit nervous. I need to get ready." "You can arrange my people as you see fit." Raygosi nodded. Roar left with his butler and returned to his tent. Once inside, Roar sighed. "Indeed, fate has once again favored me. Lord Lance is so powerful. No wonder he can control the Storm Eagle, a Sky King." The butler nodded in agreement, saying, It's a good thing you stayed back, young master. Otherwise, the consequences could have been terrible. I feel I couldn't have withstood that noble's move either. He might have arrived long ago. Roar still felt scared. Butler, you're right. I think Lord Lance was here long before, waiting for the right moment to act. He just wanted to see how we in the Rose mercenary group would react. If I had chosen to surrender, I can't imagine what would have happened. Tomorrow, I might have to speak with Lord Lance face to face. What should I say? The butler shook his head and said, just tell him your purpose, young master. I think he won't refuse, Roar nodded thoughtfully. If Roar's mood is good now, Alice's mood is very low. Looking at the remaining 64 members of the Rose mercenary group, who had just been betrayed by Martha, Alice felt even more uncertain about the future. Not only Alice, but others also felt very sad. Among those who surrendered, some were old friends who had fought alongside them for many years. They couldn't understand why these friends would betray the Rose mercenary group. As the soldiers kept these traitors as slaves, no one in the group pleaded for them. It was especially heartbreaking because those people had just raised their swords against them. One moment, they were brave teammates fighting together. The next, they became enemies with swords drawn. However, Alice was relieved that more than half of the group had stayed. She looked around and saw no new members. Of course, new recruits wouldn't risk their lives for the team. Everyone wanted to survive. Most of the remaining members had been with the group for a long time. They were willing to face death calmly with Alice, which moved her deeply. Although nearly half of the group was gone, it wasn't all bad. The survivors had just experienced life and death together, which made their bond stronger. In the future, the Rose mercenary group would probably be more united. Alice took a deep breath. Besides feeling sorry for those who betrayed the group, she couldn't forget Lance's figure. His strength was so powerful, and his presence seemed to pressure everyone without words. Especially after he easily defeated those 8 mercenary knights, he deeply shocked the Rose mercenary group, making them afraid to have any second thoughts. Alice didn't dare imagine what would have happened if she had sided with Martha and betrayed her team. Fortunately, she stayed true to her promise and didn't betray her ideals. Her only wish was to make the Rose mercenary group stronger. After becoming a knight, the Mercenary Association would record a trace of a knight's aura. If she had surrendered and survived, she could have lived well. But she would face the Mercenary Association's pursuit and could never have any further connection with mercenaries. Fortunately, Alice always followed her heart and took action accordingly. These events are now in the past. As for those traitors, she will not plead for them at all. No one likes traitors. As for their families, the Rose mercenary group won't do anything to them, but they also won't offer any further help. When they come to ask where those people have gone, Alice will honestly tell them that they have become slaves because of their betrayal. As for whether their friends and family have the courage to do something bold, Alice will only sneer at their actions. She no longer wants to think about troublesome things. Instead, she should focus on how to make the Rose mercenary group stronger in the future. Lance's strength is deeply imprinted in Alice's mind. Suddenly, an idea popped into her head, setting up a branch of the Mercenary Association within his territory. The association would be called the Rose Mercenary Association. She thinks this idea is very feasible, because she has been faithful to her contract during the recent events, without any betrayal. Maybe she has gained some goodwill from the members of the Rose mercenary group, and perhaps even the powerful leader is pleased with her actions. But how should she go about making this happen? Alice lacks an opportunity to meet Lance. She plans to talk to Annie tomorrow about it. After everything settled down, Cole had already returned to the camp with all the Guardian Knights' families, technical experts, and elves. The camp was now starting a fire to cook, as everyone was too busy to eat earlier due to the recent incident. Cole found Reggie and Paul, who were sitting around a campfire, grilling meat and chatting. Reggie smiled and said, "If I had half, no? 1/10 of the strength of a grown-up, those mercenaries wouldn't be a problem. I would just go wild, fighting in the enemy camp, coming and going 7 times. Just thinking about it is exciting." Paul mocked him from the side, saying, "You? What did the leader say again? Let me think. Oh, right. It seems that a person should know their limits." "Stop dreaming," Reggie snorted and said, "Humph, Paul, I think you've been getting a bit too bold lately. When we return to Dawnlight, let's settle everything with a knight's duel." Paul scoffed, "I can't beat Brother Will, and I definitely can't beat you. That's a joke. Do you really think I would be afraid of you? Regzi gritted his teeth and said angrily. When the time comes, I will crush that rude mouth of yours. Paul still looked unimpressed. Just wait. You'll only end up angry and useless. The tension between them was obvious. Kohen stepped forward and sat down, smiling. Haha, I support your knight's duel. I'll cheer for you from the side. I promise I'll shout louder than any other guardian knight. Both Regzi and Paul looked at Kohen, falling into a brief silence, leaving Kohen a bit confused. He hadn't forgotten their earlier words about challenging him to a knight's duel together. After clearing his throat, Kohen quickly changed the subject and asked Regzi and Paul, did the camp suffer any damage this time? Regzi sighed and replied, no damage at all. Besides some of the Rose mercenary group surrendering, we also gained some equipment and over 1,000 slaves. He continued, ever since I returned to the Bryan family and sparred with Ulick, I haven't fought in a long time. You weren't there at the time, but around me, everyone was watching. After I defeated Uli in one move, you wouldn't believe how much admiration I saw in their eyes. It's not like some people who complain about not getting what they want. Paul chuckled mockingly. You just bully the servants. Why don't you dare to challenge Brother Will to a duel? Regzi burst out laughing. Kohen, see? That's what people say when they can't get what they want. Paul looked furious but didn't know how to respond, only glaring angrily at Regzi. Kohen looked a bit speechless and said nothing because Regzi had indeed done what he and Paul had wanted to do for a long time. Really? Is it that impressive? Just then, a curious voice came from nearby. The three of them immediately perked up. They recognized Lance's voice and stood up quickly. Regzi turned to look at Lance, his mind racing to think of what to say. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. Regzi scratched his head and smiled foolishly, saying, Sir, I remember you once said something. It was like, wealth and honor don't bring us home, as if wearing beautiful clothes at night, making it hard for others to see our glory, which is pointless. Lance nodded and smiled in agreement, saying, yes, that's right. Your mind is quick. But that saying is actually riches and honors don't return home, like walking in fine clothes at night. Lance didn't make things difficult for Regzi. After all, these guardian knights had followed him for a long time, and they carried some of his shadow. He couldn't really doubt himself. Regzi smiled and said, yes, yes. Sir, I remember now. I remember everything. Riches and honors don't return home, like walking in fine clothes at night. Next to them, Cole and Paul looked speechless. They had never seen such shamelessness before, and now he was pretending again. They remembered that Lance had also said something before. A person's life, if not pretended, has no meaning. Seeing Regzi now, they understood. Lance sat by the campfire, looking at the roasted lamb skewers. He took one and ate it, then told everyone to sit down and eat together. While eating, Lance said, Regzi, your barbecue skills are pretty good. It tastes quite nice. Regzi looked at Cole and Paul with envy and smiled, saying, Sir, I learned this after a long time studying under Lady Ivy. Lance nodded and said, as long as you like it, that's good. It makes me feel all that effort wasn't wasted. Lance ate and gave Regzi a thumbs up, saying vaguely, delicious. Regzi was overjoyed, winking at Cole and Paul. Maybe because he wasn't full yet, Lance took out about 10 bottles of moonlight wine and some meat from the magic snake leader from his space ring. He handed one bottle to each of the three and said, Regzi, roast some more magic snake meat. Later, take some to Annie and Iris. Also, give each of them a bottle of wine. Let's all drink together. Paul said, Sir, during the mission, Brother Will didn't allow us to drink, worried it might cause trouble. Cole and Regzi nodded in agreement. Lance trusted and was satisfied with Will's leadership. He shook his head and took a sip, saying, that depends on when. I'm quite pleased with your self-control. Here, I say, everyone can drink. The wine won't make you drunk, so let's all have some. The three of them were very happy. Besides training, these guardian knights loved good food and wine. They all raised their glasses and drank together. Lance licked his lips slightly and squinted, enjoying the taste. This moonlight grape wine has been tasted many times. It's fresh and sweet, and each sip makes me think of it again and again. The wine inside me releases endless energy and automatically turns into fighting spirit. Even a small cup like this is enough for half a day of training. It feels great. Earlier, the Lord said something important. Only love and good food should not be ignored. That's true. Everyone laughed loudly. Lance's enjoyment made everyone smile, and they started chatting happily. At that moment, Regsy's younger brother and sister came over. Millie, curious, said, "Big brothers, what are you eating? I smell something delicious from far away. I want to try it too." Lance looked at the children and smiled. "Whose little brother or sister are you? You're quite cute." Regsy's face turned slightly red, maybe from drinking or something else. "This is my sister Millie and my brothers Mike and Daniel. Later, I plan to return to the Dawn City to prepare for Mike and Daniel to join the army. As for Millie, she will decide when she grows up." Lance looked at the innocent little girl and found her very adorable. Lance patted Millie's head and asked with a smile, "Your name is Millie, right? How old are you?" Millie shyly looked at Lance. "Big handsome brother, I'm 10 years old. What's your name?" "How old are you?" Regsy wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lance raising his hand. Hearing the word, handsome, Lance's happiness was obvious. He laughed and said, "My name is Lance. I just turned 18. You can call me Lance older brother." Millie was surprised. "Okay, Lance older brother. Are you my big brother's boss? I often hear my big brother say you're very powerful. You're my idol." Regsy's face turned red again, not sure if he was drunk or what. Paul and Cole beside them burst out laughing. Lance also smiled a little awkwardly. "Haha, I'm not as great as your big brother says. Let your older brother give you a little bit to eat, but not too much, or your stomach will hurt." Lance looked at Mike and Daniel and smiled, saying, "Good. You two guys look strong. You seem like good soldiers. When we get back to Morning Light, your big brother will arrange for you to join the army and train with Will. Come and eat together." Mike and Daniel were very happy to hear Lance's words. They already understood some things and knew that the person in front of them would be their future leader. Rexy frowned and said, "Sir, isn't that a bit risky?" Lance shook his head and said, "It's okay. As my protectors, you have that right. Others can do the same. If you have younger brothers or sisters of the right age, you can ask Will to arrange for them too. I believe Will won't favor them during training. You should know what kind of person Will is better than I do. If you have any small problems you can't solve, just tell me. As my protectors, you shouldn't hesitate over small matters. Do you understand what I mean?" Paul and the others nodded, feeling very touched. Paul also has a younger brother. He's still small, but can start basic military training. This is a good chance for him to join the army. Rexy suddenly remembered Roar and said, "Sir, I met a good brother named Roar in Sunset City. He is the son of a viscount and wants to set up a business in our Morning Light. When the mercenaries chased us earlier, he didn't run away. He stayed with us and helped lead his trading team with some chores. He's a good person. I promised to introduce him to you." Paul and Cole agreed, saying, "Sir, Roar is really a good guy. He's quite capable." Lance smiled and said, "Getting praise from my 3 protectors means he's probably a pretty good person. Since I have time now, Rexy, call him over so I can meet him. Also, send the grilled meat and wine to Annie and Elise. By the way, the leader of the mercenary group. She didn't betray us, so she seems trustworthy. Send her a gift too." When Reggie heard Lance's words, he nodded and was roasting some meat. He casually cut a few small pieces and fed them to his brother and sister. Millie pointed to the moonlight wine and asked, "Big brother, can I drink that? It smells good." Hearing Millie's question, Mike and Daniel also looked eager to try. Reggie smiled and said, "That's wine? So yes, you can drink a little. But only a small amount, or your heads will hurt later." He then took out some small cups from his space ring and poured a little into each. The 3 of them drank it straight away, feeling it was sweet and refreshing. Millie's face turned red, and she smiled foolishly, saying, "It's tasty." Not long after, she looked like she was about to fall over. Reggie quickly caught her and saw that Mike and Daniel also looked dizzy. He thought to himself that this was not good. He saw Lance laughing loudly and said, "Haha, is this how you treat your little brother and sister? But it's okay. Lunar wine is made by the top brewers of the Bryan family. It's very good for ordinary people. Just a little won't hurt them. They'll be fine after a good sleep." Hearing Lance's words, Reggie felt relieved. Looking at the roasted meat, Reggie said, "Sir, I need to go deliver some things first, and I'll also take my brother and sister back to sleep." Lance nodded and continued eating the meat Reggie had roasted, chatting with Paul and Cole about funny stories from the past. Reggie took some meat and wine, stored them in his space ring, and then left with his brother and sister. At this moment, Alice was inside the tent, thinking about what to say to Annie to see their lord and to get permission to establish a mercenary guild in his territory. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Captain Alice, someone wants to see you." Alice immediately became alert. It couldn't be Roar and his group, so it must be someone from that lord. She quickly tidied herself up and stepped out of the tent. Seeing Reggie, she looked puzzled and asked, "Sir, is there something you need?" Reggie smiled and said, "Our lord saw your performance today and thought it was very good. He asked me to bring you some nice things." He then took out a jar of wine and a plate of meat and handed them over. Alice immediately took the thank you and felt that the food in front of her was full of strong magic and other life energies. It was clearly good quality. Regsy nodded and left to find Roll. Alice returned to her tent with the food, took out a cup, poured some wine, and drank it. The wine had a light aroma and a simple taste. It was very sweet, and she felt slow energy start to nourish her body. Using her night breathing technique, after a while, Alice was surprised. 1 cup of this wine was enough to match the energy she gained from practicing for half a day. The whole pot probably contained about 15 cups. She couldn't help but think how luxurious the life of nobles was. This pot of wine was probably worth at least 100 gold coins. Many nobles might value it even more, making it worth 5 times her current reward. She took another bite of meat, enjoying its delicious flavor and the large amount of energy inside. It was definitely not an ordinary beast. It was a much stronger magical creature. Even such a powerful beast could only be used as food. Alice wondered what her mercenary group's land was good for. While Alice was thinking, Regsy had already arrived at Roll's tent. He smiled at the butler outside and said, "Tell Roll that Lord Lance wants to see him." Roll looked a bit nervous and said, "Brother, why does Lord Lance want to see me all of a sudden? I'm not ready." Seeing Roll's nervousness, Regsy patted his shoulder and joked, "Haven't you wanted to meet him for a long time?" He added, "When the Lord was eating with us just now, I mentioned something about you. The Lord is in a good mood now and has time. We can go have a meal together. Don't worry, he's easy to talk to." He then took Roll to see him. When Lance saw Regsy bringing someone over, he smiled at Roll and said, "Sit down. You must be Roll. My 3 guard knights all say you're quite good. Regsy, pour some wine." Roll sat down and nervously took the wine from Regsy, saying, "I'm just an ordinary merchant. It's an honor to receive praise from 3 great knights." Lance shook his head and said, "Am I that scary?" Roar was unsure how to speak, not quite knowing whether to say something or stay silent. Fortunately, Regsy smiled and said, "Sir, during the Noble Alliance competition, this young man was watching from the sidelines with his father." Lance became interested and asked, "Oh, is that so?" Roar excitedly replied, "Yes, sir. I saw you defeat the son of Duke Anthony with 1 move. Your strength amazed me." Lance chuckled. "Haha, a brave man doesn't boast about past victories. That was all in the past. I heard you're here to establish a business guild in my territory." "Coincidentally, I don't have one yet," Roar sincerely said. "I came to Sunset City to open trade routes for my family in the western part of the empire. But inside Sunset City, I feel I can't compete with the older powers. But luckily, I met Brother Regsy and learned that you have expanded your territory. I decided to build a guild under your leadership. I've already talked to my father about this. My family supports me. We mainly deal in selling magic potions. If you need anything, please let me know. I will do my best to meet your requests." Lance listened and said, "My territory does need a guild to grow better. Since you have a good relationship with Regsy and the others, I can give you a piece of land in the commercial center of the territory to set up your shop. I don't know much about other matters. You can discuss with Daisy later." Roar was overjoyed. "Thank you, sir." After chatting with Roar for a while, Lance ate some meat, drank some wine, and then returned to his tent. Watching Lance leave, Roar let out a breath and relaxed. Regsy patted Roar on the shoulder and said, "Is the pressure from the Lord really that strong? Isn't he quite easy to talk to?" Paul shook his head and said, "The Lord's presence is indeed strong. We've been around him for a long time, so we understand him and can relax. Don't you remember the 8 mercenary knights he defeated before? Anyone else would be startled, but we just see it as normal." Roll also said, "Yes, I was deeply impressed by Lord Lance at that time. I didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lord Lance not only has the noble family background, but also possesses great strength. He's a well-known noble genius. I was very nervous when I saw him, but he is indeed very easy to talk to. Regsy looked thoughtful and said to Roll, "Let's not talk about Lord Lance. Come, Brother Roll, let's drink and eat meat. This wine is the moonlight grape wine that Lord Lance keeps as a treasure. We don't get to drink it often. This meat is from a basic magical beast called the Perfect Serpent, which Lord Lance personally killed. It's a 50-meter-long giant snake. Plus, my top-level grilling skills make it very delicious." Hearing Regsy's words, Roll understood how precious these foods were. Although he hadn't yet reached the knight level, he was close. These meats and wines would greatly help his cultivation. Everyone started eating, drinking, and chatting. In the end, Roll got so drunk that he couldn't wake up, and Regsy took him back home. The next morning, the butler woke Roll up. Roll rubbed his head, feeling a bit dizzy, and said, "The moonlight grape wine was really the best drink I've ever had. The beast meat was also very tasty." After checking his body, Roll happily said to the butler, "Butler, I've already reached the level of knight's attendant. I'm just one step away from becoming a knight. I didn't expect that just by having a meal, my strength would increase so much." The butler was also very happy about Roll's progress. Roll was 19 years old, and he wasn't a genius. He hadn't received special training from his family since he was young. Reaching the level of knight's attendant at 19 was already impressive. Knight training requires a strong body to hold the fighting energy. Usually, before age 15, people's bodies are still developing, so they don't do intense training because it could harm their growth. But after 15, the body develops quickly, and they can use resources to strengthen themselves. Once they become a knight's attendant, their body can carry fighting energy. Reaching the late stage of knight's attendant just needs resources. Whether they become a knight depends a lot on whether their body can handle the fighting energy. Only those whose bodies can carry fighting energy can become knights. Fighting energy is created by the knight's breathing technique, which transforms other types of energy. It is not a separate energy that exists in the world. On the continent of Arrows, most people can use the knight breathing technique to transform other energies into combat aura. When someone becomes a knight attendant, their body can also hold a small amount of combat aura. At this point, they just need to refine their body further and take a Knight Awakening potion to become a true knight. Although it sounds like most people can become knights, the truth is that very few succeed in forming a combat aura seed on their own. This is a very long process. It takes time to build up from accumulation to a real change. Most people rely on the Knight Awakening potion to become knights. Resources like the Knight Awakening potion are already monopolized and sold at high prices. That's why knights are rarely seen in daily life. A person's knight talent is measured by how quickly they can convert other energies into combat aura and how much combat aura their body can hold after becoming a knight. Lance is undoubtedly a genius. His speed of converting energy into combat aura and his capacity to hold it are much higher than average. For example, guardians like Will are usually between 19 and 20 years old. It's not because they lack talent, but because of regulations related to the development of law. When becoming a pioneering knight, their strength at the moment of adulthood cannot surpass that of elite knights. The strength of their subordinates, the knights, also cannot exceed that of knights, and the strength of mages cannot surpass that of elite mages. These are some rules that must be followed when becoming a pioneering knight. After being robbed by mercenaries last night, Lance is now traveling with his team. To avoid further accidents, he doesn't want to lose any of his subordinates. He plans to wait for Will to arrive before heading back, riding the North Wind. However, North Wind has already stayed here overnight and is starting to miss the thunder that is laying eggs nearby. It called Lance twice, signaling to go back first and come again later. Lance agreed and asked North Wind to call Jinghong over. Riding other horses still felt a bit off. North Wind is very fast, and a round trip doesn't take much time. The journey was a little boring, so Lance entered the platform to watch videos. After a day, many interesting videos appeared on the platform. Lance watched a video of Zhuge Village Master, and he was surprised to learn that he is a history teacher. He said that to prevent Chinese culture from being lost, he would save all his memories in video form. He also hopes everyone can provide more information and supervise him, as this will be a very long process. Lance deeply respects this. Looking at his current videos, most are familiar articles like Preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung, Ode to the Red Cliffs, and Peepa's Song. He plans to add more historical materials and poems later. Lance clicked on Preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung. He used to love this piece. Many of its lines are his favorites. He never expected to see it again. Sunset clouds fly with lone geese. Autumn waters blend with the vast sky. The sky is high, the earth is vast, and the universe seems endless. When joy ends, sorrow comes. Knowing the rise and fall of things is inevitable. Border mountains are hard to cross. Who mourns lost travelers? Meeting strangers by chance. All are guests in a foreign land. Growing stronger with age, I won't change my white hair. Even in hardship, I remain firm, holding on to lofty ambitions. The eastern sunset has passed. The mulberry and osmanthus trees are not late. After rereading it, Lance thought, such elegance, it's truly refined. Why didn't I feel this way when I first studied it? Now I see, this is real genius. He also remembers a time when people discussed on the internet about writing the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung for college entrance exams. Some said the Death of the Red Horse was a masterpiece of ordinary people, while the preface was a spontaneous work of genius. Lance found this quite interesting. Silently, he liked the video and tipped a small amount, hoping Zhuge Village can keep creating content. Lance kept browsing videos. What's with the edgy content? Nice. Next, he watched a video about common knowledge in the world of cultivation. He found it very interesting. Maybe when more people join in the future, the platform will upgrade again, and cross-border battles will be possible. It's always good to learn more. He realized that in the cultivation world, the first two stages, chi refining and foundation establishment, are no match for knights and elite knights in his world unless they have powerful methods. Of course, this is just what the video said. But why does the cultivation world have so many levels, while his knight system only has 6? Knight, Elite Knight, Great Knight, Earth Knight, Sky Knight, and Legend Knight. The progression of cultivators includes 9 stages: chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, virtual refinement, fusion, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. He feels that after Sky Knight understands the laws and becomes a legendary knight, based on what the video said, he might only be able to fight against spirit transformation stage opponents. Currently, he feels there's nothing useful to reference. However, these 9 levels are completely superior to his 6 levels. If he encounters someone at a higher stage in the future, how should he fight? Lance is overwhelmed and not in the mood to watch videos. He has developed a fear of being too weak. This time, he plans to use trading points to improve himself and his subordinates. But before leveling up on the platform, he hasn't seen many high-level resources. On the forum, the strongest cultivator he found is the True Sun Immortal at the Golden Core stage. Lance estimates that his strength is between a Great Knight and a Land Knight. The True Sun Immortal's profile doesn't sell anything he needs. Maybe it's because Lance awakened early, or perhaps some old monsters are hiding. He guesses it's probably the former. When he awakened, there were probably only about 10,000 people. After leveling up on the platform, that number increased to 20,000. Based on this awakening speed, it seems the first person to awaken just recently. He has no high-level resources, so he needs to find new alchemists to craft more body-refining pills and beast-taming pills to gradually strengthen his soldiers. But again, the problem of high-level resources remains. He only has 5 bottles of Night Awakening potions. Although he has the recipes and seeds, growing the seeds takes time, and no fool would sell finished magic potions. He needs to quickly plant sungrass, moonlight moss, and some auxiliary herbs. These are materials for Night Awakening potions. As for the blood of Storm Eagle, he has plenty. Thinking about planting magic herbs, Lance remembers the Wood Elves. They are natural masters of potion cultivation. Because of their innate affinity for wood elements and plants, plus his magic spring, he believes it will shorten the maturation time of the herbs. It's clear that establishing a magic herb garden is urgent. A powerful territory must have its own potion garden. As for the gap period before the magic herbs grow and the Night Awakening potions are ready, Lance considers how to fill this gap. When the time comes, he will see if he can buy mature magic herbs like sungrass and moonlight moss on the platform. Perhaps in other Western fantasy worlds, these 2 herbs are not used to make Night Awakening potions. If it doesn't work out, He will wait until he returns to his family and attends a banquet to see if he can get some night awakening potions and magic herbs from his family. Lance feels he is really worried about the development of his territory. After the convoy is sent back and will expand the army to 500 soldiers, Lance plans to explore more of the mountains and clear the area around the magic spring to lay a good foundation for building a magic herb garden. He also wants to explore the ocean to the south of the territory, as it has many more magical resources than land. Although the ocean is about 1,000 kilometers away from his territory, this distance is not long for a night. There is also a river to the north of the territory, across which, according to Iris, there is a group of powerful ogres. Lance wants to find a time to eliminate them. Thinking about all this, Lance realizes he has too many things to do. 500 soldiers may not be enough, but there are still many lands and resources around the territory that haven't been developed. Plus, the slaves he brought back this time number over 10,000. The development is too slow. He hopes to get some magical transportation tools at the banquet. Otherwise, transporting slaves takes about 20 days each time, which Lance cannot stand. Riding on his horse, Lance contemplates the future development of his territory. By noon, the north wind brings the swift hawk. He jumps onto the swift hawk's back, feeling that it's more comfortable than walking. As Lance follows the team, nothing unusual happens. The large goblin tribe they first discovered is quite rare. He remembers there were 3 big goblins and 1 goblin shaman, which is a very strong tribe on the Wind Whisper Plains. Usually, when a race finds such a long convoy, they tend to avoid it. Plus, after the route to Dawnlight territory was cleaned last time, there are hardly any dangers left. 2 days later, we'll lead 80 soldiers through the cold wind to rejoin the main army. This time, we'll also brought 3 guardian knights, along with some warhorses that had eaten special beast pellets. He arranged for the knights' families and the elves to be taken back to the territory first. The 3 guardian knights were Farron, Uli, and Alan. Their families were among the group, and everyone was happy to see their loved ones. Will ordered Reggie and 2 others, along with 30 soldiers, to take the families and elves back to Dawnlight territory first. He and the remaining guardian knights stayed behind to protect the group. Later, Reggie and the others would rotate with the guardian knights in Dawnlight, bringing these skilled people back. He also had some soldiers give up a few warhorses for the families and elves, so they could start their journey home. Before leaving, Reggie asked Roar if he wanted to go back with them. Roar happily agreed, bringing his butler and a few traders from the caravan to travel with Reggie's team. Alice watched Roar with envy and was also amazed by the strength of Dawnlight. For more knights silently arrived, showing her how powerful Dawnlight's forces truly were. After thinking for a few days, she decided to complete this mission first. Later, she hoped to find a chance to set up a branch of the mercenary guild within Dawnlight. As for Lance, after handing over these matters to Will, he followed Reggie and the others back to Dawnlight. These people were very important to him, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. He didn't dare to be careless again. If anything happened to these people on the way, he wouldn't know how to face his guardian knights. The elves were also very important. His plan to build a potion garden would start once they returned. The sooner, the better. With the help of these wood elves, it would be much easier. There were very few mages in Dawnlight, and he believed the elves' presence would definitely bring some positive effects. 3 days later, Lance led everyone across the river. They saw a road with some militia guarding it. The road had been leveled, with the soil compacted to form a solid base. It was then covered with small stones, making it clean and tidy, no longer muddy. The road is not very wide now. It takes a lot of effort and horses to level the road and transport stones for 50 kilometers. Daisy started building this road when she first arrived in the territory. This road is the first path from Dawn territory to the outside world and is the main route for others to enter Dawn territory. There is a large river, several hundred meters wide, in the middle. Daisy plans to find a good place to build a dock. Later, this will make it much easier for people to travel and allow boats to go down the river to the ocean. When more people arrive, Daisy and Lance plan to build a city along the coast. This city will help trade with some coastal cities of the Empire and make the food in Dawn territory more diverse and plentiful. The road to Dawn territory will continue to expand. Lance hopes it will become as big as Sunset City. He needs to supervise the goblins to mine well. They traveled smoothly along the road to Dawn territory. On the way, they saw some humans and goblins clearing weeds and trees around the road. Most of the goblins are much shorter than humans, only reaching just above their waists, but they are faster than humans. They work quickly on tasks that don't require much strength, like clearing branches after a tree is cut down. Two goblins would go ahead and quickly carry the branches onto carts. When the residents saw Lance, they stopped their work and saluted him with excited looks in their eyes. Lance nodded in response and led his group back to the territory at a relaxed pace. Now, the Dawn territory residential area looks quite organized. Rows of wooden houses are neatly lined up along the road. Although still simple, it's clear that there is a sense of life and warmth. Lance is very happy with how Dawn territory is developing. He also thinks about Daisy, who has been busy working for the territory. Since she was young and learned that Lance wanted to become a pioneering knight, Daisy has been studying not only magic, but also how to develop the territory. She has learned about buildings and business, and how to manage the land well. The mage's training is completely different from that of a knight. Knights mainly focus on training their bodies to carry more battle energy. Mages, on the other hand, focus on the mind and spirit. Their training priorities are different, but there are some similarities. Knights have strong bodies, but without enough mental strength, they find it hard to control their bodies well. Compared to mages at the same level, knights usually have less mental power. Conversely, high-level mages may not have as strong bodies as knights of the same level, but they are much stronger than ordinary people. For example, legendary mages have physical strength comparable to Sky Knights. Both paths lead to the same goal, but they focus on different aspects. Lance also has mage talent, but compared to his knight talent, it seems less important. Some people train both, but that requires more resources and time. It's not just simple addition like 1 is equal to 2. It involves balancing mental strength and physical power. Without a strong background, it's nearly impossible to train both at the same time. Even for those with strong backgrounds, most don't train both paths simultaneously. Instead, they focus on one to become better. However, history on the continent of Arrows shows that some people have trained in both paths at the same time, even reaching legendary levels, making them nearly unbeatable at that level. Lance doesn't have much time to learn magic. He just wants to become strong quickly and establish himself in this world. Lance arrived at the Lord's Hall, where Daisy was working. Seeing her busy as always, he shook his head. Daisy noticed Lance and smiled, saying, "The Lord is back. Come, sit down." Talking to Daisy always made Lance feel comfortable. She had been by his side since he was very young. They knew each other very well. When they talked privately, they didn't act like a master and servant. It felt more like childhood friends, and Lance considered her a good friend. As the son of a count, Lance didn't have many close friends growing up. That's why Daisy and Ivy are very important to him. Many things she didn't share with others, she happily told her sisters. Lance sat in a chair, smiling at Daisy. "Every time I come here, I see you busy. That's not good. You should relax more. Some tasks can be done by others." Daisy smiled and said, "I know you care about me, Lord, but Dawnstar City was just built recently. I have to do many things myself. I am already training some maids to handle simple tasks. Soon, I believe I can relax a bit." Lance nodded and replied, "That's good. You don't know how close I was to being scared to death this time. Luckily, I visited Annie's place beforehand. The mercenaries in Sunset City are very bold. They organized over 1,000 mercenaries to rob Dawnstar Commerce, including 8 knights. If I hadn't gone in time, Annie and her group might have been in serious danger." Hearing Lance, Daisy frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Those mercenaries are really annoying. I wonder if we should set up a mercenary guild in our territory." Lance agreed after hearing her. Mercenaries are indeed troublesome, but once Dawnstar becomes stronger, many trade guilds will appear in our land. We can't just have soldiers escorting them all the time. Building a mercenary guild is necessary. Not all mercenaries are bad. For example, some members of the mercenary group hired by Annie are quite good. They didn't betray us when facing death. I think we can let them establish a branch of the mercenary guild in our territory. They're still weak now and can't cause big waves. Later, you can talk to their leader. By the way, I've brought my guardian knights' families here, along with those 18 elves. Come with me. Let's arrange everything properly." Daisy nodded and followed Lance. Before leaving Dawnstar Commerce, Daisy had already started preparing the homes for these guardian knights' families. She placed these homes on the west side of the Lord's Hall, not far from the military camp. She planned to leave these places for those who had made significant contributions to Dawnstar in the future. The industrial zone, commercial zone, and residential area are arranged from top to bottom on the east side of the Lord's Hall. A large cross-shaped road surrounds the Lord's Hall, with the east road leading directly to the Morning Dawn River, the west road to the Morning Dawn Mountains, the north road to the Northern River, and the south road to the Southern Ocean. In the center of the crossroads, there is a roundabout connecting the four roads. Currently, only the east and west roads have been built. The west road construction just recently started, and the north and south roads are still quite far from being realistic. The military camp is located 10 kilometers west of the Lord's Hall. If expanded later, it will extend further west into the mountains. The commercial area is on both sides of the east road, with the industrial zone to the north and the residential zone to the south. Lance and Daisy plan to develop the southern part of the west road into a place of learning, with academies and mage towers to be built there. The northern part of the west road is reserved for external groups like mercenary guilds and mage associations. The overall plan for the territory is roughly like this. Adjustments can be made later if needed. The family's residences are located south of the west road, so they are close to both the military camp and the school. Lance feels good about this plan. After helping the families settle in, he approaches the elves. 18 elves look at Lance nervously, as if he is a great villain. Lance tries to smile kindly and asks, "Is there anyone among you who can speak for all the elves?" All the elves turn their eyes to Irene. At this moment, Irene doesn't know what to do or what the Lord intends. She musters her courage and steps forward, asking, "May I ask what your Lord's instructions are?" Lance smiles and says, "You are my valuable property, bought at a high price. Did you feel your situation was bad before? You should know that becoming slaves means your fate is only for others to enjoy." Hearing this, Irene's face turns pale and she trembles as she asks, "May I ask how you plan to arrange us, my lord?" Lance looks at her trembling figure with some pity and a hint of guilt in his heart. But he still smiled slightly and said, "You are lucky. If you had fallen into the hands of other noble humans, I won't say what would happen. I believe you wouldn't want to know. Fortunately, I bought you. I know a little about your elf race. Living over 500 years shouldn't be a problem. Since you are wood elves, I want to build a potion garden. This is a good chance for you to show your worth. As long as you serve me for 50 years, I will grant you freedom afterward." The group of wood elves was surprised when they heard Lance's words. 50 years was not a long time for them. Compared to always being used for entertainment, growing magical herbs is a much better option for them. Eleanor asked nervously, "Can we trust you?" When Lance heard this, he felt a little annoyed. He said to Eleanor, "Do you still not understand your current situation? Do you have any choice but to accept? I forgive your ignorance. As a lord, I always take my word seriously. I always keep my promises. I understand your worries. I can cancel your contracts now to show my sincerity. As for what happens later, time will prove my honesty." Hearing Lance's words, Eleanor realized they had no reason to refuse. She said, "We, the wood elves, are willing to serve you for 50 years. The other elves nodded in agreement with Lance's deal. Seeing that they all agreed, Lance's face lit up with happiness. Although he could force them by violence, Lance didn't like to do that. A forced agreement isn't sweet, but sometimes it can satisfy needs. Lance preferred the former. He believed that the elves he bought with a lot of gold coins wouldn't cause him any loss. In 50 years, he believed these wood elves would help him earn far more than 5,400 gold coins. Moreover, after 50 years, he might be so powerful that he wouldn't even know how strong he had become. Maybe by then, they wouldn't even want to leave the Morning Sun territory. Lance tore up the contracts in front of these elves. This was after he had handed over to Will, and he specifically asked Annie for them. He said to the elves, "I heard that your elves are born as natural mages. Why is it that none of you have reached the level of a wizard?" Lance was a bit confused about their weak strength. Unlike knights, mages don't need to wait until they are 15 to strengthen their bodies and train. These wood elves have been slowly absorbing the surrounding elemental and magical energies since birth over time. This is different from fighting spirit, which requires a strong body to hold. Magic and elemental power are very friendly to the body, and even ordinary people can absorb them. That's why Regsy's younger siblings drank moonlight grape wine without anyone stopping them. Magic, elemental power, and life energy are all beneficial to ordinary people. They can nourish the body well, quietly, and gently, without affecting normal growth, and may even promote development. Elves of this age should have already become wizards. Ali shook her head and said, "Our elves are indeed born as natural mages. Over a long period, we automatically advance to become wizards. But this takes a very long time. Some elves become wizards early. The time depends on our talent. Of course, with enough resources and meditation methods, we can reach the wizard level faster. Our elves all come from a small tribe with limited resources and no meditation methods. Right now, I have only reached the level of a complete magic apprentice, and others are also magic apprentices. Huh? Only at the level of a complete magic apprentice, and everyone else is just a magic apprentice? What kind of niche term is that? In his territory, only a few people have magical talent." Lance casually asked, "How old are you now?" Ali replied, "I'm 22. I'm the oldest. The youngest is only 16. Lance said calmly, "That's okay. Later, I will have someone teach you meditation methods. As for training resources, I have some. It depends on how hard you try. I now grant you the status of Dawn Leader of the people. You are free on my territory. Just help me grow the magic herbs. Follow me now, and I will take you to someone who can teach you meditation techniques." A group of wood elves are very happy. Not only have they lost their status, but they also have a chance to learn meditation and cultivation resources. How could they not feel excited? They now believe much of what Lance said before. The Lord in front of them is truly a good person. Lance led the group of wood elves to Ivy, who was teaching 3 children basic magic skills. Ivy saw Lance and happily said, "Brother Lance, why are you here?" She pointed to the wood elves behind him. Lance smiled and said to Ivy, "I want you to teach these wood elves meditation techniques and some magic herb planting skills. I will soon build a magic herb garden. How about you be the head of the garden?" Ivy was very happy and said, "Brother Lance, my sister has been managing the territory. I haven't been able to help much. I'm glad I can help you now." Lance patted Ivy's head and said, "What do you mean you can't help? You don't know how much I've been craving your cooking these days. It drives me crazy. Your sister is indeed busy. I feel a bit embarrassed to bother her, so I came to find you. Now you can focus on practicing and aim to become a grand mage soon. Later, I will build a mage tower, and you can be the boss there. You'll have plenty to do. It's decided then." Ivy's cheeks turned red, and Lance's words made her very happy. After handing over the group of wood elves to Ivy, Lance headed to the military camp, watching Regsy and the others training soldiers, along with Hill. He knew that the other 3 guardian knights, Ralph, Gario, and Simon, had just gone to pick up some technical talents. As for the remaining guardian knights, Zach, Yak, Roman, and Malvin, they stayed at the magic spring. Seeing that no guardian knight was free, Lance couldn't help but feel a bit short-handed. He had planned to take these 3 to start the magic herb garden, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. He whistled, and Jinghong ran over happily. Lance looked at Thunder and then rode Jinghong toward the magic spring. At this moment, in the Lord's Hall, Roar was waiting outside for Daisy's summons. He felt a little nervous. He had heard from his older brothers, Regsy, Paul, and Cole, that Daisy was one of the most trusted people in Lance. Now, she controlled everything in the territory, including the army, which she could mobilize if needed. This was not something he could afford to offend. Even from what he heard from his brothers, he could feel their respect for Daisy. When he saw a maid come out from inside, Roar adjusted his mood a bit. "Lady Daisy asked you to come in. Please follow me." Roar followed the maid, ready to meet Daisy. The butler behind him also stepped forward, wanting to follow Roar. But the maid in front stopped him and said, "Lady Daisy only called Roar." The butler wanted to say more, but Roar stopped him. Roar shook his head and said, "I think you should wait outside. My safety is within the Dawn territory, so you don't need to worry too much. If there's any danger, you probably can't handle it." The butler nodded and waited outside the Lord's Hall. Roar thought to himself, going alone to see Daisy was really not simple. That oppressive feeling was terrible. Roar followed the maid to Daisy's office. The door was not closed. The maid knocked and said, "Lady Daisy, Roar has arrived. Come in, everyone." A calm voice came from inside. Roar felt a lot of pressure. Then he followed the maid into the room. "Sit down and chat." Roar immediately sat down, trying to stay calm. Lady, I came this time to establish a merchant guild in Dawn territory. I wonder what the conditions are. Daisy didn't answer Roar's question. Instead, she said, Roar, right? Annie mentioned you in her letter. When the Lord just returned, he also told me a little about you. You were quite good. Hearing this, Roar felt confident that things were going well. He smiled and said, Thank you for your praise. I just followed my heart's choice. Daisy stood up and walked to the window, looking outside. Morning Light is now truly thriving and in great need of merchants like you. Since you are a friend of Lei Gushi and others, you are naturally also a friend of Morning Light. The Lord always treats friends well. As for the conditions for your guild, I have only 3. Roar was very happy. No matter what the conditions are, I will do my best to meet them. Daisy turned around and said, You can choose a place in the business district to set up your shop. I can exempt your shop from taxes for 1 year. This is our way of helping friends in Morning Light. As for the 2 other conditions, first, if you sell clothing, food, or daily necessities, the prices must be lower than those set by Morning Light, but magic resources can be priced slightly higher than the market rate. Second, the wages of workers in your guild must be higher than the minimum standard of Morning Light. The third condition is that you must obey the laws of Morning Light. Although there are no laws in place yet, I am working on preparing them. Roar carefully thought about it and found no problems. This was very beneficial for him. He confidently replied to Daisy, Madam, I can do all of these. Daisy nodded and said, Then it's settled. Amy, take him to choose a location. The maid nearby responded, Yes. Roar felt it was all so unreal. It hadn't been long, less than 5 minutes, and everything was settled? What was all his days of deep thinking for? They arrived at the Lord's Hall. Roar happily said to the butler, Butler, I've already talked with Lady Daisy. We can open a shop in Morning Light now. The butler smiled happily. Congratulations, young master. Your future will definitely be brighter. They walked and talked as they followed maid Amy to pick a site in the business district. They planned to start construction soon, knowing that over 6,000 slaves were heading toward Morning Light. At this moment, Lance had already arrived at the Morning Light Mountains. He decided to clear a flat piece of land around the mineral area first. Later, he planned to build his fortress right there. This mining area was not easy to build a fortress in, as it was full of pits and uneven ground. Originally, Lance wanted to build his fortress near the foot of the mountain, not far from the Dawnlight territory, but the magic spring was here. Although a few dozen kilometers is close for him, it was still tiring to keep running back and forth. Lance currently does not have the ability to move the magic spring. His mother mentioned in her letter that to move the spring, a mage at the level of a magic master is needed, and they must also find the node of the Earth's veins. This is a very complicated task, and even she would need a long time to do it. After reading his mother's reply, Lance gave up on the idea of moving the spring. He decided to build his fortress nearby instead. When Shuafeng returns, he plans to look from above to decide the best location for the fortress and the magic herb garden. Shuafeng was assigned to the slaves and might be gone for a while. Thunder has already laid 12 eggs. He has stopped laying eggs and started incubating them. It won't be long before his aerial cavalry begins to take shape. Although he has no experience in this area, he knows that a bird-like creature laying 12 eggs at once is already very impressive. He asked Thunder if he felt any discomfort. Thunder said he only felt a bit weak, but was otherwise fine. Lance couldn't see any problems. He left some magic potions and magic spring water before departing. They must be well fed and cared for, as this is the future hope of the Dawnlight sky. Lance arrived at the cave in the central area of the mining zone. This time, Yak was on duty. Lance told him that his family had arrived at Dawnlight and was settled in. He could go back to visit during the next shift. Yak was very happy to hear this. After chatting with Yak for a while, Lance entered the cave and reached the underground square. He felt the magic energy, which was several times stronger than before, and felt very comfortable. He believed his training speed would improve a lot. Daisy had told him earlier that she had set up magic arrays to lock and gather magic energy. He looked around and saw no one, feeling a bit puzzled. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful beast's aura, an aura of shadowy darkness. Lance felt surprised. This aura indicated that the creature had just advanced to the early stage of high-level magical beasts. Yes, I didn't expect that as soon as he arrived, Yuang would level up. I am truly lucky to have Yuang with me. You should thank me properly. Help me attract a few more storm eagles. Yuang. Following the aura, they found it inside a cave being carved into the stone wall. Yuang opened its eyes and looked proudly at Lance, lifting its nose in a haughty manner, showing a proud expression. It seemed to say, "Haven't you seen someone level up? What's so special?" "This is easy for me." Seeing this cheeky expression, Lance teased, "Wow, Yuang, you're really impressive. You're almost at the perfect stage of the early level. Next time you face opponents like Shu Feng, who are close to becoming mid-level magical beasts, I probably won't need to help you anymore." Hearing his words, Yuang immediately lowered its proud head and stepped out of the cave to stand in front of Lance. Its tail wagged constantly, rubbing its left cheek and then its right, looking very eager to please. Lance felt very happy inside. He chuckled and said, "Nice. Truly impressive, Yuang. You have the potential of an emperor." He patted its head, which he hadn't touched in a long time, and still found it very comfortable. Inside other caves, the Guardian Knights Zack, Roman, and Malvin, sensing Yuang's powerful magical beast aura, also came out of their caves. Lance waved his hand and said, "It's nothing serious. Yuang successfully leveled up. You all need to work harder too." Hearing about Yuang's advancement, everyone was very happy. Lance then told them that their families had already arrived at the Dawn territory. Everything was arranged well, and everyone was excited, looking forward to meeting their families again. Lance asked, "By the way, why are you all opening caves inside the stone walls?" Zack, looking a bit silly, replied, "Sir, Lady Daisy set up 2 types of magic arrays. One is to lock magic power in the entire underground square. It covers a large area, and Lady Daisy spent most of the day completing it. The other is a small magic array that gathers magic energy from the surroundings. Lady Daisy instructed us to carve out 11 caves in the surrounding stone walls, evenly placing 11 magic circles that gather magical energy. The magic inside is several times richer than in the square. Practicing there can save many days of effort." Lance suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. That's why I couldn't find you guys when I came in. Haha. Keep practicing." "I'm going to practice too." The 3 nodded and continued their training. Lance casually found a cave to enter and try out the effect, but he was caught by Shadow biting his clothes. Lance asked confusedly, "What's wrong? Is something the matter? You said you've just advanced and want to get used to your new strength, and you're thinking of exploring the mountains. Just go ahead. I won't stop you, huh? Are you worried about facing strong magical beasts and not being able to fight them? Do you want me to step in if needed? As my beloved horse, don't you have any awareness? Just go ahead without hesitation, as long as you're close to me, and if you shout, I will bring all my guardian knights to help you. Of course, as long as you don't stray too far from me, or I won't hear you. I'd be sad if something happened." "Huh? You actually doubt me? Are you looking for a fight? All right. I won't just watch you die. Don't go too far, and don't provoke magical beasts you can't handle. Go now." Watching Shadow swagger out of the cave, Lance shook his head. "This silly kid has grown up and learned bad habits. He's even starting to doubt me. I was actually hoping you'd help me bring back a few storm eagles." Lance entered the cave and found that the magic energy was indeed very rich, at least 10 times more than before. He couldn't wait to start practicing. Before training, he ordered a batch of body refining pills and beast taming pills from the novice alchemist, 1,000 body refining pills and 2,000 beast taming pills. It cost him 18,000 trading points, with a deposit paid up front. Lance remembered that after that, his trading points would suddenly decrease a lot, which made him feel a bit sad. Why was that? He exited the platform and began practicing the night breathing technique. The scene shifts to another world, where a novice alchemist is watching. Lin Yun looked at the messages and the deposit on the platform in shock. She had recently broken through to the mid-stage of chi refining. She also spent a lot of spiritual stones to buy pills that could improve her cultivation and soul. Although she still had some spiritual stones in her hand, they were not many. She needed to keep some as backup energy reserves. While thinking about how to make money, she saw an order sent by Lance. It was like a timely ring. She saw that her account had gained another 3,600 trading points, which is 1,800 spiritual stones. Her pockets suddenly felt fuller. The human community of fate, he is truly my real lucky charm. Every time she was short of spiritual stones, she would receive an order from him, Lin Yun sighed. She immediately went to buy medicinal herbs to prepare for refining pills. This time, he successfully advanced to the mid-stage of qi refining. It was time to learn some new types of pills. Lin Yun was full of fighting spirit and confidence. She planned to spend about 10 days finishing all these pills, then try to refine some more difficult ones. Low-level pills are easier to make, but do not improve her cultivation in Pill Dao. In her world of cultivation, called the Tianxian cultivation realm, practitioners like her are usually lone wolves, often with only a close friend or spiritual beast partner they trust with life and death. Most cultivation techniques and resources are monopolized by sects, noble families, and imperial dynasties. Lin Yun was lucky to meet a dying qi refining stage cultivator who discovered her spiritual root. He took her as a disciple but didn't leave many resources before passing away. After burying her master properly, she relied on her master's techniques and resources to struggle into the qi refining stage. But she had no way to get resources for further cultivation after that. She could either work as a spiritual farmer for some families or sects, managing spiritual fields, or go on adventures to hunt spiritual beasts and find medicinal herbs to sell in markets. She clearly chose the latter. During a chase by a spiritual beast, she was lucky enough to find a treasure cave of a golden core stage cultivator. She inherited his legacy, which included a pill refining inheritance. Unfortunately, that golden core expert had fallen long before her time. Some cultivation resources in his space ring had also run out of spiritual energy. After learning alchemy, she earned her first savings by selling low-level pills in the marketplace. She didn't dare reveal her identity as an alchemist because her strength was still weak. If a powerful cultivator caught her making pills, she would be very scared. She also didn't dare to buy and sell large amounts of medicinal herbs and spiritual medicines at once. In the Tianxian cultivation world, cultivators believe that opportunities and treasures come to those with fate. She knew the basic rules. Don't show off wealth or be reckless. Lance's orders were very helpful to her. They allowed her to quickly earn a lot of spiritual stones, which was very convenient. The words spoken by Master Qingyang left a deep impression on her. Cultivation is about wealth, law, companions, and land. Fighting alone is too lonely and slow. For example, gathering materials for refining body-strengthening pills and pet beast pills often took her to several places. It would be great if someone could help her gather these materials. Now she has over 1,800 spiritual stones. After completing this order, she will have nearly 10,000. For a cultivator at the qi refining stage, this is a huge amount of wealth. Even some weaker foundation-building families might not have so much. Her wealth is enough, and she can buy more lore-related items with trading points on the platform. As for companions and land, she plans to establish a sect in a remote, ordinary place after finishing this order. She will adopt orphans and train them from a young age. She will buy seeds of spiritual herbs and medicines, then focus on cultivating and researching alchemy seriously. Her disciples can help her handle some chores. With the platform supporting her, as long as she doesn't fall in the middle of her journey, she will gradually become stronger. One morning, Lin Yun arrived at Bibo City. This city was built by the Qingyun Emperor dynasty for cultivators. Although it was a city for cultivation, most residents were ordinary people. She came mainly to buy materials for refining detox pills, body-strengthening pills, and pet beast pills. She also wanted to buy some spiritual medicines like gathering qi pills, yellow dragon pills, and clear spirit pills to quickly improve her cultivation. Bigodan, as the most basic pill, is usually the first type of pill that every alchemist makes. It is essential for low-level cultivators during seclusion or when going out for training. Taking one pill can keep a person from feeling hungry for several days. Its ingredients are usually spiritual grains and full-stomach grass, which are among the simplest spiritual plants. Body refining pill helps strengthen the body, remove impurities, and improve physical strength. Its main ingredients are low-level spiritual herbs like bone-refining flower and blood essence grass. This pill is also one of the most popular among Lin Yun's products on the platform. Beast-promoting pill helps animals and spiritual beasts grow and slightly increases their intelligence. Its main ingredients are beast bones rich in vitality and tempting monster grass. These 3 pills are especially useful for ordinary people and animals before reaching the qi refining stage. Of course, Bigodan is still needed by many low-level cultivators. They find it affordable compared to higher stages. Ingredients like bone-refining flour, blood essence grass, and tempting monster grass are cheap. One spiritual stone can buy 5 or 6 plants, or even more. But this is only true for cultivators. Gathering Chi Pill is the main cultivation pill for Chi refining stage cultivators. It helps speed up the absorption and transformation of spiritual energy. Its main ingredients are condensed dew grass and gathering spirit. One gathering Chi Pill costs 1 spiritual stone, and a bottle of 10 pills sells for 9 spiritual stones. A set of low-level gathering Chi Pill ingredients costs between 2 and 3 spiritual stones. Pills are classified into different levels and grades. The levels range from 1st to 9th, corresponding to the rank of the Alchemist. The grades are divided into low, mid, high, and perfect. These differences mainly depend on the age of the medicinal herbs and the skill of the Alchemist. Low-level gathering Chi pills are effective for mid-stage Chi refining practitioners like Lin Yun, but the effect is limited. Lin Yun is making mid-level gathering Chi pills, which require 2-year-old condensed dew grass and gathering spirit flowers. The cost of ingredients has increased 5 times, now costing 10 spiritual stones. Huanglong Dan is more powerful than gathering Chi Dan and better at boosting cultivation, but it also has more side effects and is not suitable for long-term use. Its main ingredients are Huanglong ginseng and earthroot grass, costing about 2 to 3 times more than gathering Chi Dan. Qingling Dan helps cleanse meridians, purify spiritual energy, and dissolve pill toxins. This is a medicinal pill used to assist in cultivation. It can solve the problem of unstable foundation caused by long-term medication. The main ingredients are Qingxin 3-leaf flower and water cloud fruit. The price of one batch of ingredients is similar to that of a gathering Chi pill. Lin Yun's main purpose for coming to Bibo City this time is to buy a large amount of spiritual herbs to make pills. In some small markets, she cannot buy a large quantity of spiritual herbs at once, as it would attract too much attention. For Lin Yun, who currently has a low cultivation level, this is something she wants to avoid. In a big city like this, buying some low-level spiritual herbs usually won't attract much notice. Later, she plans to buy more from several shops in smaller batches. Lin Yun is very cautious about these matters. Looking at the grand and vast city before her, Lin Yun walks toward the city gate. She notices a group of people gathered nearby, pointing and talking about something, which piques her curiosity. She also steps forward to see what is happening. Pushing through the crowd, she sees 3 young girls kneeling on the ground, bowing their heads repeatedly. They are trembling and crying softly, their bodies shaking. They are dressed in white mourning clothes, which look very worn out, and their hands are covered with many scars. Next to them, there is a body wrapped in a mat. On the left, there is a wooden sign that clearly reads, "Selling myself to bury my father." Although a large crowd surrounds them and discusses the situation, no one steps forward to help these poor girls. It's not that people are indifferent. Most ordinary people cannot afford to take care of these 3 girls. Having 3 more people means paying 3 more sets of taxes. Since they are still young and cannot work, they are not a burden they can bear. Only merchants and large families have the resources to adopt these children. Perhaps Lin Yun arrived early and saw this situation, or else they might have been taken away soon. Looking at the 3 girls in front of her, Lin Yun recalls her own past life. Her previous experiences were not very good. Her father's gambling drained all their family's money and left them in debt. Not wanting to burden her mother and sister, after divorcing her mother, Lin Yun's father jumped off a building. Her mother was also very sad and gloomy. After raising Lin Yun on her own, when Lin Yun was about to start college, she chose to end her life, leaving only herself to live alone in the world. As for her grandfather and the people in her grandmother's family, they never appeared again after her father's suicide. Fortunately, Lin Yun's grades were always excellent, supported by scholarships and her mother's inheritance. Her quality of life was quite good, but she had no friends. She no longer hated her father as she did before. Having gone through many experiences, and with her parents long gone, she had come to accept everything. Before her father got involved in gambling, she had a happy childhood like most children. To avoid delaying her and her mother, her father chose to divorce her mother. As for her mother's suicide, Lin Yun had some awareness of it. Her mother showed no interest in anything, often looking at photos of her and Lin Yun's father and silently crying, feeling sad inside. She took a deep breath. Lin Yun mocked herself, saying, "Maybe this is what they call fate. Just when I needed to find some disciples, heaven sent me a few." She stepped out of the crowd and put the cards into her storage bag. She helped the 3 young girls to their feet and smiled, saying, "From now on, follow me. I will see to your father's burial." After burying their father, Lin Yun took them to a guest house. She rented a room to settle them in, then went to nearby shops to buy clothes and daily necessities. Returning to the guest house room, she looked at the shy little girls and asked with a smile, "What are your names? How old are you now?" The tallest girl, the leader, pointed to the other 2 and softly replied, "Master, my name is Jinhua. I am 8 years old. This is Inhua. She is 7. And this is Tenghua. She is 6. Lin Yun shook her head and said, "Later, I will help you choose new names. You can call me Lin, and from now on, you are not to call me master. Just call me teacher, okay?" After helping the 3 disciples wash up and put on new clothes, Lin Yun's eyes lit up. After washing away the dirt from their faces, it is clear that they look very delicate and full of spirit. They clearly appear to be natural beauties. With a thought, Lin Yun took out a spirit testing stone from her space ring. She said to them, "Put your hands on it. I want to see if you have spiritual roots." Usually, people with strong spiritual talent are likely to have spiritual roots. People with spiritual roots, when young, are often drawn to absorb spiritual energy from the outside world to nourish their bodies. After being nourished by spiritual energy, they can be distinguished from others. The easiest way is by their appearance. Cultivators improve their life level through continuous practice. During training, they constantly remove impurities from their bodies, which makes their looks more perfect. Lin Yun was shocked to find that all 3 of her disciples had spiritual roots. The eldest sister, like her, has dual spiritual roots of fire and wood. The other 2 have triple spiritual roots. Lin Yun felt lucky, perhaps it was fate. She smiled and said to her disciples, "From now on, call the eldest Lin Qing, the second Lin Jing, and the youngest Lin Ran." She added, "Your master's name is Lin Yun." Lin Qing nodded obediently, gently patting her head. "Yes, master. We will listen to you." What they didn't know was that one day, they might become like immortals in their eyes. Lin Yun nodded and said, "Stay here for now. I need to go handle some things, and we'll be back." She left the inn and headed toward the cultivators' market, which was very large. There were many tall buildings, and most of the people on the streets were cultivators. Besides buying spiritual herbs for making pills, she also planned to buy some seed herbs to plant later. After purchasing the herbs she needed from several herb pavilions and stores, she prepared to leave Bibo City quickly. Her goal was to go far away from the mortal world and establish her own sect. First, she wanted to focus on completing the orders for the human destiny community. After making the pills, she would teach her 3 disciples the way of cultivation. At their age, they were already ready to start practicing. Usually, spiritual roots are tested around age 6, meaning they can begin cultivating at that age. Lin Yun feels a bit regretful because she started practicing at the age of 16. If she had begun practicing when she was young, she might have already established her foundation by now. But it's understandable since she doesn't come from a noble background. 2 days later, Lin Yun arrived at the border of the Yongxing Kingdom with her 3 disciples. The Qingyun Emperor Dynasty and the Yongxing Kingdom are connected by a teleportation array, and within Bibo City, there is a teleportation array linking to the Yongxing Kingdom. The Yongxing Kingdom is a subordinate state of the Qingyun Emperor Dynasty, and each year, it offers some resources to the Qingyun Dynasty. Some sects of the Qingyun Dynasty send cultivators here annually to recruit disciples. These sects are relatively weaker within the Qingyun Dynasty. The Yongxing Kingdom is just an ordinary country with low spiritual energy, so there aren't many cultivators there. This is what Lin Yun wants to see. After completing this order, she plans to grow some spiritual herbs. She will teach her 3 disciples, and then focus on refining pills. Once the next order from the human community or her herbal supplies are used up, she will go back into the cultivation world to restock. Until her sect can become self-sufficient, she doesn't plan to leave. As for whether her spiritual stones will run out, she isn't worried. The orders from the human community are quite large, and her shop on the platform is gradually gaining more transactions. She has a legacy from the Golden Core stage, which she needs to fully understand first. She took her 3 disciples to the border of the Yongxing Kingdom and headed toward the distant mountains. They plan to hide there for a while. She won't stay in the mountains forever, especially if she wants to grow her sect. Every now and then, she plans to go to the Yongxing Kingdom with her disciples to relax. She also intends to find some children with spiritual roots to bring back to the mountain for cultivation. Regarding herbal planting, the spiritual energy in the mountains is usually richer. This time, she bought a low-grade gathering spirit array disc with some spiritual stones, which can cover about an acre of land. She plans to bury some spiritual stones underground so that the spiritual energy will be enough for lower-level herbs to grow. To prevent her disciples from getting bored in the mountains, Lin Yun bought 3 small yellow dogs for horses and some chicks in the Yongxing Kingdom to keep them company. The small yellow dogs are being held by her disciples, while the chicks are stored in her spirit beast bag. Soon after, Lin Yun found a suitable place in the forest. The area was flat and open, with a small river flowing nearby, and spiritual energy was abundant. It was about 40 kilometers from the border city of the Yongxing Kingdom. In the distance, there was a tall mountain, and the small river flowed down from it. The scenery was beautiful. Lin Yun planned to make this her future sect's home, naming it Ling Yun Sect. She cleared some trees and weeds from the land, leveled the ground, and started building a wooden house. For Lin Yun, who was in the middle stage of qi refining, these tasks were quite easy. She built 2 wooden houses, one for her and her 3 sisters, and another for herself. Looking at the wooden house, Lin Yun felt a sense of achievement. She also made some wooden furniture, like beds, tables, and chairs, using her sword. They looked a bit rough, but they were functional. Before leaving, Lin Yun bought some daily supplies and stored them in her space ring, including blankets, candles, books, pens, and paper. Once everything was ready, Lin Yun felt a bit of a feeling. Since her 3 disciples couldn't read or write, the last time they buried their father, kind-hearted people helped them write the nameplate. So, Lin Yun bought many books for them to read in the future. She needed to teach them to recognize characters first, or they wouldn't be able to cultivate later. When they gained more knowledge, Lin Yun planned to teach them cultivation. Later, she would start planting spiritual herbs and teach them how to grow and cultivate these herbs. Once they reached the qi refining stage, she would teach them spells and alchemy. For now, their main task was to learn. First, to learn how to read and write. Lin Yun planned to spend the daytime teaching them. In the evening, she would check how much they had learned that day. With the little yellow dog and the chick around, her 3 disciples had been in a good mood these days and felt fulfilled. They were very enthusiastic about learning, which helped them discover many new things. If they didn't understand a word, they could ask their sisters. Lin Yun was very happy with all of this. Life was going smoothly according to Lin Yun's plan. On the Arrows continent, at the Dawn Mage Spring, Lance couldn't hide his surprise and felt a surge of powerful energy within him. Yes, he had reached the mid-level of an elite knight. During his training, he entered a state of complete focus. This feeling made his body feel very comfortable, and he eagerly absorbed the magic around him. He had experienced this feeling twice before. Perhaps it was called a moment of insight. This was the 3rd time he felt that way. He wasn't surprised about breaking through to the mid-level of an elite knight. Before becoming an elite knight, he had already built a strong foundation when he was at the peak of a knight. Plus, this strange insight, combined with the rich magic around him, helped him reach this level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken through so quickly. His aura spread out, alerting Rexy, Paul, and Cole, who were training nearby. They immediately stopped their training and came out of the stone cave. They all felt excited. Judging by his aura, they knew Lance had definitely advanced and reached the mid-level of an elite knight. After stabilizing his strength a bit, Lance left the stone cave. He looked at the 3 guards waiting in the hall and said casually, "This place is really good for training. I wonder how long I've been practicing." Paul immediately bowed respectfully. "Sir, you've been training for 20 days. Lance was very surprised. He had thought it was a long time, but he didn't expect only 20 days. After a brief moment of silence, he asked, "How is the Dawn leader now?" Rexy chuckled. "Under Lady Daisy's leadership, the Dawn leader has become completely new. Not long ago, all the slaves were brought back. Now, the territory has about 10,000 people. The school has also been built, and my sister Mealy has started school. Cole also said, Sir, the army now has over 500 soldiers, and they are all quite capable. Most of us guard knights are close to reaching the mid-level of a knight. Brother will recently reached the mid-level here. We just arrived here not long ago to replace Brother Will. Lance sighed. I didn't expect this training to take 20 days. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the territory looks now. During his training, no one disturbed him. In the underground cave, he didn't feel the passage of time. According to his expectations for advancing to the mid-level elite knight, with plenty of resources, it should take about half a year. Relying only on his own training, it might take 1 or 2 years. With abundant resources, training in the magic spring, and the support of formations, the environment was excellent. Plus, Lance's knight talent was very high, and this sudden insight helped him improve his level in just 20 days. The talents of these guardian knights were also quite good. They had enough training resources, like magic crystals and potions. His mother prepared many basic potions for him. It wouldn't be long before they all advanced by one small level. Cole also said, Master, we will also be able to advance in just a few days. By the way, Master, Jinghong has also broken through to the beginner mid-level magical beast, and Shufeng seems close to reaching the intermediate level. He's currently in seclusion here. Hearing Cole's words, Lance felt even happier. Everyone's increased strength meant that the overall power of Dawn's territory was also growing. Shufeng was about to become an intermediate magical beast, which would greatly boost his speed. His speed might even surpass Lance's, which made Lance very happy. Shufeng was already very fast. When a beginner magical beast fully evolved, it could fly 1,000 kilometers at full speed in less than an hour. Lance looked forward to his speed after reaching the intermediate level. He wondered how fast he would be then. He was lost in his own thoughts. It had been nearly 2 months since he became a pioneering knight. The strength of Dawn's territory was now comparable to some viscounts. But that was still far from enough. There were many viscounts in the Or's empire, but counts and dukes were truly rare. They not only controlled large amounts of land and people, but also monopolized most of the cultivation resources. A count often had dozens of viscounts under him, and barons were even more numerous. Some powerful count families might be as strong as dukes. For example, in the history of the kingdom, whenever a war occurs, some counts are temporarily promoted to marquises. They usually have strong military power, like the Bryan family, who guard the eastern part of the Ears Empire. When a war breaks out between the Ears Empire and the Ares Empire to the east, the Bryan family is temporarily granted the title of Marquis. They lead some nobles in the surrounding areas who are not under their control. The Ears Empire has more than 30 counts, but only 4 dukes. The weaker counts mostly depend on the royal family and the dukes to survive. However, the Bryan family does not need to depend on any power. During wartime, they only follow the royal family's orders. But don't underestimate the royal family. They control the empire's knight corps and mage legion. Only those who reach the level of knight or mage can join. No one outside the royal family knows how many people are in these groups, which is why the nobles in the empire are so obedient. As for how strong the Bryan family really is, Lance knows they are definitely weaker than the royal family. But compared to the dukes, they might also be a bit weaker. How much weaker, he doesn't know. He is currently in a very low position, not even a baron. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about these things and said to the 3, Good, keep practicing. Aim to reach the mid-level knight soon. If you reach mid-level knight within 10 days, I will take you to see the world. Lance looked around and saw that Yueying and Jinghong were not here, so he left the magic spring, leaving the 3 guard knights with surprised and happy expressions. Reggie was excited and asked, I don't know what the master is going to do when he goes out. Why did he say we should see the world? The last time they saw the world was at Count Rost's banquet, where they enjoyed good food and drinks and saw many talented people. Do you know what it is this time, Paul? Paul shook his head and said, I don't know. The master will probably tell us when the time comes. Why are you in such a hurry? At this moment, Cole grinned and said, I think I heard my older brother say that the master might be going to attend Miss Anna's coming-of-age ceremony and Duke Anthony's 100th birthday celebration. Paul immediately shouted, You, Cole. How could you keep such an important matter a secret? Are you waiting to take all the credit? No wonder you've been practicing so hard lately. You've been hiding something here. Cole looked a bit embarrassed and thought he was in trouble. He could only awkwardly smile and say, "Didn't you guys ask?" Regsy also looked annoyed. "Huh? How could we ask? I can't stand it anymore, Paul. Let's challenge him to a knight's duel right now." Paul nodded in agreement with Regsy. "I've disliked Cole for a while. Let's go all out today and give him a good beating." Both of them stepped forward. Cole was desperate and shouted, "Please don't come any closer." Lance stepped out of the cave. He looked at the guard knight, Fallon, standing outside and said with a smile, "How has your family been lately?" Fallon gratefully replied, "Sir, my family has been doing very well under Dawn's leadership. My mother is a tailor. Daisy, the lady in charge of the business district, has a shop for my mother, and she is running it now. My younger brother and sister are in school now. They have enough food and clothes, and they still have a lot of money left." Lance patted Fallon on the shoulder and said, "Good. It seems your family is doing well, so I feel at ease. Now, you all need to focus on practicing. Dawn's leadership will need your help in the future, so don't fall behind in your cultivation." Fallon respectfully replied, "I will follow your instructions, sir." After chatting with Fallon about some trivial matters, Lance didn't see the figures of Jinghong and Yueying. He then asked Fallon for a horse and headed toward Dawn's territory. When passing by the mining area, he saw some people. Lance thought for a moment. These were probably the mercenaries who raided Dawn's Chamber of Commerce that night. He didn't pay much attention. He rode his horse toward Dawn's territory. What surprised him was that the road from Dawn Ridge down to the camp was already connected. There weren't many people along the way. For transporting supplies, Lance provided space rings. Space rings weren't expensive. Just one low-level magic crystal could buy a 1 cubic meter space ring. Not to mention, his family owned a mine of void mysterious stones. The Void Sky Stone is a magical resource that requires both aura and magic power to use. Usually, the mine stones from the mountains are stored in space rings by Guardian Knights, then sent back to the territory by soldiers. Will leads the Guardian Knights to support the development of the territory. Wherever there is a need, they will appear. This is also one of the reasons why the roads are being built so quickly. Currently, the roads are simply paved with crushed stones as a base layer. In the future, they will add a solid foundation and a surface layer made of finer gravel or concrete. Lance knows how to build roads because he saw related posts on the forum before. For example, he posted a video showing that the roads in his territory were not very good. He can't do much about it because most roads in this world are not as easy to build as in his previous life. This is because materials like cement and asphalt haven't been invented yet. In Sunset City, the roads are paved with stone slabs, making road construction very difficult. The formulas for cement and asphalt are available on the platform, and even gunpowder recipes exist, but he hasn't found the related minerals yet. Thinking about the platform, Lance remembered the order he gave to a new alchemist. He checked his friend's list and saw that the new alchemist had traded him body refining pills and beast taming pills. Lance accepted the trade. He also saw her message, offering a 20% discount, so he only needed to pay 10,800 trading points. She thanked him for the order, saying it made her cultivation much easier, and mentioned her plan to establish a cultivation sect, hoping Lance would support her in the future. Honestly, he had forgotten about the discount before. The new alchemist was doing well. After paying the 10,800 points, she sent another message. She said, "Sorry, I just came out of seclusion. I will need many more body refining pills and beast taming pills in the future, and I will continue to work with you." After 20 days of seclusion, Lance noticed many new awakeners. His followers alone exceeded 21,000, and with those who haven't followed him yet, the total might have reached over 30,000. He doesn't know if the platform will upgrade again when the number of followers increases, such as at 50,000 or 100,000. Could it be that civilizations other than Blue Star also have such platforms? Will there be conflicts or wars between different worlds someday? I don't dwell too much on this question because these things are still too far away for him. Thinking about it doesn't help much. Right now, he can only improve his strength to prepare for possible future events. He also looked at the recent updates of his friends. The Wolf King's wife recently advanced to the extraordinary level. However, they still don't have children, which has been bothering the Wolf King lately. The Celestial Tree has gathered some followers, like tigers, bears, and giant snakes, and they are also close to becoming extraordinary. He was born as a tree of an unknown species in the forest. Recently, a spiritual energy rain fell. He feels that his planet has expanded many times, and more extraordinary creatures are appearing. But there is bad news. He has been discovered by humans, which makes him very worried. Fortunately, recent events have kept them too busy to notice him. After checking on his 2 followers, he feels they are doing well. Then he looked at other friends. Zhengyang True Person continues to clear out the demon sect, and nothing too unexpected has happened. Zhuge Tsuanfu, the prime minister of a country, manages the civil officials. He dedicates himself to the country, but is now under suspicion by the emperor. They have started to suppress him. He has secretly trained a group of elite soldiers and plans to start a rebellion on an auspicious day, believing the current emperor is unworthy of his loyalty. Little Ing from the Cold Palace has established a business alliance with the help of the platform. After receiving 100 kilograms of demon snake leader's meat provided by Lance, her guards have greatly improved their strength. She has discovered that some martial artists exist in this world. The only types she knows are postnatal and innate martial artists. Her business alliance is growing very fast. It has secretly taken control of a city as its base. She says she wants to become the empress in the future. As for Qin Shi Huang, with the help of the platform, he has trained an extremely elite army. Recently, they have been preparing for war. When the weather improves, he plans to start a campaign to unify the Central Plains. He also wants to follow the example of the historical Qin Shi Huang, standardizing carts, unifying writing and measuring systems. However, he no longer plans to build the Great Wall. Instead, he will launch a surprise attack on the Xiongnu. He looked again at the legendary mage Gwen, who had already formed a mercenary team. They started accepting missions and exploring the world. Currently, their mercenary team is quite famous in the city. Many wealthy merchants come to hire them to transport goods. Besides that, she also led her team into the monster forest to hunt monsters, improving her teammates' skills and earning trading points. As for how Lance found out, it was from watching their recent videos. Regarding why they love posting videos, it might be the same as Lance's reason, to let others know about their existence. This could help with live sales or build connections, greatly boosting their strength. Most people on the platform share this idea. As for whether multiple awakeners exist in one world, so far, no such cases have appeared. For example, legendary mage Gwen and Lance are from different worlds but share the same cultivation system. While watching videos, Lance unconsciously arrived at the military camp. From afar, he saw many soldiers training formations on the training ground. Some soldiers were sparring, others practicing swordsmanship, and some practicing archery. Among them were some goblins and subhumans. At the training ground, Hill was training the new soldiers in formation. When Hill saw Lance, he told the soldiers to continue training and ran over to him. Lance dismounted and waved to Hill, who was about to salute him. "How have you been lately?" Hill looked grim and said, "Sir, these days we've been training new soldiers. What else can we do? These days are so boring. I just rotated from the magic spring. I really want to go to war. When will the Lord expand the territory again? My sword is already eager for battle." Lance smiled and said, "You're still too impatient. That's not good. You should learn more from your older brother. Well, life is calm now, but it's also a time of rapid growth for Dawn's territory. Keep training these soldiers well. Practice more regularly, and there will be less bloodshed on the battlefield. As for expanding your territory, there will be plenty of opportunities later. For now, focus on training. Your older brother has already reached the mid-level of knighthood." Hill scratched his head awkwardly and said, "My lord, I am still young and impatient. I will pay more attention in the future." Lance shook his head and replied, "Being young isn't an excuse. By the way, where is your brother Will? I need to see him." Hill's face turned slightly red as he said, "My brother is training inside his tent." Lance smiled and said, "Haha, you should learn more from Will." After talking with Hill, Lance headed toward the central tent of the camp. Outside the tent, he released a bit of his aura. Soon after, Will came out. Lance stopped Will from saluting. "With a good mood," Lance said. "I'm here mainly to check on the army's situation and to give you some resources." Will replied, "My lord, the army has a total of 617 people, including us, the Guard Knights, and 16 Bellin Knights. I have reached the mid-level of knighthood." while the others are at the beginner level. There are 500 male soldiers, including 100 subhumans and 20 dog-headed people. There are 100 female soldiers, including 20 subhumans. 30 male soldiers have reached the late servant stage, with 3 knights attendants. The previous 170 are at the mid or early servant stage. 8 female soldiers have reached the late servant stage. Leader Dars of the dog-headed people has also become a knight's attendant, but he is much weaker than human knights, probably at the late servant stage. The rest are mostly new recruits. Lance nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the current strength of the army. Most of the soldiers who reached the servant stage had taken body-tempering pills and usually ate magic snake meat. However, he was a bit troubled about the night awakening potions needed for promotion. He only had 5 bottles left. Lance handed Will a space ring and said, "Inside are 1,000 body-tempering pills, 2,000 beast-taming pills, and 4 bottles of night awakening potions. As for how to distribute these to the soldiers, a military merit system will need to be established. Now that the population has increased, things can't be the same as before." Will stepped forward and took the space ring with both hands. "Sir, I have already started making arrangements for this. Recently, there haven't been any situations near Chinsi leading to the need for the army. I've designed some assessments for the soldiers, and we hold a weekly military competition. Based on their performance, we reward them with body-refining pills. By the way, sir, our Guardian Knight's dragon-scaled horses have all advanced to beginner-level magical beasts. Thunder has hatched 12 Storm Eagle chicks, and we are now carefully caring for them." Will's words truly surprised Lance. He was mainly surprised about the 12 Storm Eagle chicks that had already hatched. As for the dragon-scaled horses becoming magical beasts, he already knew about it in the mining area. Advancing a dragon-scaled horse to a magical beast isn't as hard as promoting a human to a knight. The key is bloodline. Since the dragon-scaled horses have a hint of subdragon bloodline, they only need enough resources to become magical beasts. The 12 Storm Eagle chicks, raised in Chinsi leading, will at least become magical beasts in the future. This is also the foundation of the aerial cavalry in Chinsi leading. However, it might take a long time before they can fly with people on board. Lance smiled with satisfaction. "Will, I trust you with the army. I won't interfere much with these resources. As for the 4 bottles of Night Awakening potions, you can use them as you see fit." Will respectfully saluted. "Thank you for your trust, sir." Lance helped Will to his feet. "You know, I don't like these things in private. I have unconditional trust in you and the other Guardian Knights. We've been together for so long, and we understand each other very well. You're not just my Guardian Knights. You're also my brothers, Lance's brothers. All right, I've done what I came here to do. Now I need to find Daisy to learn some information. The army matters are left to you." After saying this, Lance left, heading toward the Lord's Hall. Will stood there in a brief silence, reflecting on Lance's words. Yes, Lance has always been sincere with them. He has never treated them as mere subordinates to command. As the adults said, he treats us all like brothers. He trusts us unconditionally. Because of his sincerity, we, the Guardian Knights, respect him very much. We also trust him completely. Will stood still, thinking about the Guardian Knights and the adult. Not only his 3 brothers, but also other Guardian Knights. Their lives changed greatly because of Lance's appearance. They had the chance to see wonderful things in this world. Looking at the space ring in his hand, they didn't discuss much about the origin of the body-refining pills and beast-taming pills. There is energy inside that doesn't exist in this world. They knew Lance didn't plan to tell them where these resources came from yet. Maybe now isn't the right time. The adult had his reasons for not telling them, but one day he would. They were waiting for that moment. Will smiled and went back to his tent. He started planning how to use these resources. It wasn't possible to give everything for free to the soldiers, as that would hurt the whole army's growth. While Will was thinking, Lance had already arrived at the Lord's Hall entrance. In front of the Lord's Hall door, the 2 beast men with fox ears and tails had disappeared. In their place were 2 cat-eared girls, with pretty faces and neat features. They had short tails and ears that twitched now and then, making people want to reach out and touch them. Suppressing the urge to touch their ears, Lance entered the hall and followed the remembered path to Daisy's office. Inside, he saw only one beast-eared girl. She was sitting at a different table close to Daisy's desk, reading a book. Lance remembered she was the fox girl who first brought him to the Lord's Hall. He entered the room. She was reading very carefully and didn't notice Lance's arrival. After clearing his throat a little, the fox girl was startled, put down her book, and looked at Lance. She quickly bowed and said nervously, "Greetings, Lord." Lance looked at her with interest and asked, "Stand up. What's your name?" She timidly said, "Sir, my name is Amy. I am Lady Daisy's assistant. Lady Daisy went to the business district for some matters. She told me to stay here and read. Lady Daisy has been gone for a while now. She should be back soon." Lance looked at Amy's shy expression and couldn't help feeling a bit sad. Most people he met since childhood looked like that, which made it hard for him to find true friends. But he understood. His good background made others wary. He smiled slightly and said, "No need to be so nervous. I'm not a scary monster." He knew it was a silly thing to say, but he still wanted to say it. Seeing Amy still afraid to look at him, he felt exhausted. Maybe he should just stop here. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "How are your people living in the territory?" Amy nervously replied, "Sir, we are living very well in the Morning Sun territory. Compared to our past days hiding and running, this place is like heaven. As long as we work, we can live happily. Our wages not only let us eat well and dress nicely, but we can also save a lot of money. We really like this life." Lance asked curiously, "What was your life like before?" Hearing this, Amy looked sad. It seemed she remembered something and slowly said, "Sir, our people are looked down upon by the beast men. Many of our tribe live as slaves, sold by beast men to the human empire. Some of us escaped from the beastmen's land, but still face human catchers. We are born slaves." Hearing this, Lance couldn't help feeling some sympathy for her people. Looking into Amy's big, watery eyes, Lance comforted her. "The past is gone. In my territory, your people will have the same rights as humans. No one will dare to capture you here." Amy thanked him. "Thank you, sir." Lance looked around, seeing no one else but Amy. Suddenly, he had a strong desire to touch her ears, such a rare chance. He cleared his throat and said, "I wonder if I can ask you for one favor. There's something I've always wanted to do." Amy looked confused and said, "Are there things inside the Dawn Leader's territory that even adults can't do?" "Then I definitely can't do them," Lance awkwardly replied. "Actually, I've been curious since I was young about what it feels like to touch a beast person's ears. But I have to keep my serious image in front of others, so I haven't had the chance. Now, it's just the two of us. I wonder if you could satisfy this small request of mine." Hearing Lance's words, Amy seemed to realize something important. Suddenly, her face turned red. Among beast people, their ears are only touched by someone close to them. But then she thought, if it were the Lord, it might be okay. "So, this is what kind of Lord you are?" Amy nodded, her face turning even redder. Seeing Amy nod, Lance felt very happy. No one can resist touching a cute beast girl's ears, I say. Lance looked at Amy's lowered head and blushing cheeks. He also felt a bit awkward, but curiosity won over. He raised his hand gently and placed it on Amy's head, his fingertips touching her snowy white fox ears. The feeling was better than he expected, soft, fluffy, warm, and with a gentle heat. It was a wonderful experience he had never felt with Yueying. Just then, a light cough came from outside the door. Lance quickly withdrew his hand as if burned. Amy trembled in surprise, her face almost bleeding with blush, standing there at a loss. Lance sighed inwardly, "What bad luck." He turned around and awkwardly looked at Daisy at the door. "Why is there no sound when you walk?" "I was just curious about what beast people's ears feel like." He tried to sound serious. Amy satisfied my curiosity. "Yes, they are really soft." Daisy's eyes flashed with understanding, and she slightly smiled. "Oh, I didn't expect the Lord to have such a hobby. Since I was young, I never noticed. It seems I was negligent." She walked over to Amy, gently patting her shoulder to comfort her. Then she said to Lance, "But Amy's ears are really cute." It's understandable that the Lord would have such thoughts. Lance was well aware of Daisy's teasing skills and quickly used his usual tactic of changing the subject. "Daisy, please don't make fun of me. I just finished my retreat and advanced to the mid-level elite knight. I didn't expect 20 days to pass so quickly. I'm here today to learn more about the recent developments in the territory." Daisy, who had grown up with Lance, knew his purpose well. However, she decided to go along with his wishes and didn't want to dwell on this matter. She slowly said, "During the Lord's retreat, everything in the territory has been developing rapidly. Not long ago, Annie brought back the transported slaves. They have now been registered. Currently, Dawn's territory has a total population of 9,452 people, including 7,011 humans, 1,467 subhumans, and 965 dog-headed people. As for the newly arrived slaves, I haven't granted them free citizen status, but I still pay them wages. Once they pay 10 silver coins, they can gain the status of free citizens in Dawn. Lance nodded, understanding Daisy's idea. One costs 10 silver coins, so 6,000 slaves would be 60,000 silver coins, which is about 600 gold coins. For Lance, this isn't a big deal. The main reason for doing this is to make the slaves envy the free citizens of Dawn. This not only boosts the slaves' work efficiency, but also makes them cherish their new status more once they become free citizens. It also makes the original free citizens feel proud to be among Dawn's first residents. In any case, the cohesion within the territory, the public sentiment, would greatly improve. Lance thought for a moment. The territory's total population had nearly reached 10,000, but there were no complete laws or regulations yet. He then said to Daisy, "Daisy, I think it's time to establish some laws for the territory. When there are more people, conflicts may arise, and laws are needed to keep Dawn running smoothly." Daisy nodded and replied, "I've been working on that recently. It won't be long before everything is in order." Suddenly remembering something, Daisy continued, "By the way, sir, although the territory now has nearly 10,000 people, however, the army and militia already number over 1,000 people, and there are also more than 1,000 children. Are there any plans for these children and adults? Although they are currently in school, most are learning literacy skills." Lance thought for a moment and said, "What you mentioned is very important. In my plan, the next generation of Dawn leader is very crucial. I have thought about this a lot. For example, having the Guardian Knights teach them combat skills, and having you and Ivy teach them magic. But I feel that's not enough. Later, I plan to hold a second meeting of Dawn leader, so everyone can discuss it together." Daisy nodded and mentioned some other things, like how the Rose Mercenary Group has already set up a base in Dawn leader. Commander Alice has gone to the Sunset City Mercenary Guild to apply for establishing a branch. In the past 20 days, 3 of the 18 elves have advanced to become magicians, and the others are close. Roar's shop has also been built, selling many supplies he brought from his family. He plans to return to his family soon to bring in more goods. Most of the villagers in the territory are very honest and haven't caused any trouble. Everything in the territory is thriving and developing well. When Lance heard about the Wood Elves, he suddenly remembered that his alchemy garden has not been built yet. He felt a bit regretful. He realized he had been practicing for 20 days without realizing it. Some basic alchemy seeds, like the calmness flower, can now be harvested for the first time after being cultivated with magic spring water and the help of the Wood Elves. Thinking about what Daisy said, Lance found nothing to criticize. His main goal now is to build the framework of the territory before attending Anna's coming-of-age ceremony. He then said to Daisy, "Daisy, I plan to hold the second Dawn leader meeting tomorrow morning. The location will be in the Lord's Hall. This time, besides the Guardian Knights and you two sisters, I want Annie and Elise to participate. You can also arrange for some helpers like Amy. Also, Elise's former subordinate, Belen, can join. I plan to organize some matters before going to Anna's ceremony." Daisy looked thoughtful. "Indeed, we need to hold a meeting soon. I will arrange for someone to notify them. Do you have any other matters today, sir?" Lance nodded. "I need to finalize the location for the potion garden. The sooner we build it, the more it will help Dawn's leadership in the future," Daisy said. "Then go ahead and get busy, sir. When the Guardian Knight over there is available, just let me know. I will make sure everything is arranged for those attending the meeting within the territory." He patted Daisy on the shoulder and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work." After chatting with Daisy about some other topics, Lance left the room. He headed toward the school, leaving only Daisy and Amy behind. Daisy reflected on the feeling of Lance's hand on her shoulder, then looked at Amy and smiled. Amy was nervous. She had just overheard the conversation between the Lord and Daisy, and it was not hidden from her. She didn't dare make any noise or disturb them, so she stood still like a statue. When the Lord left, Amy slowly exhaled. But then she looked at Daisy, who was smiling at her, and felt confused. Daisy approached Amy and said softly with a smile, I wonder if Amy can also let me feel what it's like to touch your ears. I am very curious about how the Lord feels. Amy was shocked, as if she had discovered something important. So this is what Daisy is like. Still, she nodded quietly. Lance was on his way to the school, planning to find Ivy. He had just learned from Daisy where Ivy was. As he walked, he thought about how, with more people in the territory, there would be more things to handle. Relying only on Daisy would be too busy. For the development of the territory, gathering ideas from others was the best approach. Lance planned to post a video online, asking netizens for suggestions on what was needed. He recorded some videos along the way, preparing to write a message. Hello, everyone. My territory is growing quickly. The population is nearly 10,000, and we have over 600 soldiers. But right now, the territory is just a framework. It feels like many systems still need improvement. Tomorrow, I plan to hold a meeting to discuss some matters. I hope everyone can help by giving their opinions. I am also selecting 10 comments in the comment section to reward with 10 trading points. Right now, I am preparing to establish the magic potion garden. I will carefully review everything tonight. After editing, Lance posted it. Unknowingly, I arrived at the school. Near the school, Lance could already hear the children reading aloud. This made him nostalgic for the carefree days of attending school on Blue Star. He shook his head. At the school gate, 2 soldiers from the army were on duty. Lance greeted them and then went inside. From a distance, he sensed the magic energy. Without thinking, he knew it was Ivy and the Wood Elves. Following the energy, he found Ivy teaching the Wood Elves how to use wood magic to speed up plant growth. Seeing Lance arrive, Ivy was very happy. It had been a long time since she last saw him. She happily said, "Lance, you're out of your seclusion. It's been so long. I missed you so much." Lance patted Ivy's head and smiled. My seclusion was indeed a bit long, but I broke through to the mid-level elite knight. Not bad. Ivy was even more excited. Congratulations, Lance. I've already taught these Wood Elves some basic magic and how to grow magic herbs. 3 of them have already advanced to magicians because of their good talent. Lance smiled and said, I'm here to take them to develop the magic herb garden around the magic spring. You should come along too. He led Ivy and the group of Wood Elves toward the military camp. He planned to ask Will to bring some soldiers to help with some chores. The area will need soldiers to stay long-term in the future. The idea of creating the magic herb garden just came to him. The sooner it is built, the better. Once Will had gathered the soldiers, Lance went to Thunder's location. The help of the Storm Eagle was essential for choosing the site for the magic herb garden. From the sky, it was easier to see where the best place to build the garden was. The Storm Eagle's nest was close to the military camp. Usually, Will arranged soldiers to feed the young eagles. Lance watched Thunder busy tearing meat into strips with its beak to feed the chicks, but he didn't disturb them. After Thunder finished his work and saw Lance arrive, she stopped paying attention to the young creatures. She walked over to Lance and called out softly twice, asking where Shufeng had been lately, as she hadn't seen him in a long time. Lance felt a little amused by Shufeng's behavior and immediately understood his thoughts. Shufeng was probably waiting to reach the intermediate level of magic beasts before returning to Thunder to show off. However, Lance decided to satisfy Shufeng's pride. He smiled and said to Thunder, I've given Shufeng some tasks. He'll be back soon. Don't worry, there's no danger. Hearing this, Thunder relaxed. Lance then added, in the future, I will arrange for soldiers to cut the meat for these young creatures before feeding them. Of course, if you want to feed them yourself, that's fine too. He continued, the main reason I came this time is to ask you to help me explore some terrain. Thunder nodded and looked at the young creatures, calling out to Lance. Lance said, I'll have soldiers come later to take care of them, so you don't need to worry. After taking care of some minor matters, Lance took Will and his group to the mining area of the Morning Sun mountain range. Lance told Will and Ivy to wait there while he first rode Thunder into the sky to look for a suitable place to build a magic potion garden. As soon as he jumped onto Thunder's back and soared into the sky, Lance heard 2 familiar calls from afar. It was the sounds of Shadow and Jinghong, but they didn't seem to be in danger. Jinghong sounded very angry, while Shadow was saying not to come closer. Lance signaled Thunder to fly over and check, about 5 kilometers ahead. He saw 2 horses fighting. Jinghong was chasing Shadow, even gathering wind element power to create wind blades and attack Shadow. Shadow didn't speak, just kept dodging. As a longtime partner, Lance could tell Shadow looked quite guilty at this moment, holding a magic potion in his mouth. If Lance wasn't mistaken, Shadow was holding moonlight moss, one of the main ingredients for the Knight's Awakening potion. The main ingredients for the popular Knight's Awakening potion are sungrass, moonlight moss, and the blood of storm eagle. Moon moss is not like ordinary moss, which is green. Instead, it looks like solidified moonlight, with a silver-white or pale blue color. On normal nights, it emits a soft, pearl-like glow, like a gentle silk covering the rocks. But on a full moon night, especially at midnight when the moonlight is clearest and brightest, the moon moss enters a state called moon bloom. In this state, they bloom like real flowers, revealing more complex and delicate patterns. Their glow becomes intense, and inside, a dew-like substance called moonlight dew forms, which is cold to the touch. This dew is the essence of the moon moss and the core ingredient for the Night Awakening potion. Seeing the moon moss being so carelessly damaged made Lance feel a bit regretful. Without special harvesting methods, the potion's effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Now, the moon moss in Shadow's mouth is just an ordinary potion with some magic and elements, not the real thing. Lance ordered thunder to land between Shadow and Jinghong. Seeing Lance arrive, Jinghong stopped and immediately ran to Lance, crying and explaining what Shadow had done. It turned out Shadow had found a place full of moon moss, guarded by a strong bear. Shadow planned to distract the bear so it could sneak in and steal some of the potion, sharing half with Jinghong. The bear was faster than Jinghong and kept chasing it, but everything was going according to Shadow's plan. However, the bear was very alert. When it chased halfway, it realized its home had been stolen and immediately turned back. Angry, the bear gave up chasing Jinghong and went back to guard its moon moss. That's why Shadow was seen hurriedly fleeing with some spoils in its mouth. After escaping the bear's pursuit, Shadow's potion was almost gone. Jinghong felt like it had been tricked, which was why this scene happened. Lance listened and felt both amused and annoyed. He patted Jinghong's neck to comfort it. Then, he looked serious at Shadow, who was avoiding eye contact. You not only steal things but also learn to use your friends? Shadow lowered its head and ate grass, as if it hadn't heard, showing I know I was wrong look, but also I'll do it again attitude. Take me to that place and show me. Lance smiled and said he was eager to learn about the size of the moonlight moss patch and the bear-like magical beast. If the area was large enough and the terrain good, he might be able to set up a magic herb garden there directly. Places where magic herbs grow should have a good concentration of magic and elemental energy. Under the reluctant guidance of Shadow, Lance rode the thunder through the sky, following Shadow. Jinghong was angry and followed behind Shadow. About 30 kilometers ahead, they quickly reached their destination. Lance scanned the terrain from the sky and was instantly surprised. The area was surrounded by mountains on all sides, with a flat interior, forming a basin. In the middle, there was a small river running through the basin. The entire basin covered about 20 kilometers in diameter. Lance noticed only one path leading inside, a valley between two large mountains. It was like a hidden paradise, a perfect place for growing magic herbs. He silently praised Shadow in his heart, thinking, truly my lucky star. Last time, Shadow brought him the cold wind and thunder, and even a team of future aerial knights. This time, Shadow directly helped him choose the perfect spot for the magic herb garden. Although Lance pretended to blame Shadow in front of Jinghong, he was actually very happy inside. On the steep rocky wall of a mountain inside the basin, large patches of moonlight moss were indeed growing. In the dappled afternoon light, they shimmered with a quiet silver-blue color, like a layer of moonlight woven onto the rocks, and the scale was quite impressive. It was much more than the few patches Shadow had stolen. Below the rocky wall, a large, white-furred bear stood upright, threateningly growling at the thunder in the sky and Lance. It radiated a strong aura, roughly at the level of a high-level beginner magical beast. Its bare eyes were fixed on Shadow, full of anger. Feeling the aura of this moonlight giant bear, Lance knew he was in trouble. Although he had already expected that even Shadow couldn't catch this beast, and that Shadow wouldn't dare face it directly, its strength was probably similar to Shadow's. Usually, magic herbs are guarded by magical beasts, and this moonlight bear was likely the result of eating moonlight moss for a long time, which gave it its current strength. Since these moonlight moss have been discovered by Lance, they should now belong to him. He wants to see if he can tame the giant bear as he entered its territory. If the bear doesn't understand the situation and acts aggressively, Lance has no choice but to prepare for a fight. Otherwise, he will invite Will, Ivy, and others to enjoy a big meal together. Becoming a beast of magic animals means both strength and intelligence improve a lot. By using magic to control elemental power and special methods, they can communicate with different kinds of creatures. Their life level has risen. They are no longer just driven by instinct. Lance made lightning fall in front of the moonlight giant bear, showing the aura of a mid-level elite knight. Shadow and Swift also stood behind Lance. Shadow looked proud and a bit arrogant, as if he was showing off. The moonlight giant bear looked angry and alert, sensing Lance's presence but not attacking. Lance pointed to the moonlight moss on the rock wall and said, "Sorry for offending you, my friend, by taking the moss, but you should understand the law of the jungle. I really need the moonlight moss above. You have two choices. Either submit to me or leave this place." Although Lance said he wanted the bear to leave, if it chose to do so, it would be a sign of defeat. Lance wouldn't allow such revenge stories to happen to him, like being driven out of his territory by humans, then gaining a lucky chance, becoming stronger, and finally taking revenge. He watched the large moonlight giant bear fall into thought. It was about 7 or 8 meters long, and when it stood up, it was probably over 10 meters tall. Its thoughtful expression looked a bit funny. Before the bear could continue thinking, Lance kept tempting it, saying, "You've eaten so much moonlight moss, you must have noticed its effects are getting weaker. Following me will be good for you. I can guarantee you'll advance to a mid-level magic beast within 5 years. What do you think? Look at the white horse beside me. When I first got it, it was just a beginner magic beast. Now, it has already reached the intermediate level. I don't need you to do much. Just protect this place normally. When there's a problem, I'll call you. But that doesn't happen often. You also don't need to worry about improving your strength. I will provide you with resources every now and then." The moonlight giant bear heard Lance's words and blinked its small eyes happily, giving a soft growl. "Really? That's great. You're not joking, right?" Lance pointed at Thunder and said with a smile, "Ask Thunder next to me. She just recently followed me, and now she's living quite comfortably. If you're not happy after some time, you can leave directly. I won't stop you." Thunder nodded in agreement. The moonlight giant bear then believed most of what Lance said, and it lay down on the ground, showing its belly to show submission. Lance stepped forward, patted her head confidently, and said, "Good. I promise you'll be glad about this choice in the future. All right, I plan to build a magic potion garden inside. Soon, you'll have endless magic potions with different kinds. I'm going to bring the others over first. You, Shadow, and Jinghong, stay here and watch." After speaking, Lance jumped onto Thunder's back and headed toward the mining area. It's about 30 kilometers from here. For soldiers and elves, that's not very far. After Lance left, the moonlight giant bear, Shadow, and Jinghong remained. They looked at each other silently, neither making a move. At this moment, Shadow couldn't help but speak first. "That little bear, you should thank me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have met my master. You don't know how strong my master is. If Jinghong and I hadn't pleaded for you on the road, asking him to spare your life, since we're all magical beasts, we understand how hard your cultivation is. Otherwise, you'd already be a pile of bones." Shadow had already discussed with Jinghong on the way, telling the giant bear to reduce its hostility and be grateful. Maybe in the future, this giant bear will be thankful and see them as leaders. Jinghong also nodded and made a couple of sounds, roughly meaning, "Yes, yes. You don't know how fierce our master is. You don't know, but Thunder's husband, Shufeng, almost hurt Shadow. That is a high-level magical beast, fully grown. If Shadow hadn't begged, our master would have kicked it to death long ago. You don't know. Now Shuafeng is almost at the intermediate level of magical beasts." The moonlight giant bear listened to Shadow and Jinghong talking, and its small eyes widened even more. Its eyes were full of shock and fear. Although she had gained some wisdom, she had been living alone for a long time, so her mind was simple. She had never seen someone like Shadow, who was so slick in the workplace, fooling others. Looking at Shadow and Jinghong, her attitude softened. She was less hostile and more grateful and respectful. Especially when she heard that Shuo was about to become an intermediate magical beast, she shrank back a little. She had been stuck at the high level of beginner magical beasts for a long time and knew how hard it was to break through. Roar. So that's how it is? Thank you, big brothers, for asking on my behalf. The moonlight giant bear let out a deep, grateful roar, and its huge body even bowed slightly to show respect to the two elders. Seeing this, Shadow felt very proud, and his nostrils flared up high. He walked slowly to the moonlight giant bear, patted its sturdy front leg with his hoof, and looked like a boss who would be the leader from now on. Jinghong was more reserved. She just nodded, but her eyes showed a hint of cleverness. Thus, the three magical beasts began to form a brotherly bond. 30 kilometers was too short for Thunder. It took only 3 minutes to return to the mining area. Thunder appeared in front of Will and the others. Just as he was about to share his discovery, the scent of a mid-level magical beast came from the central area. That's Shuofeng's scent. He has advanced to a mid-level magical beast. This made Lance even happier. Today was really a good day. Not only did they find a perfect place to grow magical herbs, but Shuofeng also advanced to a mid-level magical beast. Thunder, who was nearby, was shocked. She clearly sensed Shuofeng's aura too. Knowing that Shuofeng had become a mid-level magical beast, she tilted her head in confusion and quietly called Lance twice. Master, didn't you say Shuofeng went out to complete a task? Why is he here, having advanced to a mid-level magical beast? Lance awkwardly cleared his throat and said to Thunder, I just arranged for Shuofeng to break through. There's no real danger, and he will be back soon, right? Thunder nodded, sounding like he agreed. Lance then shared his recent discovery with Will and Ivy. He found a place to build the magic herb garden. Ivy exclaimed happily, My lord, is it really like you said? Not only is there moonlight moss, but the terrain is surrounded by mountains and has a river. Is there only one way in? That's wonderful, Lance smiled and replied. Would I lie to you? After a while, Shuofeng came out of the cave in the center. It looked much bigger and more majestic than before, with a wingspan close to 20 meters. Shuofeng approached Thunder and shrank its body to about her size right in front of her. Intermediate beasts can freely change their size. Advanced beasts can start to take human form, but it's not fully complete. When they become lord-level beasts, they can fully transform into human shape, making them hard to tell apart from regular people. However, most intermediate and advanced beasts prefer to keep their original form. They only change their size when necessary. Shuofeng looked proud and waited for Thunder's praise. But Thunder didn't seem interested. She turned her head away and called out twice. It's been so many days since I saw you. My cubs at home have already been born, but you haven't come back. I thought you found someone new outside. Shuofeng looked worried and quickly called out twice. It's all arranged by the master. I also want to see you, but the master told me not to come out before I break through. Shuofeng looked at Lance with pleading eyes. Lance felt it was all very surreal. What was going on here? Could it really be like this? But he decided to give Shuofeng some face and said seriously to Thunder, Thunder, I thought Shuofeng was close to breaking through to an intermediate beast, so I arranged for him to stay in seclusion. I admit I didn't think it through and wanted to surprise you, so I didn't tell you in advance. Thunder turned to look at Shuofeng and called out to her. I'll forgive you just this once for the master's sake. The cold wind gratefully looked at Lance. Lance then said, Ahem, I have found a good place to build the potion garden. Just as you come out of seclusion, Shuofeng, let's go together. I think that place is very suitable for your living. Make yourself bigger. I need you to go back and forth a few times to send all these people over. Shuofeng nodded, and his body began to grow larger. Lance called over Weir, Ivy, and some wood elves to jump onto Shuofeng's back. A few other wood elves also climbed onto Thunder's back. The group flew toward the site of the potion garden, about 30 kilometers away. After 3 minutes, they arrived at the potion garden. Shuofeng returned to the mining area, preparing to bring the remaining wood elves and 30 soldiers over. Lance looked at Ivy and smiled. Did you see just now in the sky? How was it? I wasn't lying to you, right? Ivy and the wood elves stood at the entrance of the valley, looking at the land surrounded by mountains, with streams flowing and abundant energy. Their eyes shone with surprise. Eileen, the eldest of the wood elves, couldn't help but praise. It's perfect. The life energy and element concentration here are almost as good as some outer areas of our elven forest. Sir, this place is truly a chosen spot for building the potion garden. Ivy also stepped forward excitedly, took a deep breath, and felt the lively wood elements and the cool scent of moonlight moss in the air. Yes, sir. The environment here is very suitable for growing many kinds of potions. Look at that sunny over there, full sunlight, loose soil, perfect for planting sungrass. The moist area near the stream can expand the cultivation of moonlight moss. And that shaded forest area, just the right humidity and shadow, can be used to transplant and cultivate ghost mushrooms. Other wood elves also dispersed, using their natural affinity with nature. They carefully sensed the differences in microenvironments across various areas, whispered to each other, and looked excited and professional. Where was more focused on defense. He looked around and pointed at the only valley entrance, saying, "Sir, the terrain here is indeed easy to defend and hard to attack. We just need to build a strong barrier at the valley entrance, with watchtowers and crossbows on the side cliffs. With the moonlight giant bear and the storm eagle patrolling the air, safety shouldn't be a problem." At this moment, the cold wind had already brought the last group of soldiers over. The soldiers looked at this valley, which seemed like a paradise, and all felt amazed. Lance watched everyone's excited expressions and felt very pleased. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Lance said loudly, "Great. Since everyone agrees this place is suitable, we will start building the first magic herb garden here today. Ivy, you and the wood elves will be in charge of planning and planting the garden. Any tools or materials needed, just ask Daisy." Ivy excitedly replied, "Yes, sir. I am full of energy now." Lance looked at Will and said, "You are responsible for safety and infrastructure. Arrange people immediately to set up a temporary camp and gate at the valley entrance. Clear enough space and start building a warehouse for tools and seeds. Also, the plants and animals in the garden need to be cleaned up." Will accepted the orders and immediately began organizing the soldiers to work together. Lance then looked at the somewhat confused moonlight giant bear, as well as the idle shadow and Jinghong nearby. He walked up to the moonlight giant bear and said, "From now on, call yourself Moonlight. It's a nice name. Your main task is to protect this valley, especially the moonlight moss and the valuable herbs we will plant in the future. You can move freely at times, but you must never damage the herb garden. Do you understand?" The moonlight giant bear nodded strongly and growled softly, showing full obedience. Lance then looked at Shadow and Jinghong and said, "You are familiar with this place. Stay here to help and follow Ivy and Will's instructions. If you dare to steal herbs, I don't think you want to know what will happen." Shadow and Jinghong immediately shook their heads like rattles, indicating they wouldn't dare. After everything was arranged, Lance watched as everyone quickly got to work. The wood elves carefully used magic to transplant and expand the moonlight moss, marking different planting areas. Soldiers cut down excess bushes, leveled the land, and built temporary structures. Will and a few others began surveying the valley entrance and planning the checkpoints. The cold wind and thunder circled in the sky, their sharp eyes scanning the surrounding forests, fulfilling their duty of watchfulness. The entire valley shows a lively and orderly scene of construction. The sunset's glow colors the sky orange-red and gently covers this land that has just been given a new purpose. Lance stands on the top of a mountain, looking down with a feeling of pride. The creation of the potion garden means that the Dawn Leader will gradually reduce dependence on outside resources and start building its own strength. He can already see that soon, rare and valuable potions will grow well here. This will help train more knights and mages for the territory and make his followers stronger. Lance looks at the hopeful potion garden and shows a confident smile. With this start, tomorrow's territory meeting will be easier to plan for the future. Standing on the mountaintop and watching the busy potion garden, Lance feels a surge of pride. The successful development of the garden lays a strong foundation for the future of the Dawn Leader. He takes a deep breath, squinting to feel the rich life, energy, and elemental waves in the basin. He knows this place will become a treasure land in the future. It's getting late now. Lance jumps down from the highest peak, gliding through the air, using his energy to reach the valley. Seeing Will busy at work, Lance says, "Will, After you finish organizing the soldiers, come back with me. I plan to hold the second Dawn leader meeting tomorrow morning. I will have Shuangfeng and Leitang guard here. After chatting with Will for a while and informing Ivy to handle some tasks, the three of them return to the mining area. They notify Farlin, Regsy, and others to attend the meeting on time, then head back to the Dawn leader with Will and Ivy. Shuangfeng moves slightly and softly calls Lance. Master, I want to see my children. I want to bring them back to the potion garden to live with Leitang. Lance tells Will. Will, take Shuangfeng to arrange everything. After everything is settled, Lance returns to the Lord's mansion. More and more people are coming to the Dawn leader. During Lance's retreat, Daisy has already set up the Lord's mansion. Lance no longer needs to stay in the previous tent. The Lord's residence is not particularly grand, but it is a huge improvement over the previous tents. It is built with sturdy stone and wood, simple and practical in style, showing the ruggedness and solidity typical of frontier territories. At the entrance, two fully armed soldiers stand guard. When they see Lance return, they immediately straighten up, bow respectfully, and look at him with admiration. Lance nods slightly and walks inside. The interior is also simple but fully functional. There is a reception room, a study, and a bedroom. Although there are not many decorations, all necessary furniture and items are in place, making the space clean and tidy. In the future, the Lord's residence will be expanded further. As the Lord's home, it cannot remain so plain. Lance returns to his bedroom and dives into the platform. He is eager to see what suggestions the online users will give. He clicks on the comments under his video and sees the most liked one. Interdimensional Planning Lion. Amazing. I'm still busy with daily life, but the big boss already has over 10,000 followers. That's really impressive. However, I have some suggestions for the development of the territory. I've read a lot of novels before, so here are the departments that should be established early on. Internal Affairs Department, the heart of the territory, and the steward, responsible for household registration and population management, taxes and corvée, basic infrastructure like roads, water systems, and public services, resource distribution, and logistics. The main task is to enact and enforce the Dawn Code, Military Department, the shield and sword of the territory, responsible for building, training, and commanding the army, equipment procurement and maintenance, constructing and deploying defenses. The main goal is to reorganize the military and establish a complete merit-based system. Finance Department, the treasury of the territory, responsible for managing all income and expenses, establishing budgets and audit systems, overseeing warehouses and supplies. The key task is to keep clear financial records and plan the future monetary system. Legal Department, the balance and measure of the territory, responsible for maintaining law and order according to the Dawn Code, forming and managing security teams, judging disputes, and executing punishments. The main focus is to establish security teams and set up arbitration offices. Academy, the cradle of talent and future of the territory. In the Western fantasy world, you could establish a general education college, cultural foundation and loyalty training, and a knight academy, military training. The School of Magic and Natural Sciences, training talents in magic and potions. The School of Crafts and Governance, training technical and administrative talents. Of course, other colleges can be established based on the needs of the leader. The Potion Garden and Alchemy Laboratory are the core strategic and technological engines of the territory. They are responsible for all potion planting, research and development, potion brewing, security and confidentiality. Their main goal is to produce stable basic potions and build a seed bank. These 6 main structures cover administration, military, economy, education, scientific research, and justice, providing enough support for the territory's early development. I hope this information is helpful to everyone. Lance looked at the comments from the Otherworld Planning Lion, and his eyes brightened more and more. This comment seemed tailor-made for him, clearly organizing some vague ideas in his mind into a practical plan. The 6 major organizations, Internal Affairs, Military Affairs, Finance, Legal, Academy, Potion Garden, and Alchemy Laboratory, cover all aspects. Lance felt excited. His initial thoughts about the upcoming announcement were scattered, but now he was confident. He directly found the account of the Otherworld Planning Lion, transferred 10 trade points, and left a message. Insightful. Spot on. If you have more ideas in the future, feel free to share. Rewards will be given. He also looked at other comments and found that many talented people shared their creative ideas. Some were a bit off topic, but many gave him great inspiration. Veteran, big boss, having a framework for the military department isn't enough. It needs to be implemented. I suggest immediately establishing a rank system. From private to sergeant, officer, and general, clear levels with different uniforms and benefits. Soldiers will know who to listen to at a glance. It will also boost pride. Plus, organize a grand military competition where winners are promoted and rewarded with potions. Let's get moving. Potions should be used carefully. Reminder, boss. Relying only on monsters and soldiers isn't enough for potion garden safety. I suggest setting up magic traps combining with magic and illusions in key areas. Our wood elves have ancestral tangle thicket and misty fog spells, which we can teach for free. Just want to make money. The finance department shouldn't only handle internal accounts. Consider foreign exchange. Your potions and weapons will become hard currency in the future. I suggest establishing the Dawn Trade Guild, choosing a smart and capable person as president, responsible for foreign trade. We sell our goods to farther places to exchange for needed magic crystals and rare materials. The civil engineer dog comes uninvited. Concrete. Still concrete. The internal affairs department is building, so I suggest we start the 3 connections and 1 leveling project immediately. This means connecting water, roads, and electricity, though maybe not all, and leveling the land. Start around the Lord's residence and the military camp, creating a model neighborhood to show all the citizens how good it is to follow the Lord's lead. The Beast-Eared Girl Protection Association, reaffirming. The unique traits of subraces must be promoted. I suggest reserving a subrace cultural street in the commercial area. For example, Fox Tribe pastries, Cat Tribe weaving, and dog-headed peoples. Cave digging performances? Crossed out. In short, having unique features to attract visitors, if any, and increase the happiness of citizens is very important. Education can change the future. Additional, the academy isn't enough with just children. Adult night classes for literacy must be started. Regular, territory lectures can be held. Looking at all these ideas, Lance feels his thoughts becoming broader. He carefully notes down these valuable suggestions, planning to include them in tomorrow's speech and long-term plans. It seems that not only do we need to establish 6 major institutions, but also set up specific projects and action plans under each. The future of Dawn's territory is becoming clearer and clearer. Although he only read 10 comments, some of them inspired Lance greatly. He also sent 5 trade points to the commenters. With a heart full of gains and expectations, Lance finally happily logs off the platform, lies on his bed, and falls asleep dreaming of tomorrow. He isn't planning to practice cultivation today. His mind is too restless. It's been a long time since he last slept well. The next day, Dawn's territory was bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze. Everywhere in the territory, citizens could be seen, unlike in other noble territories in this world. In Dawn's territory, as long as you work hard, you will get rewards. Most citizens face life with a positive attitude. Inside the Lord's Hall, in the meeting room, on the left side of the main table, sat Weir and a group of guardian knights and Bellin. On the right side sat Daisy, Ivy, Annie, Iris, and Amy. Will was calm and steady, deep in thought. Regsy quietly said to Paul and Cole nearby, "Have you guys advanced yet? I feel like I can do it today. When I do, the Lord will take me to see the world. Haha." Everyone present, except Amy, was a normal person. The others had already started their cultivation journey and looked at Regsy with anticipation. Regsy proudly said, "Haha. Don't you know the Lord will return to the family in a few days to attend Miss Anna's coming-of-age ceremony? Yesterday, when the Lord finished his training, he told Paul, Cole, and me that before he leaves, we will advance to the midnight level and then go with him." The guards and knights looked at Regsy with envy, eager to challenge him to a knight duel right away. "Why wasn't I there yesterday? You 3 really got lucky, huh? I didn't know about this. Since you're busy with us, wait for the knight duel to come back. I'm about to reach the midnight level myself, but I can't do it in these few days. I really envy you." The guards and knights discussed Lance's upcoming attendance at the banquet. At this moment, Annie asked, "Who is Miss Anna?" Iris also perked up, curious. Annie, you remember hearing about the noble competition before, right? Miss Anna is. Regsy began to share some past stories. Everyone listened quietly, and Iris and Annie looked surprised. They hadn't expected the Lord to have such a background. Suddenly, footsteps sounded at the door. Everyone stood up, and the atmosphere grew serious. Lance entered the meeting room. Seeing everyone's reactions, he approached the main seat with his hands held out in front. He smiled gently and said, "Everyone, please sit down. We're all familiar. No need to be so tense." As everyone sat down, Lance continued, "Soon, I will return to the family to handle some matters. This is why we're holding this second Morningstar meeting. The main goal is to finalize and improve some institutions and plan the future development of the territory." After speaking, Lance looked at Daisy and said, "Daisy, please introduce the basic situation of Morningstar territory." Daisy nodded and stood up, saying, "Morningstar now has a total population of 9,470 people, including 7,011 humans, 1,467 subhumans, 965 dog-headed people, 18 elves, and over 56,000 gold coins. The roads are built around the Lord Hall in a cross shape and are still being expanded. The industrial area has started producing daily necessities for residents. There are 960 children attending school. With a little more time, Morningstar will become even stronger." Lance nodded to Daisy, signaling her to sit, then looked at Will and said, "Will, please introduce the army." Will stood up and said, "The army now has 617 soldiers, including our guard knights and 16 Bellin knights. I am a mid-level knight, and the others are beginner knights. There are 500 male soldiers, including 100 subhumans and 20 dog-headed people. There are 100 female soldiers, including 20 subhumans." Lance signaled Will to sit, then stood and loudly said, "This is roughly the basic situation of Morningstar. I thought all night last night. As the territory's population grows, we can't manage everything alone. I have an idea to set up 6 departments. First, the Internal Affairs Department, responsible for household registration, taxes, civil affairs, construction, and logistics. It is the heart and steward of my territory. Second, the Military Affairs Department, responsible for army building, training, equipment, and defense. It is the shield and sword of my territory. Third, the Finance Department, managing all income, expenses, warehouses, and future business plans. It is the purse of my territory. Fourth, the Legal Department, maintaining order and judging disputes based on the upcoming Morningstar Code. It is the balance and measure of my territory. Fifth, Morningstar Academy, divided into general education, knights, magic and nature, and crafts and administration. It is the cradle of talent and future for my territory. Sixth, the Potion Garden and Alchemy Laboratory, responsible for all potion planting, research, and potion making. It is the strategic core and technological engine of my territory. This is what I have in mind. I'd like to hear everyone's thoughts or suggestions." Everyone listened to Lance's 6 departments, their eyes full of surprise, and they pondered quietly. On the continent of Eros, the typical noble territory resembles a strict social pyramid. The nobles sit at the top, viewing the common people as their private property. Most people spend their lives as slaves, struggling under heavy taxes and forced labor, with no personal freedom or hope for advancement. Knowledge is controlled by the nobles, laws reflect the will of the landowners, and the army is mainly used to suppress internal unrest. Foreigners are generally seen as targets for slavery or removal. The entire territory is dull and lifeless, following centuries-old rules of bloodline and oppression. In contrast, everything in Dawnlight territory almost goes against these old, decaying traditions. After a moment, Daisy stood up and said, "My lord, this plan is very clear. I have no objections. Each department has its own role, which will greatly improve Dawnlight's efficiency. I believe soon it will become a new and better place." Seeing everyone agree, Lance also said, "Since everyone agrees, I will now officially make the appointments. Daisy, I appoint you as the head of Internal Affairs and also as the Finance Director. Will, I appoint you as the head of Military Affairs. Avi, I appoint you as the Chief Mage of the Magic Garden and Alchemy Lab, overseeing all other mages in the territory. Annie and Iris, as the president and vice president of Dawnlight Commerce Guild, you will report directly to the finance department. The head of the legal department will be your guard knights in rotation, and the militia will be incorporated into the legal department. As for Dawnlight Academy, I will serve as honorary dean. Will and Avi will be the deans of the knight and mage colleges, respectively. That is all for now. As the territory grows, I will make more arrangements. Everyone had no doubts about Lance's appointments. Lance nodded and said, right now, Dawnlight has a small team. Besides the army, the other departments are just frameworks. We lack management talent, so we must train our own people. Except for military positions, which will appoint, Daisy can freely assign roles within the Internal Affairs Department. Just give me a list later. These people can be gradually recruited from the talented individuals within the territory. Feel free to share any problems you're facing. Let's discuss them together. After a moment, Will spoke up. My lord, I still think our army is a bit small. We only have 16 knights. Besides the female soldiers led by Belen, there aren't many soldiers assigned to each knight. Some soldiers are also needed to guard resource areas. And my lord has given me 4 bottles of Night Awakening potions. Within the territory, for new knights will soon be added. Lance pondered Will's words and thought they made sense. He also wanted to expand the army. With a larger army, his territory would grow bigger, and they would gain more resources. But he shook his head and said, Will, I understand your idea, but now is the time for development. The army and militia together already number over 1,000. Almost 1,000 children still can't work. Besides some craftsmen and maids, there are still many people available for labor in the territory. But right now, Daisy is everywhere needing people. Although the territory's economy can support a large army, in the long run, this isn't good for the territory's growth. Once the population increases, we can think about expanding the army again. Guard knights, take turns training the soldiers. Others can practice at the magic spring during their free time, mainly to improve their strength. Will nodded and sat down. Daisy stood up and said, My lord, the territory does need more people now, but there's no need to rush development. I think we can slowly increase the number of soldiers to 1,000. Whether it's guarding the potion garden and mines, escorting for the morning sun trade, or opening more land in the future, we need many soldiers. Having only about 600 soldiers is definitely too few. Hearing Daisy's words, Lance lightly tapped his fingers on the table and fell into thought. Since both Daisy and Will pointed out the small size of the army, it makes sense. Lance's previous idea was that this world has extraordinary beings. If 600 soldiers each took 3 body refinement pills, that would be 1,800 pills in total. There are still warhorses that need to be upgraded to the appropriate strength, but I haven't bought enough body refining pills yet. I plan to use up those pills before expanding the army, but that will consume a lot of resources. Right now, the magic potion garden in the territory has just been built, thanks to the support from the family before. If I expand the army again, all the trading points on Lance will be used up. Currently, I only have about 88,000 trading points left in my account. Unfortunately, there are no sellers offering high-level resources on the platform. Lance nodded and said, Both of you have good points. Let's expand the army to 1,000 soldiers. If there are any other issues, just speak up. I still have quite a few trading points, enough to support these soldiers. This is how early expansion works. Without large amounts of money, I can only develop slowly. I want to keep some trading points for emergencies. Fallon stood up and said, Sir, if the legal department is run by us, the Guardian Knights, then we will select soldiers from the militia to expand the army. The role of the legal department is to maintain order and handle disputes, which are not tasks we soldiers are good at. Also, the militia members are trained according to soldier standards, and we can't teach them differently. Hearing Fallon, the other Guardian Knights nodded in agreement. Lance listened and realized that there is indeed a conflict between the army and the legal department. When he first formed the militia, he saw it as a reserve force of soldiers. Now, looking back, that was not very appropriate. The army should focus only on warfare, and too much interference in internal affairs of the territory is not good. Suddenly, he remembered the police station from his past life. A bright idea flashed in his mind, and he said, Fallon's point is very important. This was my oversight. The army's duty is to fight and defend externally. The sword should be aimed at enemies, not used to manage internal affairs. The functions of the legal department, which include maintaining order, require skills in communication, mediation, and law enforcement, not military tactics. He looked around at everyone and clearly explained his new plan. Therefore, I have decided to further divide the responsibilities. The legal department will focus on drafting laws, judging cases, and making rulings. It requires someone who is knowledgeable about laws and very detail-oriented. The responsibility of maintaining daily public order, patrolling, and handling civilian disputes will be separated from the legal department and the military. A new department called the Public Security Bureau will be established. Everyone present found this new term interesting. Lance continued to explain. Members of the Public Security Bureau can be called sheriffs or patrol officers. They don't need to have strong combat skills, but they must have honest character, good communication skills, and a clear understanding of the Dawn Code. Their weapons are not for war, but for keeping order. Let's cancel the militia now. All militia members will be incorporated into the army. In the future, recruitment for the army and the sheriffs will be open to all citizens. The safety of the territory will be maintained by the Public Security Bureau. As for the heads of the legal department and the Public Security Bureau, Daisy will temporarily hold both positions. Thank you for your hard work, Daisy. Daisy stood up and said seriously, "It's no trouble to serve the Lord. I am currently working on the Dawn Code, and it will be officially published soon. When the territory has more people, I will carefully arrange these positions." At this moment, Will raised another question. "My lord, I have been thinking of a feasible military merit system, but I am unsure how to calculate soldiers' pay. You mentioned before that ordinary soldiers get 1 silver coin per day, but I think that might not be appropriate. 1,000 soldiers would cost 10 gold coins a day, not including weapons and horses. These soldiers are fed and housed in the camp, with meat for every meal, and sometimes magical resources. There are no ongoing wars right now. Although we have your support, if this continues, as the number of soldiers grows, the territory's taxes might not be enough to support the army. Eventually, the Lord will have to provide the gold coins. Also, the soldiers' pay might be too high, which could cause another problem. Citizens might join the army just for money, not out of genuine desire to serve. That's something we want to avoid. I suggest that soldiers' regular wages should be lower than those of civilians, but during wartime, their pay can be increased. However, in terms of policies, some preferential treatment can be given, such as job and housing assignments after retirement." Lance listened to Will and thought for a moment before agreeing. "Will makes a good point. I haven't thought about these things. As for soldiers' pay, you and Daisy can discuss and decide together. You probably know more about it than I do. Honestly, as my protectors, I haven't even paid you yet." Will shook his head and said, "As protectors, everything we have belongs to the adults. You don't need to worry about that. Your help to us is more valuable than money. Whether in training or daily life, you have never treated us unfairly." The other protectors also agreed with Will. If it weren't for Lance's recognition, they wouldn't have access to things like the Night Awakening potion, which he might never have obtained in his lifetime, not to mention other benefits. Lance shook his head and said, "Most of you have your own families, and some may start their own in the future. There are many expenses, and I overlooked this. Also, more knights will join the army over time. They will need money to do what they want. Will, you should think carefully about soldiers reaching knight level and their pay." Will nodded and said nothing further. Lance looked at Annie and Iris and said, "The territory still needs more people. We can start planning the schedule for the Dawnshine Merchant Guild to go to Sunset City. I'll start once I return to the territory. As for Iris, stay in Dawnshine for now and work with Ivy in the alchemy garden. You still need to craft potions and such. I will also provide resources for your daily training. You can have Will take you to the magic spring to practice." Annie and Iris nodded. They didn't say much during the meeting. Listening to Lance and the others, they gained a basic understanding of the territory's strength. They were surprised to learn about the magic spring and alchemy garden. This made them realize they were close to the core of the territory's power. The meeting then moved into a broader discussion. Everyone gathered around Lance's previous proposal for the territory's development plan, offering their ideas on the 3 main aspects: strength, soft power, and potential. In terms of strength, besides the size of the army, people emphasized the importance of diverse military units. As the territory grows stronger, it should build solid heavy infantry formations, elite cavalry groups, and long-range archers as the foundation. However, the key to winning on the battlefield lies in special units. These include dwarf musketeers, elf archers, imperial griffin knights, organized mage groups, and even golem armies. The development of the Navy was also included in the long-term plans. Wealth is the basis of everything, so continuous external income is necessary. Regarding geography and infrastructure, Dawn's territory is located in a strategic position, but roads, ports, and city walls still need significant investment. On the soft power side, everyone focused on improving politics and systems. They aim to create an efficient government system, draft and enforce a fair Dawn code, and ensure stable and orderly transfer of power. Advancements in technology and magic depend on future education and research efforts. Cultural and social cohesion will be built gradually through shared beliefs, a safe environment, and unique local culture. The future of the territory depends on having a strong, diverse talent pool and establishing a quick, effective intelligence network. All these are seen as key areas for Dawn's future development. After a few hours, the urgent issues and responsible leaders within the territory had been clearly identified. Lance slowly stood up, looked around at everyone in the meeting, and said in a serious tone, "The framework is in place, responsibilities are clear, the path ahead is defined. I officially declare the second meeting of Dawn's territory closed." His voice then became inspiring. "I hope everyone performs their duties diligently. 5 days from now, I will return to my family. During my absence, Dawn's affairs will be managed by Daisy, with Will assisting. Let's work together to build a bright future for Dawn." For Dawn, everyone responded in unison, their voices filled with determination and faith. The meeting ended on a high note, with everyone leaving with clear tasks and full enthusiasm. Soon, the large meeting room became quiet. Lance stood by the window, hands behind his back. Looking out at the lively morning scene, Lance felt a mix of pride and responsibility. This was his territory. After a while, Lance decided to check on the newly built alchemy garden. Passing by the military camp, he saw Farron, Regsi, Annie, and others heading to the magic spring for training. Lance followed them back to the mining area. After parting from them, Lance headed toward the alchemy garden. He focused his mind on the platform, planning to buy some body-strengthening pills and look for some magic herb seeds. He reserved 1,000 body-strengthening pills for a beginner alchemist. Afterward, he paid a 20% deposit, costing 1,600 trading points. Then, he found the user in the comments section who left a memorable message: "You shouldn't eat magic herbs randomly." He added her as a friend. Not long after, she accepted the request. Magic herbs shouldn't be eaten carelessly. "Hello, Big Boss. Finally, I added you. I sent you a friend request earlier, but maybe it got lost in the flood of messages." "Big Boss, are you planning to visit me?" "Sorry, I get too many private messages to read them all." "I heard you're a wood elf. Do you have some magic herb seeds?" "My alchemy garden has just been built, and I need some seeds. Magic herbs shouldn't be eaten carelessly." "Big Boss, I've reached the late stage of magic apprentice. It won't be long before I become a mage. The place I live in has many magic herbs. I wonder what kind of seeds you need." Lance thought for a moment. His mother had given him many magic herb seeds, but they were mostly basic. Most of them were herbs that could boost strength, like the earth vein golden ginseng, starflower, and calmness flower that Iris had bought before. Considering the current state of the alchemy garden, Lance decided to reply. "Human Destiny Community, I need some magic herbs suitable for large-scale planting that can increase the area's magic and elemental energy. Magic herbs shouldn't be eaten carelessly. I have 4 kinds of seeds that can boost magic and elemental energy. Gathering magic clover. A clover with light purple veins on its leaves, used to improve soil magic environment. It adapts well to different soils, is hardy, and has a short growth cycle. It can slowly absorb, purify, and concentrate non-attribute magic from deep soil and air around it. After planting in large areas, it can increase the basic non-attribute magic concentration in the region by about 5% to 10%. Elemental crystal flower, a small, low-growing flower whose petals form tiny crystals based on the dominant nearby element. It needs to be planted in areas where the relevant element is slightly active, such as near fire or water sources. It can actively attract and solidify specific elemental attributes. Large-scale planting of a single variety can create a small area rich in that element. Earth vein grass, a vine with very developed roots, deep green leaves with gold spots. It must be planted in the ground, with roots extending several meters downward. Its roots form a network that captures and guides faint underground earth magic to the surface. The increase is small, but very stable and long-lasting. Calm lavender, a purple lavender that emits a light, pleasant scent. It prefers sunlight, is drought-tolerant, and easy to grow. Its fragrance can soothe restless magic elements, making the flow of magic within a certain area more stable and orderly. You can't eat potions randomly. Not sure if the boss is interested. Omega, Human Destiny Community. I'm very interested. Do you know the price? You can't eat potions. Gathering magic alfalfa is quite cheap. One trading point gives 200 seeds. It can be planted in large quantities, eaten as vegetables by the villagers, or used as feed for livestock. Earth vein grass is similar to gathering magic alfalfa, costing 200 seeds per trading point. Calm lavender costs 100 seeds per trading point. Elemental crystal flower is more expensive, with 2 seeds per trading point. Lance nodded. These potions are also available in his world, though the prices are a bit higher. But they are reasonable, considering profit margins. Human Destiny Community. Give me 20,000 seeds each of gathering magic alfalfa, earth vein grass, and calm lavender. For the elemental crystal flower, give me 5,000 seeds. You can't eat potions, as expected of the boss. That's a total of 2,900 trading points. These are seeds. Happy cooperation. If you need other potion seeds, feel free to contact me. Next time, I can offer an 80% discount. Human Destiny Community. Yes, I'll probably contact you then. Lance paid 2,900 trading points to obtain the seeds. He felt a bit of the plant's vitality and nodded in satisfaction. The quality was excellent. These were good seeds that could be planted and bred to produce more. After a few rounds of planting, the number of these seeds will greatly increase, and he won't lack them anymore. These plants contain magic power. Although their magic is weaker than that of true magical herbs like the earth vein golden ginseng, they are not easy for ordinary people to grow. They need magic and elemental energy to grow. Otherwise, they will grow very slowly. If it weren't for a magic spring in his territory, Lance wouldn't have spent trading points to buy these. The magic gathering clover not only gathers magic, but also has tender leaves that can be eaten as vegetables. In the future, they can be used as common vegetables for the residents, and long-term consumption will greatly benefit ordinary people's health, gradually improving their physical condition. The earth vein grass can be used as high-quality pasture, suitable for feeding warhorses and magical beasts, helping to increase their endurance and strength. He believes that Shadow and Swift will definitely love eating them. Ningxian lavender is very useful. It can be used to make incense, and lighting it during training helps keep the mind calm and improves training efficiency. It can also be used to make spices. Lance really likes the gentle, long-lasting scent of lavender. As for the elemental crystal flower, its role is even greater. Initially, it has no attributes. When planted in a certain area, it can automatically absorb the most abundant elements in that region and gather them, creating an area with a significantly higher concentration of that element. It can also be used to grow related magical herbs within its influence, shortening their growth cycle and greatly improving their quality. More importantly, it produces elemental crystals periodically. These crystals are essential in alchemy and potion making and can be stored as strategic resources. Unknowingly, Lance had arrived at the alchemy garden 30 kilometers away. He saw that a simple checkpoint had been set up in the valley, with soldiers patrolling nearby, and the moonlight was peacefully sleeping under the stone wall. Lance approached the moonlight and subtly released his aura. The moonlight immediately woke up, looking at the small human in front of her. No, she is now her master. Yueguang dared not relax in the slightest. Yesterday, she saw Shu Feng, a mid-level magical beast, which proved that Lance was not lying to her. Now, she just wants to please her master. Maybe in less than 5 years, she could become a mid-level magical beast too. Lance gently said to Yueguang, "Take me to see what the magic herb garden looks like." Yueguang nodded and signaled Lance to jump onto her back. Riding Yueguang, they crossed the dark valley and suddenly arrived at a bright open space. Yesterday, Riding the lightning, Lance saw the general shape of the herb garden from above. The basin was roughly oval-shaped. It was about 20 kilometers across, surrounded by tall, continuous mountains, like loyal giants guarding the area and blocking out the noise of the outside world. A river started from a spring at the highest point on the western mountain, flowing through the basin from west to east, then disappearing underground at the foot of a mountain at the entrance, forming a complete water system. In the center of the basin was a flat plain, which Lance called the Central Plain for now. The southern part of the Central Plain had gentle slopes with plenty of sunlight, perfect for growing sun-loving herbs. Opposite the sunny slopes in the south, the northern part of the plain was a shady forest with tall, dense trees, creating a quiet, moist environment. This was an ideal place for shade-loving herbs to grow. Riding Yueguang around the herb garden, Lance couldn't help but feel this was a perfect place for a magic herb garden. Different areas had clear features, suitable for various herbs, and the stream running through the basin made it a naturally perfect herb garden. They rode Yueguang around and saw Aiwei and some wood elves happily playing at the western water source. Nearby, the Shadow and Jinghong were playing joyfully in the river. Lance signaled Yueguang to move forward. When Lance arrived, Aiwei was very excited and said, "Brother Lance, this is truly a treasure land. I can't believe that in the future, this place will be full of magic herbs everywhere. It must be so beautiful." Hearing Aiwei's words, Lance also began to imagine the scene. It was indeed a wonderful sight. He asked Aiwei, "Are you planting any herbs now?" Aiwei nodded and said, "Yes, I plan to plant large areas of water orchids and dew flowers along both sides of the river's source." Lance knows the effects of these two magical herbs. The water orchid is a blue flower that grows near water, with thin petals like cicada wings, as if made of clear water. Its main uses are twofold. First, to purify water and improve the environment of the magic herb garden. Second, to serve as a material for making antidotes and calming potions. The dew flower is a small, pure white bell-shaped flower that gathers a drop of magical dew at its crown every dawn. This dew can be drunk by mages to speed up their training, and the magical dew produced can also replace some potion solvents. It enhances the quality of potions even more than magic spring water. Both herbs can be grown widely, have short growth cycles, and are common in the market, so they are easy to sell. Once the territory becomes stronger, trading items with other nobles shouldn't just be ordinary objects. They should include some magical resources to gain great wealth. Lance handed the magic herb seeds he obtained from trading with potion vendors to Ivy and explained their uses. He detailed each herb's characteristics, growth requirements, and purposes, making sure Ivy fully understood their value. Hearing Lance's words, Ivy excitedly took the seeds carefully in her hands. "These are great for improving the environment of the magic herb garden," she continued enthusiastically. "Gathering magic clover can increase the magic concentration nearby. Earth vein grass can improve soil quality, and calming lavender not only makes fragrances but also soothes other herbs, helping them grow more harmoniously. Especially the element crystal flower, which can create element-rich zones in specific areas. We can plant herbs of the same element around it, greatly shortening their growth cycles. These herbs can significantly improve the environment of the magic herb garden, creating better conditions for herb growth. They are all very valuable. With the seeds of gathering magic clover, earth vein grass, calming lavender, and element crystal flowers, Ivy has new ideas for planting the herb garden." Seeing Ivy's joyful expression, Lance smiled and asked her, "Did you encounter any difficulties while growing the magic herbs?" Hearing Lance's question, Ivy thought for a moment and said, "Yes, I did face some challenges. In the magic herb garden of the Bryan family, the lady of the house taught me about this." Ivy continued to recall, growing magic herbs involves many aspects. For example, the magic around the herbs and the amount of elemental energy are richer than in normal plants, which often attracts pests. In the Bryan family, they kept some emerald ladybugs and beneficial creatures specifically to deal with these pests. But now, I haven't found any creatures nearby that can clean pests without harming the herbs. Currently, I can only arrange for soldiers and elves to take care of the herbs." Hearing Ivy's words, Lance remembered the family's magic herb garden. He indeed saw many ladybugs, butterflies, and bees. He was especially impressed by the emerald ladybugs because they looked so beautiful. The shell of the emerald ladybug is like the finest jade, smooth and transparent, with natural golden lucky rune patterns on it. In the sunlight, they look like moving gemstones on the leaves. They are enemies of magic aphids and shadow erosion beetles. Lance thought for a moment and said, "Next time I return, I will bring some from the family. Vivi, please tell me what other creatures the herb garden needs, so I have a rough idea. I believe my mother and father won't refuse." Ivy was very happy and said, "Really? Then, Lord, you must bring the emerald ladybugs, starlight butterflies, rainbow peaks, and crystal shell earth dragons. As for other creatures, bring as many as you can. These animals are very helpful for growing the magic herbs." Lance also remembered the creatures Ivy mentioned. He often saw them when passing by the magic herb garden. The starlight butterfly has wings as thin as starlight, showing a deep night blue color. Its wings are covered with silver spots that seem to breathe and change like constellations. When flying, they sprinkle very fine, cool starry shimmer powder. They are important pollinators for many magic herbs, especially for starflower, calming lavender, and elemental fruit trees. Their scales can stimulate the flowers, helping them produce higher quality seeds or fruits with purer magic. The iris bee is slightly larger than a regular honeybee and has a shiny, rainbow metallic appearance on its body. Their hive is not made of wood, but is built from a magical wax they secrete and various pollen they gather. It looks like a colorful gemstone embedded in a tree trunk or a rocky crevice. They collect nectar from different magical plants to produce rainbow magic honey, which is a very valuable magical resource. This honey can quickly restore magic power and energy. It also acts as a universal neutralizer and catalyst, useful for making many advanced potions. Rainbow bees are very specific about the nectar they collect. Their pollination behavior is more purposeful than that of starlight butterflies. They greatly improve the success rate of making potions and fruit from magical trees. The colorful hive built by these bees is like a tiny energy cluster, slightly increasing the magic concentration in the surrounding area. As for the crystal shell earth dragon, it is not a real earth dragon but a gentle worm-like magical creature. It is much larger than a normal earthworm, about as thick as an adult's arm. Its body is semi-transparent, with a faint glow of yellowish magic flowing inside. The most unusual thing is that its body secretes a sticky mucus that binds tiny soil particles. When it moves underground, it leaves behind short, crystal-clear tunnels that last for a while, like temporary crystal pathways. As they tunnel through the soil, these crystal tunnels greatly improve soil structure, increasing its breathability and drainage. They eat organic matter and inert stones in the soil and excrete dragon manure, rich in magical elements and nutrients, which is a natural magical fertilizer. The crystal shell earth dragon especially likes to stay near elemental crystal flowers and the roots of earth pulse ginseng. Their presence helps the flowers gather elements faster and allows the roots to absorb energy from deep within the earth. Lance remembers the creatures in his family's magical herb garden. He believes his family wouldn't deny him these either. He is going on this trip for a family marriage alliance and plans to bring back some precious resources. Watching Daisy, Lance confidently promises, "Don't worry, I will make a move. By the way, Ivy, you still need to prepare for planting those magical plants. Tell me about your plans for the herb garden. I also want to see what you've learned from my mother." Looking at Lance's encouraging gaze, Ivy took a deep breath, her eyes shining with confidence and hope. She began to explain her plan. "Brother Lance, based on the terrain here and the magic potions we already have, I plan to divide the potion garden into 6 main areas. Each will have its own role, but also support each other. Area 1 is the eastern part of the garden, called the Outpost and Workshop Zone. It's near the entrance, making transportation and management easier. I plan to grow ironfire flowers and dragonblood ferns here. Ironfire flowers support our forging industry. Dragonblood ferns can boost soldiers' strength. This area will be patrolled mainly by emerald ladybugs to prevent pests from damaging these tough magic plants. Area 2 is the central core herb field and water purification corridor. This is the heart of the garden. The richest soil will be used to grow large quantities of magic herbs like earth vein ginseng and starflower. On the banks of the stream, We'll plant water-language orchids and dewdrop flowers to keep the water pure. Here, crystal shell earth dragons will work deep underground, creating the best environment for these precious plants. Also, starlight butterflies will dance around, helping pollinate magic plants like starflowers. Area 3 is the southern elemental energy slopes. These sunny slopes get the most sunlight, perfect for sun grass and elemental crystals. They will create small spots rich in elemental energy, where we can later grow related magic plants. Rainbow bees will be the main inhabitants here. They will be attracted by the elemental flowers and build their hives. The honey they produce, called rainbow magic honey, will be a valuable strategic resource and will help pollinate high-value magic plants. Area 4 is the northern quiet forest zone. It's shady and moist, ideal for moonlight moss, ghost mushrooms, and similar magic plants. I will plant calming lavender in open spaces to create a peaceful environment for meditation. A few starlight butterflies and emerald ladybugs will also be here. Area 5 is the western strange fruit orchard and strategic reserve. This is the safest and most secret area, where we will plant wisdom ancient trees, elemental fruits, and life breath apples. These are magic fruit trees. Crystal shell earth dragon is responsible for loosening deep soil around the fruit trees. Rainbow bees are also guided here intentionally to ensure these precious trees bloom and bear fruit. Finally, there is the basic ecological network spread throughout the entire area. Ivy opens her arms as if embracing the whole valley. Gathering clover and earth vein grass will form a green carpet, covering all open spaces, field ridges, and roadsides. They slowly increase the magic energy in the valley, nourishing the land. After saying all this, Ivy's cheeks turn slightly red from excitement. She looks at Lance eagerly. Lance, brother, this is my plan. It's based on dividing the area into these 6 zones. By introducing 4 key creatures, emerald ladybugs, starlight butterflies, rainbow bees, and crystal shell earth dragons, we can build a nearly self-sustaining magical ecological cycle. The magic herbs will grow healthily, with yields and quality far better than ordinary herb gardens. What do you think? Lance listens to Ivy's clear and visionary explanation, his eyes full of admiration. He seems to already see that, under Ivy's management and with the help of these magical creatures, this herb garden will turn into a vibrant, glowing magical paradise. He nods firmly, smiling happily. A perfect plan, Ivy. You truly have my mother's talent. Just follow your plan. When I return from the family, I'll make sure all those little helpers you need are there. I look forward to seeing your grand blueprint become reality. Lance can't help but imagine how colorful and wonderful the herb garden will become under Ivy's management. After chatting with Ivy for a while, he looks at the 3 magical beasts playing in Silver Stream, feeling reluctant to disturb them. He whistles. Call. A gentle wind from the high mountains on the west, from a rocky nest, spreads its wings and flies out, stopping in front of Lance. He hops onto the wind's back, signaling it to head toward the magic spring. He plans to spend the remaining days training. Standing on the wind's shoulder, feeling the incredible speed, Lance considers bringing the wind along on this trip, but after a moment's thought, he decides against it. The magic herb garden has just been built, protected by the intermediate magical beast, Shuo Feng, making it very safe. For this trip, he plans to have Jinghong accompany him, as Jinghong is generally considered attractive by most people. In less than a minute, Shuo Feng brought Lance to a mining area 30 kilometers away. Seeing Fa Lin guarding outside the central cave, Lance told him to prepare to leave in 4 days. Then he entered the deeper part of the cave, heading toward the magic spring to begin his cultivation. In the Tianxian cultivation world, Lin Yun looked at the 1,600 trading points sent by Lance, feeling somewhat indifferent. Although this was a large order worth 8,000 trading points, it was much less than before, and this time, there was no pet beast pill. Lin Yun couldn't help but worry about future transactions with Lance. As Lance's strength grows, he will develop in all areas as a lord, eventually creating resources to replace the body refining pill and pet beast pill. At that time, her role might become less important. She can't afford to lose Lance as a big client, or the development of the Lingyun sect will slow down. Recently, she has been refining qi, gathering pills, yellow dragon pills, and clear spirit pills using her golden core inheritance, and her cultivation is rapidly improving. Over these days, teaching her 3 disciples has been her main task, and their progress has exceeded her expectations. The sisters Lin Qing, Lin Jing, and Lin Ran are very eager to learn, as if trying to make up for what they missed in the past. During the day, they study characters, recite the basic spirit herb diagram, and initial meridians written by Lin Yun. At night, they test each other and practice writing strokes on paper. After about 10 days, they can recognize most common characters and read simple books with some effort. Once they had a basic understanding of literacy, Lin Yun began explaining the fundamental concepts of cultivation, what spiritual roots are, what spiritual energy is, and how the circulation of the universe works. She carefully explained the first 3 levels of the Yin Qi technique, a foundational part of the Golden Core inheritance, word by word. The 3 young girls listened intently, their eyes full of curiosity and longing for the future world. 5 days ago, the most talented among them, Lin Qing, was the first to guide qi into her body, stepping into the first level of qi refining. A warm flow of energy was felt moving through her meridians, and Lin Qing's face turned bright red with excitement. She immediately reported this to Lin Yun, who was naturally very happy. Lin Qing's breakthrough greatly encouraged her sisters, Lin Jing and Lin Ran. With Lin Qing's help, they also recently advanced to the first level of the qi refining stage. Seeing all 3 disciples begin their path to cultivation made Lin Yun feel proud and accomplished. These were her students. She felt a strong sense of achievement. The 3 sisters usually behaved well and didn't cause trouble. In their daily life, they helped with simple chores like cleaning the house and yard, feeding the chickens, little yellow dogs, and horses. Lin Yun also took them around to identify plants and herbs, helping them understand the basics of medicine, which would prepare them for future alchemy. The bond among the sisters grew closer, and they became more respectful and dependent on Lin Yun as their master. Recently, Lin Yun chose a fertile piece of land not far from the river, where the sun shone brightly. Using her spiritual power and tools, she spent some time clearing the messy grass and stones, leveling the ground, and building a simple fence around it, creating about half an acre of spiritual farmland. She planted seeds of low-level spiritual herbs like blood essence grass, full belly grass, and bone-refining flowers, dividing the land into sections. At the same time, she carefully planted seeds of gathering spirit flowers and dew condensation grass in a corner of the farmland where the spiritual energy was strongest. She didn't use a gathering formation disc, relying instead on the natural spiritual energy here and the river water for irrigation, watching how the plants grew. Fortunately, the herbs grew well and normally. Lin Yun and her disciples also leveled the area around their wooden house and the path to the small river and built a simple shade shelter. Although the camp was simple, it was neat and orderly, full of life. She fed the little chickens, yellow dogs, and horses with some pet beast pills, which greatly improved their intelligence. On their days off, the 3 sisters liked to play with the chickens and dogs. Now that she had learned how to make gathering spirit pills, yellow dragon pills, and pure spirit pills, it was time to focus on improving her strength. Lance was her benefactor, and he was the only one who spent a lot of resources buying supplies from her. She rarely sold any of her products in the shop, and it wasn't making as much money as she had hoped. She shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Everything was moving in the right direction, but Lin Yun knew this was just the beginning. The road ahead still required more effort, resources, and opportunities. She watched her 3 disciples practicing qi cultivation seriously by the river, while 3 small yellow dogs happily played around them. Her gaze was firm and full of hope. Lin Yun decided to focus on completing the Human Destiny Communities Order first. Gaining these 8,000 trading points meant her spiritual stones would increase by another 4,000. With her previous savings, her total spiritual stones could now exceed 10,000. This was a huge amount of wealth. Usually, a foundation-building pill costs around this much, but due to auction prices, it would be much higher. After refining the pills this time, she planned to take her 3 sisters out for a while. First, to buy some spiritual herbs to make more pills. Recently, with the help of the Qi Gathering Pill and the Yellow Dragon Pill, she had reached the 5th level of Qi refining. It wouldn't be long before she advanced to the late stage of Qi refining, so she needed to prepare cultivation resources in advance. Second, she wanted to find some disciples with spiritual roots. Her sect needed more people to grow stronger. She preferred to find orphans or similar children, teach them herself from a young age, and let them treat the sect as their home. Third, she planned to take her 3 sisters out for some fun. After so many days of isolation for study and cultivation, they might feel lonely. After all, people need social interaction. She didn't want her 3 disciples to turn into naive and overly sweet girls. The world of cultivation was full of schemes and tricks, so she wanted them to see the dangers of the human world. After planning the future development of her sect, Lin Yun threw herself into the path of alchemy. At dawn, in the military camp, inside Darz's tent, he looked at the Night Awakening potion in his hand. This potion was awarded by Will after he publicly announced that Darz had discovered a mine in the Snake Cave. It was given as a reward to encourage him. This was not only a boost to his strength, but also a symbol of honor and full recognition. It also meant that Darz had truly entered the upper ranks of the Dawn Legion, and he would soon fight alongside human knights. He recalled the days before joining the Dawnlight Guild, when the Goblin tribe struggled to survive in deep mountain mines. They often went hungry, lacked proper clothing, and constantly worried about attacks from powerful monsters or being enslaved by other races. Their proud talent for mining seemed so weak in the face of absolute strength, forcing them to hide in dark corners. He never thought that one day, he, Darz, an ordinary goblin, could rely on his racial talent to earn such honor. He would truly step into the core of the human lord's army and fight alongside mighty human knights. Darz remembered what the Lord had said before: as long as you make contributions, you will be rewarded. You also have 5 bottles of Night Awakening potion. I look forward to seeing who will get them. He didn't expect this opportunity to come so quickly. Inside a dim tent lit by an oil lamp, Darz looked at the Night Awakening potion in his hand. The cold bottle seemed unable to cool his boiling blood. He muttered to himself, "So I really have a chance to become a knight. The Lord doesn't discriminate against us goblins at all. In the Dawnlight Guild, I see hope for my people's future." He clenched the potion given by Lord Will tightly, a firm look flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he opened the bottle and drank the shimmering potion in one gulp. For the Lord, for Dawnlight, for the future of the goblin race. As the potion entered his throat, it felt like a blazing fire rushing through his body. It was much more intense and aggressive than when he took the body-refining pill. Energy exploded inside him, wildly rushing through his limbs and bones, tearing and reshaping his muscles, widening his narrow meridians. The intense pain made him curl up and let out a low, suppressed growl, beads of sweat dripping from the cracks in his scales. He could feel that the faint, ancestral mineral power within his bloodline was being stimulated and strengthened by this external energy. It seemed to activate and grow stronger, merging with the potion's power to transform his body. His bones made faint cracking sounds, and his frame seemed to grow slowly larger. His muscles became more muscular and powerful, and his claws and teeth appeared sharper. I don't know how much time has passed, but the violent tide of energy finally calmed down, transforming into a warm, yet powerful force that settled into his battle spirit seed. A new, incredible sense of strength filled his body, and his senses became sharper than ever before. He could even clearly hear the distant footsteps and whispers of patrol soldiers outside the tent, and smell the faintest scents in the air. Success. I succeeded. Darz suddenly stood up, feeling the flow of a refined chi inside him. Different from simple physical strength, it was the mark of a knight, battle spirit. Although still weak, it definitely existed. His current strength had firmly entered the beginner level of knights. He might be slightly weaker than other human knights at the same level, but he had completely left the category of ordinary goblin warriors. Darz stepped out of the tent, took a deep breath of the cold night air, and looked up at the stars. His heart was full of gratitude toward the Lord and Captain Will, and a firm resolve to serve the Dawn Leader. The next morning, at the Dawn Leader's camp, when Darz appeared on the training ground with his new look, especially when he subtly released the aura of a knight, it caused a huge stir throughout the camp. Among the goblin soldiers, they looked at their leader, now their commander, with excitement and pride. They saw a clear path for advancement. It turned out that as long as they made achievements, even goblins could gain such precious resources and become respected knights. This greatly boosted the goblin soldiers' enthusiasm for training and made soldiers of other races more confident that in the Dawn leader's camp, achievements could bridge racial gaps. Will watched all this and said to Hill beside him, "It seems the leader's decision was right. Darza's promotion is more effective than 1,000 words of encouragement." Hill nodded and smiled. "Yes, now those soldiers are training even harder. It looks like the remaining 3 bottles of medicine will be hotly contested." Will's gaze was deep as he looked over the lively, high-spirited training ground, and he nodded seriously. "That's exactly the effect we want. Dull swords in comfort, sharpen soldiers through competition. Only by showing them clear goals and generous rewards can we inspire their full potential and forge a truly fearless army of steel." He paused briefly before continuing. "Notify everyone that a new round of outdoor cleaning and reconnaissance missions will be issued soon. Mission evaluations will be directly linked to military merit. Dales was promoted tonight, which greatly motivated all the soldiers, whether human, subhuman, or goblin. Will's task was to keep the enthusiasm going and make the most of this momentum. In the morning, Dawn led the way into Dawn Academy, a large classroom. Sunlight shone through newly sewn linen curtains, casting warm spots of light inside. The air was filled with tiny dust particles, mixed with the smell of fresh wood and paper. Ashy is Amy's younger sister. She was the fox girl with animal ears who was at the door when Lance first visited the Lord's Hall. Because she and her sister Amy knew some common writing from the continent, Daisy took her along to learn. Now, she was temporarily acting as a teacher at the school. She watched the students confidently recite the recently compiled Basic Rules for Dawn Academy students. Ashy stood at the podium, her soft side profile outlined by the gentle morning light. Her sensitive white fox ears twitched slightly, listening carefully to every word from the students below. As Amy's sister, Ashy and her sister both had amber eyes and smooth, chestnut-colored hair. Her fluffy white fox ears tilted slightly forward, focused on the reading. "Respect your teachers, be friendly to classmates, study diligently, strive forward. Protect school property, obey rules. As future leaders of Dawn, we will take the glory of Dawn as our duty." The children's young voices blended together like a lively stream echoing in the simple yet tidy classroom. They were of different ages, all wearing the school uniform issued to them. The uniform was a white cotton shirt, looking lively and fresh. Their young faces were tense from concentrating on reading. Ashy's gentle gaze slowly swept over all the students. She saw Jack, a human child in A, sitting upright and reading aloud loudly. "I saw the cat girl Xiao Yu reading aloud, her tail gently swaying in the air, drawing unknown patterns. I also saw the youngest dog-headed child, Xiao Zhua, trying hard to overcome pronunciation difficulties, gritting his teeth and attempting to pronounce each syllable of common words accurately." A wonderful feeling arose in her heart. Not long ago, she and her sister Amy were just sold as slaves, having lost hope for their future lives. Being able to read and write was already a great luck. She never thought she would one day stand on a podium as a respected teacher, passing knowledge to the next generation. She couldn't help but feel grateful. Lord Dicey was truly a kind ruler. In the Morning Light territory, everyone who belonged to the people was treated equally. She was also very thankful to Lord Dicey for giving her and her sister a new life, and for entrusting them with important responsibilities. The Basic Rules for Students of Morning Light Academy was written together by Amy and her, with Lord Dicey's help. Although each rule looks simple and easy to understand, they are very meaningful. They are not just cold lines of words, but reflect the values Lord Dicey wants to shape for the future of Morning Light. They also show all the people that everyone should be treated equally. Ding 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 with the sound of soldiers' bells outside the window. The morning reading session ended for now. The classroom quickly became quiet. Dozens of eyes were fixed on Aishi at the podium. Aishi stood in the center of the podium and started to speak seriously. "Class begins." Aishi's gentle and clear voice spread through the quiet classroom. "Stand up." Millie, the class monitor, called out loudly. "Good morning, teacher." "Good morning, classmates. Please sit down." Aishi smiled slightly, and her white fox ears happily twitched. Then she said softly and clearly, "The morning reading was very good." Everyone read very carefully. "Now, can anyone tell me what friendship and cooperation means?" Jack immediately raised his hand and answered, "Friendship and cooperation means being good friends with classmates and not fighting." Xiaoyu also raised her hand. Her tail flicked up, and she answered, "It also means helping classmates who have difficulties." Class monitor Millie stood up to add, "And sharing. Yesterday, I shared my candies with Xiaozhua." The little dog-headed creature who was called upon looked a bit shy and lowered his head, making a soft growling sound to show he agreed. Ashi nodded approvingly. "You are all right. In our Dawnlight clan, no matter where you come from, human, subrace, or other races, as long as you are here to learn, you are classmates, friends, and family who will build a home together in the future. Love means helping each other and understanding one another." After saying this, Ashi paused, her gaze becoming softer. She continued, "Our leader built this school so you can learn knowledge and gain strength. One day, you won't have to go through the hardships we faced. Following the rules is the first step to becoming strong and kind protectors." The children seemed to understand but were still a little unsure. They nodded seriously and remembered Ashi's words in their hearts. Outside the window, the sound of horns from the military camp practicing in the morning reached the classroom. The smell of books mixed with the fresh morning air, creating a hopeful start to another day in Dawnlight. Ashi looked at the young faces below the podium, as if she saw the brightest stars rising on this land. She gently clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "All right, morning reading is over. Next, we will start learning today's word, Homa." As the bell rang, it was time for class to end. "Okay, everyone, remember to review your lessons at home. Tomorrow, I will check a few of you to see how well you understand." Class dismissed, Ashi said kindly. She needed to prepare to go to the Lord's Hall later to help Lady Daisy and Sister Amy with some matters. The students left the classroom in groups. Millie followed Jack and Little Claw, asking, "Do you have class later? I heard from other students that Brother Roar's shop has a new kind of candy. I heard it's very sweet. Should we go buy some now? I really want to try it," she said eagerly. Jack sighed. "Is it really that sweet? I want to try it too. But later, Little Claw and I need to go to the military camp to learn. Let's go together next time." Little Claw nodded as well. He was determined to become as strong as Darla's clan's leader. He wanted to join the army and contribute to Dawnlight. Millie heard their conversation and said, "All right, you two, go quickly. It's not good to be late. Later, Xiaoyu and I will bring some candies to share with you." Xiaoyu also said, "Yes, I have magic class this afternoon. We're going to play now, and we will also treat you to some candies later." Jack and Little Claw thanked Millie and Xiaoyu, then hurried toward the school gate, where soldiers were already waiting for them. Millie and Xiaoyu headed toward the shopping street.